exactly where you don't want to be, because Kiko always curveballs in, always uses a hot hand onto that location to be able to catch you out and make sure that he can get just a little bit of self-sustain while he's trying to fight that duel. And when you're 4 rounds behind Apex, who are now on their more successful half, LPB are surely sweating.
They have to be, right? And this pistol round could be the kicker. We said the map they lost against Vamonos, both pistol rounds were conceded, but they won the first, even converted the bonus. You give them any half chance to do that here, and you're looking at that second map of Haven where we had the highlighted matchup of the 2 IGLs is going to be paradise for both of them, I think, and definitely more so for Apex when you also consider that they picked into it. A nice double setup here towards the TV screen. The bulk of the forces will be coming in through Ali as that Prowler starts to clear out these angles. Vong hasn't dealt with it, but has been given away as the second one does follow it up, and that's complete control for Apex. Luzza needs to hit some shots here, manages to tailwind out of the action, but it's left Cray so isolated towards the back. Good for one at the very least, but this is now a 4 versus 4 post plant as the spike is going down quite deep into that default plant, so they need to make sure that Hall's control is established here, and we do have Mystic taking up that position.
No, Luzza's gonna have to drop from tower, but Vong is able to find Enzo. Mystic comes through!
Oh my goodness!
Around the back! He absolutely wraps the wall over LPB's eyes, and they lose so many players. Luzza's the only one left to try to drop down and try his luck. It's pistols, there's no point in trying to save. You just have to try and go for a hero play. Kiko falls, this is doable for the Jet. He just has to take Shadow down, but Shadow won't allow it. In Apex, it came close, but off of Mystic's massive play into Halls, they take the round.
Yeah. Nobody puts Mystic in a corner, right? This guy able to find a couple of kills. I'll find 3 kills on this round. It was 4 on the previous when he was stuck in default with a Sheriff on their defender's half, and it's one of those lapse moments where someone's able to get huge value, and that just speaks to the individuals which Apex have. And the one to clutch it out, Shadow. He's up to 10 assists already, proving huge value in supportive roles. And how many times have we seen him be able to deliver that big clutch when necessary, calling upon the experience that he has among other members in this team? LPB are going to be on, you know, maybe 1 Sheriff on Russ, Luzza on the Marshal. Still very capable, but so much work to do.
Oh, primes that dash. Saw the Prowler, so knew that there was a presence coming out from Club. And Kiko is caught behind. He does actually have to use that Blaze just in case. Luzza decides to keep that angle with the Marshal and try to take the Phoenix out of the equation before the run it back can allow him to rise from the ashes. As Apex now, with that information, knowing where the Marshal is playing from, decided they want to rotate. LPB are going to rotate to meet them. It's going to be nice and clean as well. Russ coming in with that knife, trying to figure out whether or not those members of Apex are still clustered up towards main and wanting to push onto that site, but it didn't actually checklist Apex. Seeing that utility, however, gives away the push.
Yeah, the knife actually managed to highlight both of the initiators, so they understand the players are here. It's going to be an absolute brawl on the site, but even the frenzies of Apex are able to claim kills. So too is the fragment of Shadow onto Kiko. Won't want to see that one back, but it's at this point where I say they are the masters of their own destiny, to the point where if Shadow wants to kill his teammate, he can, because it's the only one who would be able to do sufficient damage to have him felled. Link in a 1v4, classic in hand. I mean, look, I may just have to join him with the bald buff if he can bring this one over the line. I don't think it's going to be happening, and he may not even try his chances at it. No weapon to save. You're just looking to deny Apex getting any extra ult orbs from this position.
Mystics. Oh!
Ooh.
Actually going to be caught. Link with that classic will be able to take them down, as unfortunately marked. And just has to try and grab the Marshal and find an exit frag, picks up Shadow, but unfortunately will die to the spike detonation before they can find anything further. It's still better, I'm sure, than what LPB were expecting to come out with, given the situation.
Yes.
The fact that you're able to drop 2 is definitely something that you're happy with, given the fact that Apex's buy wasn't what we typically see. on a round after a
Yeah.
pistols. They'd gone for that rifle pick coming through from Mystic. They'd seen that, okay, we can just come in with the better guns. We can hit them with all of the crossfires that they have. We've got the spam to keep them out so that they can't actually push onto the site. We can time them out. We can put them into desperation days. And then they're going to have to bundle up, brute force onto one of those sites. And that's when the rifle really comes into play. And it worked for them for a time, but then they lost 2 on exits.
Yeah. They did also only bring 2 frenzies into the round, so it was a little bit lighter by anti-eco round standards. I think it's fair to say we've seen a few different teams try to innovate on what you do with that round. The old FPX, now Na'Vi buy, where you bring in a couple of Guardians, a few rifles, and yeah, go light on the pistols for a couple of players. And it will be interesting to see if we have Enzo selflessly dropping over a sum of that 3.2 thousand credits that he has to make sure that it is 5 rifles on the board here for Apex. Kiko not really too close to the run it back, which we would have expected. He might just, yeah, be opting for a pistol here as well, but they have money in the bank. So this bonus, already dangerous, then looks to be even more dangerous into the next. But yeah, Enzo will be spending a little extra to make sure that his duelist player is well looked after, but may want to be in position to trade it out. There he is. That's why you give him the rifle, but LPB getting the better of it, in fact. And just peeling away. Now you look to Magnum, and if he can equalize things just a little.
Now, I said that predictability of how they push for that ult up for Kiko might come back and cost Apex. It cost them this round. Buzzer knows exactly where that Phoenix's head is at and goes for that dash, trying to find all of those players that Apex have bundled up to protect the Phoenix. And it means they lose 2 instead of 1. Magnum dinks down to 25 health. It's going to be an extremely difficult position.
But Apex have got 2 players of their own behind. Shadow looking for 1 kill, but Vong is aware that A was compromised. 5 HP for Enzo, has the spike and doesn't know about Cray walking out in the open like a deer in headlights. And now we go to the 1v1. Magnum 25 HP, Cray 150. Doesn't have the spike, like you say. It's held here out in connector, and all Cray has to do is wait and bide that time.
30 seconds
The other
left.
issue being, doesn't really have too much understanding of where this player is coming from. As it begins to tick lower, that double and triple check will help him out, but it's all about the timing. Cray looking for the repeat, manages to spot him out. The spam narrowly avoids, and Magnum now has a chance to set up. How does he look to work this post plant? Is there enough time? The tag from the spy cam, pivotal. But the thundering footsteps of Cray will be chasing him down. 2 pings onto him already. Magnum good in the clutch, but this would have to be ridiculous. Does have the proxy of the ping helping him out, constantly barking away, and so are the shots. Clean as you like, Magnum finds it, and what was such a difficult round gets turned through the experience of those former Fnatic players. Just like that, Apex up to 11, and Le Petit Buffon looking dead in the water.
Oh, it's so smart from Magnum. Goes for the plant behind Cafe, not in the direct meeting of it, so that he doesn't get caught out as he stands up from planting that spike, which is what Crow wanted to punish. And as a result, he doesn't get that immediate opportunity to pick out Magnum's back before the Cypher can turn and return. And Magnum with 25 health manages to pull it off. Apex find themselves going up onto the 11th round, and LPB have got to be broken after that round, not just economy, but mentally as well. That has to be so taxing. It was such an easy round for them to be able to take. Surely you're already patting yourself on the back, but suddenly you're on the back of the potential loss on the map you chose.
And they've bought into this as much as they are physically able to. Luzza with the blades as well. Link with a very cheeky wall looking to get up top, but I think Kiko may have just about spotted some of those particles, and I'm not sure if there's enough pixels for Link to make the peak. Drops through instead and drops 6 feet under. Mystic claims yet another kill in what has been a brilliant performance thus far from the controller player. It is a 3 versus 2, however. LPB have found a way to turn this to their favor, but still they continue to walk blindly inwards. There to greet them are a couple of the players, but Vong is able to snipe them both out with the Guardian. LPB putting everything on the line to find this round, and they will get it.
And was it a round they needed to? As you said, they'd bought up as much as they were able to into this round. If they'd lost it, they're on match point on a force. That is not what you want to be on. As LPBB, they give themselves an opportunity to survive, especially given the round buy that we're looking at from Apex currently. They might decide to keep things like these Spectres in play. They know that they have a couple of rounds to be able to push up into a better economy, to be able to secure those last 2 rounds that they need to be able to put themselves into a map win. Enzo sitting on the Snipefall as well is going to make it pretty hard for LPB to be able to just call it quits on one of these sites. You don't want to force into that retake, because if that fade's going to have the ultimate, they can throw it in and guarantee that the 40 seconds times out and the defense aren't able to get the defuse off in time. And it's really going to be pushing LPBB in terms of where they want to position. Do you want to anchor onto the site? Do you want to push into mid and stop Apex from having control of the map? They decide they want to do both, and that is going to massively eat into numbers.
Ooh, a very, very cheeky one-way wall from Link, but the one way that they're headed is into the underground, because it's a kill from Kiko found, but Luzza does trade it back. Even more than that, puts them at a man advantage, but Apex have slipped through the back line. What is this? Mystic getting another 2 kills. From an unseeming position, Magnum posted up close. A shift peek through from Russ is well ill-advised. Util from Magnum as he peels away. And it's the duo of him and Enzo yet again in position to turn them around, which look to be going the opposite way. We'll just post in the corner with the camera. Has it checks and double checks. Vong here to peek in. Most of the health gone. Does soften things a little bit for Enzo to get stuck into, but it's Fade versus Fade, and that position is somewhat known. In towards Long. Needs to just play the timing. Here's the steps. Knows that Vong is swiftly approaching. First couple shots leave the chamber. Peek around the right side. Health dropping even lower. One at a time. Trying to peek in these angles. It's so close, but Vong gets it. 3 for him. Takes down both of those remaining players that could do it before. Not this time. Vong gets a 6th, and LPB stay alive and away from map point.
It's still going to be such a costly round for them. It's a clutch. It's massive for Vong, given the fact that he is able to survive that point of contact with Magnum, who not only is looking to drop the Fade, but drop the Fade's health low enough that Enzo is going to be able to walk that fight, right? To just blow simply in the direction of Vong and guarantee that they're able to win the 1v1 and keep that spike ticking away. But LPB are able to clutch it out. They'll have a Cosmic Divide to work with in this next round as well. Their economy is starting to make a turn for recovery. Link 1 orb away from getting that resurrection online. Russ 1 orb likewise away from getting that null command, and that's an ultimate that Apex have been scared about for good reason. You don't want to be suppressed when you rely this heavily on your abilities to secure your entrances onto site.
Kiko first in and first out. Not the first time this has happened. The run it back on the previous round, not delivering huge amounts of value. And LPB, as they get a bigger read on how Apex want to play this attacking side, continues to look a little bit more worrying for them each round that passes, and is thus not converted by the attacking team. Already seen Mystic move up and catches a nice timing onto Russ. Decent damage dealt and Arc completely forfeited. Keeping that presence aware for LPB, so they have to pull back just a little more as Mystic continues to challenge and continues to cut away, but doesn't find the kills necessary just yet. LPB staying alive and staying firm in their positions, wanting to deny the plant probably, and Link just denies it all outright. 3 for him, 7 for LPB, and they continue to move closer.
They've wised up to the antics and shenanigans that Apex have been playing, particularly in terms of where Mystic is moving from, because Apex were always using the fact that they were able to get around the backs of LPB against this team, because whenever they were caught in a frontline fight, Mystic would pop up from an unexpected location, and LPB would have to turn around, and in doing so, they would expose their back to the frontline fight they were previously in, and they would lose both sides. But LPB have started leaving Vong to keep a track of mid, and that's been really smart, because it means when Mystic gets popped up, Vong is able to immediately put a stop to the shenanigans while also contributing in the fight, because the skybox of Pearl is so big that even if the Fade is all the way off in mid, you can still have a setup land towards either B or A.
Like you said, Mystic's success in this game has been a huge condition for what Apex are able to do, leading the way currently with 23 kills, and the rest of them a mixed bag. LPB a little more even from front to back, and yeah, it's just about having that control, getting into the right positions for Apex, and LPB finding a way to deny things and shut it down. Already moving up into A main, and once more, that position is directed towards B long. Link has this wall, and it will continue to decay as the round continues onwards. Just need to be aware of this push. There's not too many players here. It is just him. The shots finally give up what is going on here, but this is the best performing player for LPB, and he spotted out 2 players, which he calmly takes down. The Bastion of B getting a couple more, and Apex, this is your buy round. Back to the drawing board and another horrendous eco cycle if you can't find a way to turn it to your advantage yet again. Fragment at the feet of Shadow, forced to peek in, flash drive to Gree, and just can't quite get anything done. They're dropping like flies, and LPB have them in the net, electrocuting one by one, but it's been lightning from Mystic so far this game. No more power left in the tank. Apex concede yet another.
I tell you what's even more painful for Apex than that push. That Cosmic Divide that they've invested, it allows Link to just drop straight back in, having picked up those 2 players, and go entirely unpunished. And that's another number for LPV, another number turned against Apex. And they weren't expecting that Sage Wall stays up for so long. They think, okay, they're just using it to buy time. No one else is really trying to challenge us. We can really just quickly wait for that to decay, push that spike down. We've got a Cosmic Divide. We can guarantee that it goes up safely, and that blocks off tower and hole control. But Link is playing way closer than they expected, and no one on the side of Apex clocks it.
Yeah, and as well now, we're seeing Luzza buying into the operator. This isn't something which Apex have had to deal with, and it couldn't be coming at a worse time than this. I don't think we've seen it so far on their defenders' side, except for maybe, like one early round where they were able to shut down Kiko, but it's a difficult situation looking at the ults as well and how LPB have been playing to take those kills and peel off. You've got the res available, you have the null command, only one away from Luzza having blades if this investment doesn't go their way. Apex have a null command of their own, but no real ultimates looking to come online soon. And yeah, Kiko just hasn't delivered the same kind of value that we expect from him on that run it back so far this map, which was key to what the game plan really looked to be previous outings.
Apex, however, do have a null command, and we have seen that push teams into being able to be confident enough to push just deeply onto the A as soon as the round starts. There's the grab well, there's the curveball. LPB immediately just abandoning any of those positions in case they get caught out. They want to play their numbers. Link, challenged, is going to throw that wall to buy the time necessary for a rotation to come on through, but they're just clearing straight out of sight. LPB, they're just allowing Apex to position onto this site so they can catch them in a crossfire when they're set up. They want to play for retake.
This is a half buy from Apex here as well, but look how much utility they've already sent into just taking the most meager of A main control. Mystic using up both cooldowns and only having a couple of stars left when the execute finally comes through. Yeah, perhaps this is a bit of a throwaway round for them, but just limit testing, seeing what kind of A control they can get, perhaps could aid whatever future plans seem to be developing. Mystic will stay put in this position and, you know, maintain the idea falsified in the minds of LPB that this could still be an A execute, as that spike is now making its way towards B, where Luzza will finally get his introduction on the operator.
The problem is, Enzo wants to try to keep an eye towards mid. They haven't been able to push through Link, so they're not going to be able to collapse onto B with its split focus. They are going to be coming through from main. Luzza, just keeping an eye on any movement, any noise that comes on through. Is hearing the spike plant, doesn't know where it's going to be. Spike will go down. Apex immediately going to be evacuating from the angle, and now, even though the suppression does come through from Mystic, LPVP are just trying to bait Apex into the AWP.
Yeah, Mystic on the flank needs to go huge here if it's to work, but everything's falling apart on the front lines. Whichever way you look at it, LPB are going to be brought up to a 9th here. Magnum dropped to the ground. Luzza getting a couple as the operator comes to life. And it seems as if slowly Apex are the very polar opposite. Decaying piece by piece. Things just not clicking the way that they were. And the lead that they had on this game as well. Ridiculous stuff. It was 11-4, I believe. And now that LPB have picked up the last 5, giving themselves every single chance to pick this one up, their own map choice, of course, and give us real reason to believe that they can take Apex, you know, all the way to the wire. Yeah,
I mean, if Apex lose this round, they're on an eco.
Yeah, and it's 11-11 effective.
Yeah, effectively it would be 11-11 unless Apex can find magic with any ultimates or coming through some really nice kills. But LPBB just going to be priming up the operator. Dash is there. They're going to not even shoot out the Prowler. They're just going to wait and see if it's going to be pushed. Loza holding on to the very last second to try to shoot through that one and claim a player as well. But Apex not playing into it. They haven't cleared Vong though! The run it back is going to be used, but Vong is still able to find Enzo, who tried to move ahead and punish Vong's position, but as a result he finds 2. Kaiko would have been absolutely fine to just lose his ultimate, but they go chasing for a little bit too much, and Apex are down a Fade.
Oh, and it's just more similar mistakes being made here by Apex. Corners left uncleared, coming back to punish them the exact same way that they did to LPB on their defensive half. And now they've got so many more players to defend this site with. Yes, the guns are there, but we're going to have to see Kiko come up with worth his own weight in gold. He has been at times, but right now it's fool's gold because Vong is the real deal. Platinum front to back. Loza closing once more with the operator. And yeah, you're looking at that really close last dash of rounds now. Who will get over the line first and be parading around with the confetti that they deserve? Because yeah, it's an eco. It is an eco. We've seen a small snapshot like that be able to inspire so much confidence and bring you off those rocky waters. But I mean, I'm just not feeling confident that that's something that Apex are gonna, you know, bring out right now. They had the investment of the ult in the previous. LPB looking well set up and ready to go. And then it's that one more final round or so to really see who's going to walk away with this map.
Tell you what, Diamonds are formed under pressure, and LPB have more than been able to find that shine. They looked so good for Apex. There's a reason they picked this map. Obviously, they thought they could keep not just the Phoenix trap, but also Mystic Shenanigans at bay. There's a Nightfall coming on through to immediately meet the members of Apex. Terror Trail coming on through. Cray swapping over to that Sheriff to be able to land more shots. Apex, who'd looked to brute force onto the site, very quickly turned away, reduced to only the 2 members. We said if LPB won that last round and Apex were forced onto an eco, it would effectively be 11-11, and that's exactly what it looks like it's going to turn into.
And there's that last dash to the finish line. Right now, LPB, they're happy to just sit 4 players on A. It's a 2 versus 4, whichever way you go. You come into the retake, the util is there for them. And in terms of what Apex still have left to work with, Mystic on 1 star, there is a reveal and a Prowler, but you're just asking so much. At the very least, they can get a plant if you go towards the B site right now. That 0 point perhaps leading LPB into wanting to move forward. And Link's even going to invest the res. With the amount of credits that they have, not an economic decision, just one of absolute security that they can take this 11th and then be in their best position to then find the subsequent rounds necessary. I mean, there's always a chance while these players are left standing, but it is a very, very thin one at that.
I mean, I'm not taking it away from Apex just yet. Mystic is still standing, and we've seen what an absolute magician Mystic has been. Yeah. Link's gonna take down Enzo, but Mystic still hasn't been cleared. He's unfortunately not going to be able to find the shots he's looking for, and it is going to give his position away. Apex will lose the 2 surviving members without actually being able to take another of LPB down, and as a result, they're going to be able to take both the ARP and all of those rifles into the next round. Same might not be said for Apex.
Yeah, Apex, the one silver lining is that they do have a lot of ultimates to work with. We just saw Link invest the Resurrection, so that one is skewed off the table for the time being, and I doubt that we'll see it come into play before this one wraps up. Overtime potentially on the cards, but we'll have to see who draws first blood here. The reserves not looking ideal for Apex, so realistically, it's an LPB slip-up if the case is to be that we do go post round 24. Laza has the op that he wants. The angle clears as the smoke dissipates. The Nebula gone and Enzo sent to a different dimension. Tailwind petering out, maybe just tempted to go for a little more. But it's in moments like these where you need to be cautious just a little bit extra. Surely not finding Kiko through the blaze wall, and it's not going to happen. The gamble
So much
not
already
taken.
infested, though.
It is.
Blaze
Kiko is one
already
away.
being used.
You have to be looking towards that B-Long orb here. Get Kiko's ultimate online. You have the null command and the cosmic divide. I don't think you need the null command, to be honest. You use one or the other and set the other up for post. Cosmic divide is your entry point. Null command is your shutdown for the retake, especially when you look at Laza having the knives online. But they're just going to send it straight out the gate. Everything put on the table into this final round or so for them. But Link is clearing it all apart. He does not care. Kiko, even in his ult, will be swept off his feet. Has to challenge now, everything for him to do, and might just save the Vandal. No point trying to find any kind of way to bring Shadow back from the shadows and stabilize that core. This is all that they take. Every player left up standing for LPB in this pseudo-flawless round. And
They're not going to make the mistake
perfection.
over.
No.
They don't make that mistake. Only now do they start to see if they can maybe take Kiko down and remove that Vandal. We said it would be a force if Apex lost this next round. They had the ultimates. They used so many of them. My biggest pet peeve against Null Command is always the same thing. It gives teams such a false sense of security to push quickly. Right? You deny all of those abilities for the other side and you think, okay, we're going to push in really fast while they can't smoke us, while they can't flash us, and they can't deny us this space. But it just means that so many players are on the angle that Link needs to just peek through from Hall, even suppressed, and absolutely shred. And immediately after that, Apex, all of that control, all of that momentum that they're looking to start rolling towards the B side with that dump of ultimates is just entirely denied. And as a result, we find ourselves on match point, and Apex are in a horrible position. Yes, they have not even got the run it back. They've got a Cosmic Divide to work with, but they've got a Spectre in their hands of the Astra. Kiko, one of the ones that they're looking to make a hero play, is the one coming in with one of two Vandals for this team. It's going to be so stressful. If they lose one player on entrance, it's going to become 97% near impossible for them to be able to spin this round in their favor.
Magnum really wants a good timing here onto Laza's position. B's been conceded. Apex have this for the taking. The Cosmic Divide can make things a little easier. You have the Neural Theft to perhaps introduce if he can find that kill on the flank. The Nightfall as well to just slow things down. Apex still have pieces left to work with. And up close and personal, Mystic can still cause problems.
Oh, Magnum.
Has all of the cooldowns as well that you need to make this post-plant valuable. A couple spotted towards Hall, and there we have it. Big kill for Magnum. Now making sure that LPB have to fight on two fronts, but it's the last round. They have to go for this, and there is the Nightfall. Slows things down. All of the Phoenix utility. A guard dog just barking away at them as they try to make it through defender spawn. Magnum up close, and finally Apex look to be coming alive. Kiko at the forefront. Laza slicing them back apart. And now it seems somewhat doable, but the time has already burned. So much of it gone, and there we have it. At the final hour, Apex show that sign of life. LPB stopped out where it mattered most. And it's another overtime for the Norwegian outfit on this map. 1917 versus Who Cars. Are we going the distance? I don't know.
That round is actually so smart from Apex. They don't have Mystic going for that mid control, they have Magnum. In fact, Mystic reveals his position on that B side, and that is the exact moment that Link looks away from behind him, because he thinks there's no mid control coming through. All of the players in Apex are brute forcing onto B. You don't have to worry about an Astra flanking around you. It's safe to just commit to the frontline fight, and that's the moment Magnum strikes. And that's the moment Apex get to spin that round entirely under their control. And we see ourselves in overtime.
Yeah, and LPB now, they have the read on how it is that Apex have been playing this on rounds previous. Kiko looking to move in towards the run it back. Gets the first orb, pops it into his satchel, and will be counting them up one by one to give himself every single chance. As a Phoenix player, it's your lucky marbles that you make a collection of and hope to turn some kind of a result. LPB taking some pretty aggressive mid control here towards Ali, and look how far Luzza has already moved up. Mystic still playing that A main position as you expect, and soon may have some players to deal with, but not before Luzza can hunt for a kill, and he's going to find it too. Enzo drops.
And he just slips away. He isn't even going to stick around. He's done what he needs to do. He finds that one player.
This is
he
worrying.
creates noise, but Mystic is going to be spotted out. He's sent packing. He's trying to move back onto that A site. That's where we've seen LPB be punished. When they try and push, when they don't have the time to be able to clear the site. But Gorgeous Seas actually grabs Mystic, preventing him from booking it into dugout, but he still finds the counter Ross before he goes down.
Oh, two trades going back and forth. Shadow knows that Link's push spawn. Magnum needs to be aware of this. The chain of command with the comms coming through, and he does it. Dispatches of him and brings it now back to a level standing. Spike looking to get planted. The camera's still alive elsewhere. Just checking for a flank, but it's not one to come through. A skirmish about to unfold. Cray using some of that util to perhaps space out the players. Shots trying to collect. Luzza gets them. Magnum in another clutch, low on HP. Knows where Luzza is. Doesn't have the cam for him this time. And instead gets shattered in the lens. Luzza finds it. Electrifying stuff. LPB now with a chance. One away from turning their map pick against Apex. I mean, on paper, I guess you could say perhaps it's not too much of a feat, but this is a team that's only lost one map. And hell, you look at how many rounds they were up in this game alone, a serious turnaround.
I mean, no matter what, even if we see Apex pull away and push us into another round of overtime and eventually take the map, this is going to have played havoc with their minds, right? Yeah. It's one thing to lose Bind, it's another to lose one of your strongest maps. LPB now trying to push forward, that Haunt giving a little bit of information away, Cypher Cage coming on through, because the Terror Trail actually attached onto Magnum. He wasn't able to shoot out the utility in time. He had to drop the cage and slip away, otherwise he would have been immediately ejected from the lobby until the next round. And you can't be without that Cypher when you want to push, but Link comes in with the first blood. Kiko, one of the major parts, is gone. Link and Russ working together to anchor onto that A site may have won the map for LPB. Apex only have 2 players remaining, and none of them have an ultimate to their name.
The spike's out in the open. No man's land. Luzza fires one off the shoulder of Enzo. It goes into Magnum, and that's a brilliant read through the Nebula to take anything back. But even by his standards, this would have to be ludicrous. LBB one away. They were 11-4 down in this game, but managed to turn things just when it counted. Enzo for another. Still, he believes that there's a chance, and Cray is slowly approaching. Very patient stuff as the reload comes through. Has the Nightfall to take the site, but still players in wait. One more Prowler to just make it that little bit easier. Takes the spike and moves away. It has to be A. I don't think there's enough time, and there's nothing else left to work with. The IGL is gone. Cray the one to fell him. And Le Petit Buffon, it's no laughing matter whatsoever, because they've taken away Pearl.
Oh my goodness, like you can really see as well, like that shift in dynamic and who was controlling this map was when LPB started looking behind them and clearing out the one player that Apex would always send to play Havoc in mid. The second when they were on the defense, that they had just that little peace of mind of knowing, okay, not only are we keeping track of you, we're denying your setup. And that was a huge thing for Apex a lot of the time, because they were sending one player to push so deep into where LPB were holding, it ate into their time bank. And so if that flank didn't pay off, if it didn't pan out, they would have to try and just panic rush onto those sides. And we saw what happened when you panic rushed. You don't have enough time to clear those angles. You don't have enough time to bait out utility from the other side. You go down to spam, and just one player anchored onto that site holding an angle, knowing eventually, as an attacking side, you've got to try and walk onto one of the sites and get the spike planted, otherwise you automatically lose. And that one turnaround, that one just little thing snapping into the minds of Le Petit Buffons just turned things immediately around for them. And we saw that comfort pick for Apex at knowing, okay, we have so much control of this map, we know that we can force them to turn around, so we're always going to be able to have an advantage in winning that frontline fight. It got taken away from them so swiftly, and they didn't have a lot of rounds to be able to figure out how exactly they wanted to find another solution. The Phoenix play was brilliant, but again, it's predictable. And it was ingenious in how they first used the Phoenix play in baiting LPB's position and forcing out all of those utilities to deny Kika from just walking up and grabbing that ult orb on towards A. And they used it to sort of bait out where Link would be holding, where Luzza would be holding. But then the Phoenix started to fall away, and Mystic's position started to fall away, and they had to try and hope Magnum would be the one to come in with those flanks and the camera angles and the information to keep a track of where LPB would hold. And we saw the defense just consistently mix up enough positions, enough puzzle pieces, that Apex had no information really of what they were walking into. And as a result, they didn't really know where to position at the start of those rounds. They lost a little bit of control, and things really quickly unraveled from there.
Yeah, it was all about the support players there as well. Link, on that role of the Sentinel, we said, look, oh, they don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Killjoy. But on the Sage, 310 ACS, that guy did not miss. 2.1 KD as well. A fantastic performance from him. This is Le Petit Buffon's map pick. Don't get it twisted. Apex are still a very capable team. And we know that sometimes it can take a little bit for them to get going. We've also seen some very defenders-sided Pearl games already. HS Deer nearly had that comeback against Focus. But LPB make it a reality here. That was a ridiculous first map, and I'm certainly going to need to go to a break, but make sure you guys hang around because we have a map 2 of Haven coming up very shortly. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northern Europe Polaris, where we have just seen LPB join an exclusive club alongside Vamanos of being a team to have taken a map away from Apex. A real dominant start from the split from them, and I mean, they're looking to close it with a win as well, but now it will be that little bit more difficult as we would be going to 3 maps if that is to be the case. Moxie, the next one we have coming up is Haven, and you said to me you're expecting there to be a bit of a mirror matchup here in terms of how things play out.
Oh, I think this is going to be interesting. First of all, like, we have to address the fact that, yes, it was Le Petit Buffons coming away with that win. However, Apex was so close. They were so close for so long on being able to finish this out. And this is something we were discussing in between the break, because this is where you see the difference between these teams that have that experience, right? This is where we see some of those teams, maybe they get a little bit super close to being able to win a map, but then it takes so long and they eventually lose it. That gets into their head, and it eats away a little bit, and it has an impact on the rest of their performance. However, with the roster that Apex has got, I would fully expect them to be able to shake it off and head into Haven, a map that they themselves picked, feeling pretty confident, given the fact that when Mystic and Magnum were able to pull off those flanks, and with how big and wide a map that Haven is, allowing things like a Cypher or an Astra to be able to traverse pretty freely if they're able to get away with the shenanigans that we saw at the beginning of Pearl. I think they're feeling pretty confident heading into this one.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what it is exactly that is brought forward by both teams. I'm fully expecting Loza to remain on that jet as we've seen him do in the majority of games other than Fracture. Perhaps one of the reasons why Apex looked to ban that one out. I think it's very interesting when you have a player of such quality, you know, still want to drop in on that chamber in the current meta. I think Fracture is one of the few places you can do it. There's a slight argument to be made for Haven when you look at Sewer and that fast rotation you have to be with the Rendezvous. But even then, I don't think he's in a position to be contending with Jet at this point in time. And looking at how Loza has played as well, we will just have to see, like you said. This is Apex's pick, right? They did not pick into Pearl. It quite simply was a map that they were comfortable on, one which we probably expected them to close out as well. It just didn't go their way. You have Ascent as that third map. This is still a very open series. More than anything, we're just seeming a little bit surprised because there's no precedent for this whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Apex, they've literally only ever dropped a map to now 2 teams, Vamonos and Le Petit Buffons. And I think you can see as well, like, there is a problem with that Phoenix composition. We've been talking about it. The teams that have been playing the Phoenix, sometimes they'll play into mirror matchups, other times they'll play into teams who aren't running that Phoenix. You can keep a track relatively easily of how exactly they want to initiate in on those attacks as Phoenix and which positions of the map they're going to be looking to control, specifically the ult orbs, so that you can get the run it back online. Haven is a little bit different, right? Haven is a little bit harder to keep track of, given the fact that mathematically the map is just bigger. Yeah. There are 3 sites to control. It's massively favored in terms of the attacking side. Because of that, it's very similar to Lotus. The fact is that Lotus is a little bit more difficult for attackers to keep a hold of because of the way that we have all of those flanks come through from places like doors. Yeah. So it can be a little bit harder for the attackers to just push the defenders into being bottlenecked up and keeping them in control that away. Haven, on the other hand, doesn't have those. If you control one of those sites, specifically the A site, it's really hard for teams to be able to, without utility, go for the retake. In fact, a lot of the time, that's the entire reason we see a breach come through, because a fault line or a well-placed flashpoint or aftershock is the only way that you're safely going to be able to take a retake on that A site.
Yeah, looking at the teams here as well, like you said, it is going to be that mirror matchup, and we have Kiko now moving on to the Jet, which I think for him is probably more comfortable territory. Wasn't playing as his usual self, or what we at least expect of him in that previous game, and I think just having that comfortability, playing on an agent like Jet, where sometimes you could even hop on the operator or whatever and play like that, will do him some favors, right? And Apex, this is their map as well, starting out on the attacking side, means that there is a little bit of pressure there to get off to a good start, because if you don't, then that's your attacking side botched and things then begin to look a little bit worrying for an LPB 2-0. But I mean, from how LPB have been playing so far, they've just got to focus on their own game, not read into things too much, keep calm and collected, and see this one through.
I would amend that ever so slightly. They also have to focus on where Mystic is. Because the Mystic on this Omen is just going to be doing his absolute darndest to lead this defensive team on an absolute wild goose chase. Right? You pull so much focus away, you allow Kiko to be able to hold on to as much utility as possible so that he just has all of it available when it does come down to that retake. If during a retake you can also have Mystic just pop up in an unexpected location behind LPB, we've already seen what a disaster ensues after.
Nice shock dart early on, perhaps expecting an alarm bot towards front B. Not to be the case, it's Link instead, the one to take a duel face on, and Kiko first of all yet again. Fortunately for Apex, they're now missing their duelist player and have to reconsider this. We'll shift towards A lobby to make sure that no presence has been taken up by LPB, an important part of the map. Lozza's there instead and firing off clean shots. Magnum the next to drop. And one by one, LPB are giving themselves every chance at finding the pistol round here, which could be huge when you look at how the series is going to develop, at least on this map.
Yeah, not running that Cypher means that you don't have the Cypher cage to be able to drop as you head through from lobby onto main. That is something that Lozza is immediately going to punish you for, with that chef connecting straight onto Magnum. And Apex have been slowed down yet again. Yes, Lozza has been pushed below half health, but he is more than happy as your time bank is dwindling. You don't have enough time to rotate. Forces Apex to push onto that A side, and Mystic finds the kill, but he is only 5 health. We'll be able to smoke off of the angle onto Heaven, and this is exactly when Apex start to make their move, but he doesn't get the spike planted.
Mystic somehow able to get 2 from a fraction of an HP, stunned up. Now it's the flank that you're worried about. Paranoia comes through, and this could activate Russ from A long. Still a 3 versus 2 here for Apex to try and turn, but Enzo's got himself another one, looking for a little bit more. The shot's not quite connecting. Link is low, he's got it, and now the shock darts are flushed out the angle, and the headshot. Brains scattered across the site as Russ will drop. Enzo with 3. The captain leads from the front as Apex get yet another incredibly close round.
I tell you what, there is just a secondary passive buff that activates all of these Apex players when their health is below 25%.
Yeah.
We saw it on Pearl, we're seeing it now, and again, it comes down to the fact that that approach, that retake onto A, it's just so hard if a player is settled up towards hell to be able to take those fights, and LPBB unfortunately aren't able to catch Enzo in a crossfire. He's able to isolate every single one of those fights to a 1 versus 1. Where he has that utility, he has that little bit of information on where you're going to be popping out from, which allows him to have that leg up and comes out on top. And they take the pistols. They can afford to buy up. There's going to be a Vandal in the hands of Kiko, and Krea's result has to post all the way up in Cubby and hope that they don't get cleared out by the drone. But there it is, and immediately after they have to abandon that spot, otherwise the aftershock is going to do them straight in.
Kiko able to weather the storm a little bit, find a few more kills and open up the site. No precaution, well, absolutely every single precaution taken to make sure a player wasn't posted up in the cubby, and they pick it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking about that shot on last round, man, with Mystic. I've heard a lot of people say that they want that fault line to be buffed a little bit, and that's probably subject A. Either way, we're into this one now, and the fault line is available for us if they want to try and make some kind of a retake, but playing for exits is probably the first thing you're looking to do here. The shots need to be good. Ross finds one. We see here Shadow only on a pistol himself will also be stunned up, and from the corner, that's a second for Ross to now collect, looking to cause as much damage as possible, but finally shut down. Apex need to make sure that they can safely and securely remove these two Vandals and Bulldog, 3 rifles specifically, from the equation and bring them into the next round.
Now, Recon Bot's going to make it even harder for LPB to try to catch on to those exit frags, and it does allow Apex to be able to hold on to those ones. So this third round is going to be pretty decisive for LPB. They're coming in on a pretty even buy, considering the fact that Apex were able to hold on to as many weapons as they did in the previous. So there's not that unfair advantage that's slighted against the team that lost their pistols, where they save up into that third round and the other team is still coming off of that save and bonus from the second. No, it's going to be even Stevens, and now more than ever it's important that LPB get the economy under control so they can take advantage of all of these angles, especially for a player like Loza who likes to have the operator, if they want to be able to shore up their defenses.
Oh, Shadow getting taken out. A very passive A lobby control from Apex on the last few rounds, and LPB look to punish it. They find the first blow into this one of the 2 rifle buys that we expect Apex to have. No ultimates really looking to come online soon. One of the changes in the most recent patches is that the lockdown is now 8 ultimate points instead of 7, so that one not introduced just yet. Of course, the turret has also lost some health. But that will remain posted up in mid, still serving the purpose that is required of it. A dark cover to push Luzza a little further back, and the Owl drone will also continue those woes. But the hit is coming in towards C. Worked for them last time. Link with the outplay. Shrouded step to the corner. Spots out one, looking towards default. Kill already claimed. Magnum with a couple to even the odds, but still LPB trail. They have to find a way to bring this to post and carry it forward from there. No information on Garage, however, because the Killjoy utility has dropped, and Enzo wants a good timing. Players coming in. Might just about catch out Ross, but backs away from it. Still the spike just about getting planted, but not very much time working in towards their favor, and they know all about Enzo. Should be an easy pickup, but he uses the Cloudburst to get out in the sight. Clears the wrong angle, and LPB win.
Yeah, Apex may be able to get a little bit of extra creds for that spike plant. However, LPB are the ones who are able to start pulling ahead in terms of that economy. This is where the defense needs to be on Haven, right? You need to be able to cancel out one of these side approaches as often as you can, either with an operator or just with rifles, denying Apex the opportunity to be able to use that B side to split the numbers of this defense and push them into taking fights where they're always going to be mathematically at a numbers disadvantage, just with the way that the gimmicks on this map play out. And this is the perfect way to be able to do it.
You see here as well, Le Petit Buffon, they've not even got a full buy by all regards in terms of the weapons that they've brought in. A Guardian, a Bulldog in the mix, but Vong has been notoriously good on this weapon before and still has every chance to poke something out. The more close angle here as Magnum sits in the smoke may not be the one to do it. and Laza does get taken away. There's an alarm bot to follow it up. 3 players in a lobby. How do Apex look to adjust this post plant? Now with the information that the flank is coming through, I don't think they have the idea that it's as many players as will truly become realized as both initiators show up to the party. Damage onto Kiko through the wall, but is still able to turn a kill for himself. Another 3 versus 2. Spike is ticking away, but they're not in the ideal situation for this one, and Shadow's a sitting duck as Cray takes him out. Enzo to clutch, has spotted out 1, denies the defuse, knows the positioning of the remaining 2 and has util to work with, but this is even a difficult one to clutch out with the util that he possesses. LPB, they level it up.
I think that's always been the main difference maker in argument between why you would maybe run something like a Cypher over a Killjoy, right? The fact that the camera gives you the information of how many players are pushing the angle. As opposed to the alarm bot, that when it's triggered, even if it's 1 player or 3 players, it's exactly the same queue. So as you pointed out, Apex have no idea of the horde of players that are going to be pushing relentlessly on them from lobby in a matter of moments and are very quickly overrun by the swarm of defenders and very quickly lose control of the situation over towards B. Laza now has full control of C-Long. Operator comes on through. He is in prime position to be able to pin down one of these players of Apex. Drone comes out first, shoots it out, isn't going to be caught, but goes back for a second. And even with Kiko going for the jiggle peek, he's still able to find the jet through the baited shot.
Absolutely top draw stuff here from Lazarus. The next one not quite meeting the same kind of levels, but it does not matter. The zoning Hunter's Fury forces them to the crosshairs of Russ, who will be getting a freebie as Mystic is forced to retreat out into an open position. Enzo on a Bulldog. They put money into this round, Apex, but still chased the Shadow in the form of that Operator, not really having too much to soften it up, and is even now stuck in the corner. Cut down to even lower HP, 33 points of health. A third of it to work with, and no drone even left in the bag. Yeah, what can you do from this situation? No spike either, and just about waiting time. What went wrong? It is just pushing into the op, surely.
Yeah, I mean, there's one specific angle in all of Valorant that I never want to peek into, a defensively set up operator, and it has to be C-Long. But Bind obviously comes pretty close with B-Long, but C-Long, I think, for me, just takes the cake on Haven and eats the whole entire thing down to just the plate remaining. Laza with that op shot is just the absolute nail in the coffin for Apex's push.
Vong is like, you know what, guys, I'm actually kind of bored of waiting. I will just shoot through the box. And the heavy weapon pen being able to make it through the C-Long box means that, yeah, you can just take out Enzo in that situation and leave us to theorize no longer. LPB have the lead on their defender's side. Apex credits enough to invest back into this one. And they've got ultimates to back up those ambitions as well. It's just a question of how we see this come through. Split defense in terms of how Cray has positioned the turret, and we do have the early fault line to deny that A lobby control, but Apex able to forgo it anyway and take what they require.
Well, LPB once again mixing up their positions. It's a recon
Look at Laza.
instead of Laza, who's there to meet Apex when they try to push through long. Laza is actually holding down court towards Garage, just in case this is all a fake. And if it is a fake, if it even turns into a fake because of the resistance met onto A, it is going to push them towards the op. That's exactly what LPBB are trying to do.
Wow.
Long comes in with 2, does go down. Kiko will be able to take the Sova out. Cray and Sue is going to be able to pick up Magnum, who was looking for that look, and very quickly this push is falling apart. Enzo's going to have to backtrack, and here it is. Laza with that lurk just has to wait.
I mean, the way that you put it, Moxie, it just sounds too easy. But for me, we're seeing LPB lift that level of respect that they were giving early on against Apex in that first map. We saw from the defender's side, or from the attacker side, I should say, a little bit more timid in trying to challenge some of these angles. Apex got going, free-flowing. They were pushing wherever they wanted early on to get that control. This time around, we're seeing a similar story from LPB. Laza happy to just walk down mid, look for some information, and the rest of them post up in that stack towards A. Still variations to what it is they're bringing forward as the op moves towards C once again, familiar territory, and they've conceded a lot of mid. Really, really nice read here from LPB in towards what Apex are trying to achieve.
No, very early Blade Storm coming out from Kiko. They're going to use it to clear out towards Limbo. He doesn't clear backboard. Russ comes through and immediately puts the stop to the Jet ult, and that was something that Apex were looking to, with the guns that they have in their arsenal, try to keep a hold of this side. The Iris drop 1 might be able to upgrade the weapon. There's the Rolling Thunder to come through. Shadow's Hand going to be forced to dropping that ultimate out to buy them time and space to get that spike planted, but it's still not clear. Keep an eye on where Link is coming from.
Yeah, and this is something that they didn't have last time either. Control towards one of the connector positions to make the B post-plant a little bit sweeter. Moves out from the Killjoy lockdown. Still has a chance. Aftershock is available, wants to send it through. Link's already going to get this half and may just be able to stick it through. In fact, it's missed the mark. That's going to be another one for LPB to pick up. Half invest from Apex. They do make the Clown sweat, but still, that Clown makeup looking pretty good. No smudges just yet. Fairly clean performance.
Oh, I love that team name. I both love and hate that team name because I always just hear like the circus music starting up whenever I look at that logo. But it's been an absolute performance from this team so far today. They have looked insanely clean coming onto Haven. Like, this wasn't even their map pick, but they're looking just so put together. Luzzle once again is holding this angle onto C Long. Apex, however, have shown that, okay, they know that the op is most likely going to be starting up from that position. They're not going to push anywhere near it. Instead, it is going to be a little bit of information gathered towards B, gathered towards A. Recon Ball actually going to be let through this time, as Apex see the dark cover and have no choice but to spam through the smoke in case there's a player pushed aggressively up through it, as we've seen LPB do so many rounds in a row so early on in this match.
Yeah, LPB are keeping the same defensive setup somewhat as the previous round as well, at least in terms of player positions immediately, because they do not expect Apex to go for the same thing, and they aren't going to either. They'll be feeding into what the setup is here on A, left untested from the previous. No precursor whatsoever, and here is Kiko. Needs to come up big for them here. A huge round to take if you're Apex. The flashpoint is prepared. LPB are ready to fight this one out. The owl drone's cleared short, but the alarm bot is there watching out for it. Here comes the utility, and here comes the kills. Vong just sprays them all down. A quad for him, and just narrowly unable to find Magnum. It's literally a difference of 5 HP, or 10 HP I should say, from the Phantom to the Vandal. Really unfortunate stuff, but I don't think he cares. Damage dealt, and Apex, they're in the mud right now. Timeout coming through, and quite rightly.
So LPB, there's a reason that they position so close, so deeply up ramps, and that is because they know that there's no Rolling Thunder. And they're not running a KO, and they're not running a Fade either, so there's no Nightfall, and there's no Null Command that can just push them and punish them for holding that close to where the contact is going to be. So as a result, when Apex try to push up that ramp towards A, they're going to be taken by surprise by the defenders, and maybe they're expecting one person to be that deep and that close. They're definitely not expecting two. LPG, because of all of the information that they've still got to play anchored on C. They've also got Luzza giving all of that information towards B that no one has pushed up, no one has sent any feelers out, there's been no utility. They know it's going to be a full team push up ramps and potentially sewer. So all they have to do is get the rifle connection to last onto all of those members of Apex. All they have to do is spam bullet damage, and that's exactly what they do and exactly how they win the round.
Yes, Apex have been stuck in this attacking limbo for what feels like forever now, when you consider the end of Pearl coming into Haven. It's a side which you'd really want to start off on if you had that confidence, but like I said, the pressure perhaps getting to them just a little bit. They haven't tried to do anything too crazy, but even when it's gone to post-plan, 9 times out of 10, they're looking to be a few players down in that situation. Nice nano swarm coming in as Link actually Shrouded steps directly into it off of the garage pressure. Brilliant utility usage to set up Kiko in the site with the stinger, and he takes the kill. Hunter's Fury coming to dissuade them similarly as it did before. Updraft to keep guessing as Cray is pounced upon, but fights back brilliantly. Still alive in the site, and they are just cutting them apart. Magnum at the double with the turret. You can take its HP, but it'll take yours back. Still, a 1 versus 2, and he would fancy an upgrade. Has the Phantom in hand.
Drops
For the lockdown, yeah, I mean, you have to put everything into this round, right? But you will be hunted down. LPB aren't letting you get out of it for free, but maybe there's just a chance he could spray both. Vong is there, however, and this guy has been ridiculous. The Norwegian player against the Norwegian org comes back to bite them after a visit at HQ.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason as well that Magnum feels confident enough to drop that lockdown. We just saw the Hunter's Fury being used from Vong to deter any momentum that Kiko's entrance onto that C site could have allowed Apex to pick up. Without that being in the way, the Killjoy's lockdown is a lot more potent and pushes LPB to actually push onto that site to deny its existence before that detain goes on through, potentially allowing Magnum to have taken the round. But as you said, Vong has just been such a pain in Apex's side for them to deal with, as again we see very aggressive push coming on through from LPB. So much control, so much information given to their side. They know that Apex haven't crossed through lobby. They know that potentially Lazar should just hold on to this angle in case it does turn into a C push.
Oh, I don't think the Owl Drone's going to clear Link. And just stick in the corner. The second guess there makes you think that they've seen him, and in fact they have. The shots do connect through the wall. It's enough to drop him low, but not quite push him over the edge. I like this clear from Apex. How many times have we actually seen them go for that early sting towards a lobby, take some sewers control, and then pull back? We haven't. That is the pure and simple answer. Now they have that little bit more pressure that LPB have to sit and contend with and can move towards C. The only issue is it's Lazar with the operator posted up. They do have the utility to keep him pushed back, however, and that is just nearly perfect. Just about gets out from the nano swarm, and we do go to a post for once where it's at a level standing.
You can see as well how worried they are about that jet with the sheer amount of utility they invest, and they almost had Lazar. Without that updraft, he would have been gone. But here comes Russ. The wallbang comes through, connects onto Mystic, connects onto Shadow. Kiko takes out one, takes out two, takes out three! 66 health left to the jet, but he might just have done what Apex needed to find a third round for them. LPB, Link taps that spike, trying to bait out utility, forces out that position to come through from Apex. Hunter's Fury out. Lazar uses the updraft, tries to get onto double, doesn't manage to find the angle into Link, and as a result, we are down to just the one. Link, 6 health, doesn't have enough time to be able to get the full stick on the spike. Apex walk away with a third round in the board. It took a lot for them, but they came together like an absolute unit and showed why this team has been top dog for so long.
You just got to keep things close at this point. Find the next couple rounds, 7-5. I think Apex could be fairly happy with that, looking at how downtrodden they've appeared in the server in recent rounds. Kiko as well, picking up a 4K there will do a lot for how he's feeling about this game. I perhaps would have liked to have seen Lazar and Link just back away after that tap and baiting out the Hunter's Fury. I suppose they understand that the economy isn't fully there for Apex, and any more kills than what they were able to achieve would have set this buy to be a lot less than satisfactory is currently. But still, a sticky situation. They go for a timeout and just call a pause. Don't allow Apex to take any momentum from that situation whatsoever, and just reset what principles it is that they're bringing to the table here.
Yeah, it is really going to be about momentum. We've seen it be turned against Apex. Now they're looking to turn it against LPB. And this is a team that understands. This is a team that were able to turn around such a huge round differential. Entirely cavernous. The Grand Canyon pales in comparison to what LPB were able to claw back to be able to win their way through Pearl. Such a massive feat. And they know that Apex are very much fully capable of doing the exact same, and they don't want it to happen. We're going to see Lazar with the operator. Does see the turret. Doesn't decide to give away his position. Dash about to run out, taking a little bit of pressure. As there's the leg! And he finds Kiko!
Lazar, that's brilliant. It's the confidence in his teammates as well to just stay posted up on that angle. Understand that they'll be covering mid-window with the turret there as well, and then just find the flick shot onto Kiko. Just as it felt like he was starting to warm up, the Jet counterpart is able to best him. And from that timeout now, LPB with a brilliant chance, giving them no word in edgeways to make some kind of a historic turnaround as we saw LPB do. This would be a historic result, at least in terms of the regular season, and would definitely shake some predictions if it is to come through. Apex, they've decided on C. It's Ross here, as it always has been, with a Rolling Thunder to hold them at bay. A fault line to even follow it up, as they've barely broken the neck of the site just yet. Mystic to the back with the from the shadows, taken down with the spike. Held down by Ross that little bit longer. It's done God's work here, and Cray is oh so happy to join in on the action. It's party time at the circus, a fiesta for them. And custard pie after custard pie is being lobbed to the unsuspecting Apex as they look to be the ones with a red nose right now.
It's such high IQ coming through from Ross. He knows, okay, if they're pushing C long, it's going to be a full group push. I have to invest that Rolling Thunder because they don't have an ultimate to be able to push back onto me. And he uses not just the Rolling Thunder to displace the members of Apex, but then he throws in an extra foot line on top to disguise his position change towards the back of double, so that when Apex throw in that from the shadows from Mystic to get any information, any read on whether or not that time that Russ has allowed for with those two utility usages for a rotation to come through, he's in perfect position to take the Omen out. And Apex are in perfect position to head into this next half so many rounds down. This is not a good buy coming through from them. Kiko with this playstone has to come in massive. He goes into that A site so quickly, he's not even looking to allow LPB the time to be able to contest through tunnel. He takes one out, Cray taken out of the mix, has to updraft over the aftershock though, and that gives away his position.
Gets another stray shot out with the Blade Storm. Kiko with a 3-peat. And that brings Apex up to 4. They needed that one. Everything they possibly had available thrown into the round. And as the knives get thrown out, the result is turned, as it usually will be, from Kiko. I think this could be his defining series almost. Seeing how Apex have really struggled to get into this one early on, how he wasn't really hitting the heights on Pearl, now coming into Haven, offered the chance to be that star player, really step up to the mark when it matters, and carry the rest of his team on those young shoulders. I mean, when you consider the experience that he's paralleled against, you can't help but be impressed every single time. 8-4, a pistol would make it just that little bit better. We'll have to see what it is that Apex can deliver.
Kiko is going to be looking for those first bloods. So too is Enzo. Vong and Loza have been doing so much in regard to be able to spinning away control early on in these rounds for the side of LPB. They're choosing to push towards B.
Oh, I like this stun.
Nice little dash, Maxim holding his angle, not giving away his position so he can get more, and as a result he will be able to pick up Link. Kiko takes out Vong, but Loza turns it around with 2 of his own.
Russ has missed this stun though. Mystic is aware of the close position and should be taking the kill, but unfortunately the stun that suited him so well on the first pistol round will come back to bite, and now it's Kiko. This is your chance, my boy. This is the opportunity to make yourself legend. The first of many pieces, but the position is spotted. Can't even isolate a fight before the first contact will be made, and Loza cleans it up. 3 for him, going that little bit extra, and LPB now finding 9. If you're Apex, what do you do from this position? They had the utility to shout the site. Loza was forced to dash in deep because of Shadow's fault line. They had the first initial kills, and then it was just right click after right click, claiming the rest of them in towards connector, finally resulting in an A hit, which closes out the round.
Apex not even opting for a hero rifle at the moment. A Frenzy and his Sheriff go into the hands of Magnum and Kiko. Loza immediately going to be shooting out that recon bolt, as it has been Enzo now trying to just get information relayed to the team where LPB are going to push, whether or not they need to rotate, but it hasn't fully been signaled. And Enzo, he backs up through ramp, entirely none the wiser to the fact that there are players starting to congregate. That smoke is going to give it away. The rotation comes on through. Loza, though, is able to take down Enzo with the help of that breach utility. And as a result, control is very quickly moving away from Apex's hands.
Oh, Apex, they want to try and find anything here, but as soon as they've got 1, LPB have 4. turning up in their numbers. Now it's just Magnum with a frenzy. We're looking towards the next unfortunate situation for Enzo, I guess you could say, when you look at the positioning there, as it will be just a singular consolation for them. Double digits for LPB. They've got one Vandal, a Bulldog, a Spectre. You know, not the most healthy of bonus rounds that we will have seen, but there is an option for additional investment here if they want to make it happen. Apex will have pretty much everything, but quite the number on light shields. Won't be doing you too many favors.
The problem for Apex is that because their economy is going to be in so much question for every single one of these rounds, they're probably not going to feel confident to go for the op. And that was a big reason behind why LPB, on a map that is disfavored against the defense, were able to have such a stalwart hold at the beginning of these rounds. And it's going to be something that Apex aren't really allowed to invest into themselves. As it is going to be them all hoping to hold down these angles, set up a crossfire. As LPB enter towards that B site, this has to be explosive. They have to catch a player down on entrance.
Ooh, just about Shadow looking for a chance to find Vong, but instead we'll get Russ from Gong. It can be so hard sometimes to not get overwhelmed, and LPB are doing exactly that. They've got the numbers to slow things down. Vong is isolated here towards the default plant, but Hiko has absolutely no idea. Support coming in from a connector, and I'm not sure if he will anticipate this. Able to cloudburst and move away, just about spotting the shoulder of Vong. Now a Jet 1v1. Mystic not quite arriving just yet, has a dark cover to help out. Spotting the spike yet again, just holding firm. Paranoia into the peak. Confidence is here finally. Wind in the sails, and Kiko slays his Jet counterpart, breaks that mirror pick, and gives Apex their fifth.
And Kiko has been, on this map, the glue that is holding Apex together at the moment. Yeah. All of these rounds that Apex have been able to turn around have come off of the back of Kiko getting at least 2, a lot of the time 3 kills. He is able to hold down that B site even though LPB was starting to pull ahead, even without the Bladestorm to come through in that round as well.
How many times have we seen Loza do the exact same on the opposite end? It really does feel like a Jet v Jet battle. Coming into this game, it wasn't the matchup that we highlighted, but one that you're almost have to expect, right? The amount of these Jet players flying around Polaris in Northern Europe right now, you know, the gusts of wind in the winter season is just ridiculous. Here comes Kiko. He wants to be the difference maker on this round. Close angle taken up. Enzo falling back just a little bit for contact, but drops. What is the response? There is an alarm bot is the only issue, and do they anticipate another player to be hanging onto this angle? I don't think it matters. The reaction from LPB is just to move straight into this full C hit and completely forgo any chance of something like that happened. The stuns get traded, but Ross is a little bit bigger, and he has been the beast of the B site here usually. Laza, the one with impact, however. It is Jet season right now, and he leads the way. Some trades to be made, but now it's the Jet on the other end, the one that we spoke of, to turn another 3v1, but it's just so much to ask.
He's got the Bladestorm if he wants to invest in that. We'll allow him to be a little bit faster. Dark cover comes through from Link. Kiko's using it to actually push his way onto the site, but unfortunately Vong is keeping an eye on the angle, sees the Jet as he comes out of the smoke before Kiko is able to recover. And as a result, it's 11 rounds for LPB. And we said, like, the difference maker could honestly be the Jet v Jet, but it's also just the economy that's very swiftly turning against Apex. The fact that it's Kiko who's the one that's getting all of these kills means that Shadow didn't have enough charge to be able to go toe-to-toe, Rolling Thunder to Rolling Thunder. And that's the big difference maker. Rolling Thunder is always going to be able to beat out a fault line because it's an ultimate in comparison to a cooldown. And as a result, Loza has so much more to be able to play off of, and that's exactly what he does.
A nice quick hit down C long, and Kiko opens up. LPB looking to get something done here, but for Apex, where have we seen this scoreline before, Moxie? 11-5? It was the exact same on the previous map, but the conditions do feel just that little bit different. There's a point where you say now or never, and it certainly feels like that for Apex. Kiko repositioning towards Garage. They've completely given up C. The anticipation for them will be that LPB perhaps don't want to try and clear back that position, and they've got it spot on because it will be in towards the crosshairs of that Jet player. just waiting for the flash to come through, turns away just in time, but the shot's not quite connecting. They know about Mystic, he's already low. C now gaping wide open, but they do not bite. Plenty of time left to work with, just under a minute left on the clock, but they have options, they have players, and they do have utility to work with here as well. Russ has everything you could ask for to make this dream a reality. Here is Crate.
Oh, just comes in with the fault line in time for that cooldown, but he's not really going to have the chance to invest it until now it catches out. Vong, but Vong even through it is able to catch out Enzo. Shadow is able to pick up Russ. Breach taken down for a breach. Shadow still holding strong all the way in back of this site, but he gets taken down by Loza. And it's going to be a 2 versus 1. Magnum only got a stinger to his name, and a turret isn't able to stop the spike. Plant, Vong, and Loza both extremely low, but he doesn't check the angle. Loza holding the corner is able to take down the Killjoy. And LPB put themselves onto match point. Are we finally going to see the king of the jungle, the apex predator, finally toppled from their position as undefeated #1 seed of Polaris?
We'll just have to wait and hold on a little bit longer. 5 series points separate LPB from achieving that feat. Going where no Polaris team has ever gone before. Yeah, they outshone expectations. We knew of the quality. It was a question of, are we going to be seeing those VCT level plays come out from these guys or not? Nice use of the updraft to get away from Enzo's ultimate, and you need to be turning some kind of value early doors here if the investment is to be worthwhile. A last gambit from Apex. Everything being thrown on the line here to make something happen, and it looks like LPB are going to be heading in towards making the C execute yet again.
Smart from them as well. It's not a comfortable buy for Apex to be able to hold on to that C long. If you have rifles and operator,
they've gambled.
Absolutely, you take the distance, but not Apex when you have stingers.
They've fully gambled on this being a C hit. They've absolutely nothing. Well, really, I guess you're looking for an A retake. You've got the lockdown, you have the Rolling Thunder to work with, but even then, a difficult task. How much do LPB know about this? Slowly probing their way up A long. They should be able to bring this to an afterplant, and it's a 5 versus 5 skirmish to close. Look at the ults LPB having counter, though. A lockdown of their own, a Hunter's Fury, and a Blade Storm if you just want to toss it to the wayside and get rid of those kings that we spoke of. Here we go. Vong with the ult, even taking Mystic low HP. Kiko trying to trade it out, but still the Sova continues to fire off. Only Magnum remains. Has a Killjoy ult of their own, and well, there's no counter to worry about this time, but there is a hell of a lot sitting in front of you. LPB looking to put a dampener on the victory parade, and they will do exactly that. The clowns take center stage, and it seems as if the pecking order, the order of the food chain, will be assembling just a little bit. No crumbs left on the plate as the main course of playoffs awaits.
I mean, for all of the times we said Loza's name, I really do think we have to give it up to Vong. How they played that last round was absolutely perfect. Like, they know, okay, if we play for a retake, they're going to have to funnel through tunnel. We have that Sova ult, we have the Hunter's Fury. We're going to be able to catch them out, and we're going to be able to split them, because this is so smart about what they do. They wait for the defenders to give themselves away, and for one to step into tunnel and separate themselves from the team, and then the Hunter's Fury comes out. So you're not able to throw more bodies through tunnel. You find yourself getting split into these 2 pocket fights that you lose both of. One, because there are just too many players that overwhelm you with all of the numbers that are on that side, and it's just 1 to 2 people trying to go up against. Everyone else is taking so much damage from the breach, from the Sova. They can't even come and try and contest closer because the lockdown is going to be able to come into full play. And as a result, you know what? Vong takes it. Loza was an absolute star anchoring some of those sites and coming in some really instrumental first kills, but Vong for the entirety of that series, whether he was holding down the fort towards A long, whether he was coming with these really clutch Sova ultimates, just absolutely ran away with everything he was doing.
You have to mention those Sova ults as well, because how many times coming into the C execute did you see Rush prepared in the backside and then Vong assisting from the other side of the map? Global presence this guy had, and when they did push his site, it's that 4-player spray down, getting so close to finding the 5th. And for Apex, just not looking the same as they usually do. 13-5. This game wasn't even close, and they were the ones that picked into it. I think starting on the attacking side certainly leans into quite a lot of how this result ends up looking, because they just did not have the confidence to get the good start that they wanted to. But I mean, even then, they picked up the pistol, right? Somehow, skin in the teeth, as it always seemed that they'd be able to. And then LBP run away with it. So my main thing to say is just how impressed I am with Le Petit Buffon throughout this split so far, bringing in Matty as the coach, scrimming together, getting that practice, and now just looking like such a well-oiled unit. All you can say is sign the clowns, man. They must have found something in Apex head office, because, I mean, they had the sauce today.
I mean, take out the clown wigs and replace them with a crown, because they look like absolute kings, absolute champs today. And like, we've talked about all of these different players, we have to give it up as well to Russ. The IGLing coming through from this team, off of how many rounds they were behind in terms of pull, to be able to turn that around into a map win and then continue that momentum and confidence into Haven, knowing that you had had the toughest time on your own map pick. You're now walking into the Lion's Den, your opponent's map pick, without arguably going to be at such a huge advantage, and you don't know whether or not there's going to be some insane strategy or a different composition bundled up behind what exactly those 3 doors of Haven hold for you. But they had that confidence, they continued the momentum. Luzza was able to really just anchor down C Long on the defense with the operator and come in and play absolute havoc as well, with the mind games coming through between these two teams, where every single time it felt like Apex was starting to return to their former self and maybe regain a little bit of that confidence. It was either a really well-timed timeout coming on through from the side of Le Petit Buffons to make sure that it unraveled all of that momentum, didn't allow it to be picked up, or it was really good calming and just really good utility usage, shutting down the angles, making sure that even with some insane triple kills and quad kills, they weren't able to have Kiko pull out all of the stops and allow them to clutch out in the end.
And I mean, going into playoffs here, I think that might just shift the thoughts in people's minds. Perhaps the reality check, I think, which Apex perhaps needed to understand that, everything isn't just perfect right now, and there are some serious contenders in that top 4. And one of the players on the LPB team we'll be getting to speak to is Cray. So welcome, Cray. Congratulations on that result. I mean, you guys have got to be pretty happy with that. Some new maps came into the pool, but you took a look at what you'd seen Apex already do and managed to find the winning formula.
Yeah. First, I want to say thanks for having me. But yeah, I think going into the game, I think after the veto, Ross was incredibly confident. He got all the maps that he wanted to. So going into it, we knew this was pretty much our game to take, considering the preparation and stuff we'd gone into it with. So we were feeling good.
So speaking then of the preparation and also all of the maps that you wanted to being picked up, I was very surprised that Pearl popped up given how dominant Apex had been with the Phoenix strat previously. Was there a specific reason that you wanted to push Pearl to the forefront and force that Phoenix composition?
I mean, we had looked at Ross and Matty had looked at the games. They'd seen the comps, they'd seen the score lines of the games. It wasn't super convincing, so to speak. So we felt like if we could look at their games and look at how they played, it wasn't going to be too hard to figure out what we needed to do. And we feel like it's a really good map for us. It's been a really good map for us for maybe the last 3 months or so, the best map we've had so far. But us starting as a new team, so we were comfortable no matter playing anyone.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had looked good on Pearl for a long time, so sort of inviting that duel against Apex takes a lot. And it's fair to say it didn't get off to the best of starts. You were down 11-4 at one point during the game. What went through the comms to turn things around and, really spot out what it was that you needed to do?
I don't know. It was just everyone managed to stay calm. We weren't too worried about the scoreline. We've had games in the past where we've been down and we've managed to come back. So we know we can do it. It's been done before. So we just played our game. Everyone kept calm, kept playing the rounds out. So and when we ended up, doing, repeating the comeback.
And then we almost sort of went from the opposite. Even though it was your map pick, it was by far the closest map in the series. And then we moved over to Apex's own pick, and it just seemed extremely one-sided at certain points. Do you feel like there was any specific reason why, in comparison to how closely fought the first map was, the second one spelled out the way it did?
Not. I mean, I suppose it was the first game was such a long drawn out map, overtime. So everyone ended up getting warmed up. So going into like the second map was their map pick. We obviously had a lot of preparation. Had been practicing for. It's been like quite a long break since our last game. So we've managed to prac a decent amount, get what we need to do on that map to be able to play Apex, and if everything went our way. At the end of the day, Ross played amazing. It's kind of scary watching him being able to frag the way that he can frag and call as well, considering how new he is to calling. So he's a game changer on our team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we said coming into the game how he's an IGL, but sometimes you see him have these moments like that ace he had on Ascent a couple play days ago, and then, how he was performing today. You guys look really well oiled, and you've made a serious statement piece here, I think, as well, for people to take you seriously going into playoffs. Looking towards that then, of course, we didn't see it this time around, but Split and Lotus will be joining the map pool. How are you guys feeling about those two, if you want to just give us maybe a little teaser or a tidbit?
I probably won't say too much about Lotus. So, it's a new map. No one really knows which way it can go. It can change quite a lot, but we have played it, and it's felt pretty comfortable. But only time will tell. You never know really what the meta is going to be. Could change in like 2 weeks or something. So, and then Split has historically been a pretty comfortable map for myself and Rush. We played that quite a lot. We found it a pretty strong map, no matter the team we're in. So we're looking for it to be the same. But it's just getting the hours back on it, considering how long it's been out of the map pool. It's just getting the repetition again. But we're looking the map pool is looking really good for us at the moment.
Yeah.
And then finally, we have to say as well, we've heard a lot of praise for Russ, who is very much a gorgeous and amazing IGL. But is there anyone else on your team, or perhaps friends and family, that you want to thank yourself and say a massive shout out for?
I mean, everyone on the team has been, doing their bit. Matt and Russ have obviously been putting in incredible hours. Even like Lazza, he loves watching the games and coming up with stuff, where everyone's putting in their work. And then obviously it's just like everyone that's coming and supporting us. We're obviously trying to get out, hashtag sign the clowns as much as possible. Anyone that's supporting us through that has been great. We've seen it all. So thank you to everyone out there. And even Apex, I think they definitely need a shout out for, the content they helped us with, or even invited us to do together, which, you don't see organizations doing that. And considering the landscape in Polaris, trying to get as many organizations into the league is a great thing. So shout out to them 100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of respect to be given there. It's the Polaris family, right? It's tough love sometimes with games like this. There are grudge matches here and there. But yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic from them. Hashtag sign the clowns. Make sure you're all getting on it. And once again, congratulations, and go enjoy the rest of your evening, because you have beaten a team that no one else seemed to be able to do.
Yep. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
There we have it. We heard it from him himself, right? Look, maybe we're not going to get too much on what's going on with Lotus and Split just yet, but looking towards the playoffs, this is a team which has to be feared.
Yeah, and I mean, given what little we got told as well, the fact that they feel comfortable on Lotus, I feel like it's going to be such a massive advantage against some of these teams, right? Obviously, if you feel comfortable enough to leave Lotus into your map pool, that allows you to force your opponent either into banning it out immediately or putting themselves onto a map that they're not the most comfortable on. And Lotus, like Craig said, has a very strange meta that we're still wanting to see develop, and whether or not it's the same as we got in Lock-In, or whether or not it changes a little bit along the way before we hit the playoffs, we'll have to see. The teams will have to see as well, and that's going to have a major impact on how quickly some of these players can adapt into being able to deal with Lotus, and whether or not they can go far in those playoffs, or whether or not they falter at the final hurdle.
We can now get a look at what those standings look like coming into the final play day, which will be taking place after this one. All of the top three still set in their ways, or Le Petit Buffon actually just about looking to pip the top spot here on the graphic, but
Hello and welcome to day 1 of playoffs here at Polaris. What started off with a total of 8 teams is now only down to 4. And by the end of this week, it's actually only going to be 1 team that can claim themselves to be the Pathfinder and represent our region. Now, I'm Jeannie, and I know you guys are used to me being casting with the literal impersonation of the 5-head emotes, but this time around, we have the TikTok caster instead. So hi, Hazza. How's it going?
I'm doing good, Ginny. I mean, look, I knew what I signed up for. I'm already expecting to be the brunt of a few of your jokes, but look, you post more TikToks than me. Let's be honest, right? I surely not.
You got the hairstyle.
Right. Yeah, I guess so. Right. It fits the bill, but it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to getting into playoffs. We'll have some incredibly tight matchups as we have done for the majority of the season. I think it's fair to say pretty much anyone can beat anyone, and that's the narrative we're taking into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's been the narrative for the last year and a half at this point. When it comes to Polaris, you can genuinely expect anything. And looking at the standing specifically, I feel like Hazza, that just further solidifies the point that you just brought forward in terms of it has been so closely matched, even until the last day of the regular spread. We were calculating, wondering what team was going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, we were, exactly, right? There was still that sort of slight thought that maybe Hookahs would be able to slip the bill and find a way onto it instead of HS Deer, but, you know, that pipe dream has sort of slipped away from us now, and it is just HS Deer that will be rounding them out. But then even when you look towards the top end, and Le Petit Buffon, who managed to claim that first seed in their game against Apex a couple weeks prior, that's a team which has been beaten by HS Deer already, so in the regular season, things can still really shift now that it's playoffs. It's a different environment.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy though that every single team had at least one loss, which I guess is to be expected. I think we had a lot of expectations coming into this from the likes of Focus, Apex, Le Petit Buffon, and I think the 4th place was always going to be a bit of a question mark. So we had expectations for Hookahs coming into this as well, but it felt like this is really that start of Polaris where a lot of these teams were trying to find their footing, and unfortunately some of them found it a little bit too late. I mean, last day of the regular play season was an absolute banger. Every single series went to the 3rd mapper. There was OT. It was insane to say the least. But hopefully that's something that we're going to be replicating here again today. But not to take away from any of these players, because we also have the 5 top players here at Polaris, and I think again this is further solidifying that narrative that we have going on. When it comes to Polaris, when it comes to these teams, even players that are currently not here today in the playoffs are still in the top 5 for ACS. I mean, Heiko is on there, Laza is on there. That's to be expected. But Juso and Nila, they're unfortunately not here, but they've had such a great impact this season.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? The region is really stacked from top to bottom, and even Jusu got a final outing in the previous playday that we had. Bonk with one final hurrah back from the grave to show that they're still around and kicking, and yeah, 3rd place in the top 5 players. I mean, that's nothing to turn your nose up at. Nile as well, a key part of what Vamonos' success has been so far in this split, and one to look forward to towards the future and what next split will bring for them. I'm sure that the roster will certainly be uprooted. There are changes on the horizon. Whether that solidifies them as being a top cut team or not, we'll have to see, but yeah, promising things on the way.
Absolutely. Enough dwelling though on the past and enough promises about the future. Instead, we're here in the present, and today we have 2 games coming your way, and this is because of the fact that it's playoffs and we even have a bracket. We're going to be starting off the first game today with Le Petit Buffon up against HS Deer, and then the second is going to be Focus against Apex. Now, there is a lower bracket, so even though your favorite team might not be winning here today, that doesn't mean that they're out. And if memory recalls, XL was the team that had a lower bracket run in their first season of, like, the first ever season of Polaris, so maybe this is something that we're going to see again. I have no idea, Hazza.
Yeah, everything is just so close right now. I can literally see either of these 4 teams making their way to the playoff semi-finals here, and I think it's quite forgiving that we do have double elimination as well, because Focus versus Apex for many would have been that like top 2 teams in the region going off almost immediately, so it's nice that there's a little bit of life of both of them yet, right? So to give them that extended stay in the playoffs, whether that is only one more game or not, we'll have to see, but I mean, some ridiculous games coming up, and I can't wait to see how this pans out.
Absolutely, and the first one is going to be HS Deer against Le Petit Buffon. A bit of a rematch, really, because the only game that Le Petit Buffon lost so far was against HS Deer. It was Icebox and it was Breeze that just seemed to be biting Le Petit Buffon, and unfortunately for them, this was the game that they lost. They did beat Apex, so they did show us that Apex can bleed, which for some other teams is, you know, a bit of a good precedent to set, but this rematch has I'm excited.
Yeah, I think it would have been a weird one as well if Apex had come into the playoffs completely invincible, but LPB have put down that stamp of authority, right? They've dethroned the de facto kings of the region, so it felt up until this point in time. HSD still having a very strong run, managing to find that win in the last of their play days as well, and show the map pool a bit more as well. Flex out that they're able to play on a map like Lotus, Lear on a different role there as well, filling in on the Omen. Lots to be thinking about in terms of how that can affect this matchup, and you also mentioned that HSD were able to beat LPB in the last time they faced each other in the regular season. That had Breeze in the pool. We've seen that change of Lotus now coming as well, and it's interesting to see how that will factor into this matchup.
Absolutely. In the second matchup, I think this is the team that Apex undefeated as what some of us were thinking, but Lipti Buffon have proved us wrong. It's Apex up against Focus, and I think this is really that match that a lot of people are looking forward to, because Focus, the expectations of that roster coming into this, the organization with the name Apex, another org here in Polaris, which unfortunately we don't have too many of. So seeing these two, so to say, titans go at it, we've only seen it once, another rematch. Last time it did go in favor for Apex, but Focus, they have leveled up throughout the season.
That they have, and it's going to be a month tomorrow. It will be the first time that we've seen them play an official, basically. So they've been off stream for a while. Lots of scrims, lots of work put in behind the scenes as your boy Lewis is now coming in as this new IGL for them. The roles not really filling in as they perhaps would have hoped. And it was that one bump in the road that we saw, especially as well in the game that they previously played against Apex, a 13-3 result in their favor on Ascent. And I think they put a lot of that down to individual performances. We'll have to see how the team has gelled over this downtime that they've had now to adjust things, and whether it is a new look Focus or some of the same old problems cropping up for them.
Yeah, whether or not those problems arise or are things that they've been dealing with, we're going to be finding that out. But one of the things that may have caused us some issues or the talent prediction, but that's just because we like to call each other out on the fact that some of us might not be knowing what they're doing, but most of us do. We're just going with these predictions, trying to see who gets the most points. And honestly, Pavlos really, I was going to say, trading on some insider information, it did get him that 1 point ahead, but then the rest of us really started slacking.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is absolutely smurfing right now. The only person to have hit 20 points, and we'll see if it'll be as clean when we come out of this one. I think LPB and Apex being the top two teams in the regular season are the favorites for most people, but you know, I've gone for Focus. We've got some HSDs in there as well. I think it'll be interesting to see, and hopefully I won't be sat on the bottom again by the time this playday ends, because I've just about managed to escape it for what felt like the majority of the predictions that we had thus far.
I'm so proud of you. You're doing great.
Thank you.
But I want to ask you, why Focus? Because you're kind of the only one from Talent who chose this Focus. Moxie did get the lowest because she didn't put it in time. But what happened there with you?
I think, look, maybe I've been speaking to Lewis too much. Maybe I've been swindled, but I don't know. It's that, has the honeymoon period for Apex ended? And like the thing you were saying about XL before in previous splits, I think sometimes teams, not whether Apex have already had that reality check or not, but sometimes the team that you expect to just come out all guns blazing will drop into the lower bracket, sort of get that mental reset more than anything else, and then be able to clean back through. And that's perhaps the narrative that I want to tap into. Focus also as well, that unknown quantity, the roles now a lot more assured, the map pool should be looking better for them, I'm thinking. But look, it's only a prediction. We can only hazard as to what will actually pan out when we get into those matches.
Yeah, well, it's only going to be a prediction for now, but if you want to make sure that you're staying up to date with not just our predictions from the side of Talent and who wins, but also all information related to Polaris, make sure to check out Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Twitter definitely is where it's at, if I do say so myself. But honestly, heads up, this is incredible. The next match that we're going to be seeing is Lip to Buffon against HSD, a rematch that we've been looking forward to for a very long time. So make sure you get your snacks ready, because we'll be back shortly.
Right.
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay.
It's
This
the
is
one.
easy.
It's the one outside B. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on Breeze.
No,
Yo,
I did perfect. The red one
is a bit broad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he
half
did.
point.
That's a half point for Magnum, my
Yeah.
opinion. That's a half point for
I need
Magnum.
to.
The main key is
What
that
is
I
your
use
mic?
Yo, what is your mind, bro?
We get full points, I think. Magnum has.
Magnum's half point, bro. His line's barely
It's
touched
like
it.
my last time, you know.
I think I know what it is. I'm pretty sure.
I have no clue.
I'm going to.
Frednan is probably right.
I actually don't know this one. It's
Okay.
a good one. Ooh.
You know why
Fridtjof
you know what
Nansen.
it's not here, bro.
Where are you, Liv?
Look, I went with a wild one.
No,
Yes.
there's no
I'm
way.
too good,
Why
I'm
do you
too
know
good.
about this?
Why are
Too
you
much
there in
fun.
ranked?
I'm holding spawn.
Holding a spawn.
Holding spawn.
spawn.
Holding flank.
It did seem
And
like
I'm
B
full
lobby.
trolling. Well, I got it.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Here we go! The
No.
best of the best.
Yeah, I know this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this.
Oh, the big sack, Fredden.
Yep.
We're so good, but
Yep.
Frednan is just better.
Yeah.
I'm just better.
Oh, come on.
I think I
My
know what
G.
this is.
My G, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
We got this.
PP, I hope you
This is easy, bro.
I don't know, Magnum's a bit off.
Magnum is missing. Magnum, he's taking.
Nah, he got it. General. Yeah, he got it.
Ah, Magnum.
Oh, no.
Wait.
No. I forgot.
Wait.
Pepe, how long have you been playing this game? Like 2 years?
One day.
One year.
Moment we've been waiting for quite a while, the rematch between HS Dare and Lipti Buffon to determine whether or not Lipti Buffon are going to be able to get some of that success that they've had throughout the entirety of the regular season here in that playoffs and beat that one team that got the better of them. I'm Ginny, joined by Haza, and we're going to be talking about this for a bit before we jump right into it. So, Haza, this match specifically, as we mentioned, HS Dare were the ones to win it last time around. It was OT on Breeze. Icebox looked breezy for HS Dares, if we do say so ourselves. Whereas Lipti before, this was one of those matches where they genuinely looked like they struggled and they just were not in their top form.
Yeah, it did. I think Breeze as a map for Le Petit Buffon is an interesting conversation as well, and how they were playing on it. We saw, even going back to Beacon Finals against Vamonos, it was a map which they didn't completely have under wraps, despite the fact that it was one that they like to play into fairly often. Now, of course, it's gone from the pool, so we're in a bit of a different dynamic, and how the maps work, I think, will be fairly integral as to how this matchup actually pans out. I'm fully expecting us to probably see a Pearl, because we've seen both teams sort of weight it as being common ground and quite frequently play into it. But yeah, in terms of how that previous matchup played out as well, you've got to be looking at Le Petit Buffon sort of improving throughout the season. We know that they've been able to scrim a lot more. They've had Matty come in as coach, who's really helped to sort of drill in how everything's set up. They've had Vong playing as their fifth for an entire season now as well. And I'm fully expecting them to, you know, they're coming into this as favorites, right? It's hard not to put them in that position, especially with how they managed to perform against Apex in that last game too.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like especially when it comes to the experience of these individual players, it's really showing when we saw them against Apex of all the games, because they were put under pressure. That was one of the games that it was a 50-50 for either team to win, but Lipti Buffon coming out on top. It speaks volumes to how this team has gelled together over the last couple of weeks, especially because HS Dare, that matchup was quite early on for this roster specifically. So a couple of cracks that were shown, and the fact that they went back and worked on some of those issues and just came out literally on top here at Polaris, coming in first seed today, which is why they're going up against HS Dare, who happens to be the fourth seed. That's a lot of promising things on the horizon for this team. So I love how we also kind of discussed a little bit when it comes to those maps. We're going to be getting into that further, but when it comes to Lipti Buffon, it does feel like the fundamentals are down for every single one of these players. Again, this could be down to the experience, maybe because of that coach coming into play as well. But then when we're looking at HS Dare, this is a roster that we have seen compete before in Polaris as well, especially when it came to Vicious and Ale. They were together on Kova, so they've actually been in the playoffs before. This was last year. Their only two core members remain here, and they've both had incredible performances so far on Polaris, but they need to replicate that again today. And when we're looking at the matchup that we saw last time between Lipti Buffon and HS Dare, it felt like maybe a couple of pop-off performances from some of the individuals that we've seen coming through. So Lear and Lynxy, they had really, really good games that time around. So the question here is, Haza, are they going to be replicating that today?
I think it's an interesting one to ask. I'm especially looking at how Lear is going to be performing in this game, because I think it's fair to say in the series that we saw against Hukars the other week, he wasn't hitting the high notes that we perhaps expected of him, and this lull in form could be critical now coming into playoffs with how important he's been for the success of HS Dare so far in this split. You spoke already of Ale and Vicious and the previous history they have playing under Kova and in the playoffs, and I think that will be integral as well as to what the approach is like here, making sure that the mental doesn't crack under the pressure. LPB on the flip side, you know, laced front to back with that experience at the highest level of competition. We just needed an assurance that they would be able to compete, you know, at this level as successfully as a team more than anything else than we expect them to. And I think the same needs to be delivered from HS Dare to what LPB could do in the regular season. We now need to see that they're able to take that step up and really be the team that they want to fill in the boots of.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the head-to-head as well, when it comes to some of the individual players that we're looking to highlight here this evening, we're going to be looking at Link and Lynxy. Both of these players have had incredible performances in their own rights. Both of the players feel very comfortable on the smoking agent role. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how the different playstyles from both of them, regardless of the fact that they're playing the same role, is going to be impacting the wider dynamic, not just of their teams, but also of the game as a whole.
Yeah, looking at some of these stats here as well, there are sort of leads and losses in certain areas. Interesting that Link is actually 0 on the clutch percent. I think the statistic is somewhat misleading in the fact that Link is clutch in the way, not that he'll win you a 1vx necessarily, very good at doing that, perhaps hasn't been tested in that capacity yet so far in the regular season, but will turn up really big at certain points in the game when you need him. I'm thinking of that Pearl matchup against Apex that we saw the other week when, you know, they were looking a bit downtrodden. They were down, I believe it was 11-6 on their defender's half, and suddenly he just turns up massive on this Sage and was able to lock down the B site on so many occasions. Couldn't find a way in. Kiko didn't have the answers on the Phoenix as you usually expect him to. And this time against HS Dare, we'll have to see if it's a similar story or not.
Yeah, I mean, at least it didn't lose an 11-3 lead, so it could be worse. But when it comes to one of the topics that we discussed already was the maps, and we kind of briefly touched upon the fact that HSDR is a team that likes Breeze. Now, Breeze, historically, although it's only been played 3 times, is their strongest map. They were yet to lose that map, and the fact that it's no longer here in the map pool it does bring forward a couple of question marks in terms of what are they going to pick and what are they most comfortable with.
Yeah, that it does, and I think that it's almost a one-for-one substitute then with Lotus, because we've seen them already. They're comfortable to float it in the veto. They played it last week as well. You have Le Petit Buffon coming into this, and the post-match interview we had with Cray the previous week as well, just speaking to him, it sounded like there's some rumblings in that LPB camp, and they've actually been thinking about playing this map a little bit. I'm not sure whether that comes to fruition here or not, but we'll have to see if that's something they've considered. Pearl as well as a map, it's one that we've seen both of them play into in the regular season, and we are just going to get the map veto right here, and looky here, it is Lotus and Pearl. Surprise, surprise.
Split is to be the decider. I mean, every single map that's been thrown into the pool recently, so to say, is we're getting it. I'm really happy to see the split. I like split. I really do. So I'm happy for it to be back. But first, you know, these teams are going to have to conquer Lotus and Pearl. Now, Lotus with that newer map coming in as well. We've seen how HSDR plays it here, Haza. We know how comfortable they are on this map. We know what they like to execute. We're, so to say, aware of their playstyle and the agents that they like to pick here. So that's something that can definitely come in advantage when we're looking at Le Petit Buffon because of the fact that they have the VOD review, whereas when we're looking at HSDR, we haven't seen Le Petit Buffon play on Lotus yet.
Yeah, and as well, looking at the bans, LPB banning straight into Icebox because of how last time went. I think that's sort of quite a reactive one. You haven't seen how they've played on Lotus yet, but we do have those sort of premonitions about HSDR are going to approach it with the double controller. Lear will be playing on the Omen most likely, but then still picking up the Operator. And I think that is quite symptomatic of how we've sort of seen the meta shift with Chamber not being present anymore. If you're not picking into the Jet, then you want one of your deeper lying supportive roles to be picking up the Op, and we already know how comfortable Lear is picking into that weapon. Of course, it being the most expensive one in the game, big investment, but if you can make it work, then it could do you a whole world of good.
Yeah, and especially when we're looking at HSDR and what they were comfortable playing on Lotus, it was that Neon from Ale that was an absolute nightmare to be dealing with. The amount of timings that he was able to just completely distort for the opposing team, the fact that when it came to Vominos, they really struggled with shutting down that Neon. One of those Asians that literally runs at you. Like, that's just the entire kit. It just runs at you. And Vominos struggled a lot with shutting that down. So it's going to be interesting whether we're going to see that from Le Petit Buffon as well. I'm assuming this is something that they've prepped for. Again, looking at Neon. When you're looking at a team like Le Petit Buffon that have had a lot of experience playing in a lot of different levels, also just the fact they have a coach now, they have had that chance to look at what HSDR could be pulling out of the bag and come up with a couple of strategies, work on their util usage, work on playing off of each other. That's going to play a really big role on this map, especially because they're the ones who picked it.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be feeling comfortable. I said that perhaps Cray had alluded to it somewhat in the interview that we had, and I guess it's come true. I think as casters, we can only be happy when you see all of these new maps go straight into the pool, because it gives us more to pick apart. It's nice to have that experience. And yeah, we'll have to see whether the coaches on LPB have been picking apart what limited information, but I think it still could go quite a way in terms of how that actually helps you prepare. Obviously being a big part of how teams will approach games in the season, and whether maybe we've seen HSDR show their hand too early. Like you said, Ale playing on the Neon, it's such a different playstyle to what the Jet would be, so seeing Lear swap onto the Omen doesn't really, surprise too much. You look at the other supportive roles there as well. I was thoroughly impressed with Freden's performance in the series last time out on the Killjoy, so we'll have to see, what that's looking like as well. Lots of factors at play, and I can't wait to see how this wraps up.
Yeah, and the second map that's going to be Pearl, but we'll talk about that another time, because now we have the agent select ready, and HSDR, they're sticking with what they're comfortable with. They're sticking with what worked for them last time around. Identical composition: the Killjoy, the Omen, the Neon, the Sky, and the Breach. But then we're looking at Le Petit Buffon, and things are changed up a little bit. I mean, not changed, but they're different to what we see from HSDR.
I absolutely love this Ginny. We've got Luzza playing on the Chamber, one of the few maps which is still on life support where you're able to find value from his kit. There are quite a few different areas, such as Waterfall, for example, from the defensive side. We won't get that look in, immediately because LPB will be on the attack, where you can take these really aggressive early peaks and still get similar value to what the old Rendezvous was in terms of that repositioning and then not just safety, but cutting down on the rotate times as well. You're doubling up on the Sentinel, so Cray can assist. You're looking at the synergy between Russ and Link here on that Breach and Raze utility as well to force early control. The fact they are only playing that single controller on both sides I think will be interesting, but we've already seen how much value Omen can bring with a one-way on both sides of the map.
Yeah, and the Omen plays, especially when it comes to the Lip to Buffon, they're very versed in that agent. And some of the plays that we're seeing, some of the mind games that we're seeing when it comes to Lip to Buffon and their utilization of that Omen, beautiful to see, to say the least. So today is going to be another showing of both of these teams. This is the fact that we're actually seeing Lotus for the second time. Polaris, and again, it's HS Dare that are bringing us this treat. Maybe not their pick, but definitely a map that they let float. And the aggression starts off immediately from Ale.
We do have the Rendezvous from Luzza though, so quickly into safety. The double stun from... Oh my goodness, Ale just stuns Luzza completely. Both metaphorical and physical as he just gets shot in the head. And now they're going straight into this BXZ, and the fault line is ready to stop the quick retake coming through from HS Deer.
Yeah, Spike has already been moved around, but they're going to be colliding. Vong is one to get that first pick, Lear to be dealt with. Vong again comes out on top. They managed to get that numbers advantage down, so now it's just identical for both of these teams.
Yeah, they were worried about the quick retake, actually. Didn't know that the fault line and paint shells had got as much value as they really did. So instead, went for that extra push, took Waterfall control, and now go into a post plant on C. We'll have to see what the control looks like, as we've seen a little bit of space taken towards that plateau. Vicious and Ale already grouping up to take out Vong. He finds his third before dropping now into a 2 versus 2. Cray getting one more on this site defense. Vicious has to go huge, but falls just short. Link closes out, and LPB take the pistol.
LPB starting it off strong, expecting that aggression early on from HS there, using that util from Luzza to be able to get back into safety. And Ale, yes, still finds that aggressive pick, but Lip to Buffon are making sure that they're staying on track, getting onto that B side, using that util to delay them for as long as they possibly can. Get the plant down, get into that post plant. And even the aggression from HS Dare, the way that it was dealt with, the way that Lip to Buffon held on to that utility up until the point where that spike was down to stop them from just completely trampling on them over site. Beautiful execution. Lip to Buffon. Now they're going to have to carry that into the second round.
Ale with the opener 2 rounds in a row. Linksy also managing to connect a kill. And now it's an immediate 4 versus 3. LPB at a player disadvantage. How do they look to respond? We have Cray taking some space outside of Mound, moving on towards C. Russ just trying to move one of those weapons out of bounds. Won't be able to do it just quite. But it's interesting already to see how LPB are responding to these initial aggressions that HS Deer are showing us.
Yeah, a beautiful position from Vong to be able to swing on the left side from Ale. Ale gets caught off by that. Wasn't expecting it. Was only expecting Luzza to be pushing out aggressively. So HS Deer, their aggression is paying off. For now, Lip to Buffon, they have shown glimpses in the last 2 rounds of the fact that they can deal with this aggression. And this aggression was something that Vamonos truly struggled with when they were playing against HS Dare on Lotus. So Lip to Buffon have learned from their mistakes and are implementing some of these changes into their own executes.
Lear in the middle here has had quite an elongated fight with Cray. Before it was the reversible door, and now he's gone all the way down through pillars and actually connected the shots. That is the route from the problem already discarded. And now a 3 versus 2. LPB found a way to turn this around, encircled themselves on the B control, and are all too aware of where HSD are trying to retake this from. No utility available, the turret not coming up, the fault line away, and Link just prodding and poking at these remaining players, which look to be locked out. You find one more kill here, and Linksy will do it, and this starts to look a little bit damaging, at least on the economy front. LPB will get out of it, and I believe that you're going to be carrying 2 Bulldogs with you for your troubles, but HSD showed some problematic stuff on that previous round.
Yeah, HSD are being very proactive when it comes to their defense. They're happy to call through rotations, happy to go for the aggression. They're very quick when it comes to moving their players around and identifying where they need to be sending some reinforcements. And that's something that Lip Buffon for now have been able to deal with. But you're absolutely correct. You're bringing 2 Bulldogs into the next round off of that. I mean, Laza even on that operator, it's scary.
It's pretty good to be buying into those headhunter bullets, as well as Vong manages to bail himself out somehow from Ale finding the first blood for the 3rd round in a row, what it would have been. HSD doubling down on this A root control and really just trying to pummel as much util into the position as possible, but this time they've come worse off.
I mean, that's when I would be a strong believer in spray and pray. I mean, Vong was like absolutely in front of Ale, but Ale has done the same thing, the same aggression, the same position, 2 rounds in a row. Make that a 3rd one. And LPB is not a team that's going to let that slide. They're using the util, they're using their positioning for Vong, they're making sure that Laza with that operator still has backup when it comes to, you want to push them aggressively, that's okay, but we will shut you down as soon as we possibly can. And while a lot of that attention is being drawn towards A, and you're seeing a little bit of hesitation coming out from Lynxy whether or not it should be reinforcing A or C, it's Fred and O by themselves to be holding on this push coming in from 3 members.
Yeah, they've cut off both choke points here with the dark cover from Vong, and like you said, that early conditioning already set up here from HSD on their defensive half, and how LPB look to read and HSD to adjust is something we'll have to keep a close eye on in the next couple of rounds. Here is Lear trying to get involved. Paranoia of his own to set those players back, but LPB already have all the control of B that they'd probably want. Nothing to deny this spike plant right now as Russ finally begins to send it in. Link takes 1 and should be getting 2 as Lear is already so low. Paint Shell's back online and Util to keep them pressed back into the retake. The numbers advantage is substantial here for LPB.
For HSD, this is looking like potentially a save angle. You don't want to give up some of these rifles that you just had the opportunity to buy them straight out of the store. You don't want to give up some of this credit, so potentially exit frags from the side of HSD. But again, the paint shells making it so difficult for HSD to even get onto that site. The crossfire that's set up by LPB once they have that spike down, they're so disciplined in terms of their executes. A lot of the times you have that 4 or 2-man number advantage and you're happy to potentially go, okay, let's take a rifle, let's take 2. But instead, LPB, they're standing their ground, they're not giving them an inch of space onto that B site, and HSD, they're gonna have to go back with their tail stuck between their legs.
Yeah, it's worrying for HSD on a number of levels, because one, that setup you've been trying to do towards A, what a lot of your success on the defender's side, which I think sometimes Lotus does feel quite defender's sidey. It's not working out for them, especially with all the initiation and Ale to back it up. It's fairly cloak and dagger stuff from Laza here as well, because I'm not sure if they've even seen the operator yet.
4th time the charm, maybe?
Perhaps.
Oh, instead it's not an aggressive push coming out from Ale. Like, they're throwing some of that util. They're trying to deter LPB from pushing onto A site. And LPB are happy to walk away. If I remember correctly, Laza did manage to shoot off 1 bullet from the operator. So HSD are aware that the operator is in play, and this is something that LPB are looking to capitalize off of. So instead of giving them the opportunity to do so, they're using the util to flush them out a little and buy themselves some time.
I actually prefer HSD playing a lot deeper here as well, because LPB expect them to be holding so aggressive from the previous round.
And as you say that.
Lynxy takes a peek and has his life taken away. The operator may ring in your ears, but that was no warning shot. Definitely connected, and with the trademark now placed inside the dark cover, that's so much space taken away from you on B. It's usually the alarm bot from Fredden. They've been holding them at bay, and since we know LPB like to hit towards B, HSD have rotated into this and left Lear a little bit more vulnerable on that C hit.
Yeah, some of that Killjoy util could potentially help them a little bit longer with that hold. Fredden looking to assist. Lear does find that first pick. Fredden finds another. Lear makes it 2. Numbers from the side of LPB are dwindling. 2 players left. With 20 seconds on the clock, this is do or die.
Back to basics, gonna head it in towards B and see if they can't find a way to turn this round on its head. LPB able to do so in rounds previous. Laza needs to get more value from the operator here, already finding the first 2 kills, but now has the positioning of Vicious. Posts up on the angle, needs to clear close and does so. Russ also looking to get aggressive. Both players wanting to find a pick to shift this to their advantage. Laza snaps the shot. And also Russ getting involved. 3 for him and 3 for Lear. The 2 top players for each of their teams so far in the tournament. But it's Laza that wins it out this time around. Keeps the streak going and keeps LPB far in front.
And keeps that operator in their pocket as well. Not that when looking at the economy for LPB that operator is going to be doing any damage. But it's incredibly how LPB have managed to play that post plan. Complete trust in each other from both Laza and Russ. They don't feel they need to try and assist their teammate when it comes to getting these players off of the side. They both are looking to push out aggressively, confident that they're going to be winning any 1v1s that might be coming their way. And Russ even managed to get 1 pick in a 1v2 that leaves Laza to go for that one-on-one against Lear. And just when it comes to LPB, it was looking a little bit scrambly in terms of losing a couple of players early on onto the C side, having only 20 seconds left. You need to go for that rotate. But the quickness and the decisiveness at the pace that LPB are making these decisions so far have just given HSD a run for their money.
I think LPB are even a little bit unlucky to get shut down as hard as they were on C because the read was there. Lear was by himself, and I guess when you say it like that sometimes, oh, it's only Lear, you start to forget the legacy that this guy is starting to build it in Polaris, right? It is Lear. He finds 2 on the Sheriff in that situation, but still, like you mentioned, adaptability. They then send it back in towards B, which is looking to be a fairly weak point for HSD at this point in time. They've not really focused on it too much. You've got Lynxie in this sort of rotate position from the broken door, the alarm bot, to give some loose cover, but we'll have to see what the change is here. And it's a different set play this time with Ale going up close towards the rubble side.
Fast lane used for some of that cover, but LPB, they're expecting this. They're expecting changes every single round, and instead for trying to go for that one-on-one aggression, they're leaving Vong to just relax, sit back a little, and if anybody pushes into you, that's fine. And if that's not the case, then that's also fine, because in the meantime, a lot of the commotion is going to be going towards C site, and reinforcements needs to be sent at some point by HSD, because as much as we said, it's only Lear. It's Lear and Fred in this time around, but you have 4 players to be dealing with, and they still have all their util available, including the Showstopper and from the Shadows.
I think it's fine that Vong's here as well, because you've still got those dark covers to support, already denying info on A, helping assist the push through from Link, finding one of the Showstopper, but the timing is good from Lear. Trades out 1-for-1 on his teammate, and that makes things doable for them still in this round, one which they've invested into heavily. From the back of the timeout, the Seekers coming through to deny any kind of potential flank on B. We've already seen it come to fruition on previous rounds, denying the possibility on this occasion, and even investing the Rolling Thunder from LPB to keep these players pushed back and worry about the potential of a player being up close on Plateau.
LPB knows the value of crumbling HSD's economy in this round 5. I know it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to get that by. Russ starting it off strong. 1 down. Make that tube. Cray adding to the tally and leaving Lynxie all by themselves. No util available. Goes for the swing. But it's not going to get that fine any of those players. And LPB has it. They're 5-0.
Yeah, it's ridiculous scenes, right? We understood that maybe LPB would look to be the stronger of the 2 teams coming into it. At least that's the way things fronted out on paper, but not in this kind of sense early on, at least. One of the main things I want to focus on what they were able to do, not just in that round, but in a couple of the previous rounds, is denying HSD the potential to go for a fast retake, being one of the weak points I think they had in the previous series, it's fair to say. Something they were trying to do a lot on Breeze, a little bit more different on Lotus, but Russ just investing that Rolling Thunder and keeping them pegged back early on was absolutely fantastic, and just setting up that chopping block on the retake.
Again, aggressive push from the side of Ale, and Vong continuously pushing around Rubble to try and catch an off angle on Ale. Pays off. It has paid off majority of these rounds. And HSD, they seem to be having 2 options here. Well, 2 playstyles that they're going for. Push out aggressively on A, or wait on A. And LPB are becoming very familiar with the fact that there's an on and off button in terms of how they're approaching these rounds, and they're playing around it.
on the defensive side, you need to be taking some proactive control. So the fact that HSD are up towards Mound here will be helpful in their efforts. But LPB have already denied so much outside of A. Lent in the audible to fake presence towards tree, and Lear has to back on up. While the Boombot's down to 5 seconds, it's dropped him down to 45 HP, even lower. So while there is only a singular player advantage here for LPB, they have the weapons, they have the positioning, and they're beginning to crunch on Vicious.
Vicious is vicious. Not someone to be messing with, but they're pushing the players of HSD further back on multiple sides at the same time, which gives them the opportunity to slowly but surely make their way onto A. Some of these mind games are going to be coming through. Fredden will find the first.
This is big, isolating so many duels. Vicious able to find one. Cray coming in through the swivel door, knows about the position, but Fong has not been accounted for. Pulls out to the shorty, 2 versus 1. LPB yet to get the spike planted, and Lynxy wanting to deny whatever he can. Looking to pick up a weapon inside the site. There's no shots inside the Vandal. The Sheriff's got 3 more. 2 players lay in wait. Might just find Cray. Sees the edge of the foot. Can't find the first, the second, or the third. Lazar will claim, and LPB get yet another on the board.
But how unlucky is it to be picking up a Vandal with 0 bullets in it? At that point, you have to feel for Lynxy in that situation. No util available. A Vandal with no bullets, gonna have to stick to that Sheriff, and Leza with the Headhunter still is the one to be closing it out. And LPB, their ult economy is absolutely on point. You have the lockdown, you have Leza with the Tour de Force, you have Vlang with From the Shadows, Fredden has that lockdown available as well. At some point, Lynxy only 1 orb off of getting that Rolling Thunder, which could be the difference between winning or losing a round, but LPB at this point with 6 rounds already, they can't have a bad round, especially not when Liza just keeps playing like that.
Second time in a row now that Lazar's been able to find that pick on towards Lynxy and keep HSD guessing after what was a very nice start to the round from them. Sent in the util on A and just lent into more of what the defaults have really been for them. LPB not trying to challenge it, and will have to re-clear it later on if they want to. Vicious don't do it. Lazar's laying in wait. He's already moved towards another angle and has spotted the barrel. This could be problematic. He snaps shot, and it's just a little too late.
But that commotion on B side has pulled a majority of that members towards the B and C side of the map, so rotations are going to have to come through. And when it's a map like Lotus, you want to be quick with these rotates, because Ally is going to have to be dealing with a number. People need to get back onto safety, will be able to do so.
It's a brilliant timing there on the stun as well. The relay ball, but they have no idea. Link in the back line, and he's found 3 for himself. You can write this off because it looks like LPB will be finding a magnificent 7, a lucky 7. HSD is stricken, Lear buying into the operator as we maybe expected him to do so. But this is the first chance he's actually had with it, and he's on the opposite side of the map in a 1v5.
Yeah, that operator is... unless players from LPB are going to be running into it, which I doubt it to be the case. They've been so decisive. They've been so disciplined this time around. A flawless. God. He had the operator, he had the location, he knew where they were, and still, I mean, Link utilizing the fast lane that Ale had used for himself to be able to get back to safety after getting blinded by Vong, after having that nade thrown at him. He's like, I'm going to set up the fast lane, I'm going to get out of here. And Link goes right after him through that same fast lane. The lines of sight that are being cut off, used to his advantage, gets onto the back of the site, and then incredible punish from Link.
I mean, you were saying in the beginning of the previous round what kind of value these ults can derive for HSD, but it's been all fundamentals for LPB. And with how far in front they are, not just in terms of rounds, but the economy game, they're happy to chase after that operator of Lear. And I don't think we'll be seeing it again for a while if they can even buy into it at this point. Laza with an ult of his own, the Tour de Force, to just play double pump if he wants it. And now we're seeing that late re-clear towards C. They've swapped the setup here entirely, HSD. Finally, Fredden called into action on A.
Lear pushed out quite aggressively. It seems to be a play that LPB are expecting from HSD, simply because of the fact that they're aware that this is an eco round that they're coming into. Most of the times when we're looking at HSD, eco rounds equals aggression. But that's a lot of aggression on a different side of the map. We've only seen it on A so far. But C and B, they seem to be king this time.
I was wondering for a moment if Lear had actually heard the recall on the turret, and perhaps it's not really been bought into that much because the execute on A now coming through, the spike laying in wait for a while to finally get involved, and it seems like wherever LPB go right now, it turns to gold, and Link yet again involved. No satchels to send him on up to the heavens, but that's where he'll deliver the HS Deer players in a golden casket. I cannot believe it. Midas touch from Link, and with the alarm bot going off, it's Lear again 1v5, but you can say goodbye to the operator. It's only the hand cannon to bail out anything from this position.
He's not going to be able to get anything off of that either. 1 pixel is all Link needed to be able to get 2 picks up on heaven. Russ utilizing that Rolling Thunder to set up Link perfectly for that play. Russ is 1 off. I mean, looking... It was Linksy, it was HS Deer's own Rolling Thunder that was, unfortunately for them, used against them. And this is the beauty of LPB's playstyle so far. The util that's been used against them, that HS Deer is looking to try and hinder them. If anything, they have found ways to play around it and make it work in their favor.
Luzza's the masked killer right now as well. Where on the map do you realistically want to challenge when you know that that rampant chamber player could be posted up, and the ultimate's just not being part of what the game is for either of these teams right now? Like I was saying, LPB just have them to fall back on if needed, and HS Deer not getting the value derived that they would have hoped for. The Killjoy set up there again, passive this time around, maybe a look in to try and play through the lockdown, but if they don't win this one, you've got to be looking at another timeout and just something to steady the ship, because HS Deer are in troubled waters at this point. Oh, Link has 2 here with a showstopper and paint shells, but Linksy has a couple of his own to retaliate.
Link is shut down and 2 players left from the side of LPB. This is the worst situation that LPB has found themselves in since they have started this matchup.
From the shadows.
This could be the round that HS Deer uses to close it out. Vaughn gets taken out immediately. Operator left for Liza. What are they going to be able to do with it? It's going to be walking into Ale. Will be the one to get that shot. Will connect. Vicious is very careful when it comes to trying to peek this operator, and I completely and fully understand that.
Yeah, Luzza's actually just dropped it. Doesn't want to give it away. I was just saying earlier on, it's so big that they find the kill onto Vong there, because that's the win condition for LPB in the round. While they didn't have control of the spike, From the Shadows was still waiting. So there's a chance if they can isolate that 2v1 onto Fredden, you can still find a way to recollect it and actually bring it to a fairly dangerous post plant. But with him cut out of the equation, HS did pick up there first. So a very, very nice response. And finally, the wheels come off.
Yeah, but LPB's ult economy, this is scary to
know,
begin with.
right?
They can throw 5 ults at your face, and what does HS Deer have to retaliate? They have a lockdown, which they have had for quite a while, but it seems like Fredden is yet to utilize it. Potentially waiting for that right moment, but the fact that we're already on round 10, it is a bit of a now or never kind of situation when it comes to the util that you have available. Any rounds that you can stitch together just to try and close in that gap, because as much as you mentioned that timeout early on when it comes to HS Deer, potentially they're not going to be calling it until the next half, because that pistol round could be the make or break for HS Deer.
I mean, that's something that had almost slipped my mind entirely, that we are only in the first half here,
Yeah.
and perhaps you don't want to invest everything at once, because it just does feel that one-sided. But HS Deer have given themselves a way back in, lots of ults committed to take this B control, but HS Deer are enabling it, happy to see them wiped off the board, and now they have one of their own to send through. The Killjoy ult will be there in first, but there is no retaliation. Luzza finds a kill of his own. This is 4 ultimates already invested by LPB, but they're absolutely not caring. Luzza with the disrespect, in for 3, and it is a sucker punch blow for HS Deer. Lear looking to save this up. They know about it. The credits are there. They can hunt this again if they want to, and it looks like the Clowns might just be trying to have the last laugh here as well, and that they do.
Crumbling HS Deer's economy in any way they can. LPB are fully aware, once you get into those double digits and you move on to that pistol round, having that safety, having that cushion, winning that pistol could mean you're closed out the game. You're done. And HS Deer would have potentially expected some of these ultimates, but I don't think anyone expected 4 ultimates to be thrown at you.
No.
At the like, I respect it. I mean, the Rolling Thunder, the showstopper to try and clear out sides. You finally get onto site. You get that lockdown to give you safety post plant. You have Laza on the tour de force just getting picks left, right, and center. And you're getting the aggression again from Ale, which immediately punished.
I mean, fair enough for Lynxy finding that quick response, and it has halted LPB in their tracks for a moment. Lear taking some liberties with this positioning as well, but like you mentioned, you win 1 round, your first round in 10 played, and then LPB just say, Lamau, I will press the X button, and 4 of them do so to turn a result. It is just ridiculous scenes, but these are the luxuries that they can afford to have right now because of how things have been played. If Ross makes any noise here, Lear will be hearing all of it. This is such an advanced position.
Yep. I see site already cleared out, so to say. When we're looking at Kray's positioning, they most likely are not going to be expecting Lear at all. Just like that, one of those players gets taken down. Link, who's been instrumental for some of these successes for LPB. And the repositioning comes through, and now it's back onto those mind games. Where have they repositioned? Where is it safe? Where can we plant?
I think thankfully for LPB, Kray has already done a lot of that reconnaissance work and may even take a few extra steps in towards this spawn position where Lear and Lynxy will be doubling up. Spots 1, spots the 2nd. That is all the information that they need. That spike plant needing to come through. And should be doing so in a moment's time. Russ finally getting on with it off the back of the fault line and Nano Swarm to just keep these players held at bay. Laza posted up as well, but we'll move deeper. They have the spike plant for them, so can just force to reposition towards Mound.
Kray having to use that. Kray wanting to use that util. But it was too scared to be able to push up alone against 2 players. So instead, Russ uses the util to allow Kray to move forward, to put down that Nano Swarm, which pushes HSD even further back into their own spawn and prevents them from getting onto C side. This is teamwork at its finest. These small little things from LPB, the players setting each other up, allowing each other to use their own util for the greater good, which is protecting the spike. And they're already in the double digits, and we're just, as you said, it's the first half.
And with the space that they had, LPB could very happily have given HSD that respect, fallen back and had Laza playing a deeper angle. But as soon as they see Lynxy use the fault line there, they want to play more aggressive, take the space that they can. And even now, Laza, in the face of all that utility, still going for a quick shot on the angle. Fong's in behind, Alet aware but helpless to try and do anything in retaliation. Fredden does find a reply, but it's a 3 versus 3, and yet again Kray could be this conduit for finding extra space. Lear unaware, but the turret finally lending him a hand.
Yep. Numbers advantage not secured by either of these teams, but again HSD secure it just like that, and that's very few scenarios we've seen in this half where HSD were in the driving seat, were in that advantage. Laza is just gonna shut it down immediately. Vicious, another player to be dealt with onto that B side. He's looking to grab some of these players. Is gonna be able to get the first and the second. Another round on the board for HSD. It's 10-2. This pistol round has this is going to be a scary one for HSD.
Yeah, there comes a point, Ginny, when you think it's do or die for one of these teams, and right now it's HSD, and when you're down 10-2, you need to be putting up some results to restore any kind of faith for the HSD faithful, for us on the casting desk to believe that it is a tenable situation. We do have to remind ourselves, however, this is a best of 3, and LPB did pick into this one, which HSD were happy to float. But next up is Pearl, what would have been LPB's most comfortable map on the previous rotation. So, I mean, worrying signs whichever way you look at it, and HSD will need to pick up something of their own here. The only issue is now you've got Laza on defense, and with those rendezvous setups, it could be potent.
Yep. And also when it comes to LPB, that aggression onto A side, not something that they're looking for, but instead they're looking for that aggression out on C and immediately start off by 3 picks from the side of LPB. HSD are crumbling when it comes to that numbers advantage. 2 players left, make that none. Kray on the absolute performance of his life. But Haza, what do you do? What is HSD going to do? Are they going to buy? Are they going to force? That means...
I think it's such a difficult situation. You have to force in at this point in time, or at least it feels that way, if you do actually favor yourself to have any chance left on this map. I find it crazy as well how Vong is trying to get to the crates in the corner and finds himself perma-stunned as Ale just throws the relay bolt on him as well. But it's that support, that instant response from Link to come through the rotating door, help alongside Cray and Russ, and actually get those players in a safe position.
Players need to fight. You're buying into this. So that safe position, you're no longer in that safe position. This is the literal definition of do or die. You lose this round, LPB is going to be on that match point. They're going to have their cash in the bank to be able to buy whatever it is that they want to buy, whereas you're going to be on the back foot. So HSD are far from comfortable. They are literally most likely on the edges of their seat, looking to close this out, and they're starting it off strong because you're taking Link out of the equation already.
This double flank coming through as well, because LPB are playing for this. They had the Sentinel player of Cray on the opposite end of the map, and Luzza is effectively just playing retake off the back of the rendezvous. Russ's util should be coming online, has the flashpoint and the fault line now regenerated. It's a 2 versus 1 for Vicious. Stuck in the corner of rubble. Flashes out, looks for one. Can't quite get the second as Vong picks it up. 3 versus 3. Compromised space. Vong still looking to slowly close on in. HSD have to be worried because they just don't have the information. They are locked inside this site, which is a powder keg right now. It's when do LPB make this advance on the do or die round. Ale makes the first incision. Luzza drops, but Russ swings back. Coming in from CT drop position. Finally, Vong gets involved. And they combine to completely sweep them apart. 12 for LPB. And HSD will just have to wait that little bit longer.
HSD are coming into that next round, not going to have the resources that they would have had if they saved this time around. They got so close. 2 players left from LPB, and they made it dicey, to say the least. But unfortunately, match point here. And HSD going onto that Pearl, it's going to be the next map, and that's where they need to show up from the get-go. They need to hit that ground running, and so far the pistol rounds for HSD have not been looking as sharp as we might have expected them to look.
Yeah, definitely not. And now it's not even really a bonus. I think the weaponry here is almost slightly better for HSD because they have, you know, all of those Guardians, but there are still Vandals in play on the opposite end. Cray only on the Sheriff. Decent damage output here from Ale towards the other side of the rotating door on B. The Trailblazer showed away at the entrance. Sorry, VIPs only, and when you're 10 rounds down, I don't think you're going to be getting let in.
Not very VIP at that point. A little bit of
Privileges
util.
revoked.
Cray's gonna go for the swing. Not gonna come out on top. But
This
so
is looking
far,
good for HSD.
HSD is making this work.
Yeah, they are. It's just, what does the post plant look like? Are they going to be setting up similarly to LPB? I think only one of those nanoswarms is actually within reach of the plant, but they don't have any control towards Mound. They need to take this extra space towards Defender's spawn if this is to look any healthier than what it currently is. Fredden can't find the head, and in fact, 2 of them will go on the chopping block the opposite way. It's a 2v3.
Last player standing.
HSD, they're making potentially dreams come through. 3 HP left. Russ's position is given away, and Ale gives another lifeline to HSD. LPB only 1 away from closing it out. But HSD, they are fighting for survival.
Yeah, and I think more than anything else here, you need to be generating some form of momentum to then carry into the second map, because coming into this, we said, oh, both teams look comfortable on Lotus, look comfortable on Pearl. We expect them to be the picks. They were. Now, with the scoreline being 12-3, HSD need to light a spark, which they can hopefully ignite to a full flame by the time we go on to that next map, because while they've picked into it, we know LPB are comfortable, and if you don't want this to just go the ways of them in a 2-0, give something to believe on, something to hang on here for them.
Hopes and dreams could maybe one day come true. But even if this is the hope and dream that comes true for HSD, we still need to see them perform on Pearl. And LPB have made this incredibly difficult, to say the least. You're getting rid of that threat. You're getting rid of Luzza that doesn't have that opportunity to get back into those trademarks and play back from sight. So a good start. But how far can they push it?
Yeah, LPB have I say over-rotated. They've read into this heavily. They're prepared for an assault on A. But HSD don't look certain. They've slowed things down. They understand that LPB like to retake from the flank sometimes. And with no turret up currently to deal with that potential threat, one which won't materialize, they are just weighing up the options, and this could get dangerous. Hopefully, for HSD, this won't be the way the series ends. It's not what you'd like to see. Lynxy finds one. Cray out into the site, and yeah, that's going to be an easy multi-kill for him. And those potential woes look to have been overcome.
They even get the opportunity to get that plan down, which something that they do really need in terms of getting some of that economy rolling. We've seen how much they struggled last round, so the more cash they can get in their bank this time around, the better it will be for them. Great Sheriff display from Russ. Doesn't seem to be enough this time around. 26 HP, Vicious closing it out. HSD getting another one on the board. And LPB, when it comes to this attacking side, they're not looking as decisive. They're looking a defensive side, a little shaky. Over rotations, coming in too early, not pushing out as aggressively as we might have expected them to.
Yeah, I think the rotation on the previous round probably leans into the fact that they had a lower buy, needed to make a gamble, some kind of a play, and they got it right, to be fair. There were players in place. They just couldn't deal with the threat of HSD with that much of a gap. Now we have to be looking at where this Rolling Thunder comes through and what Luzza is going to be doing on the operator, because this is what the setup is for LPB. You've usually got Luzza holding down one area, trying to go for these fast peaks, and that breach utility needs to have his number, because it's fair to say that it didn't when they were on the attacking side. And right now, need to be maximizing every advantage they possibly can and being thorough with the use of the ultimate here, as B looks to be the answer.
Rolling Thunder on B side, give them so much pressure. It's forcing Cray off of that entrance, but again, yet to be cleared. Ale still has to deal with Cray. Flash comes out, fast lane up two.
Ooh, I like that.
But Lynxy is the first one to make contact with Link. Two of the players that we highlighted early on. Players that to keep a bit of an eye out on. And Cray is taken out too. Plant is going down. And a retake scenario for LPB.
Now, Luzza finds the first. Nice double up in the dark cover from Lear and Ale to take that kill, but now you're getting chased down.
Ooh.
The bug zapper has come through. The electric laser light, but Ale will swap to the Vandal instead to claim the kill. Russ in a 1v4, can't do it. 1v3, I should say, as Ale takes the next. And HSD find that now worrying signs for LPB. You brought in the operator on Luzza. You weren't able to find the value you were looking for. HSD have now exploited an opening on B and broken away from the idea that they were testing A. In fact, they've been on every end of the map at this point in time, and unfortunately, we hit a technical pause. I was just about to say maybe LPB will bring in one of the tactical variations simply based on the fact that HSD are starting to generate some of that momentum now, but I don't think this could come in at a worse time, really, if you are on the attack.
Yeah, the momentum as well built from HSD has been great so far on the attack. They're taking a couple of pages out of LPB's book in terms of getting onto those sites quickly, making sure that the util is combing through every single pixel of the sites that you want to be taking on. They're very meticulous, they're very cautious when it comes to taking on these sites. They're ensuring that the trades is always an option that is available. So HSD have reeled it in a bit. And coming into this next round is also a little concerning for LPB, because you are gonna have every single ultimate back. You're gonna have the showstopper, you're gonna have from the shadows, lockdown. Russ only needs one as well when it comes to his Rolling Thunder. And on the flip side though, HSD, they have the Seekers, they have the lockdown themselves, they have the from the shadows as well. So it's gonna be a matter of who is going to be pulling the trigger first. Is LPB gonna play this reactive? Are they gonna hold on to the ultimates that they are going to have available and wait until HSD pulls the trigger? Or is HSD gonna wait with their ultimates until LPB pulls the trigger and forces them to push it out and to play it more aggressively?
Yeah, we may be in Northern Europe, but it seems like we'll be treated to a Mexican standoff to see who it is exactly is coming away with this one, because I think it's really important you highlighted it. The next ultimate cycle will be absolutely huge for whoever's going to take the initiative here, and whether things do go down to the wire or not. I think the top performers as well, not just fundamentals, but individuals have been big for HS Deer and this resurgence on their attacking side. Ale and Lynxy both looking really good at this point in time, and it's a big offensive outlet for them. Luzzer on this angle too! Oh, speaking of the rendezvous, and he can't find it. Frezen with a very nice shot. And this is good for HS Deer, but they have sort of funneled themselves into this B control, and I am slightly concerned for what LPB have been managing to find on both extremities.
Yeah. LPB, although they lose a player, this is the round you're coming in with a little bit of a less buy. You have the Sheriffs, you have one Stinger on Russ, so the goal being getting these ultimates online and potentially throwing everything you have in your ammo at HS Deer on that next round could be an option. But if you hit shots like that, Link and Russ are just doubling it down. Vong to Showstopper. The trigger has been pulled on that one. It needs to be deployed anytime now. That is such an important ultimate for LPB that's no longer going to be available for that next round. They might not need it.
It's just added on the pressure, given more space for LPB to claim to their own. Maybe recycle one of these weapons, Lynxy 1v3. You need to step up now if HS Deer are to have any chance, but those Sheriffs are ringing off and their aim is true. A Thrifty to close. You can forget about the ult cycle because LPB have put it all on the line, and they talk the talk, they walk the walk, and they walk away with that first map.
Yeah, they don't ult the ults because they didn't have to ult the ults. They weren't available either way in that final round. They had the Showstopper, but absolutely pushing off HS Deer for as long as they possibly can. 20 seconds left on the clock. Rotations have come through. And Les Petits Bouffons, they look really strong here when we're looking at their performance on Lotus. The question is it going to be replicable on Pearl? HS Deer towards the end of this match definitely have had the chance to reel in a couple of their mistakes, learn a little bit more, adapt more to LPB's playstyle. Because yes, this is a rematch, but it's been a while since these teams have faced off against each other.
Exactly that. The pool's changed, the maps has changed, and I think that leans in quite a lot as to how we expect this one to pan out. Now, worrying for HS Deer coming into what is their pick, but, you know, a former favourite of LPB in the form of Pearl. And even on that last round, it was unfortunate. Like I said, the momentum brought to a halt by the technical pause, but then they looked somewhat directionless. I said that control towards the extremities would be important there. You usually need towards one side of the map or the other, whether that's C or A. You can't just limit yourself to B if that's not where the execute is going to happen. And that's somewhat lack of caution as well with that really proactive setup from LPB. Aggressive. You saw Vong on top of Rubble with the paranoia, Link with, you know, all of the utility there and support, Russ as well. It's brilliant stuff. And LPB, you know, they had taken their time. Cray alluded that, you know, there was something cooked up here for us on Lotus, and it has been a delight to see so far.
Yeah. Interesting that both Link and Laird players that we highlighted before this matchup even started are both the ones that are going to get respective MVPs for their teams. But looking at LPB, I mean, it wasn't just down to Link clicking heads. Every single player of the roster did, but also when it came to that utility usage, when it came to playing off of each other, when it came to having that teamwork, that may be something that we didn't see as much of quite in the beginning of Polaris. LPB, they have really got it down on lock as far as Lotus goes. So Pearl is going to be another map where they're going to be able to showcase that unity and that teamwork. When it comes to HS Deer, they definitely are being pushed to their max. They're being pushed to what they are capable of, and they're the team that has beat LPB in the past. So again, that comes in with quite a lot of expectations, maybe a little bit of added pressure that could be there, adding to the fact that you didn't have the best time last time around against Vamonos onto that best of 3 series. So it looks a little shaky, but it feels like hopefully coming into Pearl, they're able to get some of that off, some of that nerves. We do have that lower bracket, so they wouldn't be out. But we're going to be heading on to break, and then we're going to hopefully see whether or not HS are going to be able to make that comeback onto that second map, and that'll be Pearl. HSD get another lease at life as we're going to be heading on to Pearl, which is their map pick. Last map was Lotus and it went in favor of LPB. I'm Jeannie and I'm joined once again by Hazza. Now, this Pearl map here, both of these teams are equally comfortable on it, but dare I say so, LPB has historically quite a good record when it comes to their performance on Pearl. HSD, they were clearly comfortable playing it. They're the ones to pick it, but when we're looking at their performances, it's a 50-50 really.
Yeah, that it is. I think you've also got to be looking at the notable results which LPB have been able to pick up on this map. They beat Focus on it, they beat Apex on it, so all the rest of the playoff competition have already hit the sword for them on this map specifically, and it is their favourite, or at least it was their favourite before we saw this rotation with the map pool, and Lotus then picked in as the first map. I think sets them up really nicely for taking this in a 2-0 fashion. From HSD, we need to see them, you know, show that resistance here and make us believe that we can go to a third map, and if it does head into split, then I have absolutely no idea what the case may be, but it's just about that, taking that first step, taking your pick, and they showed us a little bit of a glimpse that they're not completely dead and beaten in the end of that Lotus match.
Yeah, the end of that Lotus map, definitely HSD found a bit more comfort, a bit more of their footing, how they want to execute things, but again, it was a little too late. LPB, however, they struggled with dealing some of the aggression that they were thrown at from the side of HSD, so this map, Pearl, honestly, as much as, you know, we've seen historically performances from both of these teams, I'm gonna leave it and say that this is anyone's map.
And HSD have shown us something completely different. I don't remember them playing the double controller before. They've introduced the Harbor and Viper like a lot of teams, you know, in the VCT circuits. We've seen it in Lock-In recently as well. Some good synergy there, great potential for fakes, and in your execute you have so much utility to work with. Sky becoming a pick that we're seeing a lot more of as well in turn with how it interacts with everything else, how you can set up Lear to get in those aggressive positions on the Jet, which I think it's fair to say is his most comfortable role. I alluded to it somewhat previously in the last map that if he's turning up, then HSD will be at their best, and I think on the Omen it's a lot more difficult to not necessarily carry but get that same kind of value, so we'll have to see how he's feeling going into this one.
Yeah, I like the Harbor from HSD. I think, again, Harbor, especially on Pearl, is an agent that we've seen time and time again, and the utilization that we've seen HSD get out of Harbor, it's gonna be interesting because they've actually only played Harbor once, and that was on Haven, and it was beautiful to say the least. So if that's any replication, any indication of what they're going to be doing with that agent on this map, sign me up.
Sign me up indeed. Cross your T's and dot the I's. I think the main thing I want to note between how both of these agents are played on different sides, specifically the Sage for LPB and then also the Harbor for HSD, will be how they use the Cove and the Barrier Orb to get those plants, but you've got to make it to the site first. Link denies Lear with an opening kill in mid, and it's that aggression coming out from them. It's exactly what Apex did to LPB on the first pistol round of the previous matchup they had. They take a leaf out of the book and take a bullet into the head of Lear.
That hurt. I physically felt that. It was just one tap. It happens to the best of us. But yeah, that was a little bit painful. But at this point, the spike is already down. Post blend positions are already on lock, and the retake comes in, and the attackers are now the defenders and vice versa. Yeah,
I'm loving this adjustment from HSD to take some extra control towards Spawn. Vicious on the Frenzy, can't quite get it done. Traded out by Link, but HSD is still in a good position. They have time to kill. The utility will do that. The wall pass doesn't help Link, but he just glides along it, surfing across the blue surface and just sending all of these HSD players back, but there isn't enough time. Like I said, enough just bought, basically. The sand hitting the bottom of the hourglass, and HSD getting that first round on the board.
Yeah, and it's a pistol as well, something that last map specifically, something from HSD that wasn't the strongest, even in their series up against Vamonos, that pistol looked a little shaky, so they're starting this off incredibly well, and as you said, taking a page out of Apex's book, getting that early aggression on, and forcing LPB a bit on the back foot, forcing them to think on the spot, get down and dirty in terms of getting that retake. You just have to walk up in their face, and with the time ticking, you'd never really truly get that opportunity to clean up any corners.
Yeah, and as well, it's the awareness from HSD taken away from the previous map. The LPB in these retakes like to play heavily on that flank. Coming into the next round, Luzza moving the Marshal up B long. A fairly light investment, but this could be the only coins that you need to splash to turn a serious result in for a penny and out for a pound in terms of the weight that that can deliver. But it's not in the right place right now. Completely forfeited control of the A site, and HSD are happy to take this one up.
Some aggression coming out from HSD post this plant. They're looking to, instead of sitting down onto site and waiting for LPB to be the ones pushing into them, they're going hunting for kills. A different approach to what we've seen from them early on, but again, very disciplined in terms of waiting. And they're gonna get spied out. But still, LPB, they have quite a mountain to climb. They're gonna be getting onto that side. Lynxy immediately shuts him down. Lair adding 2. Link does find 1, but that's all they're gonna be able to do. And now, LPB, Luzza, the only one left alive with that Marshal, trying to get a pick. Not gonna be able to do so. Will die to that spike. Marshal gone. Down the wind. And HSD are in the driver's seat.
There they are. They've got 2 Phantoms to work with here as well, so it's a healthy bonus coming into round number 3. And they've managed to rectify those early issues that they were having on the previous map as well. I think starting on the attacker's side definitely favors what their playstyle was, how aggressive we saw them being on the previous map. Whether that worked out for them or not was a different answer, of course. But then the util they have to take the site with both of these controllers. You have your Harbor player setting up that wall across, and then you also have all of the toxins left available for Vicious to be using. So very nice. Luzza again on the aggression, finds the burst, and just about gets away with it.
Yeah, is looking to re-aggress something potentially that HSD was not expecting, but instead goes back onto that safety. A couple of warning shots fired from Fredden. Viper Wall making it a bit more difficult when it comes to that re-aggression for LPB. And this mid is under lock and key. They're looking to get that control. They're gonna be passing. Link gets the first. Vong down to 19 HP, but Vicious is still looking to get the trade. Lessa onto site. Taking Fredden down with him. Vicious still a thorn in their side. And Lynxy now. Only one left to close this out. Link is not going to give them an opportunity to do so.
And even though Link only gets a couple of kills there, it's his passive impact on the amount of work the Sage utility is doing. That barrier orb, the Sage wall, was up for so long on the B long position, and it just made it difficult for HSD to find a way through and actually have every single part of the machine pulling in the same direction. They were sort of funneled into these tighter angles where Luzza was able to pick them off one by one. And as well, the fact he finds that first kill and goes untraded is absolutely woeful for how they want to try and approach things. And Link with the utility yet again on the slow should be setting him up to take a similar peak.
Yeah, and they're not expecting this once again. He's going to be able to find the first and gets back into safety. No punishment from the side of HSD. And we said it last game, Hazza. We said how LPB, the way they were playing this, the fact that there was always a buddy system, always a trade, if they were going for that aggression. It's coming into play again, and HSD once again having to find their rhythm in the game.
And they're not selling any fakes here whatsoever as well. You know, as much noise as you make, whether you cut it or not, Cray has taken so much confidence and space outside of A, picked up the orb and is just posted, holding the angle in spawn. The only thing to worry about would be through mid, but the reckoning is here, and HSD will look to follow it up. Luzza finds the first, fast on his feet, trying to frag out because you have to stay mobile in this situation. Link, the Bastion of B, battering ram takes them apart, and Vong finishes the job. LPB tying things up almost immediately.
The real reckoning is Link, unafraid of having to play back because of the ultimate that Lynxy invested, instead goes head on, which clearly HSD did not expect. It gets to Kalat. 3 members lined up perfectly, manages to get 2 of them before he gets taken down. And that is a scary scenario for HSD to be in, because LPB, they are confident, they are feeling themselves, they are more than happy to just get up in your face regardless of the utility that you used to throw at them.
You're also seeing as well Russ be that rotate player on the KO, and it's a supportive flash from him which makes the peak that much easier for Link to take head on. Some early space prioritized by HSD. Nice use of the ability there to just send them further in towards the site. Riptide to cut off those first initial angles. Should slow down Luzza, but he just speeds up instead. Ale finds the opening kill. This will be big for them if they can get the spike planted. And even then, Vicious will deny. I said about what the play would be for this cove to enable a safe plant, and they've allowed it. Viper's Pit also invested, everything brokered on the line, but Luzza breaks them apart. 2 kills for him, Cray also involved, and while the pit stands up, the players fall down inside it.
Don't even need to see them at this point. But Fredden is playing outside of that pit. Rusk is going to be able to detect both of these players. Some form of information given away. The flash comes through, looking to play off of it. Fredden is going to be able to find that first big Vicious location given away. Luzza wants to tap that spike, but it's a thrifty. And HS here, they throw Viper's Pit at this, and still find themselves grasping at straws to try and close out the round.
It was a ballsy investment, but it is a thrifty after all, and
Yeah,
it's going to mean that they have the round and now they have the weaponry. Luzza will look to be, investing here as well onto that operator, so now how that becomes involved will be important. How, in fact, HSD use their utility to take control of B. We saw them before using that cascade to get the extra room in A main. Will they do the same thing this time around? I'm not sure. Luzza playing a little deeper. What exactly will it be? There comes the cascade, but he's just still posted up with a tailwind and actually finds the shot to Vicious too.
And again, gets back onto safety unpunished, finds the second. Lear is gonna be able to shut the boat down. Luzza and Russ. But what a scary take here on the B side for HSD. You must not be feeling too confident at the moment.
Yeah, and while the threat was not entirely dismantled immediately from Luzza and he still gets away with 2 picks, the utility was there to support, and now they've got a nice spike plant with the cove down, Link isolated, Cray stuck in astral form, but is able to do the work all by himself. Finds the first, knows where Lynxy is, can set up with a slow even to pin him onto this angle. Instead will double up, but Lynxy doubles down, finds the kill, has the res, could look to use it, but it's a 2 versus 1, and Lear is here. Vong sticking it out. And might actually just close his spotted it, but Vong plucks him out the sky. Is there time? I think so. In fact, there's plenty. Closed out by LPB, the operator recycled, and HSD needing to go back to the drawing board.
You have 2 ultimates, the Seekers. You have Lear with the knives, looking to close out the round. Try and hold on to it for as long as possible, but the play is coming out from LPB. The play is coming out from Link. This man is on 10 kills on a Sage. I mean, he wasn't even looking at Ale. And he still manages to come out on top. It was a flick, to say the least. That is scary to play against.
It's ridiculous stuff right now from LPB. The defender side looking good for them, but I said before, how they brought in the aggression, taking a leaf out of Apex book. It was the attacking side which they struggled with that bit more. So HSD here, I'm not sure what the baseline for rounds they've got to be looking for is. It's a double-edged sword, of course, and the tip of the spear right now for LPB should be Luzza on this operator again. He found 2 picks in the previous.
Yep.
Fredden queuing up, wants to take this contact before the tailwind peters out, and claims the turret instead.
And the turret is a 6th player, okay?
Yeah.
So that's all right. You're eliminating a whole player out of this round. The operator position revealed, so rotations from the side. HSD, do you want to push into the operator? Most likely not. It seems instead, with that alarm bot being triggered, they're looking to go back for that A site.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Xset, then I think it's a main member of the roster, and it looked like Na'Vi had them on a loan contract at one point during lock-in, but here is Luzza. No turret this time around. Fredden will need to challenge this head-on. The Reckoning there yet again pops the blades. That will keep you light on your feet if you're looking to try and make the most of it. But it's such a deep investment of this ultimate. The Riptide comes through, but Luzza's already bitten in front of it. Cray, in fact, finding a triple from the Bulldog. Vong even another. Plucking away the singular player in art. Paints it delicately across the forehead with that brush in the form of a Vandal. Lynxy trying to get the shots, but they just don't connect. A window of opportunity to take down Vong and isolate that 1v1, but even then, time isn't on your side. And right now, HSD just struggling to have the same kind of success they did early on.
when it comes to HS, they're having such little time on the clock again forces them in that position to just run onto site. They get so tunnel visioned on the fact that Laza is positioned up on A with an operator in hand. We need to get rid of Laza. Completely forget the fact that there are multiple players that could be sitting in different positions waiting for you to make that mistake, and that's exactly what they do. They run into Cray, they forget to check that angle, and they lose 3 members at that point. With such a low amount of numbers getting onto that side, it's just so much more difficult. And again, Cray, Russ from that same position, that seems to be their downfall.
I mean, do these guys have X-ray vision or something? How many kills have LPB found without seeing a single player? And sometimes that is the difference between having a Sage or having a Harbor, because that entry, not as safe with the Cove, the angles that you can restrict a lot more limited, and even Luzzer looking to maybe catch a timing on one of those shots to pinch the toe of Lear, but he's already out the equation. This one's being held from Flowers, and more than anything, it's a bouquet of roses dropped to the grave of those players as Vicious drops. Link the one to get it. Cray being that staple, stalwart player on this A defense yet again, and it seems like no matter where you go if you're HS Deer, there's so much that you've got to break past before even getting that spike down.
Yeah, and that's going to get even worse. You're gonna have to be breaking past 4 ults coming into this next round. If LPB do decide to use them, they could be holding on to them for a little longer. But again, that play, it's on the back of your mind. It's on the back of HS Deer's minds that coming into this next round, LPB are not only gonna have that cash to be able to buy whichever rifles they lost in the previous one, they also have that ult economy rolling for them. Do they want to throw some at you? Do they not want to? Again, it's gonna, as you called it yourself, has that Mexican standoff. Do you want to use that lockdown to get onto site? Or do you want to use it once you have hypothetically gotten onto site to try and be reactive to the use of LPB's ultimates? It's a lot of questions here that they need to throw into the mix. And the timeout from LPB, not what we expected, but I like it. You're 2 rounds ahead. You're looking to discuss potentially exactly what we're discussing, and that is, how are we going to be using our ultimates? How are we going to make sure that HS Deer don't get a single round and crumble their economy in any way we can?
Yeah, it's solidifying the setup more than anything else. I think HS Deer are the ones that need to make the difference at this point in time, and they've not really utilized fully the double controller setup here, I don't think. At least they found ways to do it in the first couple of rounds by just doubling up, but I would like to see them sell potential for a fake, because it's just not happened. It's a smoke screen in front of them. Wafer thin, Laza just cuts them down the center, and then Link in reinforcement, always doing so much, drops the wall, and there's been no counterplay. Lear is just looking to try and pinch a pick from the top of it. A couple of stray Bulldog shots will act as a toothpick to, you know, chime off, but Laza can see over the top as well, and in fact will send Vicious to the top of the ladder as he enters the pearly gates.
Yeah. HS Deer running onto that site, even potentially ahead of some of that util.
Oh no.
And Laza is just time and time again, round after round, punishing them the exact same way. And HS Deer are not responding, they're not adapting, they're not changing, they're not... There's always a gap when it comes to Lynx's wall. And Laza continuously finds that information, positions further towards the right, and gets a pick, and gets back to safety, and then it's Link that you're dealing with.
I mean, it's not even just the gap in the wall on the left side. The guy's just wide peeking with his dash every single time and taking these duels because confidence is at an all-time high. LPB know they've got that one-map buffer. They're happy to just go for these more aggressive plays, and Laza's done it time and time again. Regular season, off-season, I mean, whatever the case may be, the guy will not stop. It's rampant stuff, and where Link is filling in for him on B, the case is exactly the same.
Yeah, they're pinchered on mid, and Nightfall is going to give away even more of that positioning. It's all coming apart for HS Deer. They're struggling to get onto sites. They're struggling to get any form of pressure across the map. 100%. LPB are feeling so comfortable pushing out aggressively. Link pushes out aggressively, gathers information on B main. We're looking at Cray doing the exact same on A. Mid is being held down. by Vong. Russ is just chilling in the back looking to see where the rotations are needed. This is carnage. And HSD need to find a way to deal with it because LPB are giving them a run for their money on their own map.
It's about HSD adding more facets to what the game plan is right now because, like I said, it's been one-dimensional. You're not playing the map or faking any presence. Luz are happy to just bite on down as he does every time. The jaws of the hungry beast in place. The shorty will just fill in for where the operator misses out. Cray inside the cove, peeks on through, can't quite take Linksy, but in fact the kills are still there. Russ will be happy to pick up where his teammate left off. The operator gets put in once again, reduce, reuse, recycle, and it's just the exact same repetitions every single round for LPB, and it's working out because there is no change.
No change from HSD, no adaptations. Again, coming into this, however, Viper Spit, one orb. Lear has the knives. Linksy, ult as well, lockdown for Fredham. There are a lot of possibilities in the next couple of rounds for both of these teams with the ults that they have available. That is something to keep your eyes out for. And the aggression starts early on from Lear and finds that first pick onto Cray. Cosmic Divide, not there. It's back.
Oh no, the res has come through and Luzza, or Lear I should say, isn't able to find the same pick again because he's already burnt through both of the updrafts. The Reckoning also invested, but they're not actually going to commit to it. So changing the plan up a little bit. On the previous round,
they're ready.
Yeah, they at least seem like it, and it is Luzza, that first line of defense that you have to contact with as well. Lear playing in through mid, Vong is aware, queuing up the HSD players, will trade it out. And they can make the dash, but yet again, Luzza, that man that you need to beat if you want the round.
Ooh, fully flashed, but doesn't move. So confident and is still gonna find that pick.
How on earth does he do it? And then go straight into the Bladestorm, digs into the pocket, happy to make the investment. Blood money flowing through right now for the Jet player on the LPB side, Luzza. Has information on these players as well. They're so stripped back in halls. The dash is popped, ready to take the next aggressive peek, and Russ has them funneled in. The Cove right now just playing as a buffer to distract the players somewhat, but Luzza has so many chances to shoot these fish in a barrel under the waves of Pearl.
And they're pinchered in such an awkward position on the back of the site, and Luzza continuously hammering down on the fact that 13 seconds are left on the clock. 3 players are there to deal with, and there's nowhere to go for HSD. Another round in favor for LPB, and the rotations, regardless of the fact of the ultimates that we've seen invested by HSD, have just been so well timed that again, LPB managed to get themselves ahead. They managed to get themselves in the right positions, managed to get themselves another round. But the question is, do you believe in a 9-3 curse?
Well, that's if LPB take the next round, right? This is the full buy for HSD. We'll have to see. I think more than anything on the previous round, while they showed us a bit more flexibility in the setup there, HSD, it didn't really feel like an insurance policy. It wasn't pre-planned whatsoever. And how could you possibly account for Luzza in that situation? He goes through the wall this time around rather than wide, and Vong isn't high and wide. The shots connect. Not even the haunt that sets him up. Russ, that rotate again with the flash drive to just download more presence from HSB. HSB, I mean, look, they're certainly banking big right now with the amounts of weaponry they have in place, but Vicious also happy to lay his life savings on the line with his Viper's Pit. Takes the kill, and that was the win condition for them in a previous round. Won't be this time. 3v1 for Cray, and he may have 40% clutch, but this one might just affect that statistic.
Just a bit. I mean, you're into 1v3. You have the Viper's Pit. HSD, if anything, this can be a round that they can write off as a win. A little close for Linksy. But LPB, they let a round slip, and HSD finishing off this half with that win could be instrumental to getting some of that momentum rolled into this next half. Luckily for HSD, it's completely reset. Not only are you flipping sides, but your economy is back to 0 for both of these teams, and you get another lease. You get another chance to close out the gap. This time around, it's not as big as we've seen on Lotus. It's 8-4. And HSD, even on their attack, on their defensive side, on Pearl last time, they're comfortable. They're confident.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of, will they push out aggressively? And will LPB fail to respond? Or is this going to be a little bit more reactive?
Also, as well, we saw HSD pull that comeback from what I believe was a similar scoreline on the half against Focus way earlier in the season, the first game of the regular season, I should say. LPB sometimes struggling on their attack, but already nailing in the first 3 kills, taking that advantage. Vicious snatching it back and snatching control of the spike here too. It's a 1v1. If he can kill Vong, that is their chance in this round. Booned, but it'll have to be dealt with. Fredden on the flank, I guess you could say. The rotate is so late, and Vicious on his ones, forced to do absolutely everything. Haunt won't flash out the position. Neither will the players. Still just failing to connect the shots, but finally getting it done. Oh. Vicious for 4 and HSD for 5.
Vicious has done it. One of the players that manages to step up to the plate whenever they're needed. Beautiful performance, holding down the fort for as long as possible to get the rotation from Fredden, but Fredden at the end of the day is not even needed. Beautiful Sheriff work. I know mine doesn't do that, but that's okay. That's because of the Sheriff, not me, obviously. Like,
of course.
Why would it be me? But HSD coming into this, they have that bye. They can make this only a 2-round gap.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see what Fredden can do on the Sheriff here. Maybe it's the Sheriff that's broken, right? Maybe they're just abusing a mechanic. I think the mechanic is called aim, but I don't know if it's a feature or a bug. Yeah, we'll have to see, right? But here we have it. Luzza buying into the Marshal yet again. That will require some serious accuracy and aim if it's to find anything here. We haven't seen either of these teams be able to spin a result on the second round, but Luzza will try and buck that trend and give LPB a brilliant chance at closing this one out.
Just there, this time around, not that aggressive play, even though they're coming into this with a better buy, still giving LPB the respect that they could win this regardless of the buy that they're coming into it with, giving LPB the respect that potentially a Thrifty could be pulled off. And that is great from HSD's side, because now LPB, they need to do the hard work. They need to do the digging. They need to find the cracks in the armor that HSD has. And it's much easier to reinforce than to play this proactively.
And the Viper is also delivering so much control to HSD as well, stopping the mid-split from coming through with the Poison Cloud. The Toxic Screen likely to go up after Lear volleys off his first shot, which connects, but Luzza trades. That one even better, in fact. And now, Vicious, the only player close to the site to deal with the plant coming in, the spike and injection of cash, but Vicious just injecting pure pain with a huge triple. Creator finding 1, won't be able to recover the rifle, it seems, and this a write-off entirely, I feel. Lynxy claiming that final kill and HSD making light work of it in the end.
Yep, you get the plant as LPB, which, again, great. You get some of those credits circulating in your economy. You're gonna come into this with the buy, most likely, in terms of you got to get the util, the armors, and the rifles. So this is the footing that LPB can use to, again, gain some of that momentum. When we're looking at how much momentum they had in that final half, incredible. But if Lotus is any indication, HSD is not a team to write off. They can always make you sweat for it. And it's only 2-round difference this time around. So they're also happy again to adapt their playstyle. We've seen them push out aggressively. We've seen them wait patiently. So when it comes to LPB, what are they expecting every single round from HSD, and how are they going to be reacting to it is the main question that I have. Because this time around, again, Spike not picked up, and LPB again taking it easy.
Oh, HSD have lifted their foot off some of that mid control a bit more than they had previous. Those Nebulas invested by Cray here are going to be faking a lot of presence. They at least try to outside of B, but they know now that position is compromised. We've even seen a Viper's Pit from Vicious come in towards R. Now what is the response? Brilliant kill from Lear. That's now all of the smoke's gone, and so much pressure on B that would need to be re-cleared by LPB. They're almost funneled into trying to make an A exec work, but you've got the 2 biggest anchors in the comp to shut it down from HSD.
Yep. LPB not in a comfortable position this time around. Do you push the Viper's Pit and the Killjoy ultimate? Most likely not. You're gonna have to push out through mid. But there's 2 players already waiting. Ali pushed out quite aggressively, wanting to make that first contact. The time is ticking. You have 30 seconds on the clock. It's do or die, and the members from HSD are fully aware. They're gonna start bringing through these rotations.
Oh, they've doubled up though. Alec gets the first. Lear looking to get the second, but LPB swing back. Find a bit more for themselves, and it's a 3 versus 3. Link slowing things down, narrowing the angles from which this Sky player can actually get themselves in, but support has finally arrived and they'll look to set each other up. Snakebite through to compromise positioning, trades back and forth. Link up close, playing from his util, but Fredden lines up 3, chains the kills back to back, and with HSD finding 3 on the bounce, the bonus could be huge in terms of their chances in this game.
Absolutely, they're gonna be looking to close this gap immediately. LPB coming into this next round, they've already invested heavily into this one. Again, you get that plan down, but how much is that going to push your economy forward? HSD, perfect execution, waiting for sound to be made onto A before deploying that Viper Speed. You have that Killjoy util on it as well. That is a lockdown without even using the ult.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
We've also seen here as well HSD breaking away from the early setups that they had. Lear now buying into an op on the A aggression, but we've also had Vicious go back to what he was playing in terms of the setup towards mid, the first shot not connecting, a dash for Loza to send on through, but only with a frenzy against Fredden. He comes out on top.
You lose a player. But you're yet to lose a round. Again, Sheriff's coming into play for LPB. Wanting to try and get something. But Link is not going to be able to quite connect. Russ looking to shut it down further. That operator still... It's eating away at the back of your mind. It's... You know that it's there. What are you going to do, Russ? Just use that blind to try and clear some space. And again, rotations from HSD are coming in already, considering how quickly the time is going down.
With Lear breaking the Prowler, they know the operator hasn't rotated, and the execute coming through, HSD moving in through the back, but the shot not good. Fredden finding 1, but that is all for now! Hello, he's got a quad, and it's gonna be the ace! Fredden, the man behind the slaughter, just picks them apart on the way through. Ridiculous scenes as he rues the nightmares of LPB.
He is not... That was incredible, but also nightmare fuel. LPB is struggling to get onto these sites. They're struggling to deal with the repositionings that we're seeing from HSD, with the adaptability that they've thrown at us this time around. Struggling with the Killjoy setups that they have to deal with. Then, if anything, they're struggling with Fredden, to be completely honest.
Yes. The guy is just rapid, and it's not even always the util that's doing the work. It's the sheer gunplay that this guy has elevated in his game, and well, we said that maybe it would be Lear to take that step up. It hasn't been. On the opposite side, Loza a little more quiet than you'd usually expect, but has finally bought into his infamous attack-sided op. And will be looking to punish anyone who dares overstep at this point in time. The alarm bot, just a safety net towards Art, so perhaps we won't see any extra aggression come through until it's finally tested, and it will be. Riptide closing that one off almost immediately, and LPB still looking for the avenue towards A.
A has just not been the side for LPB. They have not found success on there at all. The furthest they've gotten onto that B side, twice getting that plan down. But A, it's under lock and key, and HSD is not letting go of it. But LPB, they want to try again. Getting the Cosmic Divide, getting that Nightfall in.
It's going to be huge, this Cosmic Divide as well, because they know that Fredden likes to play deep. They don't expect the early challenge to come through. The only problem is the lockdown is there, the turret's in place, at least for now, and Link has been punished on his aggression. Use the Sage Wall to peek top sight, and the spike's still not planted. By the time this Cosmic Divide dissipates, they're not even going to have it down, and you see where Fredden is playing. He can deny this with a spam.
Yep. And even looking at Linksy, rotations coming out again, so you need to have eyes in the back of your head to be dealing with that player. Fredden is just impossible to be dealing with.
No.
All it does, unfortunately, flash themselves, but Linksy, that player that was on that rotate, and HSD, they are comfortable, to say the least, on the attacking side of Pearlier.
I mean, whether it's a guiding light or this guy's raw aim in front of his eyes, it's lighting up the screen and the server, whichever way you flip it. HSD now in the lead, and LPB are getting rocked. We haven't seen a timeout from them yet, but this is exactly why they're now going to introduce it. Previously, we saw them, invest it to sort of sit back on their laurels, just reconstruct and reassess exactly what was working well for them. This one is a lot different in terms of the tone. They need to find an opening because everything that has been attempted thus far, repetitions aside, has not found what they were looking for. Ginny, if you're in the LPB, server right now, if you're mulling over what exactly it is that we need to see punished, where are the gaps for HS
Fredden.
Where's
the gap? Fredden. This man is absolutely crazy, taking down not 1 or 2 players at a time. No, we're talking about 3, 4, an ace coming up this man's sleeve. On top of the fact that a Killjoy util is just keeping that A site under lock and key, you're investing the Cosmic Divide and the Nightfall, and he's expecting that. He's waiting patiently with that lockdown. He could have used it around before, but decided not to. Just completely... The adaptation that I was expecting from LPB at that point is you've invested 2 ultimates. You've invested the Cosmic Divide, you've invested the Nightfall, but it's not paid off because immediately the lockdown got thrown at your face. That's it. Leave the site, maybe go for that rotate. Try and see if any players are going for that flank, but instead LPB find themselves funneled! And Lear finds himself the first pick of the round on Laza, who had an updraft to try and get the pick instead.
What? I mean, an updraft or 2. Lear with a top shelf shot which shuts them down entirely. Both teams looking to challenge mid early on, and it's HSD that win out. Yeah, this is the low investment from LPB, but more than anything, they might just be trying to test the waters. Be left unguarded. A big over-rotate from HSD to just keep this one locked down, but I don't think it's a problem. 2 versus 5, you're happy to just expend a little bit of space and keep that security that you will be able to turn around. They've not got anything in the back pocket that they could really flip this one with, and even if you want it, Lynxy does have the Reckoning to make certain of this round.
Lear again with the updraft, looking to find another victim with the knives. It's gonna be delayed for a little longer, then lockup is not easy to deal with. The slow orb as well. Lane playing off of it gets the first pick, but Fred immediately. Clapping back. And HS there, they're getting themselves comfortably into those double digits.
Yeah, they are. They're feeling snug right now, Ginny. And I don't know what we expect from LPB coming into this next round, because you've had an opportunity to shake things up. That's your free hit on the thrifty round, the low economy investment. Now when it comes to the guns, what is it exactly that they've been formulating and trying to bring out to unfold what it is that HSD have laid in front of them? It seems as if this defensive setup should just be rinse and repeat yet again. We're also most likely going to see a mid-challenger, at the very least the 0 point from Russ in towards Art. But then the question is, what do LPB want to do? It looks like they'll be at least playing for this slow to inhibit what Lear can create. And it is this Jet duel, which he wins out.
Jet duel. I mean, Lear on the Jet has been absolutely incredible so far. He's not giving them an easy time. Viper spit again onto the A site. LPB need to come through with these rotations. B looks to be their main target, but instead creeping up on A through mid is what we're looking at.
LPB find themselves in the belly of the beast, and Lynxy gets disintegrated in the stomach acid. Russ sending out some engine oil almost as he pumps forward with the null command. Here is Alice still alive in the backlines. Might not have his Sky utility to work from, but the hard graft alone and this Phantom player has just been strong enough. Link claps back, planting in the safety of this default box. Lear should catch him on the way through though, and snatches at the heels which will shut him down. Player advantage for HSD in the retake, no flank to worry about. Russ out on an island, isolated in this position once more, with a single flash to work with, and then the alarm bot spots him out. HSD don't know about these players' positioning, but Russ has so much work to do. Gets the first, and now the crossfire envelops in the 2 versus 2. Flash coming out into the back of the head. Russ with a killer blow, and Cray finishes things off. LPB finally pick a round from their attacking side.
LPV, that's what they need. They need that round, even though maybe not as good as we might have expected it to be, but this shows them that they're able to do so. The momentum that HSD was on for their last couple of rounds has been insane. 6 rounds in a row just in their pocket. So slowing down this momentum for HSD, looking to get back into the swing of things themselves is just crucial for LPB.
Yeah. And it seems as if LPB want to fight for A main, whether Lear is there or not, and that's a concession that they're happy to make. Lazar on the operator yet again, but this time holding so much deeper. The 0 point enough to bring him off the angle, but they won't move up just yet. Fairly slow default, but they are trying this A yet again.
In this A, I'm not sure the reasoning why LPB seems to be drawn, set, absolutely committed to this A site. In doing so, they're going to be walking into an operator. Lair dashing out to main, and Link does manage to bite him out. He's a little bit in an awkward position, but he still finds the pick. Leza eventually does manage to shut that down, but again, LPB are losing so many members in the process.
Yeah, the pinch just wasn't coming through onto Lear's position. It was like the practice range, knowing where the bots are going to pop up one by one, swiveling from peak to peak. And Freden is still here, hitting the peak of his performance in the backside. An area which they've been unable to deny thus far, LPB. They went for more than just the control of the orb. In fact, they wanted the real McCoy, the full deal, and it just wasn't an offering they were able to attain. And HSD will sit back. 20 seconds left on the clock, and 3 of the 4 players that they still have remaining, all in position, and Fred and even taking Cray through the sidelines. Lazar will just be saving this op. The Jewel has to marinate for yet another round.
LPB managed to get that 1 round, but immediately HSD are shutting them down. That A site seems to be, by the looks of it, I don't want to say the nail in the coffin, but the success rate onto A site for LPB is just not justifying them continuously trying to get that execute on their lock, because Freden is not moving there. He's not giving them an inch of the site, not giving them the space they need that is required to be able to get the plan down safely and then also play the post plan.
If you look at the players here that were having success for HSD as well, it was Lear coming out the half, and I believe it was Lynxy as well. But now Freden and Vicious have made that big step up. Ale always in with supportive play. It was the technical pause last time, which only floated for a singular round before LPB closed out on a thrifty. Could this be, you know, the secret tech? I'm not too sure if that's the source that they're sipping on right now, but in terms of setup, I would like to see LPB go back to taking some more of that mid control as they did before. At least remove the alarm bot that they know is positioned just outside of Art, and then maybe swivel back to one of those late B takes, because B is where the success is right now. It's an untapped gold mine which they've, you know, only plucked some spare change from at this point in time, and I would love to see them make better use of it as this one progresses, but you know, still maintain that presence elsewhere, because you know, before you actually look to hit the site, it's been fairly beneficial at, you know, pulling a rotate or 2 from HSD and keeping their wits about them.
Yeah, and again, another technical pause as well. I think something to highlight is that momentum from HSD that has been building 6 rounds in a row. You shut it down by that first round. They're coming back immediately, and it's gonna take a lot to knock HSD off of their game, and it's not just Freden that is making things impossible. Vicious and Lear, especially Lear, with these opening picks on that operator, has just... LPB are not able to deal with it. And LPB are using a lot of that util to get onto that site, but not to the effective and efficient extent that you might expect them to when it comes to dealing with Lear's operator. And Freden has free reign onto A site. That's his home. That's his house. You know like those movies where it's like, get off my turf. Like you see that like man
right? Get
like
off my
coming
lawn.
out. Later, like that's Freden right now. Get off my lawn, or else, and that else is you lose the whole round.
I mean, he's the king of the pizzeria. We've got Fred and Fazbear in the server, and he's the nightmare fuel right now for HSD. I've seen that
Please
one
no
floated
food.
around the timeline just a little bit, but yeah, I think that's a really important point that you make, and something that we maybe neglected to talk about earlier in what the success HSD were finding and where that was really coming from. These first bloods have been huge for them. Whether it is Lear just getting a cheeky pick and managing to dismantle Luzza in the jet duel or not, it's even when a player goes flying in towards the site, even Link a couple times caught out on an overpeak, they're able to punish. And there we have it again. Vicious finds Vong, and that's some of your initiation gone. Yeah, it's a low investment, but this is the kind of stuff we're talking about for HSD.
HSD are not giving up easy. Pearl is a map that they picked for a reason, and Lotus kind of shook them in terms of the opponents that they're dealing with here tonight. And Pearl, they've gotten the reins right back on track. They're ensuring that all these rounds are played onto their terms. LPB, all they can do is be reactive. They're not giving that opportunity, especially on the attack. They're not given the chance. They're not given an opportunity to dictate the pace of these rounds. HSD have it in their lock and key. Luzza missing that shot. Ale with a spam through the Viper wall. The one to be coming out on top. Luzza's not going to be able to get into that smoke. Lair got the picks instead, dashes back onto safety. Link finds one player, but Lair's still someone to be dealt with. Has the frenzy.
Oh,
Luzza
30 seconds left.
with the operator. Feels right at home.
What a shot, dynamic. I was thinking for a moment we'd be greeted the Shorty versus Frenzy duel inside the Cloudburst, but it's not going to happen. 3 versus 2, player down, but LPB have turned these situations before. Link turns his head, and Fredden is oh so happy to just take that one for free. Out comes the Cascade, but Luzza still holding on, spots the first, manages to peek out onto Fredden, and now knows the positioning of both. A difficult situation to win, but one he should be capable in. Too much to ask. Vicious gets it, and HSD on map point of their own pick.
HSD are looking comfortable. HSD are looking confident as well. When it comes to these retakes, initially on Lotus, what we were seeing from HSD was there was a little bit in terms of miscommunication, in terms of not waiting long enough for the other players to be arriving. Whereas this time around, looking at Fredden, he did not go for that peak from heaven up until Vicious and Lynx were able to push through the barrier from Link. It's communication at its T, and they've really picked up from what we've seen last map. And they've been rightfully awarded for that.
We've got 3 map points to work with now, and they look to get it done and over with almost instantly. Here comes Lear! Sends the blade straight through, finds the first blood, and tears them apart. Only a single dagger left within, and has to back away. Cray looking to support through Scuba, but gets shut down, and that's it. It's another opening pick for HSD. It's all that they needed. Now they can drop back into those deeper crossfires, which LPB have struggled so much to dislodge.
You will not.
This is that life on that they lead. Link starting it off by bringing one player back from the dead, especially Vong. That Nightfall is still available now. They're gonna be able to utilize this. And this time around, how's that look? Look what sight it is.
It's going to be B. Could this be it, right? Could this be the chance for LBB to find their second this half? Not only that, Cray is still upstanding with the Cosmic Divide, and like we said, these deep angles being played by HSD will be somewhat inhibited by the use of the ultimate when we see it come through, as I fully expect us to, and there it is. Chance now to get that more preferential plant. What does Ale do in response? Does he want to look for something extra? Doesn't seem to be the case. HSD usually with those quick retakes, but denied the opportunity to do so on this occasion.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide is putting a bit of a spanner into work, but this is going to drop at some point, and Ale is looking straight down the barrel.
Oh, but HSD, they immediately swing back. That's the lockdown from deep, flushing them even further astray. Swept under the waves of Pearl as HSD say, look, you can be confident on this map. It could have been yours in the regular season, but this is playoffs, baby, and we are here to stay. Flawless to finish, front to back, HSD make it happen.
Absolutely. Looked a little shaky at the start, but especially on the defensive side. Similar, actually, to what we've seen on Lotus. HSD, they feel right at home, and this is the reason why they picked the map. When it comes to LPB's performance on the attack, I was very impressed. On the defense, I was very impressed, but on the attack, a little bit of an issue in terms of maybe communication. I think that A site really being the one that they continuously are hammering to get down. Again, question marks in terms of why that is the case. Why is that the reason? A couple of duels that potentially could have completely swung a different side of the game. But all in all, HSD, they have put forward such an incredible performance on the second half. They didn't let us slip on the first half either. It was only a 2-round difference. So they really managed to reel it in, learn of some of the mistakes from Lotus, and just make sure that those don't happen. Back to the basics. That's what you said, and that's what LPB were so good at on Lotus. But when it came on Pearl basics, they were HSD's best friend.
Yeah, and it's a similar story from LPB as it was in the game against Apex as well, where they struggled with that attacking side and really finding the opening / how it was exactly they wanted to play it. I also mentioned coming into this matchup, what would the difference be between that harbor utility, the cove, and setting up safety for a plant, and the barrier orb? And I don't think that LPB got the full utilization of their strengths there. I mean, we even saw them bring it to post on B in the final round, but in terms of what that outlook was, it never really became fully realized. Luzza here, the top performer for LPB, but I think a lot of that also sits on the first half performance. Couldn't get up and going and really maximize the value of the operator from the attacking side. It's usually his trademark, but in the last couple of outings on this map, at least in the attacking outlook, it's been stunted in many ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Luzza on the attacking side, not finding what we wanted him to find. But when it comes to Vicious, I mean, we've spoken about him before this matchup even started. He comes out on top, MVP for HSD, but not to take anything away from Fredden and Lear, especially when it came to Lear's performance on the defense, on that operator, getting those early picks and just going right back to safety. He just took a page from Luzza's book, and fortunately for HSD, it worked out. I mean, you have Fredden onto A sides with Vicious. That was under lock and key. There was no way that LPB was even given a shot to be able to get onto any of that sites.
Yeah, no way in hell, right? That is the value that you get from the double controller comp in that situation. While they maybe didn't make the most of what it could give them on the attacking side, and playing both ends of the map and really utilizing what you have available to you. On the defense, like you mentioned, the door firmly locked, padlocked, 10 times. There was a latch, a chain wrapped around it, and I mean, that is just the beginning, right? Like, absolutely every precaution taken, and you can throw the 9-3 curse out the window. It was the 8-4 curse almost. They hit the baseline for what they needed from their attacking half, at least, whether that was 3 or 4 rounds, whatever the case may be, and the defense just looks so solid.
Yeah, and now both of these teams are going to have a chance to go on a little bit of a break, because we're going to be back with the final map, the decider, and that's going to be Split. HSD up against Lipti Buffon, the rematch that we've all been waiting for, and with both of their teams winning their respective maps, we're now going to be heading on to that decider, and that's going to be Split. I'm Jenny, and I'm joined by Hazza, and if I remember, this is literally every single quote-unquote newer map that has been added into the pool, and neither one of these teams has actually played Split yet.
No, they haven't, right? We only had that last final play day of the regular season with Split and Lotus in rotation, so not really much of an offering in terms of what can be picked apart. These teams are going to have to rest on, you know, how they've, you know, learned to play it throughout their time on the game more than anything else. So you have that core within LPB that were stuck together for a few different rosters and whatnot, and I think they'll have tried to build on some of those ideas. And then for HS Deer, it's almost a complete unknown unless you look back at what Kova used to do with this map way back when. So a complete unknown coming into it, and I don't think on the casting desk we could be any happier with what that sort of prospective situation ends up being.
Yeah, we're very happy. Can you see we're both like smiling? We're very happy. But Split is definitely one of my favorite maps, and I think Split again is one of those maps where a lot of players tend to deviate a little bit in terms of their roles, but also the agents that they're playing. If I remember correctly, Kova Vicious would always be on the Viper, so that's probably still what we're going to be expecting. But when it comes to compositions and agents and expectations that you have, Haza, is there any agent you really think that you need and will be seeing on Split?
I mean, I think it's a difficult one to answer because you put it quite rightly yourself. There's a lot of room for deviation, and I think that's why I'm happy to see the 3 maps that we've got, because none of them just fall into like that, oh, there's a default comp that you have to play this way or another way. And already we have seen HS Deer flex those muscles a little bit. They're happy to play a double controller with Linksy playing the Harbor and then Vicious on the Viper, like you mentioned. And I'm wondering whether we'll get a similar outlook here. I think that comp is probably best tailored to like an Icebox if you were looking at a different map to run it on than a Split. But yeah, there are lots of questions here as to who they might run. I think in terms of initiators, I wouldn't be too surprised if we get a breach out from Russ here again as well, because I think it is a very strong agent at you know, controlling some of those lines. And maybe Link could even want to move on to yet again that Sage, because you can use the wall in towards mid. It's a very cheap way of getting mid control, but a tried and tested method. There's a lot of opportunities for these teams to mess around with here, and I think that's the most exciting part.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think instead of dwelling on the opportunities that they could be taking, I think maybe we have a look back at what we've seen from both of these teams on their respective map picks. So coming on to Lotus, if anything, LPB were, so to say, quote unquote, maybe in the advantage. They knew what composition was going to be run by HS Deer, and there's a little bit out of the blue. I don't think it was a completely unexpected composition, very standards in terms of what you're expecting. You have the neon, you have the rays rather than the neon. But the playstyle adaptations that we've seen from HS Deer on Lotus Haza was not as quickly as we might have liked them to be, which seemed to not be the case on Pearl. So based off of that, is Split going to be even better?
Maybe. It's a difficult one to try and place at this point in time. Like you said, there's just not that information. We haven't seen the tapes. We don't know what we should exactly be referencing, right? It's difficult. So I don't know. There are like so many different variations of what both of these teams could bring out, because both of them have so much flexibility in their agent pool as well. Like I was saying, even then, Link could be on a Sage. He could also be on an Omen, and he could also be on a Raze, because she's a brilliant duelist to use on this map. So, you know, there's so much variation, and really we won't know until we get into Agent Select, and the answer is...
Drum roll, please. I don't have a soundboard, so I can't
on the Raze!
Roll,
what?
Interesting.
We have not seen Lazza play Raze once, I don't think, so far this split. Link will be on the Sage, and they've got Vong on Astra too.
We're pulling out all the stops. I mean, it is playoffs, like you said, and you want to make sure that you always keep them guessing. I mean, when we're looking at Lazza specifically, the only agents that he has played is Jet, and he has played Chamber a couple of times here and there. But yeah, I guess expect the unexpected. That's all I can really say. Even the Sky, I mean, it's... Rust usually does play those flashing agents, so again, that is something that we've seen, but we've not seen Vong on the Astra. We've seen him on the Omen once. The Brimstone, once or twice, but the Astra, that's also a new one.
Yeah, HS Deer have also doubled up in the duelist department. Ale didn't quite hit his fix in that first game of Lotus, and now has joined Lear on the Raze with the Jet as well. And I mean, when you look at the initiator they have to support in the form of Sky, it's not necessarily one that will, you know, like tee you off in the best possible position. I hinted at a breach, and both teams have completely forgotten it. Both teams also picking up a double controller. This is going to be a crazy third map, and I cannot wait to get into it.
I'm absolutely ready.
Neither can Ale. He's just gone straight towards ramp.
The aggression coming out from the duel is already in play, but Vong on that Aster, we haven't seen him before, but Fredden, okay. Immediately, like, using the smokes, but also the Viper Wall to their advantage, playing in and out of sight.
Yeah, the problem for LPB here is that both of those players are stranded from one another. They need to find a way to isolate a kill, and there's going to be a lot on the hands of Russ here. Has the frenzy, could go for a multi, but when they waterfall down like that, it's going to be hard to pull the opposite way up the stream. Here comes Link on the quick play through stairs, but they've already heard him. He's pushed so far back, not looking to chase this kill, just get the spike down and play off of one another. A guiding light and poison cloud to just solidify the positioning here. And a very difficult retake for Link to take.
Playing in their own smokes. Still, Link to be the one coming out on top, looking a little bit lower, expecting a player to be coming out on ropes, but Linksy holding true and close to Fredden. Gets that trade in as well. And HSD, yes, they deployed that util onto A. They're looking to cut out line of sight. They have the smoke, they have the Viper Wall, but they leave enough for that rotation that even when they get onto site, they still have the guiding lights, they still have a poisonous cloud from Vicious, and they still have Fredden, who has one smoke left, which makes that retake again for LPB so difficult, regardless of the fact of whether you're going to be coming in with one player or two or three. And that is thinking ahead. I like it.
There's the double duelist pairing as well, just bouncing off of one another to take the early ramp control. Not many teams will want to send themselves into that position often because it's difficult to then have a real outlook on the site. I think the only other team I can think of that runs double duelist on this map would probably be Fnatic, but even that comp doesn't have an initiator, so a little bit different, the play styles. Both of these teams just figuring out what works for them. I like that Link is playing this stage towards A as well, because we've seen that a couple of times when introduced in lock-in, and just completely ignoring the space in mid, and just happy to concede that to HSD, but they're not taking it, respecting it quite a lot behind these toxic screens.
Yeah, that respect from HSD against LPB, it's a great way to approach it, simply because of the fact that LPB is one of those teams, you never know what they're going to be pulling out of the bag. Some crazy clutches, some insane individual performances, or just a really good fundamentals that they're going to be relying on. So HSD are taking it slow, completely understand that, but also time is ticking. And noise
that
is
it
being
is.
made.
Into the last 30 seconds, and they are walking into the stack here. 4 of the 5 LPB players in place to deal with the threat, and Craig gets the first. They're pushing on towards the main entrance to see what they can swing back. Link here as well, 3 versus 3, and time ticking down. Only 10 seconds or so once you account for the spike plant, and these pistols are tearing HSD apart. They took too long making the decision, and it ended up being the incorrect one, because Linksy now with 25 points of health can only hold on to this Bulldog if anything is to be found, and it isn't. That's our first second round swing back so far in the series.
Yeah, and LPB last time around were able to get that momentum off of this round, and we'll see if that's going to be the case again, because coming into this, they have a good buy. I mean, you got a Bulldog and a Spectre, but all in all, LPB looking solid. HSD are taking a lot of time. This is something we've seen on Lotus as well, when they let that clock run down and then they need to run onto site, and that's when you kind of walk into those crossfires that LPB is so good at setting up. They're really patiently just waiting for you to make a mistake, and that's exactly what HSD did.
I think they wanted that mid presence ideally a little bit sooner than they ended up having, because you expend a lot of your Sky utility, the Trailblazer, some of the guiding lights, to just alleviate that pressure when LPB weren't even trying to use it whatsoever. Now Link posts up with the wall in mid, and they back off on what the A control looks like. They just backed up in Garage right now, and yeah, again, a little bit timid in these opening stages.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of timidity. I mean, last time around, HSD, unfortunately, with that waiting and that patience, it did come back to bite them. But when it comes to LPB, you're on the defensive side. At this point, up until the spike is down, time is your best friend.
Yeah, it's okay to play slow, but you need to be gathering that information, and I think it's the information which HSD lacked was their undoing. They don't know about Rush, but Ale doesn't care. able to find the kill with a stinger and bites down almost immediately. Considering the paint shells towards the backside, goes for it. Lynxy takes down Luzza. There's a trade from Link on the point, and he can try and stall this out as long as possible. They don't have a sage, so there's no wall to cut him back, but Vong is here. Spotted out the final player. Vicious is a 1 versus 1. Yeah, dangerous angle to be taking, but finds his third. Puts him on podium position and keeps LPB in front.
Expensive round though from LPB. They're gonna be able to
100%.
get that hold on to that Phantom, but still they lose every single other rifle that they have initially invested. Coming through on the buy, they should have enough. Yep, there we go. They should definitely have enough. So HSD are the ones to be coming on the back foot. Again, HSD, you're expecting them certain rounds that you're expecting them to win, unfortunately, don't really swing in their favor. And it's, again, you're absolutely correct. You're waiting patiently to get onto that side, waiting down for those last couple of 40-30 seconds. But when you do so, if you have no information, you don't know what you're going to be running into. And LPV are more than glad to hold on to the util until you actually decide to push them. They're happy to wait.
You've got Luzza and Link here now stacked up on this round with the paint shells and slow orb, and that can always be an incredibly dangerous combination. It's already been expended this time because HSD have poked and prodded enough to get a retaliation from the Beast on B right now, but it was those Phantoms in the previous round which chimed together to turn the result, and because HSD actually invested round 3, it means that they don't have the weapons on this occasion, and it could just be a similar story.
It could just be a snowball from LPB that's continuously going. That momentum, you need to shut that down. And Ale is gonna find Link, which is absolutely crucial, but Russ, the positioning that they're currently in, unaccounted for, completely fretted. It's gonna find that swing onto it. Vish is adding to it as well. Luzza creeped back into CT, 23 HP. Looking to do some work, but not gonna be able to do
30
so.
seconds left.
Incredibly dangerous there. The aura of bullets flowing around Luzza as he's narrowly able to avoid the danger. A 2 versus 3. Once again, LPB's backs against the wall, but you cannot write them off in these situations. They've done it previous. I expect them to do it again at some point. Whether it's this round or not, we'll have to see. A little bit of information collated by Frednon from the shadows, and might be enough to hold them back, but it looks like LPB are actually weighing up their chances of taking this one, and they have no clue on the positioning. So much time being bought for HSD with the crossfires now established. Luzza the first point of contact and the first to fall. In fact, both of them do so. HSD, beautiful, thrifty response to level up that score.
It feels like when one of these teams gets a thrifty, the other team will get a thrifty. It's just how it works. You give one, you take one. It's I appreciate this more when it's a back and forth rather than one team building that momentum. And both of these teams have become quite wary of allowing your opponents to stitch together more than 2-3 rounds, because at that point, when they're feeling it, when they're confident, it's really difficult to deal with either one of these rosters. So seeing it tied up 2-2 coming into this next round, LPB not on the greatest of buys, it's, again, answering what you said earlier, Hazza, this could genuinely be anyone's map.
Yeah, the scary thing is, though, we've seen how sometimes these matchups have been a little one-sided in terms of preference for teams and how they look to approach things. Denial of information from HSD outside of A, and it is just that tug-of-war battle right now. I don't know who would win in a Polaris tug-of-war. I couldn't say.
Not you. I mean, you're
okay.
You're built like the talk, you know.
Okay. I mean, look, I knew what I signed up for, right? MP usually the one on the receiving end.
Yeah, but like MP is not built like a noodle. I mean, okay.
Oh, no, look, I can back it, right? I can back it. I was away doing my time on beacons. I wasn't at the gym, but even then it doesn't make much of a difference. Ale with a knockout blow of his own. And it seems as if Ross will be the punching bag instead of me this time.
Hey, as long as it's not you, right?
For sure.
At least you can reach the top shelf. That's a good thing.
I guess so.
Can
right?
Vong reach?
Can Vong deliver a top shelf shot for us? He's tucked in the corner, but that is a horror show. Peeks out into 4 players. They weren't there when he first saw it. It's like a pantomime. They're not behind you. In fact, they're in front, and there is no flank here either, except there will be for Vicious, slowly creeping on through mid, and should hear Cray tumbling through the vents, but Link catches a brilliant timing, has a res available, and could even double back here to perhaps bring Russ online.
Yeah, Seekers do come out though. Something that you might want to be dealing with first. The Phantom picked up for Link, still lesser weaponry for the rest of the team. Link gets dealt with immediately. Pain shells forcing them further back into heaven, and time is ticking. They're trying to buy as much time as they can, and they can do so indeed. 3 HP for Ale, but 1 for Cray. Everyone is so incredibly low, and they're hunting for that final pick. They do find it. HSD again adapting, slowing down that momentum for LPB that are going to be coming into this with a full buy, and there's a couple of scary ults, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. Not doing it with a stinger and never from that distance as well there for Cray, but looking at it, like you said, the ults are starting to cycle online now for LPB. It'll be interesting to see how proactive they get with the usage of these. I think it's very difficult from the defender's side unless you have some kind of a set play to make the most out of it, and even then, Luzza doesn't have the showstopper online, and the Viper's Pit isn't there to try and give some early control either. Lynxie has used up the Seekers, so that would be your checkmate gone. Vicious has his own, and we've seen them turn rounds from this HS Deer, but good to have them back online here almost immediately.
The Viper's Pit deployed. Gonna make it difficult for them to get onto the site, but again, you can still be dealing with that Viper's Pit if you wish to do so. Cray only 1 away from it themselves. And HS Deer, they have the B side under lock and key continuously. All the rounds that they've won so far, it has been B side. This is like what we've seen from LPB on the last map. A side was their best friend, but it just didn't want them. This time around, it's not the case. It's a flashy sprays a little too early.
Vicious stays up and they still have the pit, looking to play round it, but yet again, shots through the smoke and LPB find it, salvage something. Vicious for 3, Vicious nearly for 4, but just then Luzza flashes away and in comes the flash from Fredden, always holding on to it in the late round. The paranoia coming up trumps for the 2nd time in a row. And HS Deer find another round for the 2nd time in a row, now 3 times even, as they extend that advantage from the attacking side.
Yeah, beautiful play from Vicious, especially when that Viper puts down the pit. Majority of players are expecting it either to be playing towards the back of site or onto that pit, so pushing forward, getting onto B main instead, looking to catch off players that are pushing through heaven. Beautifully played from Vicious, and that's the Viper from Vicious that we've been commenting on time and time again in terms of how well he is in terms of executing with the util. Ooh, I had to hold my breath there. Didn't even touch his toes.
No, he didn't. I think usually, Ginny, it's more preferential for a sniper to hold their breath, not the person commenting on them. So, you know, save yourself the air if you can, because we could be in for a long one here. It depends whether LPB can offer a little more resistance on this defending side.
Link does spot out Ale. It is Ale expecting both players. Angel in hand. Luzza does manage to get back as well. But mid pressure this time. First time we're seeing it.
Yeah.
From either one of these teams, especially from HS Deer.
Just to usually play into this a lot later. Something I want to comment on about LPB is the util usage that we've actually seen from them thus far. Not quite maybe as optimal as we would have liked, as Russ is taking the least optimal of peaks, but disregards the odds and dismantles Lear, deletes him from the server and will trail back as far as possible, but the flashes won't even do justice. Ale still able to clamber back the kill, and this is the green light for HSD. They're heading straight through, but the shot's still good on the Sheriff the opposite way. Oh my Lord Vong! Adding one at a time, Luzza with the showstopper concludes the affairs on this occasion, and well, we asked for a thrifty and you shall receive.
3 thrifties in one game, and we're 8 rounds in, so incredible from both of these teams. I mean, what was it again that you called it? What was the thing that allows a Sheriff to do what it just did?
The aim mechanic. I don't know if you've heard of this one before.
No, not really. I heard of the click heads, not
click heads
mechanic, but I tend to do more the opposite, unfortunately.
I mean, the fact that Russ takes that kill as well is absolutely absurd. The guy has a Sheriff, for goodness sake, and there's 4 people in front. More than anything, I think as well, the fact he's able to get so far back before dying is big work, and well, LPB will just send that aggression straight forward. It worked for them before. Here is the pit. Vicious the other way through. Cray just playing with fire as the Trailblazer comes channeling on in. Luzza takes down a very low HP Vicious after weathering the storm somewhat in that toxic cloud.
A bit more proactiveness from LPB, using the Viper's Pit immediately onto A main the second the wall drops. Same thing for that Cosmic Divide, you're pushing it down mid and allowing Vong to push out aggressively. Gets that first pick, you're stuck up in heaven, Russ gets 2. Link, unfortunately, not going to be able to find Linksy. But Russ has already done so much damage, only 1 player left, does have the spike. But 3 members of LPB to be dealing with.
And Lexy's already dropped to the site, so these LPB players can be in quick for the retake, reposition towards heaven, and keep him downtrodden towards the back of pillar. Needs to come up with something big and wants to isolate these jewels as much as possible. May have even seen the util effect there from the regrowth, knowing about Russ chiming in with his teammates, but ravenous stuff at the end from that man. 3 kills on the round to bring LPB up to their 4th, and yeah, just not taking their foot off the pedal after winning the previous round. They channel the momentum through and take the fight to HS Deer.
Momentum for both of these teams. Both of these teams have been so good at getting that momentum and getting that ball rolling. So now it's the matter of shutting down that momentum instead, equalizing it time and time again. This is the most equal game we have seen out of all of the 3 games. I mean, Lotus was absolutely in favor of LPB. There's no hiding that. HS Deer towards the end did manage to do a bit of a comeback, but it wasn't enough. Pearl started off in LPB's favor, but then heavily swapped towards HS Deer once we got onto that second half. And LPB, they're playing the defense right now. And that has been their strongest side so far. So I am a little worried of how equal it is when this goes into the attack. When these kind of aggressive plays are being brought to them, what can they do?
Is there much you can do to offer resistance against Lear? Cray certainly has something up his sleeve. An ace, perhaps. Only 3 kills thus far, but I mean, it's a house of cards that tumble down as HS Deer gets shut away. In fact, Cray is just running away from the scenario entirely, allowing the Seekers to do that heavy lifting as a double flank from LPB is levied. 1 for Ross again, and then narrowly unable to find the second, but Link able to support him in those efforts. And going back to the point I was making, yes, HS Deer have looked the better team on attack, but they're running double duel lists. We also have to consider if either of these teams are being substantially bottlenecked by the position that they're playing from, because another narrative we can pull from the previous 2 maps is that they were both incredibly one-sided affairs depending on which end of the game you were looking at. So I really don't know what the baseline is for either of these teams in terms of the performance they need to be bringing out in these opening stages.
Yep, timeout coming in from HS Deer, absolutely understandable. Although, going back to the point, the attacking side for LPB has not been their strongest suit. They've got a couple of attacking sides every now and then, so considering in a couple of rounds this is going to be flipped and they're going to be the ones doing the heavy lifting, I still have a couple of question marks on their performance on the attack, but HS Deer, I completely understand this. You don't want to give them too much of a leeway, and LPB have gotten a couple of rounds in a row already, which is, again, that momentum that you need to shut down. You're coming into this, you have the showstopper, you're 1 away from the Seekers, but what are you going to invest in? What are you going to do on that round when you have the full buy? Do you want to make this a 7-5? Are you looking to equalize this? A lot of things going through for HS Deer right now, but most importantly, what do you do with LPB? Because their teamwork, again, it just switched on.
I think if you're HS Deer right now, you want to try and find a way to mitigate the mid-pressure that LPB have been enjoying so much recently. Dealing with the wall is one way to do it. Russ just so confident. There's not even another single player anywhere near him. It's only a Nebula to support, but even then, the Astral Star, not yet committed into that position. No kind of utility to support. They just understand how the game is being played from HS Deer. After those initial couple rounds, the read is perfect.
But also no utility to be gained from getting that orb. It's a very risky decision. You've only had 1 point into your Seekers. It's not like you needed that. But with that aggressive push, does find the information that B main is currently, if not being contested, at least being considered.
Because of this mid-pressure and conditioning that's been lined up by LPB as well, it's meant that HS Deer have to respect it, go for the late clear. Ale finally in for a kill. but immediately sent out by Linkers. We see the showstopper expire. This is where they want to go. It's a B crunch coming in, and Lear is the first to find it. Russ now isolated as he was before, and they've actually sent it back, grouping up to send every single player in out of main, and this has alleviated some of the room which Vong had to concede. He could come through heaven if he wanted to as the smoke gets placed. Russ able to just pluck away some damage, but still has so much work to do and unable to make it happen.
Yeah, Cray now the only one left, has to come through with that rotation. 4 members to be dealing with. Little bit of an unfortunate timing as well from Russ with the guiding light, looking to push out that blind, but was getting pincher from both angles, and it could, as much as we're saying HSZ are conceding some of that space that they've gained in heaven, it's those mind games that are coming into play. You can see Russ was very wary of potentially players pushing out through heaven. Vong was very wary of even getting any space into heaven, playing it as slowly as they could, and that gave them more than enough time to rush onto site as a 4-man. They lose 1 member in the process, but all in all, they get the plan down, and they get a round in the bag, which for them is absolutely a W because you're equalizing it once again.
And we're seeing HST do great jobs at playing together as a unit here as well. Maybe a slight mix-up in the hierarchy of command there, a lapse in comms as 2 players drop to the spike, and that's actually done quite a bit of economic damage. Look how many rebuys we've actually had to see here from HST. 3 of those players on less than 1,000 credits, whereas LPB fairly healthy, keeping a weapon at the very least online. It might need to toss over some credits from Cray, in fact, if Vong is to have a rifle into the next. But things neck and neck, 5 rounds apiece. Who will take the advantage before the half comes to a close?
I'm putting my vote on equal half.
Okay.
But just
you certainly
not
feel
my
that way,
Twitch
right?
channel points, because, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how many you have, right? You're a Polaris veteran. It should be stacked sky high, and Vicious could stack a few kills here. Aware of Russ, doesn't play the discipline, goes straight for it, bites at the chance, and that is HSD with the opener.
Yeah, Seekers, not that they were going to be available, but Russ, that flash that they have, they don't have a flash in any of their agents left, which could be a little scary because when we're looking at Fredden and Linksy, they both have some form of util that makes it a bit more difficult to see your screen. I know some people try to dodge those IRL, but I just want to give you some advice that if you move in your chair, if you're blinded in game, it's just in game. It's not IRL. I do it too.
It seems a lot. Oh my goodness, the timing onto Fredden. Some real calamitous kills coming through in the last few. I mean, how many times have Russ gone on walkabouts and ended up either finding a kill or getting picked off himself? It's so 50-50, and HSD on these B execs have been exactly the same. 50-50 on the chase! Lear out of the sky!
Hey, no way!
Jack drops from the beanstalk, but isn't able to take any magic with him. It's a 2 versus 2. Res online for Link, but no players to be salvaged. Russ is on the opposite end of the map, and Link has taken down Linksy, but the spike plant is there. Something to work with, at least for Vicious, but plays the hand too early. Link collects both, and LPB have their 6th.
Yeah, Vicious playing in that Viper pit and looking to push out. Trying to potentially catch LPB off guard, but if you're up against a team like LPB and you've done it twice already, you've done it on Pearl, you've done it once on Split, they're not gonna let you do it a 3rd time. Yeah. And Link was absolutely ready, even from the positioning up on Heaven, the way they were looking down that barrel straight outside that Viper's pit. It was an expectation from Link, and he read that correctly. And that's what this map feels like. It feels like reads coming out from LPB in some of these very crucial moments that are pushing HSD to rethink their approaches to some of these attacks.
Look at this quick cosmic divide to just push back HSD immediately. Russ takes Garage. Nobody looking to push up on A, but that's where the stack is, and the walls are double layered in mid as well. They look to just send on through. So much util in wait, but they're still able to get it done. Vong from Heaven, able to alleviate that pressure with a huge 3-piece. Spike recollected by Allah, and Chance's hopes reignited by those 2 duelist players. Everything on their backs, and they carry on through.
Looking to equalize his half, making it a 6-6. Russ, the only player left. They want to go for the double peek. Aware where that spike is planted. But time is ticking, and a decision needs to be made. The smoke dropping, leaving Cray a little unfortunate. Exposed, but Russ is aware of their positioning, throws a guiding light the other way, gives away their position, gets the first, not gonna be able to get the second. And Lair equalizes it, 6-6 for both of these teams on the first half.
I mean, look, you're doing better than me in the talent predictions, and you called it. Nail on the head, 6-6, these teams inseparable coming out of the half. And just to look at that last one as well, it's such a difficult situation. Russ manages to spot the low HP Lear and then goes for this huge jump to literally cover as much ground as he possibly can, like an Olympic long jump athlete, to close the space and maybe snatch the kill, but can't do it. And now we'll have to see if there's that change in equilibrium, if one of these teams is feeling that little bit more comfortable on the opposite end, or if we are just going to be burning all the way down to the very bottom of the hilt.
Hey, we're here for it. I mean, we're going all the way to the third map, so why not make it an absolute nail-biter? You've got your predictions down. It is a little bit of a scary situation to be in, but I think we're all a little scared.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be scared when you got Fredan hanging around here as the Nightmare Man before, and he's on the Omen this time. That dark, shrouded figure lurking in the depths of the B site. Ale with a little dropping, an offering of a satchel to slow things down. The blast pack there, an explosive entry from Luzza, but immediately retaliated. HSD getting the bulk of the B site yet again in a 3 versus 3, and Ale on the frenzy is going fantastic for HSD. Ring around the rosy with the paint shells. Vong trying to claim the spike, the guiding light with a little bit extra info. Trying to just connect the dots here, HSD, and play off of one another. He wants the isolated duel, but Ale will take it instead. HSD win both pistols on split.
That's a pretty scary statistic to be looking at if you're an LPB fan. Winning pistol rounds usually translates very heavily, around an 80% into winning the map. So HSD coming into this very comfortable. Even the next round, I mean, you get the Spectres, you get the Marshal. So is this going to be another Thrifty from LPB? We've seen them do it before. Can they do it again? Or has HSD learned from their mistakes and not going to be doing what they've done last half and instead played a little bit more patiently?
I think the caveat to that is that there's only 3 sheriffs for LPB this time around, lacking in the weaponry department as they were before, but even then, it was the sheriffs that dug them out of that hole previous, so maybe we could see it come through. HSD collecting some info, the guiding light popped outside of A, they know that that won't be a location dealt with at this point in time at least, as the toxic screens overlap in that position. LPB just queuing up for that mid control, something which HSD value a lot more from their defender's side, it seems.
Yep. HSD, when they were on the attack, mid was something that they would look there a couple of times, but it's not something they were heavily focused on. Whereas for LPB, this is the heavy focus. This is their bread and butter. Ale is going to start off with a strong pick, make it another. Link does get that trade.
Last player standing.
Leza is now the last player standing. No spike. Only a sheriff. No util.
It was just the blast pack from Ale to displace those players as he was layering on the Spectre bullets thick and fast. Luzza has the spike. Has a nice amount of HP to work with if you catch my drift. And in the 1 versus 3, it's not going to be the easiest, but the A site is open.
He didn't pick up the Spectre.
I think, to be fair, the Sheriff somewhat fancies you a little bit better here in this situation, because you've got to be hitting the headshots, isolating the duels.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a tricky situation, whichever way you flip it, but he will be getting the spike down. Extra bit of cash could maybe buy into some better weapons or util in the next round, but it all comes to this.
Oh, he's going to be pushing out aggressively, and Lear's absolutely expecting it. Classic LPB move. You want those isolated 1v1s, you want to push out aggressively onto CT. To try and get them on those rotates, but the rotates were a little sooner than potentially expected. And HS there, I mean, 8-6, they're doing this.
I mean, look, this is 1st seed versus 4th seed, we have to remember. Yet again, it calls to just how much quality there is in the region, and whether, you know, you're coming in as the favorite or not, HSD is still showing us so much potential maybe factors in play with the map pool that we've experienced between both of these teams. But even then, LPB were comfortable on Pearl and Lotus prior. So the fact that we've gone the distance as well just speaks volumes of, you know, how good HSD have been at mounting that comeback as well from, you know, preparation or no preparation. A very dominant Lotus match.
Yep. Both of these teams have been very dominant on their respective maps, and then Split, again, that was going to be, as we said, at a 50-50. It could have been anyone's. And so far, HSD seems to be the one in favor. They held on that attacking side and were managed to equalize it. And LPB, that attack, not just on Split, but also on Lotus, and also on Pearl, was not their favorite side of either of their maps. They're the ones on the back foot, as they've only managed to get 6 rounds. They didn't get any crazy momentum onto the defense, so now on the attack, that's where they need that crazy momentum to build up.
Here we go. This is the kicker, the gun round for LPB, the bonus for HSD, and they'll need to try and bounce back with something here because the kills all the while are going to the attacking unit. Picking them off one by one! Lynxy doing the exact same with far less credits in the back pocket. 2 weapons kept. Not sure how this one's going to pan out into the next round here. I think LPB is still able to keep things under wraps and get a fairly comfortable investment, but HSD are knocking on the door, and Lear now brought up into an operator will give us an outlook which we didn't see from LPB's defensive half. Luzza playing on the Raze, finding it a little more difficult to introduce what usually is his signature stranded trait.
Yep, that operator is not going to be coming into play yet. Not that potentially that cash would be something that they have, but already gets up on ramps. Beautiful movement from Luzza. Is it going to be able to capitalize? So Vicious is not going to get spotted out, holding angles right above rope. A common angle to be checking, but when you're under such a high pressure scenario, it's instead Vicious decide to call it quits. And Cray's in a standoff with Lynxy.
Cray has been spotted. They know about Luzza taking all of that room. Vicious actually just backing away from Vent for a moment, but eventually double dipping to recollect some of this information off the back of Lear. We got a smoke helping those efforts in towards mid from Fred, and the read here from HSD is good. They have players in place to deal with the threat. This spam could be dastardly from Lynxy deep, but only collects with a little bit of damage, and look how much they still have to work with here, HSD, and stopping LPB getting into the site.
Yeah, so much space already gathered, and Lynxy is gonna look to get a couple of picks off of that, but he's gonna have to fall back to the rest of their team, play this as a unit. Lair has brought the operator to the party. The plan's down, and if anything, when it comes to post plans from LPB, they have been good. They have been enough.
They have. And we saw that in the previous round as well. Alec coming in with the showstopper, finds one and trades it out. Happened a couple times already, and Fredden also getting involved. What will Lear be able to do on the retake with this operator? Not much. Luzza able to find a couple for himself. Lynxy traded out. And actually looking at this, he might just pop the Seekers and go for the tap because it is not planted for Cray. He has the positioning, but that second tap might just be enough to give the info there. Cray goes high and Lynxy goes wide, unable to get it done. We are all square with 16 rounds played between these two teams.
I mean, you get 2 rounds and you give 2 rounds, or you get a round and you give a round. There's no momentum building. It's a tug of war. You give one, you take one, and LPB managed to close the gap, and on the attack, they're doing a bit better than what we've seen on the other maps. Coming into the next one, though, that's the scary one for HSD, because the ult economy for LPB is looking healthy, to say the least, whereas the economy in general for HSD are not the best coming into this. And that last round, if anything, a morale boost for LPB, which is what they need, that clutch from Cray. We can do it. We have what it takes. We are able to go for these swings, for these isolated one-on-ones, for these trades. And that's the morale boost that LPB need.
I mean, you can talk down to these sort of micro adjustments and that double tap even from Lynxie there. It's a 1v1, like a chance to win the round. LPB sending it through and HSD able to isolate everything. The Stinger poking at distance, but it's the Guardian which will deal the damaging blow. HSD, they deal the damage on the low investment. You cannot write this, Ginny. We said it might be close, but I don't think anyone was expecting it to be like this round for round, just squeezing blood from a stone right now for both teams.
Looking at my script here, it says that, yeah. It says that it's gonna be close. That's all it says. Not really much more than that. We're not actually allowed to leak the script, guys. Really sorry about that.
This is
but
true.
I mean,
NDA, man.
I mean, LPB, that thrifty from HSD should potentially not have been there. They thrown the Cosmic Divide at that round specifically. They're coming in with the better weaponry, and it's a matter of potential disrespect because you're running onto site, which is similar to what you're doing right now. You're just pushing the W button, go, go, go. It would have worked potentially against other teams, but HSD, they're in the playoffs for a reason.
Yeah.
They've beat you before, so maybe slowing down could potentially do more good than harm.
Yeah, every single team here on Mary, of course, and Laza with nothing to lose was firing in through mid and into vents. We've seen LPB take a lot of this aggressive control early on through the Raze player, and they're now grouped up as 4 in vents, needing to breathe some life back into this attack. And on one of the rounds, you wouldn't tip them to do it, but like we said, every single round played out for a reason, and that demonstrated exactly in front of our eyes some isolated fights that could be taken, and maybe even a split through spawn with a barrier orb up, but instead it's Lear taking them off one by one, getting his first onto Vong, and now lining up for a few more in the cloud burst, but Link just bursts into his face instead.
Yeah, Link is an absolute...
That's a menace.
It's
vicious.
crazy. Again, another menace, but Lynxie and Fredon do join that party. And they do get the defuse, but LPB, they get onto the site, they get the spike down, they get a little bit more of the credits rolling. But HSD, I mean, they're into those double digits.
Yes.
They are looking at it and saying 3 more rounds.
And if they can find one here, then that's 3 in a row for them, and the trend broken.
Yeah. Whereas LPB is looking at this and saying 2 more to equalize. HSD is like 2 more to close, almost. Yeah. So
LPB is saying it's time for a timeout. They need to go back to the drawing board because, yeah, things have not been working out off the back of those sort of early responses that we saw.
And the timeout from LPB, again, that momentum building from the side of HSD are not something that you want to let get out of hand. You want to close it the second you possibly can. So it does make sense, especially coming into the fact that you lose around a thrifty. And logistically from LPB, historically, that's not something that they would lose. They have had their games, their executes very much under wrap. And it looks like when they're up against HSD, that control seems to be slipping a little. HSD gets the better of them. HSD dictates the pace better of these rounds. And LPB are always left on the back foot looking to react rather than making HSD react to the play.
Yeah. I believe we are in a technical pause here, even though the spawn barriers have gone up. The players locked in place for the time being, and well, this will give more time for LPB to mull over the ideas. And like you said, we've seen so many thrifties thus far in the game. I start to wonder whether that then taps into what the game plan is for both of these teams and how they look to bring out a haymaker here and there, and whether that could be something that LPB need to adjust if they want to go for something that we haven't seen just yet. And they have the ability to do so. The Seeker's there from Russ. I feel like a default probably a lot stronger when you have that. Taking the mid control should be a valuable way of doing things, but it's rooting those HSD players from deep in the site, which they're struggling to do a lot of times, whether it's back of pillar on B, where you want to be splitting the aggression, or on A more specifically, where you have elbow to just sit all the way back and combine that utility, you know, through Lynxie and Vicious as well to just slow things down. And it's those util combinations which haven't really come to light thus far for LPB. You have so much synergy across the board from Vong to Link to Laza. There's many ways that these combinations can be introduced, but looking like they haven't quite hit the fold at this point in time.
Yeah. LPB are just struggling at this point in time to close that gap, and again, that should be their main focus. Closing the gap and not giving HSD that momentum, not giving them that opportunity to get a couple of too many rounds on the board, because we know how this can translate, we know how this can snowball. So when it comes to LPB's game plan, it's very simple. It's win this round, take it round by round. Whereas for HSD, you want to stay in that lead, you want to stay in that momentum, you want to push out aggressively, test the waters, test your limits, and see how far you can push LPB before they punish you too hard for some of the mistakes that you're making.
This one looks so dangerous as well because it's the full buy for both teams. It's HSD pick this up. You're effectively looking at 12 if we ignore the fact that both of these teams have, you know, been able to do more for less in terms of weaponry. Nice investment of the Viper's Pit towards B main. Not something that we've seen out of Vicious just yet. But it's going to be a real thorn in the side of how LPB want to approach this. And one way to mitigate that pressure will certainly be to take mid, and that's where an initial priority lies.
Yeah, Fred is already starting it off strong. That first pick coming through. Vong looking to contest Heavens, but is he's going to be able to do so? Viper's Pit, another hurdle in the way. Link bringing Russ back from the dead. He's online and on that server. But Ale, if he has a say on it, they will still be in the lead.
I mean, look how much damage has already been chipped away onto these players. You've got snake bites, paint shells, and everything else just to slow things down. The Poison Cloud from Vicious here as well is fantastic because he has all of this space on main. Even the Toxic Screen up on A to make your worries worse. Lear posted up from ramp with the Operator. Everywhere they go, they're just walking into the meat grinder. LPB, Fredden to finish. 11 for them now, and 4th seed out the window almost because they look to be top dogs in this game.
Absolutely. They're positioning from the players from HSD in that final round. Not only the aggressive positions, but the reactive ones in terms of you're getting a pick on Heaven, we're pushing up on ramps. You're getting a pick on A main. That means that I am allowed to push my Operator further up onto B main. It's just... they're continuously moving chess pieces onto this split map, and they're making sure that LPB, if they do decide to go for those rotates, punishing them for the fact that they're waiting for such a long time before they do so.
There goes Lazar, bouncing on his trampoline, flying through, knows about both players. Vicious and Lynxy posted up to try and inhibit him here, but it's Lear yet again. And actually, LPB have bought into this, so they need to win the round, but Lear is connecting all of his shots. No shorty, has to be! The Operator up close, can't get it. Viper's Pit invested fairly deep here. Actually, we're seeing from Cray, Lazar still in position to trade out 2 versus 2. Everything on this round in my eyes. HSD take this, and LPB are looking a ways away from the quality we expected. And the retake in full swing.
It's a bit of a difficult retake considering there's no information gathering for Ale or Fred, and the nade has just been used onto that Viper's Pit and hasn't tagged anyone. Cray forced off of position because of the blind from Fredden. I am going to take back every single one of my words. HSD are putting forward a performance that's making LPB look like they're falling apart.
Yeah, and HSD are only 1 round away from an upper finals matchup against whoever it is that wins in the game later on, but we're not done with this just yet. LPB may have come in first, but they're looking second best, if not more at this point in time. Split, I mean, you have to worry, or I wonder at least what the changes to the map pool might have done for their success here in playoffs. It's something that needs to be rectified. There are plenty more games left to play down the line, but they've just about managed to squeeze out an investment here. The loss bonus hitting the heights after HSD found 4 in a row.
Yeah, they broke the curse.
That they did.
Maximum of 3 rounds out the window. And LPB struggling to curb that momentum that HSD has been building up. And it's the attacking side again that's doing LPB no favors at all whatsoever.
The tug of war rope is frayed at the seams here, Ginny. There's not much of it left. And I think right now LPB will want to try and tie things back up. Get things into their favor. And it's an immediate trade of the duelists. I'm not sure how this favors LPB in this situation. At least they have the regrowth to Vong. And there's some fairly expansive positioning on both sides of the map. And that's such a big kill onto Lear.
Lear is one of those players that you want to take out immediately. But again, you're still dealing with Freden and Ale, especially Ale, on the ramps. I mean, such a difficult player to be dealing with. He's going to get spotted out, a little bit unlucky when it comes to that timing, will get flashed, able to get back down onto safety. Meanwhile, Cray, this is the first flank that we're seeing from the side of LPB.
And there is util to slow down this retake as well and give Cray the positioning that he wants. The plant is open, so it does favor this late lurk. Sometimes you worry if HSD are on that fast retake, if there could be a problem. Freden not quite fumbling as Cray is able to collect the kill and LPB get everything that they need and more. Every single player left alive. That 1-for-1 trade on Luzza did in fact favor them. They were able to work it to a decent position, and now it's 3 more chances that HSD have to see this over the line in regulation.
Yeah. And LPB, they need 3 more to be able... 2 more. Maths? Hello? 3 more. Wow. Okay, it's late. I'm not good at maths. We're just gonna pretend that that didn't happen.
Is it past your bedtime already, Ginny?
Yeah,
Half 7?
absolutely. Yeah, it's too late. You know, like bedtime is like based on height.
Is it actually?
Yeah, the shorter you are, the earlier you need to go to bed.
I'm surprised they let you cast Polaris if it's based on height. The games usually kick off at least 5.
Absolutely.
Here we go,
We're really
Freden.
trying out here, but so is LPB. I mean, HSD are throwing everything at a kitchen sink they have at it. They're looking to push out aggressively. This is the most aggression we've seen from HSD so far, but it actually doesn't pay off in their favor. Instead, they lose Freden. And they might lose Lynxy too.
This could still work out, however, because I don't know how much information LPB have, and this is an effective 1v1. Link and Lynxy. Who is the better Link of sorts, I guess you could say? Which one will it be? Lynxy, in fact, the one to claim the jewel. And now they have to deal with this issue, LPB. Hot on the heels, he's in the backline, looks for the perfect timing and gets it. Yet another kill found, and it's back to a 3 versus 3, but HSD can sit fairly happy here, because if Ali buys enough time, he has the showstopper to just slow this whole thing down.
Yep. LPB painfully aware of the showstopper. Here comes the party! He doesn't manage to pull the trigger! But Cray does.
Oh, and Vicious comes in fast. The immediate trade onto the Viper players. What's the support like for Vong in that situation? It isn't there. Luzza's so deep, but it wins it out on his ones. Lear 1v2, in with the blades, but out with the shots that simply do not connect. And Vong inches them that little bit closer. LPB still alive for now.
2 more is what they need to close this out, but HSD still only needs 1. LPB looking for that overtime, HSD looking for the closeout, and that's the timeout that we've been waiting for. HSD, last round, if anything, it felt a bit more like a desperation play. We've never seen them play this aggressive at all. They're throwing the majority of their util to try and get that early pick, and LPB was expecting it. Instead, what's really been the most successful strategy when it comes to HSD, whether that was on the defense or the attack, it was to take things slow and be methodological, meticulous. Make sure that you're checking every angle, every corner, double check before any util is being used. So HSD are potentially reining it in here and saying we have 2 more rounds that we can play with. There is no need to try and push us out aggressively. Play it slow, and most likely they'll be able to close it out, because LPB, I mean, we've seen a little bit of an adaptation coming out for them. We've seen a flank for the first time. We haven't really seen that before. We've seen them splitting up and trying to get picks rather than all deciding to go onto that same side. So changes are being made from both of these teams. It's just who is going to make them faster.
Not only that, we're speaking of the economy game previous and what that might look like. HSD on one of these next 2 potential rounds will be on a half buy, and I think that this is it. Looking at the Stinger and Charge in the hands of Lear and Vicious respectively. But they are moving into this push yet again, and 2 of the rifles are there. Luzza going for the fast one. Lear immediately trying to challenge it. He wins out.
Hey, all you need is a Stinger. Stinger go better. I mean,
It could be the sting in the tail as well here for what LPB try and do, because they've lost that duel list yet again. They were able to rectify that previous, but it's a little dodgy.
They still have the Seekers and the Cosmic Divide, so again, for LPB, it's a matter of closing this out. We've seen Thrifties before, and this is not initially a Thrifty round. It's just a Judge and the Stinger coming into play rather than 5 Vandals, which is what we're used to. HSD, again, they are in the lead.
I've got your
Lear is so
Here.
comfortable here too.
He's gonna have to back off because of the Seekers. But immediately gets pushed. Immediately gets pushed out. LPB are not taking anything.
Oh,
but you're
no!
walking into Vicious with the judge.
Oh, and Vicious is finding 2. Nearly good for 3 here in the 3 rounds that HSD had to close it out. It might happen a little bit earlier than expected. It's a 4 versus 2, but a lot of space has been taken by Vaughn. It just overcompensates a little bit and is overzealous in his efforts. Cray 1 versus 4 to give LPB a chance of not dropping to the lowest against the 4th seeded team almost immediately. Quality in every single one of these rosters, but there isn't enough time, I think, to be faking this plan. Cray falling back further and further, but HSD on the front foot, sending it in and sending them down to the lowers.
Vicious
What a
with the
performance.
judge. That was judge, jury, and executioner. Executing LPB, immediately sending them down to that lower bracket. I mean, they've won once before and we mostly doubted them, but once again, HSD are proving what they are capable of when they are in their good days, when they have those days where they're showing up. It's absolutely incredible, to say the least. And congratulations to them because they're staying in that upper bracket.
That they are. I don't think that too many people could have foreseen this result coming through, despite
Absolutely
what the talent predictions may say. And yeah, looking at how that panned out as well, it was such a dominant first map. Then into what the first half of Pearl, where we saw an 8-4 lead for the Petit Buffon, which now has rescinded into a reverse sweep from HSD. And what a deserving result for them as well, because showing that mental resilience, showing that quality on so many different ends, not just through Lear, the support players as well, Vicious, Lynxy, Freden, Ali, all of them playing magnificent here. And yeah, Ali again, back-to-back MVPs for his team in these final 2 games.
I mean, Ali really wanted that, but also just beautiful performance on that duelist. Holding sites, but also getting onto sites. Some of the maneuvers we're seeing on the raids from Ali, nothing short of extraordinary. Vong on the Astra, this was his first time performing on the Astra, but that gun skill that he brings forward to the team, I mean, that it's not a joke. And unfortunately for LPB, this was not enough. They need more than what they were able to pull out tonight. And HSD, they're sitting very comfortably at the top. They are, you know, patting themselves on the shoulder, because what started off a little rough on Lotus, they flipped the script and they were able to adapt so quickly, leaving LPB behind.
And I think something that we can credit this performance to as well will be what the preparation looks like for both of these teams. Definitely a huge part in how things panned out. It's that unknown quantity of split entirely where HSD were able to best them, and even Pearl, both of these teams having a lot of repetitions. It started out on Lotus, and I think LPB had the better read, and that definitely factors in to how we saw the result go. But HSD just don't let that falter their confidence whatsoever, and they come back swinging. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And I'll be interested to see how that sort of has played on the minds of the player here in the interview here as well, which I believe will be Lynxy, and what he thinks about it. Because after going down in the fashion that they did in that previous map, or the opening map, I should say, to then be able to turn it on its head where they felt comfortable and maybe there weren't those, you know, sort of premonitions in place, those setups in the anti-strat, is where they really shined on the fly, HSD.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at Pearl as well. We said, looking at the win percentages for both of these teams, it was Le Petit Buffon who looked a little stronger in terms of their performance on Pearl. We were expecting that the reason this map was floated was obviously because LPB was feeling very confident on that map as well. And yes, they were to some extent, but they still got bested by HSD. And then you're coming into Split, you're pulling out this map that there is no VOD. There is nothing that you can really do in terms of getting some of that prep ready. And it comes back to the fact that HSD were just a little bit quicker when it came to those adaptations. They really did, in that first map, take away quite a lot from their mistake. I mean, they fell fast and they fell forward and they got right back up and they punched back, and here they are. They are sitting still in that top bracket.
That they are, and it's just that additional lifeline that it gives them now as well. It feels so much better to be going into that upper final, because not only now if they lose you get that second swing at it, which is still sort of living for you in the lower bracket, but you're one away from making the grand final, which I don't think anyone would have thought of coming into this, but that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of the region and the amount of quality that we have here as well, like you mentioned, and it's those adaptations which serve them well, being so well versed on some of the more recent maps in the pool too. I think it's fair to say that they looked so well drilled. They looked in touch with their composition too. They were able to maximize what the setups were for them, like the double duelist, for example. Both Ale and Lib creating a lot of value on the attacking side to just take the space necessary, and then from the defensive half, use that operator with the tailwinds, get out of jail free cards, so what you expect from your Jet, that more dynamic playstyle. And then Ale making the most of the util damage in tandem with the rest of the agents and supportive play on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't have to speculate any longer because we have Linksy ready for the interview. So first of all, congratulations. That was all the way to the third mapper. How did you pull through for all those maps?
First of all, thank you. I mean, we're kind of used to play from behind, so like after we lost the first map, like we got absolutely rolled. They played really good, so I think it's easier to reset your mental when you like lose really hard, because you're just gonna think like whatever, go next. It's harder to like come back from when you played from like if you lost like 13-11.
Then looking at the map pool as well coming into this one and your preparation for the different matches, it seemed as if Le Petit Buffon had a really great understanding of how that first map played out, and in a lot of times it looked a bit more difficult for you guys to get that same value, whereas when we moved into then Pearl and Split, you guys look so much more comfortable. We know you're good on Pearl, but I mean LPB you could say exactly the same. Is Split something that you guys have been sort of regularly scrimming there and we're just sort of happy to float in the pool as well?
Like Split has been like a really good map for me ever since I started to like play Valorant. So I think it's very easy for me to like find out how we're gonna play and set up around like our strengths as well with double duelist, because that was what we played before in HSDR like 2 years ago. So that's a comp I'm really comfortable with.
And then also sort of calling from that controller role as well. You guys played double controller on the couple of maps, and it was actually on your defense side of Pearl where I think that shined the most brilliantly, and the setups that you had there. How did you look to turn around the game when you knew that you were so many rounds down and that you needed to find something to keep yourselves alive in this upper bracket?
Like, I think we are a better team overall on defense. Because, like, all the time I'm saying, like, we are just like Gambit in Prax, because we are, like, always winning on defense and struggling on attack on most of the maps. So, like, if we're down on defense, I don't really think about it. I just say, like, we're really good on defense. Just trust in each other and we're gonna win.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the theme here, not just for yourselves, but also for Le Petit Buffon. It was really that attacking side that both of the teams struggled with. But you're now going forward towards that upper bracket final. So what is the main takeaway when it comes to solidifying your attacking side?
Like, for example, I'm mostly playing controller, and I think, for example, if we have solo initiator, I think it's like really hard for some people to like take the initiative and call, because they are relying a lot from me to like call for them. So we need to like figure out something about that. That's also why we brought in like the Harbor Viper comp on Pearl, because then I can just run with the pack and I can like control the tempo and everything like that.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. Again, congratulations. You guys came into this the underdogs and you proved us all wrong, so you should be very proud of yourself. And we will see you again in the weekend.
Yes, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Have a good week. Bye. Well, I know how, earlier you were saying, can you imagine you get the lowest tier teams for your predictions because you forgot to do them on time, and then you actually get them correct? Is it just 5 head, or is this just like fate being in your favor? Honestly,
I mean, these guys, they were able to do the double on what was the strongest team coming out of the
Yeah.
regular season, so you cannot knock them whatsoever. And
Absolutely.
we've said it a million times, but I think that every single team in playoffs right now is a serious competitor in terms of how this one ends up looking. I think as well, HSD's playstyle, like you said, and the fact that both of these teams are comfortable on defense, played into this matchup a bit better. Maybe there is just sort of like, you know how some teams will have a bogey team? HSD are just able to beat
Maybe.
LPB
Yeah.
every single time. Focus and Apex will perhaps be a different story, and I'm really interested to see how that one goes full stop, because it's going to be a crazy game. But I mean, yeah, they've proven their quality, and I'm so happy to see that as well, because it's the assurance that I think everyone deserved.
Absolutely. And it's great that you mentioned the next game, because that's going to be Apex going up against Focus coming up next. History might have repeated itself in that last game, but now Focus takes on Apex, and this time around, it was in favor of Apex in the past, but will that happen again? I'm Jeannie, joined by Haza, and we're going to be covering this game, which Haza called a Giga Banger. Was that right?
Yeah, a giga banger, a barn burner, I don't know. We can throw about as many cliches as you want, but these are two of the most well-known, well-storied teams in the region. Focus actually coming in from DAC last time around. So in many ways, newbies on the block, as are Apex, you know, just coming into that spot in the league as they weren't here last time. But there is some history there, and I think Focus will want to overturn the previous result, which was heavily one-sided in favor of Apex.
Yeah, absolutely. Apex, that roster, though, come in new into this as well. Not really any of the players that we've seen last year in Polaris, but their names are very known. I mean, Enzo, he was on the Alliance roster in Polaris last year, then took some time to be with Fnatic, and when we're looking at Mystic and Magnum, that is basically the same story, being on Fnatic for a while. Kaiko, that new addition, that young blood that just absolutely goes crazy on the jet.
It's time away at the top for some of these players where that experience will really help mold the rest of the team, and Kiko's been fully taken under the wing of these players, and they put him in such strong positions, but the guy practically does it himself anyway on the jet, and I absolutely can't wait to see how he will be performing in this one. It had a bit of a quieter series by his standards against Le Petit Buffon last time out, but I think if that's anything to go by, he'll be even more hungry to deliver this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to be heading up against Focus, another roster that is not really to be played with, placing seconds in the standings during the regular split. Haza, this team, I mean, they've got it all. The changes coming in as well with your boy Lewis. They're looking like a solid to be voting for, but I know you didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the team here, you have so much quality that's played at that high level before as well. And you know, when this was still called Regional League and Challengers was something else, they were playing at that level against the top teams in VCT. And while there may have been a couple of changes in the roster, one of their previous players, actually their Vong, being on the roster of LPB this time around, they're looking a lot more comfortable, I think, as this season has gone on, and they've been able to withdraw from the setbacks that they previously had.
Yeah, a couple of setbacks here and there. They do still manage to get themselves a spot in the playoffs, and that's really what matters. You know, looking at both of these teams, I think one of the really important aspects to highlight is going to be that IGL role that both of the teams have going on for them. We have it as Enzo when we were looking at Apex, and then you boy Lewis when we were looking at Focus, and both of these players, incredible IGLs in their own rights, and they really managed to push their teams to be here today.
Yeah, and both as well, you've got to be looking at what the support looks like from both of them, that network that they've built. Enzo with 10 average assists, your boy Lewis 6. He plays a lot more through his accuracy and his skill, I think. Lewis, when you speak about how he actually sets up most of the time, but in terms of pure IGL roles, he's a lot newer to it than Enzo is. Enzo being the second caller back on Fnatic in terms of the leadership structure, and well, your boy Lewis actually also being that sort of second caller in the previous Focus setup, but a lot more duty and responsibility that he's had to come forward with here. And both of those players also playing a lot of Sova, so there are plenty of similarities, but we'll have to see what the approach and game plan is like from them both.
Yeah, speaking of the game plan, it's gonna have to depend as well on whatever maps these players are gonna be comfortable. I mean, when we're looking at both of these teams and the statistic in terms of the maps that they have been comfortable on, it's very difficult to rule out any, especially when we're looking at the like of Apex, but considering that they have actually only lost one series, and that was to the Petit Bouffon. One was on Pearl and one was on Haven, so wouldn't be surprised really if we get another Pearl. I wouldn't be surprised maybe if we get a Lotus here a little bit in the mix, a split. I would love to see those maps again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of whether we're going to see a repeat of what the maps were the last time that they played against each other, because we didn't have Breeze and we didn't have Bind in that sort of veto that they ended up making, and those are the two maps obviously that have left rotation, like you said. Another question whether Focus will be wanting to play into Lotus or Split, because as I said earlier in the broadcast, as we were just setting this one up, by tomorrow it'll have been a month since they last played an official on stream here. So in terms of what Apex can actually pick apart, you're few and far between.
Yeah, and that's again some of the things that we've highlighted when we were looking at HSD against LPB, was the fact that there were no VODs available when we were looking at Split, and it swung very heavily in favor for HSD, especially on that defensive side. So if Focus is looking to repeat that, if they're looking to capitalize off of the same mistakes, potentially that could be the case. But with the veto ready, we're no longer going to have to speculate in terms of what maps we're going to be seeing today, because we can actually tell you factual, like cold truth. It's gonna be Fracture Icebox and Ascent.
This one is interesting. Ascent coming in as that third and final map, and actually swaps place with Icebox, and where that was in the veto last time, it was the decider if we went to it, but in fact Apex closed out in such a swift fashion. Focus picking into Fracture. Now this one really interests me. I don't think we've seen Apex play this map yet, so in terms of what could be up their sleeve on this battleground is one that we'll have to see develop in front of us. And what Focus have tried to play on Fracture before was a little bit different. They were actually still running, I believe it was Yugi on the Chamber at that point in time, the last time we saw them play it, because they didn't have enough time to really sort out those roles and get that Cypher player through.
Yeah, and also looking at Fracture, we've only really seen one map from Focus on Fracture specifically, and that was up against Vamonos. It was very heavily in their favor, 13-7, but again, Vamonos is one of those teams that they will push you to your max. And no data available when we're looking at Apex, which could be a little scary coming into this blind, but of course Focus, one of those teams that has enough staff available to have the information that you are going to be going into this blind. So that means to me that they are feeling incredibly comfortable and confident on this map. This is why obviously they would go for it, because you're going in blind, which is so much more scarier than potentially going into a map that's a 50-50 up against Apex, where you do have some form of prep to actually be able to rely on.
It's also an important thing to mention that these are the two teams under an org, so they have all of those resources to fall back on, whereas some of the other teams may not. When you look at, LPB versus HSD, it's a different matchup in many ways. There are a lot of stakes on the line here, of course, as well, but it's that investment and backing behind some of these players and the setup, the amount of time that they've drilled in to making sure that this is as picturesque and perfect as it possibly can be. And I really wonder what the setup looks like from both, because like you said, the information a little bit cold on how each of them want to try and play into some of these, and especially for Fracture, because it's been so long since we've seen Focus play here, and I mean it's been so long since we've seen them play anywhere, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely, yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of getting used to what we can be expecting from Focus, but also when it comes to Apex and Focus, you're absolutely correct. One of those very few teams that do have an organization behind them coming into this, especially when we're looking at Apex. They have 3 coaches, so they do have a lot of time to be able to come up with prep and strategies and expectations for these specific maps. So coming into this, I mean, looking at these compositions, I love that there is not just the Jet from Kaiko, but there's also the Raze from Mystic.
What? I've never seen Raze played by Mystic before, so this is going to be absolutely crazy, and I am here for it. The guy who for so long was locked in Smoke's jail or what have you on Fnatic, constantly filling in the different roles where he was needed, has been unleashed on the Raze, and I can't wait to see what kind of dynamic this brings to the comp. They're playing double duelist, you got the Brimstone and Breach, stalwart combo in the backlines, and this will be great for post-plant as well. Magnum keeping things together, locking it all up and tying it together with the Killjoy on the opposite end. Plenty more on the initiation for Focus. They double up in that regard, all to set up Yugi and what he can do in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, you got Purpo and your boy Lewis both getting those flashes in as well. Breach, I think, especially on Fracture, has just become a bit more of a staple, considering the fact that util on either side that you decide to commit to, incredible. But I really like the fact that there is at least a Raze, especially on Mystic. I mean, such a good agent with those nades when it comes to these little nooks and crannies, which is something that Focus at the moment is going to be not fully capable to utilize. I mean, when you're on Apex and you're looking to get onto that B side, you can clear out tower with just a nade, which is not going to be an option for Focus. So I'm gonna be interesting to see how these compositions play out against each other, but also how early can anyone get any of these advantages secured?
Yeah. With how compact certain parts of this map are, utility damage will be paramount, and like you said, Raze one of the great outlets to do so. Yugi dropping into Arcade to start us off, but all 5 members of Apex trying and seeing what is going on around Dish right now. And usually this is one of the easier orbs to pick up if you're on the attacking side. I'm curious to see what kind of ults they may build into, but in fact it is just a straight up execute. And there's only a couple players here to deal with it. Kiko immediately getting the spike planted on the open top side.
Yeah, Magnum waiting with that turret, the 6th member, as we like to joke about. But look, again, any rotations coming through from B onto A potentially could be caught off, but numbers advantage here because you have a couple of members going out. Are they playing lineups?
I was gonna say Magnum can go walking right now because he has both nano swarms, but something that Apex don't have the liberty of is player numbers. Already 2 casualties being found here, fatalities even, as Focus are trying to make this retake happen. Aftershock for Shadow can slow this down even further as it gets volleyed on through, and the shots to follow, finding Purpo as well. The flank from Magnum finally realizes time ticks away, and it seems like Apex might have done just enough to win the round, despite the fact they didn't have the kills.
Absolutely. I mean, I was getting a little worried about the fact that multiple players were wrapping around, but again, when you have those lineups ready, especially on a map like Fracture, yeah, you're buying enough time for these players. I mean, they get on a spike, they almost get it halfway, but that flank paid off, those lineups paid off, and it was looking a little dicey when we're looking at Lime just pushing very aggressively into Shadow, but Shadow was ready. Those reaction speeds, okay, respectable.
Yeah. This game's already going to be a crazy one. If the names on the ballot weren't enough for you here, Apex bringing out that set play to go for the A plant and have all that util to back it up just shows the depth that they've got built into them, ingrained here already, and how quickly they've climatized as a roster. Focus being that veteran group while they've undergone changes of their own. It's different, the tone, I suppose you could say, between the two, is they're hunting in a pack right now, just slowly shifting on over as all 10 players in the server are getting ready to join the cauldron of B as Magnum has plucked control of tower.
Tower already on their banner. And the rest of the team is just looking to run straight onto site. Magnum is sitting very comfortably. Any rotations coming through Canteen are going to be cut off immediately. The plant's going to be going down, and Focus once again forced into that retake. But you do need to clear out some of these angles. Mystic, fully blind, is not going to be able to pull that trigger. Shot goes right from Kaiko, has to go back into safety. Shadow gets a pick. Yugi with the trade. Some of that util is still going to buy them time once again.
Yeah. They didn't expend much to get in the site, but the players are dropped. Purpo had the Vandal, but Shadow's able to get it with just the Ghost. Kiko, one of his own, ripping off shots as the semi-automatic fires away. Yugi able to get what could just be a consolation as both players are doubled up on the angle and the initial tap comes through. Needs to find the first, gets it, up to 3, wants the half defuse. Enzo peeking early and Yugi dropping late into the round. Only one player left for Apex in what was a 5 versus 5 retake scenario.
Yeah, a little scary as well, considering the gunpowder that Apex had and the fact that they came into this with rifles, whereas when we're looking at Focus, they are just, you know, a couple of sheriffs. But if last game is anything to go by, thrifties are to be expected. Crazy clutches are going to be on the menu as well, and you cannot expect what's going to be going on because at the end of the day, this is Polaris, okay? HSD, 4th seed, went through the upper final. If that can happen, they have played so incredibly well that either of these teams can wake up and just play just as insane.
Fine margins, Ginny, fine margins, and already we're seeing Apex able to extrapolate the advantages that they have in terms of utility early on. Trying to claim that space in tower. It's a bit more push and pull this time around, and Focus will offer a firm resistance. Trades out at 2 apiece, bringing us to a 3 versus 3 as looking in towards post, but Apex have already proven their quality from these positions. Enzo may take a lick of damage from the aftershock there, but not enough to topple him just yet. And can actually fall back onto that incendiary as well to sweeten the deal.
Yeah, Kaiko was expected there. Lewis backs off a little, but Focus still has the utility to play with and also the numbers advantage. Enzo blinded. Has a molly available, but no one's on the spike as of yet. It won't buy too much time, but it might buy a little. Purple is gonna get the first pick, and Magnum, although he gets a trade, that's all they'll be able to do. And Focus, they get that defuse through, but in the process, they will lose 3 of their members.
Lose 3 of their members, but most importantly, they're now on the board. Apex deny the opportunity to convert a bonus, and we also see the validity of the retake from them there as well. Lewis, aware of the aggression expected from Kiko, and Magnum is eventually checkmated from the flank that he was also trying to materialize. An immediate response, but even look at the credits here for Apex. Suboptimal because of how much they fronted on the previous, and actually the damage and resistance which Focus were able to front towards them in those previous encounters. Think even back to the pistol round, skin of your teeth as all the players dropped, and on the secondary it was Enzo the only one able to carry through that Vandal. Oh, look at this.
Ooh, bit of an aggression,
crunch,
but
yeah.
ooh, he's gonna have to take the ropes to get back out into safety. Bit of an unfortunate situation to be in, but with that information though, a lot for Apex. Doors just opened, and that is going to be the A site.
They can react into this A hit, but they hold the horses, pull back on the reins for just a moment. Enzo not set on this decision just yet, as we're already seeing that IGL warfare plan out in front of our eyes. Keiko yet again going for these aggressions towards spawn. Lewis yet again the player to be holding for him, and finds that kill in the duel.
Magnum wants to try and get a couple of these players looking to come through drop. Flash is going to come out, goes for the swing, not going to be able to capitalize off of it. The plant is going to be going down. Shadow gets 1 player, but he's the only one left. Focus tying it up again. Holding on to 4 of their rifles this time around. That's a convincing round, a convincing win. And Apex, even though they get some of that information early on, it takes them quite a while to play off of it and go for that quick rotate onto A.
As well, we have to be looking at how many post plants it is that Apex have been managing to put themselves into. Even with the pistols in that situation, Focus looks so happy to play for this retake. And you should right now, because the Rolling Thunder and Lockdown have come online, and there's an opportunity for them to make this work. The only issue is Apex have a Rolling Thunder of their own. They're only 1 away from picking up the Lockdown, and that orbital strike will be inhibiting anything that Lime can try to offer in this retake. So the stakes have changed this time around, and I want to see how Focus will adapt. It seems to be that bridge crunch yet again, and Magnum's a little further away from the safe exit of the zipline.
Here.
Yeah, they're looking to completely pinch her in Magnum time and time again. Feels like, again, a situation that Focus is definitely reading into. But with that, information comes through that it's an A-side hit. But even though that information comes out, there are still no rotations. Instead, Focus is happy to try and get a pick off of Magnum, but he's going to be swapping and getting Kibset out instead.
Spike planted.
Flying off the zipline, Magnum goes bananas and finds that one onto KPZ. And as well, also here we have Mystic falling to your boy Lewis as he comes in through the site. They've not dealt with a lockdown whatsoever. Enzo wants this for post plant alongside the Brim Molly as he's going all the way back to spawn to try and use it, but the Incendiary has already been expended. Shadow finding one onto Lime, very open plant for them to still work with Kiko. Absolutely maximizing that factor with the operator in hand. Purpo swinging back yet again, but as time ticks down, this is not in Focus's favor whatsoever. Orbital strike expended and Purpo lowers his head into the guillotine between two players. Crossfire established. Yugi with the spray up close and personal onto Kiko, but no time left. That'll be Apex taking back their lead.
Apex, they do get the round, but they've invested so heavily into this one and still don't manage to hold on to that operator. It's gonna have to be a potential new buy coming into this, but do they have the cash for it? Doesn't seem like it. They do now have the lockdown available. They have Kaiko's knives as well, so not necessarily in need of that operator. But when we're looking at that post plant, Focus waited for the remaining members to arrive. They've used that utility so well, combining that lockdown with the rolling thunder to slow Apex from getting out of that site and potentially forcing them into getting detained, which did not end up being the case. The fact that they planted for that wide open, being able to play from A-long, paid off so incredibly well. And that's a lot of afterthought that comes into these executes from Apex, because not only did they plant for long to allow Keiko to play with an operator, they also still had a lot of their utility.
Yugi razor sharp finds that one to Magnum as the lockdown expires. There's a player advantage for Focus to get back to work with when they try and make this retake happen. A main a priority, so the retake might be a little late, but it's important that they had that information because it has alleviated the opportunity here. Kiko looking to nosedive in, but will instead tuck tail and turn. So does Enzo at the absolute inopportune moment because Lewis is just that clean. Forget your utility. This guy's always just so accurate. And with Mystic, the last player remaining, paint shells in hand, you can toss them to the sideline because this is a Focus round outright.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate when it came to the timing. Looking away just as the members from Focus are pushing through the smoke. Not much you can do about it there. But again, there was this teasing of pushing into that smoke and trying to get a player. So instead of both players looking away, one holding the smoke, footsteps were coming from CT, so the rotations could have been called. But Apex still, I think what they're highlighting continuously here with their executes and with their post plans is that they're very happy to get onto site using minimal utility, getting individual gunfights, getting those picks, and then forcing the post plant to be very heavily reliant on the util, having those lineups, having those post plants unlock, which quite interesting to see, as majority of the time teams will just sit onto site and defend a spike with gunfire. A little bit of util here and there, but a lot of thoughts going into these plants. Where to plant, how to plant.
Kiko in isolated. There's no follow-up either. And one of the points you mentioned there is that Apex will like to sort of take the site, sit back with minimal utility, and the reverse of it is that Focus have been playing for the retake almost every single round where they have been able to. Every single one they found thus far has been from a defusal as we're tied up 3 apiece. Purpo, having opened the door, may get left unchecked and flips away just as the flick from Magnum finds the head.
And they're gonna be able to pick up that Vandal. Very well-deserved upgrade. I mean, they worked really hard for it. Had to land that shot with that Sheriff. Lewis is gonna be able to pick up Magnum. As well as Enzo. Mystic, though, doing work. Spike in the laps of Focus. Mystic is gonna find one player. But there's a couple more to be dealing with. I mean, Lewis is on an absolute tear on that one. He is holding down the fort all by himself.
This guy's tearing them apart. I spoke to him earlier in the week, and he said that one of the big differences between Focus and Apex and the last time that we saw them go against each other was individual performances.
Yeah.
And he has left nothing down to chance, at least, on what his involvement in that scenario is, because we've already seen a real step up. He said, look, if my players can deliver an individual performance, I will make the calls necessary to win us the game. And he's doing it all on his sole shoulders right now. Because Focus have the lead, and Apex, they're calling a timeout on this one.
Yeah, absolutely understandable. I mean, coming into this map, especially from the side of Apex, it started off quite strong, and a lot of executes in terms of meticulous using that util to play those post plans. But Focus, they have other plans for them. They want them to use the util to flush them out of sight. They want to make sure that there's nothing left in their inventory to be able to push them off of those post plans, to push them off of defusing that spike. So Apex now needs to find a bit more of a reaction to the way that Focus is dictating the pace here. Because Focus, I mean, they just want to do individual gunplay. They don't want no lineup Larrys in their game, and I completely understand that, because neither do I.
Yeah, no, I completely get it, right? And I think it's helped as well with that setup towards A they've done a couple times now, placing down the Astral Stars and, you know, backing it up with one of the two initiators, whether it's Purpo or your boy Lewis, to just inhibit and slow down the pace of Apex as they try and execute there. But yet another A split, and Lewis just tucking off the turret's contact here. Might even flash himself in. The guy's so hungry for kills, and why not? The supportive players there, the flash to take it, but they drop in their numbers, and this is huge for Apex in the early stage with how much time there is left on the clock.
Yeah, even gonna be able to get that orb. So again, with that plant coming through from Enzo, has that orbital strike once again, and we know how much they value that util when it comes to getting that post plant down. Showstopper is gonna be pulled on the trigger. Hibsad gets the pick on Magnum. Shadow goes for that swing. Only one player left. Purpo has to make it happen. He's gonna drop. Finds the play. Two more left. Unaware of their position. 30 HP in the bank. What can they do?
Double taps. The double doors there, as we're seeing a double peek from Apex lined up, and it's perfectly coordinated. Off the back of the timeout, they ring the result and reap the rewards. We're also seeing Enzo here pick up the operator, expecting for Kiko to formulate this into what the plans are from the attacking side. Finding an early pick for them, I think, is fairly huge, and we saw it on the previous as well, the way they could then dictate the pace to more success than they had been on the previous. And this has also brought some ultimates online, which will, you know, continue to further what those ambitions are, actually, when you look at what the setup is. In fact, Enzo, that secondary op player, will be picking it up here, so Kiko can go for something a little more dynamic and aggressive early on.
Yeah, but Focus is not going to give them that opening. Focus is aware that, again, Apex is looking for some of those aggressive picks. They want to try it, but
look at this
they're
from
not
Lewis.
going to give them.
I mean, already run into spawn. They are so fast on this flank. Well, the orbital strike will try and bring control of the site. They've got to worry about their backside because Focus are hot on the heels.
Yeah. Focus are not giving them the opportunity to breathe. They haven't even
No
gotten that
idea.
plan down, and Shadow has to go find some of these flanks, but is not going to be able to do so. Another Rolling Thunder coming through. Enzo finds safety in tower for now, has the operator still knocked up. Only player left is aware where that spike is planted, wants to try and save it as much as they can. They're not sticking it. Magnum unaccounted for, though. It is not going to be able to shut them down.
Enzo on a pixel there was able to dodge the stun. I was so surprised that he didn't get it, but it's inconsequential in the end. Focus, so much confidence into this one. You just look at the control that Lewis was taking in A main off the back of that Trailblazer, and then they realized this instant flank. Rolling Thunder invested to make it so difficult for Apex to adjust or even find any comfortability there. Any adaptation that they could possibly have looked to ensue was completely relegated from the scenario almost instantly, and such a great time now for Focus to find that immediate response, because it's reset the economy, given them a chance to retaliate back, and worrying signs for Apex.
Yeah, even after that timeout, not
Exactly.
being able to close it down.
It's the only one
is
you're
a
going to
little
get this
scary.
half, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. A little scary of a situation to be in. But Apex again being pushed to their max. They've so far only lost to Buffon, and we said that the last time these two teams have played each other It went very heavily in focus of Apex. Focus for now. They're looking to be the ones in the lead. I'm gonna break that history curse. HSD managed to continue.
Big pig.
Oh, but Yugi is making this so difficult for Apex to close it down. Lime
know
as
what-
well. I mean, they know what's up.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same set play that they did on the pistol round as well. This open plant, Lime aware of it, needs to deal with these two players. The Breach and the Brim, those that would combine for utility to close out late. The Diffuse already in from Lewis. The Incendiary a ways away from having any pivotal impact. And in fact, Enzo will be chased to the ends of the earth by KPZ. Focus, double up, and yeah, it was an eco they were up against, but they're starting to read into what the setup is here from Apex and slowly dislodging them over the course of the last few rounds.
Yeah, Fracture, one of those maps where you get very rewarded for being proactive, and that's something that
100%.
Focus has been so good at, because even though they are proactive the majority of their rounds, they do change it up. They change up that pace. It's not all the time pushing out from A main or pushing out from B main. There are changes, there are switch ups, and Apex so far has not really been able to read into any of the switch ups that we're seeing from Focus. And again, could be bringing the lack of VODs here into account, because looking at this now, you're like, oh, okay, well, Focus is going to continuously switch it up, something we need to look out for. But if you don't have that information already available, you need to make that split decision whilst you're in game. Oh my! I mean, that's a split second flick and a half.
Ridiculous. He tightened up the angle because of the lack of tailwind in that situation, Yugi, but the adjustment is second to none. And Focus looking to find more than just a second round in a row here, a third against the buy of Apex. That's your duelist gone, at least one of them. Mystic not having too much impact on this matchup so far, I think it's fair to say. Would like to see what his involvement proves to be here. As both of the lockdowns get traded, Enzo finds the opener, and Focus may just have to concede this one entirely, but their own lockdown will do some work. Not if it gets destroyed, actually.
I'm just gonna say, can someone check his PC, because that looked crazy, to say the least.
Spike planted.
Apex do manage to get that spike down, and they continuously manage to get this far. So, can they push it further? Can they stop Focus from getting those picks, from getting that diffuse? Because they've not been very successful at doing so. Just by a millisecond, Yugi misses. He's gonna have to swap out for that Phantom, but it's 3-on-4. This is doable.
Yeah, doable it is, but whether they can actually bring it over the line is a different equation. KPZ just trying to get on towards the spike, but the Incendiary is in. Doesn't have enough time to get it over the line. He's actually stuck it. Wait, what? I could have sworn that the lineup was there, but in fact it's the gun barrel, I believe, of your boy Lewis that was covering, cloaking KPZ in that situation. Yugi also assisting with the cloud burst. And somehow they bring it over the line against all odds. That's the buy round now gone. And while the weapons may not be kept through for Focus, they've got plenty of credits to fall into. And Apex are just falling back ever since they called that timeout. They've only found one round.
Good work. Don't screw it up.
This is also the map pick, by the way, that Apex we thought would be performing on. I mean, Icebox is their map pick, so again, going back in history from the last game, both teams winning whatever they're comfortable choosing. That orbital strike just forces your boy Lewis to go for the swing, and he comes out on top, does get traded, but that is not something you'd expect him to walk away with.
Mystic's just leading this aggression here, up close. KPZ can hear it, knows of the positioning, and Yugi is the first to find a kill on the way back through as Apex just can't get anything done. Helpless from this position. Now Enzo has been the clutch king in the past, but we're in a new season, a new split, and a new set of games as the playoffs have realised and Focus are stepping themselves up. 8-4, a strong defenders half from the team which struggled in this matchup last time around.
Yeah, strong defensive half indeed, but if anything, I want to hold my horses for just a little, simply because of the fact that every single team we've seen today, they've done well so far on the defense. The defense seems to be a little skewed in favor of whatever team picks it first when we're looking at Polaris, which is kind of interesting, especially when we're looking at maps like Ascent.
Yeah.
So now that Apex is on the defense and they have managed to get 4 rounds so far, I mean, we've seen this with Lipti Buffon split. Can they bring it back? Because Lipti Buffon 8-4, HS Dare still managed to close it out. And we've heard it from Lynxy himself. The defense, we're strong. Get a couple of rounds on the attack and we'll be fine.
See if Apex see it the same way that Lynxy does, because there is quite a lot of work that they have to do here, and you've got to be looking at Yugi for focus, being that vessel of aggression, because you're only playing through one duelist. Now Mystic needs to come up big on that raise from the defense, but it's Kiko instead, his counterpart, that looks to find the first kill. Magnum chiming in through Arcade, and it's like playing a video game, like against bots, I suppose, just clicking away.
Oh.
They completely dismantle them. Okay, look, maybe that's a bit toxic, right? But they just make it look so easy, swept off their feet, and that's exactly the response you want.
It is a video game, right?
Yeah, I couldn't find a good way of putting it, man. It is a video game.
It is a video game. I know that sometimes you get really caught up in these Valorant games and you do think that it's reality, but I mean, for these players it is, and for us casters it is. So if we liken it to a video game, it's not to make fun of it, but it's to just highlight how easy it can look sometimes.
Yeah, it's like what Bren was saying the other day on Lock-In as well. Like, Kiko, this guy's so cracked. You would think that he warms up for aim labs by playing Valorant. The guy is so cold, and here we go. Yet again, another shot connected. The next one missing ever so slightly, but yeah, Apex looking better so far on this half, and well, you'd expect it.
Oh, almost. And it goes for the second. Kaiko ready though. Oh, Apex seem to be holding down the forts on the defense.
Yeah, they do.
And that is something that we potentially could have expected here. I mean, Kipset looking to see if any picks could be made throughout the map, but only Yugi left. Is not really sure what Yugi was looking at. Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate situation there for Focus, but Apex, they're ruling it in. But now this is where Focus has that opportunity to shine. They're coming into this, that full buy, a couple of light shields, but this is their chance to prove themselves. This is their chance to further even extend that lead, you know, get it closer to those double digits. They've worked so hard on it on the defense. The attacking side could replicate that success.
Yeah, we need to see them work in conjunction with one another, you know, build that synergy that we expect, because I think in the last couple rounds it's fair to say, yeah, they weren't playing like bots, but they were playing isolated, right? They were taking those 1v1s, and Apex were winning out with a better machinery, weaponry invested. Now the playing field a little more even, or maybe skewed into Focus's favor.
That's a little bit of information. I mean, you hear 2 players at least. So Magnum gonna be able to give that back, and we're looking at the flank coming out from Kaiko. Is he gonna be pushing up even more aggressively, or will he call it a day?
I mean, we'll have to see. He's on a Marshal, so it's quite difficult, and he does actually just turn away and hold a deeper angle. We had a guiding light come through towards A main, actually, from Purpo to maybe sell this fake a little bit more, but Mystic with the door open is collecting information all the while, and this is leading Apex to believe that the contrary is the case, which is going to be this B push. Magnum turns away. Thought he had the shorty in place, but dissuaded entirely from the scenario. Focus take control of the site. And it's from these sort of after-plant positions that they've looked so good. Yeah, it was the opposite way round, but they're proving it to still be the case. Putting their foot down and finding the kills necessary to alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, Apex in the post-plant. In the retake now, the script has been a little flipped, but they don't seem to be as successful as Focus when it comes to retaking these sites. A little disjointed with individual members running at it once at a time, and a little unfortunate for them to be, and they have to go for these swings, but Spectres is all they got. Maybe a couple of exit frags could be the play, but Focus is not going to allow them to do so. They get a flawless round, holding on to every single one of their rifles. They don't lose a single one.
At least not right now. I'm wondering for a moment whether we're going to see Lime get involved. There goes the turret. I think that Shadow will try to chase, but both these players will want to drop to the spike, reset the economy, and more importantly, deny Focus building up more ult orbs than is necessary, because we saw how much that ult cycle came into play on the previous half, and well, even in the previous game as well, being one of the main aspects of how Valorant plays, and specifically Fracture, because you said before, when you're enjoying control of this map and being proactive, you're going to pick up more of those orbs, because there's twice as many as there are on any of the other maps in rotation.
Hog. You get very rewarded for being proactive on this map. Not just on the defense, but also on the attacking side. I mean, a little bit of a proactive play coming out from the side of Apex. Shot's gonna go wide and not going to connect just yet. Looking to flash him out even further, but the rest of the team is already on it.
They need to kill KPZ before he can find anything more, and they'll do it. Crunch comes through to decent success, and Apex a player up. They've conceded, forfeited at least the site, and I wonder what the adjustment post-plant looks like here from Focus. It seems as if they want to take some space towards defenders spawn, and Yugi is the tip of the spear in that regard. Not too many footsteps being given away, but Apex are fighting on two fronts, and they're fairly split up. These fights fairly, isolated as well for Focus to really enjoy the maximum that they can. Purpo will be flushed from the corner. This is a difficult one with Magnum coming up behind, but Yugi gets one in towards spawn. Now I have to see if they can just chime away, but instead Apex win out on every front, it seems.
Yeah, that retake coming out on top. Yugi, though, he's not gonna get them. He's not gonna allow them to get away with it. They're not getting around, not off of his hands. And as much as we're saying that could have been a done and dusted, gotta hold your horses, because in Polaris anything is possible, and Focus are on double digits.
I feel like I'm being shown divine intervention. Like I said, you've been here for a while on the Polaris broadcast, and the wall has been lifted from beyond my eyes here. Focus showing us a new version of what they could be in this division, and a new look towards playoffs as well. Yugi, just such a high caliber player, and when we talk of individual performances, that's what we're getting. Kiko as well with 2 shots on the Sheriff. Just slides back onto the blades then to recover that space on the rest of A, as it's a complete unknown for them right now, with a Spike laying in wait on bridge side and a freeze coming through from Focus.
A Thrifty potentially coming in the round here for Apex. It would be something that they very desperately need. It's 4 rounds to just close out the gap. 3 more to close it out if they wish to do so, but Focus, one of those teams that's not going to allow them to get away with any of this. Aggression comes through, and Anthony passes them like ships in the night. He's got to be able to get the first. That's traded, though.
He lands a headshot onto Yugi there as well. I mean, inconsequential damage, but that timing's ridiculous, and even trading out could be massive, because Kiko's denied the plant. Coming through on the flank with the blades, and it's Yugi in another 1v3. I don't think he can get it done this time. At least it's not looking likely. Anything could happen. Maybe I've got to hold my horses, because Yugi's reined it in.
30 seconds left.
Nearly put a bottle cap on what would be yet another champagne round from this Jet player. And I think he knows about Mystic as well, but needs to get that spike down, because it's still in the open.
I got the spike.
Spike retrieved.
No way he's going to A.
15 seconds on the clock. Is there going to be enough time here?
Oh, barely. I think he's just been given that reality check. Go back to B. You do not have time here, Yugi.
He's going to go for that plant behind the boxes, giving himself a little bit of safety. Only 6 bullets, is fully aware of Mystic's positioning. Nade's gonna get thrown, but Mystic, to be the one quicker to that trigger, is gonna get that pick. And the defuse will come through. Hazard, this time around, you did indeed predict correctly. The round will go in favor of Apex.
I gotta hold back, man. Yugi's just ridiculous. This guy is reality defying and twisting and turning right now. I don't get it. I mean, Mystic there is somewhat bailed out by the fact that he's low HP as well, because it was body shot range. Only 45 HP, and it takes 55 from a single body shot on the Sheriff. So in many ways dealt a little bit of help there, because he was only on 20 by the time that Yugi had a swing at him, and the claws are out for that Jet player right now. 20 and 8. What a step up, but Focus getting pegged back on a Thrifty, and this is the way in for Apex.
Yeah, this is potentially that round that they needed. I mean, we said it at Thrifty, getting that in the bag, getting some of that momentum, getting your economy ball rolling a little bit, having the opportunity to come into this round with a good buy, having that util available as well. Incredibly important. The second the orbital strike comes through, that Killjoy lockdown is used. I mean, Yugi again defying everything he possibly can, playing as close to that Killjoy lockdown as possible. Getting rid of that threat for the rest of the team.
Oh my goodness.
In the blink of an eye, Apex is absolutely torn apart. A flawless for Focus. And whatever momentum we thought Apex could be building, I mean, Focus immediately shuts it down.
Yeah, they completely deny the opportunity, and I like the set aggression there as well to send Yugi into the elevated position on rafters, knowing in the fact that Magnum had the lockdown and that would be something to worry about, making sure pressure was immediately felt in that area of the map. Also, the awareness on the orbital strike to only go for that initial tap on the spike plant, Apex bringing the timeout, but Yugi just rejuvenated his performance here. I mean, we saw brilliant glimpses from him in the regular season, but now in towards playoffs, a different animal and the same beast at the exact same time. And looking at the buy here from Apex, there's a potential map point on the cards here on their pick. Sorry, I should say.
Yeah, it's going to be a little scary. I mean, Fracture is Focus's pick. Icebox is the pick that Apex has gone for, so eventually they will most likely be feeling more comfortable onto that map. I mean, that is to be expected, but coming into this, I mean, Apex, they've had such an incredible run during the regular season that a lot of us were expecting this to be quickly going into their favor, but Focus copying exactly what HSDR did, and that is giving us a run for our money. These players have been putting in the work, and it's very clearly paying off.
You can already see what Yugi's about to do here. The guy is up on the boost, has the Blade Storm, might not use it and actually just sit back with a little more of an orthodox play, but this guy gets you excited every single time you see him conniving something up and conjuring whatever it is that Focus have been cooking in the time that they had away, the month almost, from officials in the darkness to just create something for us here in playoffs, and it's been magic thus far.
Definitely proud of their performance so far. I mean, Focus are not going down easy, and they're not giving Apex a chance to at least take away their map pick. So far, 2 more rounds needed for them to close it out. And by the looks of it, I mean, clock is ticking, and you need to get a little bit quicker in terms of pulling the trigger onto what side they want to commit to, because Apex, they've been laying low, they've been holding back, they still got the util. Mystic in a bit of an orthodox position himself.
Oh, this has got to be A.
That's
surely
enough to deter them. I mean,
yeah,
they have A on their lock and key by the looks of it. They have both Lime as well as Purpo.
Yeah,
sitting up, looking to catch any players. Enzo's gonna be spotted.
30 seconds
using the molly to try and delay that push. Kaiko pushed out aggressively. He wants to buy as much time as possible because only 20 seconds are left.
Look at the space that this Cosmic Divide has enabled them as well. Kiko needs to try and find a way back through. Gets one. Enzo also trading off the back of it, but Focus can just play close up from this ultimate, and it gives them so much room. They held back after they knew the Killjoy util was on A and have now collapsed to what was an empty A site. And as the remaining players come crashing in through A main, your boy Lewis is just playing from the contact with this fault line. Enzo and Shadow both stunned up and waiting one by one. So much control. Sky Smoke to split the sight line. Lewis in, out for damage. Lime getting the first, but Purpo is in position. It's as simple as that. Focus find their 12th map point on their own pick.
Yeah, that map point coming in close. I mean, only 1 more left, and Focus can claim victory of their own map pick. And a convincing victory at that. I mean, we said it coming into this, anything could happen, and historically, yes, it would go in favor of Apex. This time around, Focus, they're here to make a statement, if anything.
Yeah.
We said it last time, Apex against Focus, it went very heavily in Apex's favor. There was a 2-0, very quick 2-0, if I do say so myself. Focus potentially looking to flip that script onto Apex instead. I mean, how crazy would it be if the top 2 seeded teams are dropped into that lower bracket on the first day of playoffs?
You get that immediate rematch, right? But Magnum will try and offer us to believe otherwise. Gets the first one, but traded out yet again. Seekers come through, and it's the ultimate cycle which Focus seem to be dominating here as they pump them out one by one. Lockdown as well to enable more space in the site, and they've even sent it a little bit deeper than is necessary, not fully covering tower, because we already have that positioning from KPZ here to make sure that it's under wraps and get this one down, bring us to post.
Yeah, you can even hold up, looking to catch off these rotations if any come, but of course that's not going to be the case, but we know that. They don't know that. We have X-ray vision. I don't think they have X-ray vision. I mean, honestly.
You would hope not.
I mean, some of these plays definitely seems like a sixth sense that comes into play.
Oh.
Showstopper online. Yugi is gonna find 2 players himself, and Lime adding 2. Showstopper, I mean 7 HP left for Mystic, looking to stick it to half. It's gonna go for the swing. It's already managed to stick it, taps it again. Wants to punish Yugi, but he's buying as much time as he can, and Focus are closing it out. On the attacking side, I mean, Hazard, they look strong on both the defense and the offense.
Yeah, they proved that it wasn't just all talk and that we are really seeing a different iteration of them come through here. I mean, while the maps are a bit different as well, and you've also got to be thinking, what does Apex's preparation look like, you know, on Fracture and then coming into Icebox? Because the amount of prep that both of these teams have in terms of VODs and whatnot is incredibly restricted. We said the exact same about LPB and HSD and how that one ended up panning out, but this is a promising sign for Focus early on. Some of those rounds looking very one-sided as well, and Yugi fighting on top form. One of those other win conditions that Lewis was speaking about is that players having good individual performances, and that is something which we have seen almost immediately from them here, which bodes well for their chances, but Icebox will be a difficult territory to try and pluck from Apex hands.
Apex has been quite good on their ice boxes, and again, when we're looking at that, Focus is going to be coming into this with momentum nonetheless. But if we're taking anything from what Linksy said in the earlier interview as well into this one, it's when you lose that first map, especially if it's quite a heavy loss in favor of the opposing team, you're like, okay, that's it, we lost it. You mentally reset and you go into that next one. So when we're looking at Apex here, it's going to be down to that mental reset. It's going to be down to coming into the next one and feeling a bit more confident on what they can do, and they'll be able to do so. They have the coaching staff and they have that experience. Again, that roster is star-studded. Looking at the MVPs, so I mean, we already mentioned it. Yugi, 3.4 KDA, 368 ACS. Oh my goodness.
The guy was on smoke for this game. Like,
absolutely.
He woke up with a vengeance, and it was a cold, hard vengeance which Apex really struggled to contain at times, because it was through him individually that some of those rounds were won. The 3 versus 1 on 2 occasions, nearly back-to-back, able to realize that. And then you've got to be looking the opposite way. Kiko perhaps not coming up as much as we thought, and the double duelist gambit that Apex looked to play here wasn't one which reaped the reward or paid dividends really as it should have. So maybe something to pull away from the compositional differences, but at the same time we have to just look into that mental reset. Like you said, this is such an experienced roster, and I fully expect them to retaliate here on the second map.
Absolutely. I mean, we said it, the first game went all the way to 3 mappers. I would not be surprised if this is going to be again the case here for Apex up against Focus, considering Icebox is that next map, and that is the map that Apex picks. So admittedly, the one where they feel most comfortable, and if last game is anything to go by, whatever map the team picks tends to be the map that they win, which surprisingly has been a little bit of a theme here. So we're going to be heading over to the break. We'll be back with the second match of Apex against Focus, and that's going to be on Icebox. Focus so far are in the lead with their game up against Apex as they take them down on first map, and that was Fracture. We're now going to be heading into the second map, and that is Icebox, which is Apex's pick. I'm Ginny, and I'm joined by Haza once again to be covering the action. And if last game here, Haza, was any indication of what we can be expecting, well, it's just that we actually shouldn't be expecting anything.
Expecting anything from whom, though, Ginny, I think is the question we're asking. Because I guess, yeah, you have to see how this one is going to pan out. We hadn't really had much of a view in as to what Apex looked like on Fracture, but now, of course, we have. Focus been preparing for that one. It was their map pick. We go into Icebox, and we'll get to find out whether it was just a blip on the radar or something that we should be worried about for Apex here, because they need to respond, and it needs to be in a convincing fashion, I think, as well. As long as they get over the line, I guess it doesn't matter too heavily. But it's about, you know, seeing that spark is still alive and that they are feeling it here in the playoffs.
Absolutely, because it would be kind of crazy. I mean, it would be very Polaris fashion, but still wouldn't make it any, you know, any less crazier. The fact that both top seeds would be in that lower bracket on that first day, I would be definitely surprised. But again, it's something that could happen, especially considering the form that Focus have been showing themselves to be playing in. They are on an absolute tear, and a lot of the times the adaptations and the team play that was coming through from this team was incredible to look at, to say the least. But again, Apex not able to find their footing on that first map. Potentially Icebox is going to be a different play. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually approach that map specifically as well, when it comes to not just the fact of their gameplay, but I think as well their agent select, especially looking at that last map. I mean, we had Mystic on the Raze, and there were a lot of expectations on seeing Mystic on that Raze, but I feel like maybe they weren't fully met. I think they didn't get as much of a chance to showcase what that Raze is capable of and how it fits in with that composition, especially because a lot of the shine was going to the Brimstone, it was going to the Killjoy lineups, the Brimstone lineups, as well as the Breach lineup. So that Raze didn't really get the chance to pop off.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a gamble in some ways, I think, and we'll have to see now if we do go back into that change that we expect. I fully expect Mystic to be swapping into one of the different roles that we've, you know, typically seen him play on Icebox. What that ends up being, I'm not too sure, because there are different ways that you can sort of play around with the comp here, and I think that's something to get treated to as well. But yeah, in terms of Apex, it's a difficult situation because not only are they now a map down, you have to consider the series they played in the regular season as well, against LPB, and the fact that this would then be, you know, 2 losses back to back. This is their opportunity to give us a reaction more than anything else and steady the concerns that are now cropping up for people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's definitely, this is their game to win. It's Focus's game to lose, but it's definitely their game to win. They have to win this game, and this game is going to be proving quite a lot in terms of not just what they're capable of, but also their mental fortitude coming off, you know, that last game of the season. Being a loss might not be the nicest things to close it out with, and then you're coming into that first map again, not really the strongest of showings, but you're flipping the side and you're looking at Focus, and they're an absolute new team. I don't know what they've been doing for the last month, but clearly keep doing what you're doing, because it's genuinely worked. And if it works on a map like Fracture, where you get very rewarded for being proactive, I think Icebox isn't that much different. If you can get some of these aggressive pushes early on, shut them down if they do decide to go for those rotates a little too long, which were the case a couple of times when we were looking at Fracture specifically. I mean, Icebox, I hope not for Apex, but for Focus, it could be where they replicate their success. And listen, I'm all in for it, okay? If it's Focus's map, it's Focus's map. If it's Apex's map, it's Apex's map. I just want to see some good Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, send us the distance, right? Send us to Ascent where we get that rematch, because that is the only contingency or consistency between the map pool that we've actually got here, other than the Icebox map that, you know, never got played. And we get it now. Look at that from Focus. They've gone for the Viper Harbor setup, and it's your boy Lewis, actually, who'll be filling in on this secondary controller role. Not something which we have seen from him at all previously played, whereas Apex, they go for the tried and tested. How many times have each of these players filled on their respective roles? Comfortability in many ways, but what Focus have brought forward could certainly offset that and cause some serious uncomfortability in the way they try and play this.
Yep. And looking at Focus as well, I mean, The Harbor on Icebox is going to be really interesting to see how Apex is going to be responding to it, but it feels like majority of the members are definitely on their comfort picks. You have Magnum on the KJ. I mean, the setups, the lurks, beautiful. You have Enzo on the Sova, gathering that information on that Sova, having those lineups. I mean, it's Enzo's specialty, to say the least. It's his signature agent, is the agent he's played the most. So, gonna be heading into this game. This is really where it's do or die for Apex, but for Focus, it's their chance to prove themselves just as much as Le Petit Bouffon did.
It's the signature map of Polaris as well, the cold icebox, and here we have it. Apex looking to respond by finding their own map pick. They've got that choice of comfortability, but Focus bringing in something new with a month's practice under their belt will try and just change things a little bit, shake up the established order that we had coming into playoffs.
Exactly. Orders are definitely meant to be broken if Polaris is anything to go by. Drone is going to be sent out. Information looking to be gathered, but will it tag anyone? This Sage barrier, I mean,
Lewis!
As much as it gives you safety, it also gives the opponents an opportunity to kind of backstab you a little. That's what happened, but they still get that plant down. And it's a post-plant for Apex.
Magnum breaks his legs for it, spots out line for a moment. Kiko around the side of Maze, twisting and turning, able to turn the result in his favour. Find KPZ, and now the post-plant looking that bit better. Kiko with another tap, just opens it up as he always tends to. Lime the next to fall in for Magnum, but Burbo coming out and Focus coming out on top, it seems like. Single Sheriff shot left remaining in the 2 versus 2, but a lot of time has already been bought. There's a singular shock dart for Enzo to use Mystic. Reads it so perfectly. Has to double tap this Yugi simply because of the util that was holding him at bay, and there is Enzo. Closes out, and Apex get the pistol for the second time in a row on their attacking half.
Yeah, a little bit of a peekaboo from Enzo from the end, but again, Enzo playing with those lineup, that Sova shock dart, doing damage to Yugi as well, while he's trying to tap that spike, and it highlights this very similar strategy, very similar expectations that we can be having from Apex for this map, and that is going to be the focus on the post plant, the focus on the lineups. They don't necessarily need to see you to be able to make sure that you're not closing out that round, you're not getting that diffuse through. And Focus was very great at adapting and dealing with it on Fracture, so would not be surprised if that replicates to be the case on Icebox.
It's quite smash and grab from Apex as well in the way that they try and take control of the site, get the spike planted, and we've seen Focus here go for a bit of a gamble, right? You send out the Riptide, fake the presence behind the layers of walls that you have access to with both of these controllers, and specifically Viper and Harbor in the comp, and then just gamble on it being a B execute. It's one that won't pay off, but the concession you have to make from your eco round, and we go into another post plant, but your boy Lewis opens up with a couple Sheriff shots!
I mean, a couple, and both of them land as well. He's gonna have some information on the positioning of Mystic too. That wall, that Sage wall is such a difficult thing to be dealing with, especially when you're on these pistols. You don't have that opportunity to break it down immediately. He comes out from Shadow, Kip's that, we find one, and they seem to be sticking it.
And nobody's got on it. And actually Focus are just running away with this as Yugi finds 2 more Sheriff shots, and they seem to be the new sheriffs in town right now, because Focus with a response like that is just ridiculous. You also have to look at how the util was played in that round by them through this comp, and understanding why it is you're bringing both the Viper and the Harbor. Not only did they cause a lot of delay and had an opportunity to stack B, but then into the retake you see Lewis land the shots, that's one part, but then the cascade coming through to just push back, the toxic screen coming up in tandem, and just working through the motions as they slowly whittle away at Apex, who now need to find a way to recover this lead.
Focus coming into this though, again, very comfortable in their economy. They even had 2 free 99 upgrades when it came to those Vandals for your boy Lewis and Yugi. Very well deserved, to say the least. Apex is switching it up a little. Instead of committing to A, it's looking to be a B push, but with that aggressive push from Kipset on yellow, already has some of that information, gives the team that opportunity to go for those rotates, but they leave an anchor on A.
Yeah. Is Kiko only on a classic? But we actually see Apex with a mixed investment of Vandals in place, and Enzo's actually dropped it to Magnum there for a Sheriff instead. So they are just cycling through the weaponry, and this makes sense. Enzo out on his lonesome, just using the Owl drone to try and claim some kind of reconnaissance on B. Keep the foot on the gas and then swivel over the Apex players towards A as they try and make this execute happen. Purpo spotted them out, but is forced to turn so deep into the site and back away.
And they're looking to punish him for the fact that he's being alone as no trades are coming through. But
Yugi.
He's coming from the top. I mean, 2 HP left on Magnum, a bit of a sticky one, if I do say so myself.
Yugi can still wriggle free from this because there's only 2 points of health for Magnum, and a single shot from Lewis would be enough. And Yugi hasn't actually bought the opportunity. Magnum sidesteps out and swipes the kill from his grasp. Lewis in the 1 versus 2 has spotted out the first of the couple players. Footsteps given away, positioning gained, information there perhaps as Magnum steps up to the top level on this Sheriff. Has given Enzo back the Vandal. They're playing swapsies right now, and the only trade necessary will be through the kills. It's actually spotted him out with the stray shot that doesn't connect. It's just mind games, and Lewis will have to untangle this web which has developed as he taps inside the cove.
It's a ring around the spike. I mean, Magnum is just slipping through every single one of the cracks. And Apex does get a thrifty off of that.
And they hold both rifles as well. They invested 2, they bring 2 in, they take 2 out. And in fact, they have 2 rounds on the board now as well. And this one's starting to feel a lot like that LPB HSD game that we just saw, where these teams on the turn of a heel can do absolutely everything with minimal investment.
Investment is just investing in yourself. Invest in your mental. Yeah, that's enough of a pep talk.
Self-care from Ginny. We love
Absolutely.
to see it.
I would be a great mental health coach, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah? Like a sort of, what would you call it? Inspirational speaker?
Yeah,
something like
that's
that?
the
You want to do a
one.
TED Talk? It's similar to hosting, right?
Absolutely. You just sit there and talk.
Mm.
And you pretend to be smart.
I mean,
Sounds about right.
That's all casting is, right? We're just pretending to be smart. I don't know. Do you have any bright ideas as to how Focus can find this round? Is it Yugi, maybe? I don't think so. Kiko seems to have his number. And the Jet Duel will go their way as it looks like Apex want to try and get more aggressive control.
Ooh.
But Lewis has denied it outright. What is this?
I mean, I guess Lewis definitely has an idea on how they can close out this round. 3 members down already with that Guardian. Spike is going to come through. Apex, not completely on the back foot, but still some util in the bank.
Yeah.
From the members of Focus to be playing with.
And because the post plant is so deep from them as well, it's invited extra room for Focus to find those upgrades, get KPZ on a rifle, goes for the tap instead, and might just be playing the Sheriff. Enzo finds the shots onto Purpo. Now it's a very difficult situation for KPZ to do by himself. Yet another tap to bait a peek, but the information is there and they can just hold back and do this one together. Apex playing as a team and grafting out that result. 3 for Enzo, 3 for Apex, and a big round to be taking.
Yep. I mean, Apex on Icebox. They look like they've got it back. The fact that they've also been playing much more controlled and around each other is something that on Icebox has been more consistent than when we're looking at how they were playing on Fracture. On Fracture, it felt a little bit more disjointed. It felt a bit more like individual plays and relying on some of these individual players, which might be something that works for Focus, having individual players pop off, but when it came to Apex, they weren't really able to do so. So now playing this as a 5-man, playing it as a team, it's working out much more in their favor.
On Fracture, with how much you need to be zipping around the map, it's understandable that we didn't see Yugi on the operator at that point, but now on the defender's side, he's picked it up and is taking so many liberties here deep onto rafters, spots the turret, but it hasn't done the reverse. There's no information and will actually pluck Enzo. Players even further up nearby, and they have no idea. They've completely bypassed one another. And now Yugi, whether he knows it or not, is rooted in the midst of so many Apex forces.
But Yugi is not one.
Oh.
Back off. If anything, he will use it to his advantage.
We're seeing Apex move in through mid, find a kill round the back. Kiko isolated, alone on B, looking to give additional room. Magnum's gone walking. In fact, so have both of them here as well. We're also seeing Shadow move up. Playing close on the kitchen. Here's the footsteps. This setup is ridiculous from Apex, but it does not matter because so is Magnum. Shadow with one more to bring it into that isolated 1 versus 1. Looking to actually res his teammate, but Yugi could maybe get a stick out here, or at least half.
Decides not to do so at all. Goes for the operator instead. It's not gonna be landing at all. The classic is what he needs. Updraft comes through.
No charges left.
Cloudburst would give you half here, but the Nano Swarm has denied it. I think Magnum's won this out on time at the very least. What a round from Apex to find that gap in the focus defense and then eventually walk away with it. Neither player will walk away with their lives, but what a resurgence we've seen here from the Norwegian outfit on their attacking half, on their own map pick.
Yeah, a lot more consistent, but also focus with those rotations, and the fact that Magnum was able to get that far into CC, cutting them off completely, I mean, that is not something to be expected. It looked very disjointed when it came to Apex, the fact that they were losing members on B, on A, you had Magnum going for a bit of a walk. It was a little bit of an interesting situation there, but they still make the most out of it, and Focus just completely unaware of how Apex was approaching that round.
Right here.
We're seeing here Apex a little bit slower. No operator this time to be dealing with, and it certainly hasn't pushed as far as Belt. Purpo spots out, I believe, Shadow in that situation, the first in the firing line, the Battle Sage, looking to stomp on down towards the battleground of A, and Focus have actually read into this. They've fully rotated over. There's no flank to worry about. It's going to be all 10 players in through the choke, and, well, the first one's out of Purpo, your boy Lewis, and in fact, the entirety of the Focus team. A tag onto KPZ is a death sentence as Mystic goes sweeping around the corner to make it flawless.
I mean, you blink and you miss it. That round was so incredibly fast. A gamble play from Focus to try and hold on to the A site. It does pay off. I mean, Apex were there, but you end up walking into every single barrel of Apex's member. Not a happy place to be.
No, it's sort of knife's edge stuff, right, Ginny? Like, how many times have we seen a round like that go the complete opposite way? But,
absolutely.
I mean, even then, Focus just didn't quite have the beans to get it done. In fact, they didn't find a single kill. And this time around, with the weapons that they do require, and yet again, Yugi firing straight on that operator, we'll have to see what damage can be dealt. Enzo has not spotted your boy Lewis up on this aggressive angle, and Kiko needs to be wary.
Yep. The aggressive angle could be an interesting one to play for him. I mean,
look at Mystic!
I would assume that it would be cleaned out, but Mystic is the one to be coming out on top. Mid completely unattended. Focus is falling apart.
Yeah, we've seen that deeper alarm bot a lot before in this sort of level of play, but this time around, not something which Focus opted for. And in fact, I don't think mid is an area which they've really worried about whatsoever. You don't often see them challenging it, and Apex are able to make the most of that hole, poke another puncture in what looks to be quite a leaky one for Focus at this point in time. And yeah, both teams looking very strong in their own respective picks.
Absolutely. And Focus this time, gonna go for that save. I mean, you want to hold on to that operator and at least one more Phantom if you possibly can. You have the Nightfall available, but are you going to be investing it this time around? I don't think that Apex is going to go hunting for some of these rifles. Instead, they're happy to let that spike detonate, get onto safety themselves. But all in all, Focus, I'm expecting a timeout, if I'm being honest here.
I think it would be the sensible decision as well to come through from them. There are certain watershed moments that you can feel from watching a game where a timeout is deemed necessary, and there you have it. Nail on the head, right? Look, this is why we give the hard-hitting analysis, because we know what's going on. You know, you just got that sort of spidey sense that a timeout could be lingering. But the main thing for me here for Apex is how good the ults are looking for them, and we'll also Focus as well, actually. It's hard to see what's online when the players aren't alive, but now that they've come back, we can see it's almost a flush hand.
Yeah. Ult economy looking great, but how far is that going to get you? Is that going to be able to give you another 5 rounds to close out the gap, or is Apex just absolutely running away with their map pick? That's the situation that Focus needs to be looking at, because even though you have those ults available, your economy isn't looking the best. None of your players can technically fully buy coming into that next round, and even if they do, it's going to be a little bit of a broken one. So when do you want to invest it? There, even for that lockdown that you have, Enzo has that Hunter's Fury.
Yes.
When it comes to Kipset and that Viper Pit, Enzo has that util to flush you out. There's still a lockdown available from Magnum to counter Lime's lockdown, to counter Kipset's Viper's Pit. So a lot of things to be taken into consideration, and this is really when it comes to what's first, the chicken or the egg?
It's a good question to ask. I think it's really important as well that you highlighted Enzo's Hunter's Fury here, because it's one of the compositional differences between the two teams as Yugi looks to go for the silent updraft before the barrier ends up coming through. Yeah, this next cycle of ults could be absolutely huge in how both of these teams can find success in the following rounds, with a couple weapons saved, but for the most part, Focus not fully bought into this one.
Ooh. We're starting off strong. He's going to be able to get one. The trade immediately comes through. Magnum is going to be walking in. Kipset himself, and Kipset is not even considering the possibility that there could be a player there.
Mystic's been playing this lurk brilliantly in the last few rounds as well. And
Absolutely.
it's something you can do a lot on Viper on this map, because you have that sort of remote control smokes. You can sit back on the sofa and look at the 60-inch TV with its incredibly high latency as it goes on. You know, like you're otherworldly. There's something else going on the other side of the room, and Mystic, while not directly involved, is still able to pluck a kill here and there. And it's been huge for how Focus have struggled to then try and approach this.
It's like playing Yuumi in League of Legends, but that's a different game, so we're not really going to get into that.
That's not something that I can really reach into too much.
You should be very happy and proud of yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure you literally just press a button and then go AFK, right? That's how it works.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, Yugi tries to press the button and it doesn't connect.
Yeah,
Magnum finds it.
really.
Number 7.
That also is the operator gone. I look at the rounds that they've managed to stick together. 3 in a row. 6 in a row for Apex. I mean, if I've ever seen any momentum, it's right there. It's staring at me right at the face right now.
We spoke a bit about individual performances as well and what the setup looks like.
Yeah.
I don't think Apex have done, anything too out of this world, anything ridiculous. They've just shown that they're very competent in fighting for both sides and going aggressive. Even Kiko just being that conduit for them to push on forwards and claim a lot of space early on as well. The info that this Sova pick is giving to Apex when they look to get aggressive and clearing out a lot of the initial angles has been massive.
Also, again, Mystic going on that trip, just waiting to see whether or not he can get any picks himself.
With the timing.
Viper's
you just walked
Pit-
past Mystic.
Oh my
They have no idea.
They have the Killjoy ult as well as the Viper's Pit. I mean, they're flushing members out of sight. Yugi is now pinchered between every member of Apex and Mystic, and Mystic is going to find a pick himself once to get back online, but Yugi, I think he does manage to get that punish. This is do or die. Yugi, this could be the round that makes a difference as he adds another one, make it a 4K. I mean, Magnum, the only one left. Can they do it?
A quad from Yugi there as Purpo closes, and it was almost like a gentleman's agreement. The two players walking past each other unbeknownst to it. Who's going to get more value from the lurk and extra positioning gained? In that situation, it turned out to be Yugi instead of Mystic and Snowman, but that is the response that they required. Now 2 rounds for Focus, with that being more of the investment round, I think, because you look at the previous and it was just the weapons that they had saved over from a rainy day, and it's been a lot of rain pouring on Focus's side so far this game. And whether there's a rainbow on the other side or not is something yet to be concluded. But this is a good start in rectifying those defensive issues.
Yeah, Nightfall also this time around available, something they could be playing with. Feels like there's definitely more of a heavy focus from the side of Focus onto mid. Initially, as we said, they would just have an alarm bot and call it a day, but now having players situated up in mid, in kitchen, and just playing backside on A. Aggressive plays on yellow. Focus are... That timeout did them good. They're making a little bit of change, a couple of changes in their play style. And it played off for 1 round. Can they make it pay off again?
We'll have to see. The Haunt comes through, but doesn't reveal anything. We spoke of the ult cycle, so many used, barely anything left in the tank, but there is a Nightfall to sweeten that deal. Could it tee off Lewis from this position? He's trying to hold down to yellow as you're seeing the terror trails just weave a web all the way across B. The setup here for Focus is about as good as you could ask it to be. It's a question of whether they can find these frags or not. And look at Enzo just breaking the crossfire with the Hunter's Fury, sending in Magnum to get the opener onto Lewis as well. And now the post-plant looking so much cleaner for them.
Only 2 members remain from Focus, and it looked like around that they could be calling theirs. Just with the pull of the trigger on that Hunter's Fury no longer was. I mean, Mystic just jumps forward right into their faces. I mean, 9-3 curse, I guess.
Oh, maybe. You said it last time, Ginny. I feel like you
I asked
really
if you
want
believed.
You want to hit the quota. You want to hit the quota. It has to
I mean,
come up
it
right,
has
all
to
the
be
buzzwords.
it has to be 1-9-3 curse per game day.
Maybe.
I feel like at least 1-9-3 curse per playoff. I mean, I don't mind if it's this one or the next, but
Okay.
if there's a 9-3 curse in playoffs, I get to take it off my bingo card. And if I have like a full bingo, I just get to scream bingo. Not really much else. Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah,
In
no,
the Ginny echo chamber, it rings off. Sort of.
Yep.
Just you and
Yeah.
Appa.
Story of my life.
I'm joking, of course, but I think the main thing here is the word reaction, and something which Apex have demonstrated, almost immediately on their own pick. And as Yugi sends off that operator shot as well, it's information that A is now completely compromised, and reaction is another word that pops up in this scenario. How exactly do Apex look to try and adjust where they're currently set up? Is B going to be the answer? It certainly seems to be the case.
You have that Viper's snake bite. It's still pushing through it. Shadow gets that plant down. Kaiko with that ult as well. Mystic has completely hold down in kitchen. That's an absolute disaster that you need to be dealing with. Even more snake bites being thrown your way. I mean, Focus have so many variables to be taking into consideration here.
Oh. Mystic punching the ticket there with a kill onto Purpo is absolutely huge, and look at this. Shadow just firing through the peephole. Can't see too much, but it doesn't matter. Everything in his wake is turning to dust. Looking for the 3-piece, Yugi unprepared, and just like that, it is 9 for Apex. Whether Focus have the 3 to match the curse or not, we'll have to be finding out in this final round of the half, but I can tell you what, Apex are looking fantastic so far on their own pick, and they've certainly put everything that came up on Fracture behind them.
I mean, coming into this again with the bye, this is looking like a double digits for Apex, if anything. But I don't want to make these statements simply because last game especially was a very good indicator as to you don't say something's going to happen unless it happens. Unless you want to be proven wrong. But that's like you're jinxing it or caster cursing it or whatever you want to say.
Let's just jinx it on purpose for the fun of it, right? There's no way that Yugi gets any value with this judge. Nah, I'm joking. The guy up close here will be keeping B under wraps for the time being, and if anyone walks past him the opposite way, you've got to make a double clearance in some senses. And with Apex not fully set on this A execute, they may just be funneled in to the beast itself, the dragon that could rain on hellfire from up above. I'm not sure if I favour this angle as much as the one that he was previously holding, but we will just have to see.
Yeah, mid though, again, a bit more reinforced this time around from Focus, so that slip through that we've seen earlier, having that opportunity to allow Mystic to come through kitchen and do some damage is not going to be the case. He's going to find one. But for Yugi, that's all they'll be able to, and with that resurrection from Shadow, all the work is gone, unfortunately, down the drain.
Very quickly dealt with. I was wondering for a moment whether we'd actually see Enzo use that owl drone, which he still holds on to from this situation, but we'll perhaps be keeping it for later in the round. Any utility that you possess as time ticks on will increase in value almost tenfold, and we'll have to see what Focus can make from the little they have left. Just completely forget about it. Lewis on the Sheriff is an ultimate in its own, an ultimate beast as Mystic trades out. KPZ finding another 2 versus 2, and weaponry finally coming in for Focus, but maybe just at the 11th hour. Mystic on the shorty in the smoke. Sends Focus up in smoke and finds that 10th, denies the 3rd. curses aside, all right, now Focus are going to be cursing their performance because Apex have just looked that much better.
Apex have, I mean, that much better is a great way to put it. They are 10-2. This is one of those games that if I were to be playing here, I would be so disheartened. And the good thing for Focus here is that you have that one map that you've already secured. So it is possible for you to give it the best you got in the second round. And if that doesn't work, that's okay. You get that reset and you get onto that next map. For Apex, this is really that high pressure scenario where they have to throw everything they possibly have at this game if they want to even push it towards that final map, give themselves a chance of closing it out. So it's two different comfort levels that these teams are playing at the moment, with Focus knowing that if this doesn't go as planned, that's okay, and with Apex knowing that if this doesn't go as planned, that is not okay, because we'll be in the lower bracket against Lipsy Buffon, which they've already lost to.
Yeah.
So
we'll have to see whether that sort of repeat matchup factors into it as well, but that's something to think about later down the line.
So now we need to think about these pistol rounds, and that's a good thing for Focus is, again, you get that full reset, you get those pistols, you swap the sides, you get to test and potentially replicate some of Apex's strats here onto the attacking side yourself.
Ooh. It is a little bit different with the Harbor and Viper, and it doesn't really look to be paying off right now as Kiko is just finding every single gap and shooting a hole in the head of multiple players. Lewis up close, but there's just not the safety for the spike that they would like to be given. And as he moves on further, looking for this kill, it's a dangerous game because if left unchecked, Shadow from the corner could drop the spike. Won't happen. Kiko drops another, however. 3 for him on the round. 4 versus 2. Twice the player advantage to work with. And yeah, Mystic creeping up on this flank as he has done so many times.
1 player left. Lewis has to close this out, but not going to be able to use its second pistol round for Apex. I mean, they're going to be coming into this with Spectres, and they'll be on match point.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this affects the dynamic of the series as a whole, because right now it certainly looks like we will be getting that repeat matchup on Ascent as, you know, we did in the previous series. That also being very one-sided, and leaning into the next point I want to make, is it second map syndrome coming through here for Focus? We've seen Apex have previous setbacks in games that they have ended up playing. Think of the one against Vamonos as well. Didn't get off to the hottest of starts in that matchup, but then were immediately able to find out what the issues were and plug the holes. Not too sure, but Focus have brought everything into this that they can, and they'll be vying up every opportunity to immediately swing back.
Yeah, Apex looking to close this out and Focus holding on for their life. Already positioned up, using the high ground potentially to their advantage. And it's gonna be the advantage of Apex. I mean, every member dropped like a fly. The absolute meat grinder of Apex. This round, match point secured. And the fact that Focus came into this with everything they got and still butchered. This round is not going to be a comfortable one.
The Spectres do that little bit more damage as well with the changes in recent patches that we've seen onto the Stinger. And then also that recon from Enzo just sort of sifted over the top was absolutely huge. We spoke about the assist potential that both him and your boy Lewis have, but I guess with Lewis on not playing an initiator this time around, a little bit different. The main factor to consider though is how much impact Enzo has had in sort of building this team together.
I mean, a couple of building blocks still needed. If anything, to be able to close this one out. Herpo starting it off strong. Any advantage you can get in these rounds is crucial. And if you can even capitalize off of it with a little bit of a cheeky upgrade for free, that maybe? Perhaps?
It's a mustache Twizzler, you know? It's one of those ones that gets you sort of twirling your hair a little bit at the prospect of it. And we'll have to see if that is on the cards here for Focus. Great positioning from Lime, who's managed to get in through towards mid, past the barrier orb, and is just posted up. But the success of Focus in this round will rely a lot on him picking up that kill. The shots are not that good to start off with, but finally he collects himself and finds Magnum the opposite way.
Enzo on a hunt. I mean, some of these footsteps are going to be accounted for. Enzo lives with 2 HP. no way he's gonna be able to push through that Viper's Molly, as that would, for both him and Kaiko, mean death. Shadow still has a chance here. But Focus, this is a lifeline.
Yeah. Just waiting here for the healing orb to come back online. In fact, Kiko will get sent to war without a gun, it seems almost like Shadow has let him out off the leash to try and do anything from this position. No timing to get the spike defused, but can maybe bring Yugi down with him. And does exactly that. No ult orbs given either towards Focus in that situation. And yeah, we're looking towards bringing the Vandal into the next. Focus slowly showing signs, but even then, we have to see a lot more from them here if we are to believe that this is anywhere near doable.
Absolutely. 9 rounds that they will need back to back to back without making a single mistake, without having a single clutch from Apex, without anything, any inch of space been giving away. It has to be perfect for 9 rounds in a row. It's a very tough task to deal with, but as long as Focus is approaching this round by round, I mean, we've seen it from last one. If they can pull a Thrifty, they can do it.
Oh, exactly that. I mean, even you saying back-to-back 9 times in a row would have been an elongated affair. So if Focus have the bottle, have the mental to claw it back that far, then they would fully deserve it. But we're yet to be proven whether that is the case or not. More than anything, building up momentum for a lingering third map is always an eventuality, as we're seeing them take some space up on B early on. We've also got Lime and KPZ pairing up together in towards mid and trying to give themselves a little bit of extra room, as Shadow and Magnum are actually thinking about buying a timing here, and I think he will! Oh my goodness, Magnum!
Upset though. Another person looking to get that momentum. He's not going to be able to do so. Shadow runs off into Tube, back into safety. Magnum looking to stop the plan. Not going to get that chance to do so. But instead finds Purpo. Oh my goodness.
And this is what we said. Perfection is what is dictated here from Focus if they are to see it over the line. And with the barrier orb coming in, the defuse beginning, and everything looking to head against Focus, they find the kills that they need, and it's your boy Lewis at the forefront. The firing line for Apex, and I can't believe that things shifted so quickly the opposite way when it looked like they were falling apart. Brilliant stuff from your boy Lewis, and just keeping them in it that little bit longer.
I mean, pressure does build diamonds, and Focus, they're feeling like they're 24 carats. That round, every member just dropping down individually, and Lewis just playing Osu on Valorant, you know?
Yeah, it's like that diamond encrusted wall that we see from Shadow as well, which isn't enough to quite get the $1 million result, and there we have it. Focus, just cleaning house, finding the kills that they need. Rotate coming in, but Shadow swings back. One of the few players that has a weapon to sit on. And, Lewis needs to be careful on this angle here, yeah.
Lewis is not looking, but it doesn't have to be. Flick of that wrist.
Yeah, flick of that diamond encrusted wrist, right? If they come up winning with this one, they're in that upper bracket final and 1 away from the playoffs, and then I mean, cha-ching, cha-ching. We'll have to see how it goes, but a long way away now. Not something to be thinking about. Apex still holding the lead, of course. But Focus, they're slowly building towards something, whether that's, you know, a potential overtime, looking a long ways away, or just conserving that momentum into a map 3.
Whatever it is that they're looking to build, Kaiko is looking to shut it down. First player already down, 40 seconds on the clock. The plant will be placed. And with the classic in hand and Magnum on that flank.
Gets such a good timing. That's the lockdown on Line. A 2 versus 1 situation that Lime has to overturn, and now it's Kiko. Needs one of these weapons, and Lime has to be aware of it. Holding on to the close angles. Doesn't know if he's actually wrapped around the flank. Finally has the info. The shot's not quite falling into place, but finally do. Focus, skin of your teeth kind of stuff. Clutch it out.
They get that clutch. I mean, Lime taking a little bit of time to readjust that crosshair. Ice in their veins. That is something that was looking a little too close for comfort, and the Apex timeout comes through, aware that all they need is 1 round, but that's all that they have not been able to get. Focus is not giving this one out for free.
No, that they are not. They've managed to find, you know, the last few in a row. It's, you know, as I said, building. You're slowly putting things into place the same way that Apex have built up what they have so far. Focus are trying. Maybe it's a bit more of a Jenga tower at this point in time, but they are slowly getting there, and Apex want to try and hinder this momentum as much as possible. Bringing through the timeout, slowing down the pace. Magnum now with the lockdown online, so additional avenues from which the game can be played. Lime does have a response of his own, but like we mentioned, the compositional differences between these teams mean that there isn't too much that Focus actually have other than that straight swap to deal with the setup from Apex. And even on that round, such a low investment, we still see the signs that any player on the Apex side is capable of flipping things on their head.
And that's a sad reality, or a scary reality really for Focus to be in. I mean, if anything, that last round is an even bigger wake-up call to the fact that even flanks need to be considered.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact that you are on the attack, you will get flanked. Apex will be proactive. A couple of ults are building up for Focus. Is that enough for them to get another round on the board? Is that enough for them to just push it that much further? I mean, you're giving it your all.
That you are. It's coming down to what this cycle looks like as well. Yugi and Purpo both won away. The Nightfall probably the bigger of the two eventualities there when you consider it all. And actually, Apex are backing away from A just as Focus are looking to give themselves the green light and move in. Nice orb coming through there from Shadow to slow things down. The Reckoning in place. Yugi looking to move off the back of this up high on 410 and will need to be high and mighty if it's to shut things down. Shadow's actually sidestepped from this ultimate and managed to find a little more value, but the trades are there and everything is getting put on the line by Focus for this round. Their life's on the line and it's dwindling. Lockdown broken. Killjoy is traded. Lewis with a bit more space to work, but it's a 1 versus 3.
Can Lewis clutch it out? It's a 1 versus 3 scenario. I mean, not an easy one to be in, but immediately Mystic with that swing. We're gonna be going on to the third mapper as Apex closes out Icebox, their own map pick, 13-5.
And they close it out in a more dominant fashion than we even saw Focus do on a Fracture, which had been shrouded away for over a month. Preparation goes out the window now, you're into Ascent. It's the third and final map, which I think that this series deserves. A repeat matchup of the one which, well, was the nail in the coffin for Focus last time around. Apex were winners on that one, 13-3. Not expecting it to be anywhere near as clear-cut coming through into this one, but we asked for a reaction, and oh boy, Apex delivered.
Yeah, definitely maybe Fracture not that map that they were comfortable on, or just a map where they were looking to test the waters, especially to see how Focus were approaching some of the attacks, some of the defenses, the reactions, the offense. They got a lot of information out of that map, especially, you know, when you learn the most from when you fail, and that, if anything, that Fracture was not what they were looking for. It was not successful, because if it was, then they would have won it. So they learned a lot from their opponent on that map, and they were able to bring that onto Icebox, where they learned even more. So again, it's going to be a matter of getting all the information you have on your opponent and using that on that final map, Ascent. I mean, MVP Yugi, are we even surprised, honestly?
Not really at this point. The guy has definitely showed up so far throughout the series, but it's that third and final map where the jet duel between him and Kiko will come to the front lines, I think, and really be a defining factor on whether Focus or Apex are going to take this series. Magnum doing brilliant work for them here on Icebox. Killjoy, his most played Asian, always has been a staple pick for him all the way back to Fnatic, and Icebox also there being one of the favorite maps that they like to play on. So in the end, it's that comfortability from Apex which comes through the better of the two, and on Icebox as well, with it being a map that they feel comfortable on, as a map, not just in those agent selections. They'll have probably scrimmed against a few teams that'll have brought out this sort of double Harbor and Viper composition, so it's good to see that they were aware of something that could be coming towards them, and they dealt with it accordingly.
Yeah, also looking on to Ascent, which is going to be that final map, I think when it comes really to Focus, a more heavy approach to that mid control, I think, would be something to look forward to, especially because it was very lackluster when we were looking at Icebox, and it's Ascent. That mid control is going to be so crucial in terms of identifying whether or not you're going to be left open to flanks, how quickly and how easy you're going to be able to go through for those rotations, cut off any rotations if you are even on that defense. So again, that's what I'm expecting from Focus going forward, but we're going to find out whether or not that's going to be the case as we're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back shortly. The final map of the first day of playoffs here at Polaris is on the way, and that's going to be Ascent, with Focus taking on Apex. Focus initially in the lead, winning their first map pick, and Apex winning theirs. And that leads us here. I'm Ginny, covering the action alongside Haza. Ascent is one of the maps where both of these teams have already played. How did that go last time?
Not very good if you're Focus, and after the previous map this could be slightly worrying for them, but we'll have to see how that works, because yeah, both teams happy to float it. Apex very comfortable here. We've seen them play brilliantly on this map before and barely drop a few rounds against every team that they've faced it on up in the competition so far. So we'll have to see, you know, how that really pans out and where Focus's heads are at the series right now. The result in the previous game that they played against Apex here was a 13-3 loss, and I imagine it's one which they would have gone over with a fine tooth comb afterwards to you know, rectify all of those issues, because while Lewis put it down to being individual performances, we need to see, you know, a lot more from here for Focus just in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, especially that Icebox really highlighting a couple more of the issues that Focus is dealing with. And I think, as we highlighted during the match and even post-match, is the fact that mid control, when we're looking at Focus, it's not there. Whether they were on the attack, on the defense, it felt like mid was always an afterthought rather than something that they were continuously focusing on. So I think that this is something that going forward, especially on Ascent, again, one of those maps that you want to get that mid control, you want to get that priority, you want to make sure that you get space and pressure through there. But also, when we're looking at Focus, they started off quite aggressively, and this is something that I really admired for them on Fracture, is they were continuously being proactive. And sometimes, you know, they push out A main, sometimes B main, sometimes they will just sit and wait on site until Apex pushed into them. And it was that variety of that aggression, that variety that I was missing a little bit on Icebox. So hopefully, as we're going to be coming back into Ascent, they'll be back in tip-top shape and form, and they'll be bringing that variety. And I mean, Apex, if they're bringing their A game like they did on Icebox, don't really have much to fault them for, to be honest.
Yeah, this is true. I think in many ways, coming on to Ascent, it does favour Apex. They have the momentum in their sails. It's a map which they've beaten Focus on before, but we also know how these replay matchups can then come into effect in Valorant so often. When you have an understanding of what your opponent's game plan is before the game starts, you can make the necessary adjustments. I think Focus will have been looking at this certainly as well. And like you mentioned, it's that open mid area that we have to be keeping a close eye on as to how it plays out. But not just that, the sort of default main position on both sides of the map as well, because I think it's fair to say that Ascent is sort of the Valorant map, the default map, which almost every team feels comfortable playing into. And a lot of times where, if it was a best of one format, for example, a lot of people would just ban it out almost instantly, because you then remove that comfortability from your opponent. But I don't think there's any better way on the flip side that we could possibly expect this final map to go.
No, absolutely not. I do apologize for my cat who's joined us on the stream.
Bingo card, right? Aqua turning up on stream. There's got to be one that you check off there.
Well, looking at Ascent, however, I think both of these teams do stand, again, in equal ground. And I think this is very similar to when we were looking at Lipti Buffon up against HSD was when you get to that final map, it's going to be anybody's map for the taking. There is not really any specific team that you're going to be able to say, yes, that's the team that's going to be walking away with the absolute biggest, fattest W and stays in the upper finals, and that's the team that's going to drop. And I think, again, that's the beauty of these compositions and these matchups that we're seeing so far. It's the fact that you cannot really predict it. I mean, we're trying here to make any predictions, but looking at these compositions, I mean, I'm really down for that mirror matchup.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised prediction-wise in terms of the matchups that we have here in terms of agent comps, and it'll read a lot into what that play looks like back and forth. You've got the Hunter's Fury up against the Lockdown, you've got the Jet Knives with the 0 point and null command on the opposite end, and how everything will interact. It's the perfect way to wrap up this series. An Ascent matchup, a mirror matchup, who the two teams which people would consider to be the top two favorites coming into this tournament, you know, from the start. And yeah, in terms of setup as well, we just have to wonder who it is that will have the better end of it as Apex start on their attacking side as they did in the previous map.
Yeah, attacking side, historically, I mean, throughout this entire day for both of these teams, and even the teams before this, was not really their strongest suit. It's more the defensive side for these teams that they seem to be really shining on. So, starting off on the attack, it could be the winning formula to forcing your opponent to kind of be on the back foot once you swap to the other half.
I think also as well, this is why I was so happy to see the maps we got in the last series, because Ascent is tried and tested. It is what it is. You get what is on the tin, and right now both teams are looking to read from familiarity in so many ways and see what it is that they can conjure up. Apex straight in towards A, just like the first matchup. Focus happy to play for this retake and respect the space, but Magnum could come in with a violation, and he does.
He does immediately, and that's the first pick already in the bag for Apex. I mean, it's a pistol round, so what can we be expecting, really? The plant is down on Apex.
Magnum.
I mean, Magnum is doubling down. Kibza trying to fight back a little, but is not going to be allowed to do so.
How do you deal with this guy right now? A constant thorn in the side, and Shadow turns up to help out. An incredibly strong pistol round from Apex, and I believe that is now them having won 3 of the last 4 pistol rounds that we've actually seen played in this game. So very, very worrying stuff if you are focused, because you've lost that early lead on a map which in many ways could be considered not necessarily a coin flip, but 50-50, especially when you look at the comps that both of these teams have coming in terms of probability. And yeah, Magnum does a brilliant job. I mean, he even has the turret posted up in Link, so doesn't need to go for the follow-up peek onto the short position, but does it anyway, and that speaks to the confidence that these players are having right now.
I mean, look at the confidence. Kaiko and Mystic, both of them coming into this with an interesting buy. You have, sorry, Kaiko and Shadow. You have the Phantom and the Vandal, Enzo adding a Phantom himself. Apex, they are not playing games.
No. It's exactly the same as what we saw first conjured up from FPX a real long while ago, making sure that the bonus is as potent as possible, but you get there once you cross the line, and it seems as if Apex have at least put themselves in a good position for now. They have complete control of B as Focus have looked to stack in towards A for a repeat of the pistol round. The players peek out. They take down Mystic, but that is only the Ghost. The 3 rifles still left in play.
Yep.
Spike planted.
And those are the scary ones. Those are the big boy rifles that you don't really want to be walking into.
Yeah.
And with that plant down, and even low HP on Purple, I mean, it's not going to be easy.
It's not just the rifles, but it's the utility as well, Ginny. Look what the setup is towards spawn.
Oh, goodness. I mean, the spawn is not going to be the approach that Focus is taken. Instead, they are going to be switching it up a little. They're going through the attack, but they're not accounting for Enzo! Yugi, though, beautiful shot with that shot of Shadow managing to get 2 picks of himself. Yugi still on an absolute tear, gets that free upgrade, but needs to take into consideration there are players tucked away in lots. Enzo walks into the crosshair. Not enough time left. Looking to pick up.
Oh.
Phantom doesn't manage to do so. A little bit.
I thought Yugi was going to get away with it, and that maybe Lime was the one that would get taken out by the spike, but it's the opposite way around. Most importantly, Apex's buy, or at least the health of their economy, has been somewhat reduced. I still expect them to buy back into this next round, but maybe not as nice as it would have looked if they had gotten away with the round in full.
Yeah, they're not allowed to get away with murder this time around from Focus. They've putting their foot down, slowing it down a little. But Focus, though, I mean, they need to get aggressive, and that's exactly what they're doing. Molly coming through from Purpo, holds him off a little bit. Purpo does manage to get back into safety. Flash used as well from Apex. And just a little bit of a retreat.
Yeah, but Focus do have a way back in off the flash drive, but unfortunately those players will be tucked to the corner and Yugi unable to claim Magnum yet again. This guy just abusing the rhythms that you'd expect in the game and completely defying positioning as he moves on through, but KPZ with a couple of his own. Trades back and forth to a 3 versus 3. Finally, Apex stick their necks out in front and have full control of A to get that spike planted. Into the retake, however, Lewis has his utility and can find that gap onto a low HP Kiko who peeks out and gets taken out.
It's 1-on-2. Again, Focus, no real control over the mid area. No one holding tree, no one holding cat. You have a bit of that alarm bot towards Pizza, but that's about it. And it's a bit of a concerning one, really. Because as you're coming to this, we were expecting... Ooh. We were expecting a bit heavier of that mid control, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Yeah, we see a nice double setup there from Apex as well. A lot of teams like to play double under in the 2 versus 1, but then they also double up to the same corner so that if it hadn't been fully cleared, then you still have an insurance policy to grind out the round. And now Focus on some fairly poor weaponry. Magnum is a couple away from getting his ult, but I mean, he's still going for the Stinger here, so things not fully sorted out, ironed out for Apex yet on this attacking side, but they pick up that quasi bonus. It was more of a full invest in the end, and that's a good look for them here coming into the next.
Some damage, I mean, Focus again looking to do it. It's continuously being on the back foot, and then when you finally do get that opportunity to come into it with the buy, still for Focus, unfortunately, it was not enough. It's a scary situation to be in because it's a bit of a downward spiral. We know how both of these teams are so good at getting that momentum going, and you want to cut it down straight from the start. You want to pull the rug from under their feet. Focus has yet to be given an opportunity to do so.
We spoke of the mid presence and setup here as well. Focus doing it yet again, but once more, Apex allowed room to move in to be scot-free. I mean, Focus were able to pin them in last time, if you remember quite rightly, and it was a serious issue. I think we've seen a cloudburst onto the turret here to set Yugi up, but the shots just don't quite find their mark. A bit loosey-goosey as he tries to make the flank in from the backline yet again. We've got Focus mainly grouped up from defender spawn on this occasion, and they're immediately sent to an early grave. Flawless from Apex on this attacking round. Yeah, up against pistols, but they dispatch so cleanly and find the space necessary to work that kind of result.
Yeah, Apex are not here to play at all.
No.
They are very decisive in terms of their executes, and when we were saying the attacking round for Apex, we're a little bit worried because, again, historically maybe not the strongest in terms of their performances, but they're proving us wrong. They've completely hit that mental reset button off of that first game. They've shown us a glimpse of it on the last map on Icebox. They were so strong, and they really ensure that they got a convincing and dominant win. And now forcing Focus, not 1, not 2, but 3 members to get that control onto mid. Killjoy lockdown is going to be a bit of an awkward situation. You have the flash. It's going to push Yugi back. You even get detained the player.
Yeah, Lewis does find the first kill at the expense of getting detained, but Lime is able to find the culprit in the form of Magnum the opposite way, and Focus have everything they need to make this retake work. Players push back, Yugi claiming yet another, and on the operator it's begun to come to life here for them on the defensive side. Flawless could be returned with yet another Flawless, and in fact it is!
There we go!
Focus retaliate brilliantly and put Apex to the sword.
Another flawless round, but this time around not from Apex, from Focus. Seem to be getting the grips of things. I do say so myself. I mean, it's that first round that they need, but it's... At least you have it on the board.
Yeah.
It's a start. It's a beginning. It's something you can work with, something you can replicate. You have it. You have Apex investing that lockdown. They're looking for those quick executes, but instead of giving up that space, Lewis going for quite a risky play, getting that first pick and even getting detained off of the back of it, but Apex don't have a shot at punishing him for overstaying. Instead, the rotations come through immediately from Focus.
Something else I like as well that I want to highlight quickly is that we saw actually Lime put utility down on both sites, the turret for B and then the main setup on A, with the awareness that Shadow had that null command to really slow things down. It didn't end up having too much of an impact on the round, but it's that awareness that Focus are bringing towards this defensive half, which is a change from what we saw in the previous game. I mean, for example, they have the same amount of rounds as they did on that half last time they played, with it being 11-1, and I fully expect this one to go the distance.
Yeah, this seems to be, for now, heavily swinging in Apex favor, but Focus are slowly going to make a couple of shots, but that one doesn't land. That's what they needed. Getting that one player out of the equation would have been huge, but instead they lose their operator.
We are seeing Focus play high and low here on the boxes, however. They've got a nice setup, and it seems as if KPZ for a moment was looking to join his comrades on the B site. He'll be getting caught in some dangerous business here, but they understand from the positioning of Lime that Lewis is expected to be joined up with him, and that's exactly what the decision making is. Apex clear the whole thing out, already knows about Purpo, but it's too late because Kiko's collected the shot. And the operator on the opposite end in this mirror matchup has delivered a blow which continues to grow that advantage for Apex.
Yep. Focus gets to hold on to one rifle, but that's all they're going to be able to walk away this round. Apex, incredible showing so far on the attacking side. The decisiveness, the gunplay, the utility usage. And also, as you put it yourself, they're reading into some of these situations that Focus are putting forward, and they're on their A-game.
I think they just always look so good on this map. It was the first map that we saw in the entirety of the split against human tripwires many moons ago, and even then, Apex able to win it, unbeaten on this map so far, I think it's fair to say. I mean, they were almost unbeaten for maps in their entirety before we saw the last couple of play days, and it's that rejuvenation which is rearing its head now for them in this final series. And yeah, maybe that second map syndrome has been a little more symptomatic towards Focus as this one carries on, but they do have those ults coming online. Your boy Lewis one away from the Hunter's Fury for when Magnum gets his lockdown, but that is a ways away. Instead, you're looking at Enzo and Lime and how that counterplay could come through as we're into yet another buy round.
Yeah. And buy rounds are the most exciting ones. I mean, to be fair, eco rounds, I think, have been the most exciting ones. You never know when you're going to get a Thrifty. We've been getting so many of those this time around. Shows that these teams can, if they put their minds to it, definitely pull off some incredible performances. But what I'm quite enjoying is the fact that mid, again, when we're looking at mid from the side of Focus, they have been putting more emphasis on it, but can they... They're pushing their limits a little too hard. Are they going to stop here, or is Purpo going to go for that shot?
Yeah, we're seeing Kiko hedging his bets on two different angles, and eventually it won't come out for him. Yugi now stuck on an island, needs to fight himself out of this corner, but unable to do so. Enzo sinks another blow in an Apex team which right now is making a punching bag out of Focus as they did the last time that this map was played, and this is the gun round. You lose this one here, and that lead will continue to grow. Lime swings back, a sucker punch onto his counterpart to shatter that mirror pick and bring us to another 3 versus 3.
30 seconds left.
Dead equal in terms of members playing, but Lewis, he's got the safety of Boathouse. I mean, that is such a nice position to be in, and not if you're not going to land that shot. He's going to use the smoke to his own advantage. A shock guard is going to be able to get out at least one player, but even with the tag, Enzo's still to be coming out on top. Dipset, the only one left, is aware of a position of at least one. He's going to be able to shut down that first. 2 more left to deal with. Enzo again. Ooh, the timing comes through.
And he's going to just hop onto the spike. He begins to stick it, but Enzo is there. 4 for him, and yeah, Apex win out.
Gets it halfway. Valuable effort. I mean, pros and fake. That's what I've been told.
Yeah. I think the big thing to look for in that round is how Focus are then aggressing mid, trying to do something later in the round, and then your boy Lewis's position in Boathouse, because you highlighted it there. I find it so interesting because on the one hand, you have the supportive dark cover from KPZ to set him up, use the recon to maybe claim a kill, but the green boxes do their work for Enzo and his positioning there. The other flip of the coin is, would they maybe not have expected him? Because, I mean, how many times have Apex waltzed into a completely unguarded B site? Questions you have to be asking, but I mean, even then, it's these fine margins right now, which are the undoing of Focus, and Apex just looks so well drilled, the timeout coming through to see what they can't rectify here if they don't want a repeat of this map last time around.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like Focus is putting themselves in that exact same position. They're being put in that position actually by Apex, and that's the fact that they're not allowed to make any mistakes. They have to play this perfectly, and if they don't, Apex secure that round. That it's this punishment of mistakes that Focus are making, and these fine lines, as you said it yourself, that are what are swinging in Apex's favor, as right now they're putting forward some quite a good and I would say basic attacking side. I mean, there are no fakes, there are no splits. There is right now, there is no, oh yeah, let's make some noise on mid and then rotate. Apex are just fully committing to whatever site they decide to go for, and Focus is struggling with the basics.
I think that's the perfect way to put it. Whatever you do, back it up with confidence. And I think right now, Focus could do with an injection of a little bit more of that exactly. Low buy, but Yugi on the blades has come up with magic before. Can he replicate it this time around? Not just at the moment. Shadow will slow down any opportunity of their involvement with a 0 point. And in fact, it is Kiko, the knife's edge, the tip of the blade, to perhaps just get that early market control. They just sort of take this control away from Focus, keep them guessing, and then don't perhaps even look to commit off the back of it, as actually Yugi's not seen anything as all these players tuck to the corner.
Yep. That's what Apex is doing. They hit it, and then they back off a little bit, and then they go back to re-aggression, and Focus are struggling with a lot of these things that Apex are throwing at them, even regardless of the fact that they're not that complicated. It's not mind games, it's not trying to run down that utility. They're basic, solid Valorant.
Enzo losing out there is huge, because now Focus have a little bit of extra breathing room to sneak their way in through main. Noise trying to be made on the front lines. Yugi down to low HP from the blades, but KPZ trades him out. Very nicely baited there, and now we're into a 2 versus 2. Looking at the utility, still a paranoia to chop up some of these angles a little bit more. Support Purple in his efforts to move through, but it's just wide of the mark. The shots on. KPZ connects it, and now has everything to do in the 1 versus 1. 4 kills already found, but Kiko to drive this one further home, and he'll do it. Slams the stake to the hearts of Focus, as they are torn apart right now, shredded to pieces. And while it is skin of their teeth, Apex just looking to be that dominant force as they were last time out.
Apex are just running away with this lead. I mean, 7-1 this time around, round 9, and we were a little concerned coming into this, saying when we're looking at Ascent specifically, it's one of those maps that when you are on that defensive side, it's just a little bit easier for you in terms of executing some of your set plays, but Apex are the ones on the attacking side there are just absolutely crushing it. They're setting themselves up for such great success, dashing onto that side. It's a little bit overzealous though. And Lewis is come to play.
That he has. Always so sharp in little glimpses and moments. Gonna need a bit more than that for the round to be sent home yet. Focus not quite out of the woods. We're seeing the Enzodin get involved. That's another one for the bingo list.
No.
And while it is on attack this time, the wall's still paper thin as always, and he's found the ping onto KPZ. Actually invests the Hunter's Fury, as Lewis did on the previous. Gets the first tag, the second just wide. Yugi closing down that gap. They know both players are Boathouse, and finally they begin to chip away. Enzo still here, alive and kicking, but finally put to a grave. The ship is sunk in Boathouse, and Focus find their second.
I mean, Hunter's Fear being invested unfortunately didn't pay off as much. Most likely looking to split some of those rotations coming through from CT, getting a couple of tags, but it's only Kipset that they were able to find. Focus get away with this, but again, this is down to that individual performance that we've said that potentially when it comes to Focus, something that they relied on quite heavily on that first map as well. And Lewis getting those 3 picks immediately as they enter onto site, doing some damage to Shadow in the process as well. What more can you ask from when it comes to your IGL? It was enough to get Focus across that finish line, but there are a couple more rounds in the bag that they need to be closing out on this defensive side if they want to come into that next round feeling a bit more confident than they did when it was the case on Icebox.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury now off the board as well, so it gives another opportunity to see this lockdown find value from Lime, and I think that's why we see him posted on B instead of A this time around as well. As there it is. And Zodin go burr, and he finds Lewis on the opposite end. I mean, we touted this Sova matchup between the IGLs to be a huge one, and it has shown itself fully in this final game. The Hunter's Fury's traded on previous rounds, and the Odin shots traded there as well. Enzo coming out on top this time.
I just need to ask, how did you come up with Enzo then?
You just add it together, right? O plus O equals O, and Enzo plus Odin equals kill every time, it seems. Here is Lime. That's one of the reasons why you post them on B, because you have that utility and then the option for A. B is the execute, and execute it is exactly that. Pure elimination from Apex as they go charging on through. 10 rounds played, and they look to be the clear favorite coming out of this initial set of rounds between the two teams. That also being another buy from Focus, which they're not quite able to levy in their court.
Yep. Apex hitting 8-2. I feel like I've seen this before. Have you? I think you have too, but another thing that I've seen is the amount of ultimates that are building up. I mean, you're sitting 2 away from Hunter's Fury, 1 away. No command, you have from the Shadows, you have that lockdown. A lot of flame potential in the next couple of rounds.
Oh, Yugi fires it straight on in. Tries to go for that standard DRX Vision Striker's aggressive pinch, and with him dying so early, KPZ is forced to turn away. Now we see a split come through. You said that it hadn't happened many times before. Lime might just be trying to get away with the util before falling, but I mean, there is an Odin to spam his position. Actually claims 1 before dropping, but now it is that Omen player from the pinch on B. They're getting pinched away on this 1 versus 4, it seems.
Spike goes down, and Kipset has so much to be dealing with. I mean, you have that Odin. It's not gonna be fun to walk into. That's the beauty or the curse of Ascent. It really depends on how you want to look at it, but this map is literally made of cardboard. You cannot change my mind.
You know what it reminds me of, and not everyone might get this, but I'm hoping you will, Janiro. You know Takeshi's Castle, when you hit that sort of final boss, and they got them, you know, spinning around in the cars with those little paper bits and the water pistols? The water pistols always come out on top. I'll tell you that to you for free. There have been more people who've gone to the moon than won Takeshi's Castle, and right now, it seems like Enzo is Takeshi, and his castle is Ascent with that Odin.
I really hope someone in the chat gets that, because I'm so sorry to sit here and tell you.
Man. I can't believe it.
Maybe someone will be like, yes, I agree. But for that, until then, I'm gonna agree and I'm gonna say yes. This is Enzo's castle.
Apparently not.
This is Enzo's castle.
Bet it is. Maybe he's like a kid in a candy store as well right now. It's just rinse and repeat. Like you said, Apex haven't really tried to do anything too complicated, but then on a round like that, they just pull out the split and they move in, heavily through short, which we just haven't seen. And then Focus don't know how to respond. Yet again, they've also tested market, and it just limits the control that these defenders have. They have to go proactive. We see them take A main, but the execute coming through on B.
The execute so far from Apex, I mean, flawless is to put them the least, but Yugi, not someone to be counting off.
Ooh.
Oh, Magnum!
Kill choice detained!
Bit of an awkward situation. I mean, if you're talking about being stuck between a rock and a hard place, gets to push out, but I mean, that is absolutely unfortunate to say the least.
Still a 3 versus 2. I mean, this is very doable for Focus. You let a moment slip for a while, and look, it could be 9-3. There's still always a chance, Jenny. We'll have to see how that works, but they need the round first. KPZ and Purpo working together, waiting for this null command to expire. They've got one of their own to bring through, and we will see it. So many pieces of utility that can combine here. KPZ looking to play off of their teammate. Flash coming in. First kill found. Close angle. Maybe not compromised just yet. KPZ will claim it. Both dark covers towards the backside and the stick coming through. Looking for the triple on the round. Enzo not even with the shots to break through the angle, break through the round. Focus will be taking it regardless of the kills that the Frenchman finds.
Switching sides.
And that is 9-3.
There it is.
I'm not gonna say that the other thing, but I'm gonna say 9-3 is currently on the board. And it was, what a way for Focus to close out that first half. I mean, now they are on the attack, and from what we've seen from them on the last two maps, that attacking side is not something that they are comfortable on. It's definitely the defense, which here on Ascent has been far from stellar. And that is a little concerning coming into this next round, but if you're focused, you're happy. Your economy is reset, their economy is reset. There's no way for them to be whipping out an Odin on you immediately, so that's not something you have to worry about for now. What you do need to worry about is this pistol, because last map, Apex winning both pistols. First half on this one, Apex wins that pistol. So Focus needs to break that chain of pistols going very heavily in favor of Apex.
Yeah. We're seeing Mystic just line up the paranoia early on. Apex have got sucked into this mid position here as the players look to send themselves flying in towards B. Enzo can't quite get out the second shock dart before the 0 point bites away. And what a shot from Magnum on towards the button. Lewis able to retaliate, but they want the fast retake here. The paranoia finally invested, and Kiko finding the shots. Mystic with another for himself. And it's a 1 versus 1.
Always down to the wire for both of these teams. I mean, Mystic going up against Purpo. Bit of an advantageous position. If you're asking me, for Mystic, only has to go for that swing. He's not going to be able to connect those shots. Picks up another ghost, nice and easy. But Purple has that spike down. And again, great situation to be in.
Mystic also has the dark cover though and wants to try and play around this. Purpo wanted to try and find the kill before the plant came in, but now he has the objective to try and work with. First tap on towards the spike. Purpo doesn't bite. Plays composed, plays for a while, but no! Like he's on the end of the hook. Mystic reels him in on the muddy floors of the now deserted B site. The only player left remaining, and bringing Apex up to double digits. Similar stories here on Ascent. Focus just not able to overcome that pistol curse that has rued them for so much of this series.
He ate that worm straight off the hook. No questions. I mean, it waited a little, but there was no second tap, and still goes and checks. Is he sticking it? I mean, we've seen a couple of sticks in this series, so again, that's always going to be a thought in the back of your mind, and it's completely understandable.
Yeah.
But Apex, again, coming in. This time around, though, I am proud of the fact that Focus didn't buy into this, because we saw that last time, and it was not a pretty sight. So, the fact that this time around, they're gonna allow Apex to get onto 11-3 before they decide to come in guns blazing. Hopefully a better result than what we've seen on Icebox.
Some layered crossfires here in preparation from Apex. They've put all of their hope on Magnum in terms of a B defense. Enzo holding everything together as he so usually does. The glue of this team which binds them all into position. And they'll be ready for this Apex. They are well prepared, but not for the shot from Lime. That one's so clean, and a follow-up nearly in place from Purpo, but instead it's Yugi that's able to get it done. Kiko trying to just weave around the box, but can't find it. And now a 3 versus 2. Advantage, upgrades, and a post-plant, after-plant for Focus to work with.
Focus are chilling. I mean, they got some of those upgrades, I think very well deserved. They worked very hard for those. Yo! I mean, he did get dinked, but that's alright.
Oh.
Focus came into this with nothing. They're walking away with a Spectre, a round, a plant, a Bulldog, and happiness.
Force or no force, Focus find their fourth. Stick that on a tongue twister, because they have managed to twist what the direction of this game looked to be early on, right? Apex had all of the weaponry there, but it starts with that Sheriff play. How many times has a thrifty result turned for any of the teams playing in playoffs? That is why they're here. They all have the quality to make a fight competitive on every single round. And we see it again. But how do Focus build from this? Where do they go next?
Onto site. Without the spike.
Deploying drone.
How do Apex respond? They've gone aggressive in B, but then fallen off.
I got the spike.
I mean, the spike is obviously going to be picked up because you do need to plant the spike on a certain area of a site if you do want to be able to close out the game. Free information for everybody. Mid, though, again, when it comes to Apex, more of a control towards getting picks potentially onto Cat. Whereas when we were looking at Focus on that defense, it was really getting some picks out of mid. They were trying very hard, and although it didn't really work out for them, it could be a different story for Apex, and the gamble comes through as the majority of members are pulled towards the B site.
I mean, there would still be time for Focus to move towards A if they wanted, but I doubt that Purpo will make that initial incision. Having one of the rifles, the Phantom in hand, and the possibility to give it up, but Apex have read this perfectly. They call the rotate through, the util is there, Yugi the first to enter the site, and a quick follow-up with a Shroud of Step from KPZ to join him. Joins up and combine their powers to take out Magnum, the anchor of the site, but two more lay in wait towards Boathouse, and I don't know if Focus are aware of this. They're gonna try and deal with it.
Oh, I mean, they're gonna try and deal with it. They don't manage to do so. Enzo has to go for that reload, gets picked off immediately. The players on CT were temporarily unaccounted for. That Killjoy util was holding them back for a little longer, but Focus get another plant down. Listen, they have gotten 2 rounds in a row. This is the most that we've seen from Focus so far. It's only been individual rounds here and there, well, 3 in total if we're being honest. But on the attack, what is going on? This is the Polaris thing. Like, I don't know why, but traditionally when you're looking at Ascent, a lot of individuals are claiming it to be more defensive heavy, whereas when you look at Polaris, like, if you're on the attack on Ascent, like, you're chilling.
It's just that Polaris pandemonium yet again. Cannot call it any which way. We're seeing it come through yet again. Enzo'd in TM, get that patented. Apex, you know, look, I'm giving you the royalties here, guys, if you want to use it, but
just like a 10%
anyway.
share.
Yeah. That old drone coming through to clear B main yet again. This is more information for Apex, and I have to say, while we've not seen too much of their outlook on the defensive half, the reads so far have been good, and there are players in place to deal with this threat. The spike, yet again, nowhere near the execute, and Shadow just swinging through, finding 2, and just like that, he's in the shadows no more. Underrate him all you like. He's the Undertaker on the site for 3. Big work out of Shadow, make it a quad. Flawless from Apex.
Okay, Shadow really pulling this one through for Apex. I mean, what an incredible round coming through, picking off players individually, going for that repeat. When we're looking at Apex, something that we've really commended them on was the fact that they're happy to get that early pick and then just get back into safety, but Shadow just completely threw that one out the window and instead keeps pushing and testing their limits, and Focus gets caught off, caught by surprise to say the least. They're just gonna let this happen to them, and now, again, Apex 2 rounds is all they need, and Focus needs 6 to close it out. Yugi's wings get clipped quite early. And Focus on the back foot again.
Yeah, Yugi tries to pull a fast one on Mystic, but he knows these parts all too well. Sleight of hand from the Omen the opposite way, and it's a great pick to be taking early on. That's the Duelist now gone for Focus, and a lot of the space taking that they previously had on their executes completely reduced. And what is the play here? We've already seen Lewis take a lot of room up close, but Kiko wants to snatch that back immediately, and they have this information. The Spike actually wanting to follow up, but the execute's so disjointed from Focus.
I mean, Focus is just falling apart at this point. We've seen this from Focus where they get a couple of rounds, and then when Apex throws a spanner in the work, they generally struggle to try and get it back in order. That has been their biggest downside so far, both on the Icebox and now here on Ascent. That adaptation takes a while for them to come through, whereas when we're looking at Apex, they're always a couple of rounds ahead when it comes to throwing spanners in the work, adapting to what Focus is throwing at them. And of course, again, individual performances.
Yeah.
I mean, Shadow last round especially.
Oh, off the back of the recon, Kiko finds it. 1v4 for Purpo if Shadow's back on his feet, looking to play the timing off to snatch that additional. Pick gets it, but they know all about the positioning now. And even the Odin will be clambering to cause an additional issue. Jumping through the cloudburst, it's almost a one-way, stuck out by Magnum, but Kiko claims before the half is then finally brought to the line, and Apex one away from crossing the ticker tape themselves and booking that position, that ticket in the upper final. 12-5, a lot of the same story being played in this one against Focus on Ascent.
Yeah, Icebox and Ascent from the side of Apex have been quite similar in regards to their performance, in regards to that strategy. It's just getting onto site or collect information early on and wait for Focus to make a mistake. Focus on the attacking side seems to be a continuous effort in terms of we want to try and get onto site, but a lot of the times the second something goes wrong, the team kind of is left scrambling, figuring out how they want to approach it, and on the defense they struggled with basic attacks that Apex thrown at them. So going into those lowers against Lipti Buffon, it's going to give them a chance to work on some of the issues that we've seen arise in the last two maps.
Oh,
I mean, the flank watch.
You say it as if it's already written in stone, and it certainly seems to be that way. Apex wipe the floor, deconstruct Focus as they did last time around, and while they had 4 of those ultimates in the 6th shooter, it was last chance saloon, and they weren't able to connect it when it mattered most. Apex, they secure their place in the upper bracket fight.
Yeah, they're gonna be going up against HS Deer, and don't worry if you're a Focus fan, because they're still in the competition. They're just gonna be going into that lower bracket up against Lipti Buffon, and that is another scary matchup to be looking at. I mean, congratulations to Apex for making it towards that upper final. It did, however, take them quite a lot to get there. And I want to say congratulations to Focus as well for the fact that they have been able to push Apex to their limit. Now, initially, we know how this game had gone when we've seen Apex go up against Focus early on during the regular season, and it went quite heavily in Apex's favor. And although that might have been the case right now in the last 2 maps, that first map, Fracture, Focus has showed us really what they're capable of.
Yeah, exactly that. You can't write them off in any capacity, and we speak of how rematch potential can come through if there's a way that they're able to sort of cruise through that lower bracket. Cruise, not the word to use when you're against LPB coming in as that sort of first seeded team, which now as well will have a point to prove after losing against HS Deer. It sets us up beautifully, but Apex show that resilience, show that experience. They're able to get the reverse sweep after losing out on Fracture. I imagine, a few changes will be in place if we see that one come through from them again. But we can ask the question, I believe, in a moment when we get to the interview. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Oh my goodness. Almost so excited from that previous matchup. I'm sorry, I'm like an excitable puppy on the desk here. But I have to say, I'm thoroughly impressed with the old dog in the server, Shadow, and how he performed in that final game.
Yeah, Enzo picking up that KO and just popping off. I don't think something that a lot of people might have been expecting here, especially on Ascent, but Shadow, you can't take it away from him. This man was literally everywhere. That util usage was down to the T. The way that he was able to set up the rest of the team with the flashes and the mollies, beautiful stuff. Lime, individual performances on some rounds that we've seen, but all in all, Focus, when it comes to the ACS, when it comes to the KDA, they're very quite closely together, and they've all put forward quite a strong fight, and they really tried to make it work. And when we're looking again at that Fracture map, it was really down to some players just having an absolutely pop-off game, and unfortunately they were not able to carry it on onto Icebox, and again, not able to carry it on onto Ascent. But they still have one more game series to go, and that will be against Lipti Buffon, but that will be in the weekend, because these were the games that were happening today on Monday. The next game actually isn't going to be up until Saturday, so you guys have to wait quite a while. But also, I think that does bring in the point that these teams are actually going to have that opportunity to do their prep, simply because coming into this, a lot of these maps, there were no VODs, but now you know who you're playing next week. You know who you're playing in like 5 days, so 5 days of work, I mean, that's quite decent.
Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day, but there's a lot that you can certainly do with 5 for some of these teams. And in terms of the VODs they have available as well, we've had an outlook on so many different maps from all of the different teams that have been participating so far today as well. Fracture may be something for Apex to look at, what they want to do there. Maybe it's just the way that the veto works, I'm not sure. But everything else for them looking fairly solid. And I think as well, we can definitely comment on the fact that their map pool is pretty deep. And it's something which Itapata was sort of nailing a lot before, that as a team playing at this level, you need to be comfortable having that more diverse pool, and the preparation that they've showed now coming into this new rotation with Lotus and Split getting introduced has definitely done a lot of work for them.
Yeah, although we haven't really had a chance to see Lotus or Split here, we got to see Fracture, Icebox, and Ascent. It doesn't really feel like we had a glimpse of some of these newer maps, and I'm looking forward to being able to see those when it comes to looking at Apex. But you're right, we saw Lotus, we saw Split, we saw Pearl, and that was in that first iteration. And I think that really does highlight how, in regards of HS Deer, having really good prep on one of those maps and just being comfortable on the others is enough to potentially cruise you through these. But looking at Apex, as Irapada mentioned himself, having more prep on multiple maps and being able to just cruise through any of them might not have been really the case on Fracture, because Fracture felt more like a cruise for Focus. But here we are, Apex have made it this far, and there are some maps that we are yet to see them play. So I hope that we do get to see those, because there is a lot of interesting strategies that Apex has up their sleeve.
Yeah, and for them against HS Tier in the game that we'll see in the uppers on the weekend as well, it sets up quite nicely because they have 3 VODs to pick away from as well. We went to all 3 maps in both series that ended up happening, so it's been a long shift for us so far today, but well worth it. I mean, some seriously fantastic games between all of the teams, and yeah, the quality definitely on display. Apex again just silencing the doubters with the response that we needed from them as well, sort of coming into this, having lost the last game of the regular season, but they rectify it in playoffs.
Yeah, we are still waiting on Enzo for the interview. There we go, right on cue. It's actually going to be ready. So, Enzo, hello, thank you for joining us, and congratulations, you're in the upper finals. That was quite a long match to be going through. How do you feel after playing all 3 maps?
I feel pretty good. I'm really happy that the team and I could get back to the basics that makes you win a game, right? So, like, it wasn't really the case on map 1. We just didn't. We were a bit lost, a bit overthinking stuff. And for map 2 and 3, we were like, guys, let's just play the game, yeah. And it went pretty well. So I'm quite happy that we won and we advance for the playoffs. So it's great. Yeah, I'm happy.
I mean, it definitely shows a lot of the mental game as well, and that depth of map pool that you guys can sort of tap into a bit more. For Fracture as well, I think we saw an interesting composition change. We had Mystic playing the Raze for the first time. Is this something that you guys have been scrimming quite a bit or a lot? Because I can certainly say I myself was surprised to see him on that role.
We've been preparing it. It's looking much better than what we did, and Mystic is a demon on Raze. I'm telling you now, Mystic is a demon on Raze. I can be a demon on Brimstone as well, so we are still confident. It's not about the preparation here on this specific map. It's more about how we play that specific game right now, where we just had a bit of overthinking, and it's not Mystic's fault at all. It's a team thing. Like it's the 5 of us really. So we just have to be aware of it, and next time we play Fracture, it should be looking much better.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly saw that then into the sort of next 2 maps where you guys were able to reverse sweep, and then coming into Ascent with it being the final map, always one which people look as being a comfort pick for pretty much any team, I think, at this level, it's fair to say. And having played against Focus on it before and having a really strong result in that match as well, how did you feel coming into it? Was it just to stick with your same game that you'd been playing, focus on those fundamentals and make sure everything was in check, or was there anything you were really looking out for in punishing on them there?
The fundamentals are a priority for us, especially when you play like default style. We had a few execs paired specifically for the game, and also we knew how to counter Focus in some aspects of the game. Like we knew what they were doing, so our preparation for this game was quite good, and we're gonna keep on doing that. But yeah, Ascent is a good map. It's a basic map that everybody likes to play. I feel like it's a really good, it's really well structured, nothing special on the map. So it's like we mostly played our game. Just to answer your question, precisely, we played our game. That's the priority. We stick to the fundamentals, but also we played in a way that counters a bit Focus, because we know what they do. And I think that eco that we do, where we stack B that we could have won, I think is a good illustration of it. Like we knew how they work as a team, and we will try to do that for the next teams to come.
Going back to that first map, you mentioned that you started off with overthinking. So I want to kind of drill down and try and figure out what was the reasoning behind coming into this on the first map already overthinking things. Was it nerves that this is going to be playoffs, or was there nothing really in particular?
I don't think it's nerves. We are experienced. We have very experienced players in the team. I don't really think it's nerves. It's bad habits, I would say. We just have to get back into a good shape, good discipline, and try to refresh it every time. You know, some things are not easy to do. Having like clear comms, having the discipline to win the rounds, like do things correctly. You know, but you cannot lose a thing. You cannot lose in mind that the key of this game is fighting. You know, and if you stop fighting or if you don't fight properly, then you're just gonna lose the game. If you don't play the game and you're scared to fight, or you don't do it together, or everybody is off sync, then you're just gonna lose. You know, it's free kills for them. So it's all about it. We just have to remember and practice and have that discipline and know that this game is everything is about fighting and win conditions on the round. How are you gonna win the round and how are you gonna fight? That's pretty much it.
Well, thank you
That's
for the
what
time
we
for the
forgot.
interview.
You know.
Well, you seem to have
Thank you,
remembered
guys.
it in the last 2 maps, so you'll remember it again for Saturday. Good luck then, and have a good evening.
Thank you. See you guys.
Bye. See, Haza, you basically miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. I feel like that's what Enzo was getting at, okay? Like, you gonna go for those peaks, you're gonna win it or lose it, it doesn't matter. But I think definitely the self-awareness that we're seeing from this roster specifically, and I think Enzo, as an individual, that self-awareness that he's had throughout his entire time at Polaris, whether that was on Alliance, whether that's now on Apex, is very impressive to see. So looking forward to see how that's gonna be playing off. But all in all, are you happy with today, Haza? You're happy to be on playoffs?
How can you not be? Other than the fact that we've got to pull up the talent predictions in a moment and show that I've gone 0-2. I think it's whatever. I actually spoke to Enzo a while ago, and he said that because I'm so bad at predictions, I should go against them every single time just so they win games. And I guess it worked out here, right? There's 2 different ways that you could possibly look at it. But now we had some brilliant results. And like you mentioned, Apex being such an experienced roster, you expect that of them to be able to turn around the situation like that. And I think they did a brilliant job.
Yeah, they did a brilliant job indeed, and just like that, the standings have already been impacted, because although it might have only been 2 games, we have a total of 4 teams. So that means that when we're looking at the winners, and that were both Apex as well as HS there, they're going towards those upper finals. They're sitting in the semis, whereas Focus as well as Lifty Buffon, they're dropping down to that lower bracket. So for one of these teams, it's going to be goodbye next time that we see them play, and that is quite a scary position to be in, isn't it?
Yeah, that it is. We have sort of the upper semis and the lowers now building themselves out. Maybe some shocks and surprises, but can you really be that surprised when it is Polaris, like you said? I feel as if this is the sort of point that I should be expecting at this point in time, right? Like,
welcome,
it just crops up.
Polaris.
Welcome, right? Look, what a way to be brought on for playoffs. But yeah, of course, wishing MP all the best in his recovery, and hopefully he'll be back on Saturday to bring you through some more of those games.
We're gonna be also looking at talent predictions. I mean, we know that your caster name is Haza, but your real name is Owen, because you are ON 16, I think, in terms of how many. I mean, 14.
Well,
you only have 14. Wait,
I mean,
what?
To be fair, I think Haza makes sense because I hasn't got a goddamn clue as to what any of these things should be doing. But yeah, look, level with Moxie and Twiggy, like these guys have been around the block before. I'm just a newbie, don't pick on me.
Okay, I'll do my best. But it was lovely to have you on playoffs. I just want to say you did an incredible job. So congratulations on your first split on Polaris. Thank you. That's it actually from the both of us for Polaris for this time around. Next time, it's not going to be us. It could be, unless if MP is not recovered. But let's hope he is recovered by then. Sending him all the best wishes. Guys, make sure to follow the socials if you want to stay up to date. And also if you want to know how Haza's experience is going with trying to get some of these predictions right, which so far it's pretty abysmal. But we're going to be signing off for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. And we hope that you enjoy the playoffs that are going to be happening on the weekend. So take care, and they will see you then, not us.
Told you guys we weren't going to be long, and we weren't. We're back. We're back for the first match of the day, Human Tripwires versus Bonk. And Krummer, I want to hear your thoughts about this one, because both of these teams are at the bottom of the standings with 1 win and 3 losses. So basically, this could be their last chance for survival.
Yeah, Bonk, I think, were hyped up quite a bit going into this, going into the league. It feels to me like they've disappointed ever so slightly. Jusu, we really had high hopes for. The same for Chihuahua, both of which very talented players, haven't seemed to have found their footing in the league at all yet, or even really in the team. Bearing in mind, and take this with a pinch of salt, the opening games have been pretty hard. Focus, Lepesi, Buffon, and HS Deer. That's 3 of the top 4 teams, right? So in their defense, they have had the hardest games first, but they've still got a game against Apex in a couple of days' time, and they also have to try and slog through games against the likes of Human Tripwires, against the likes of Vamanos, and they are still going to have to win those if they want any hope in coming through and trying to get into this playoff brackets. That being said, Pavlos, now we're sort of into the latter stages of this group. I think that we are starting to see these teams slowly find their groove. They're starting to get the prac in. The sort of weeks of practice are starting to build up now. I think if there was a time for Bonk to come alive, now would be it.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Bonk, shall we? Because you're right. They have had a rough time so far. The teams they played up against were not the easiest. Though that being said, they did get a win against Vamanos, right? Which you can't underestimate. They're also sharing the same score. They're also at 1 win and 3 losses.
Yeah.
But I think it's a dangerous roster that you could end up losing to. There are a lot of high hitters, a lot of ability, shown from that team. And I think that's really important for Bonk to pick that match that matchup in particular, right? So yeah, I kind of want to dive into this roster a little bit deeper, because obviously you've got Bonka leading the squad, but you've got 2 very young players of Kix and Jusu, 17 and 18 years old respectively. We know Chihuahua and Side a little bit more from the Polaris scene, whether that's Excel or Alliance, but it's an interesting dynamic, bring the more experienced players with some of the youngest and most promising talent in the league.
I quite like it. It's a good mix. I think that with the experience of Chua and with Cider, then bear in mind Bonkai, he's been with this team for God knows how long now. Getting those two young players, you bring in that extra energy. There's going to be no bad habits there, because they haven't been enough time for the bad habits to develop. So you can turn those players into the duelist you want, or the supporting player you want, and it means that you're working from a blank slate, right? That being said, it's going to take longer to be able to build them up. And I think that's why, as this league goes on, we're going to slowly see this team get better and better.
Exactly. And another team that we'd like to see get better is Human Tripwires. And to say the least, they haven't matched expectations at all, because I think it's a hard position for them to be in. Bringing Polvi and Eccles mid-season and not having the best of results. They're excellent players in their own rights.
Yeah.
But maybe they haven't had enough time to get accustomed to this roster, to integrate them,
Yeah, I think they fell into the trap of making roster changes mid-season, and I think that is now going to become very hard to adapt, especially when on the other side of the coin, Bonk, they've stuck together, they've looked to sort of build themselves up over weeks of practice. On Human Tripwires, they've been experimenting. They brought in different players. They've used different agent rosters on different maps. So with Eccles now in the roster, I want to see what he can deliver for Human Tripwires. And when you do bring in a player mid-season, it puts a lot of pressure on that player to perform.
It definitely does. I think you also need to consider that Eccles has been brought on not only as a new addition, but brought on to IGL. So that adds another level of complexity because you're not really adapting to what the team already has. You're kind of bringing your own systems with you, which in one case, that's good, right? You've got a ton of experience. You played at the highest of stages. You know, he's won the VCT EMEA back in the day with Team Liquid, back in the day, 2 years ago. So there is a lot of skill to bring over, but it feels like he hasn't been having the best of successes. So there's definitely a lot of criticism going towards him right now, which makes it a lot tougher, you know?
Yeah, it really does. And I can't help but think that with that pressure on him now, Human Tripwires, it's not a can they do well, it's that they must do well. For the sake of sort of everyone on the team here, bearing in mind when you're 1 and 3, I believe it's 1 unless you're really unlucky, 2 losses, and then you're just out at that point. So I'm really, really worried about how Human Tripwire is going to be able to perform, especially against Bonk, who have been on the up.
Let's talk about the winning case scenarios of these teams, right? And I think for one of them, Jusu has been an absolute unit. But on the other hand, for the human Tripwire side of things, Devo hasn't really been matching the rest of the duelists in the league.
No, he's not. That being said, I think that Devo has had some trouble going for these early picks. His skill seems to be trading teammates, getting these entries onto sites, but it's these defensive early peaks to try and get that man advantage where he's been struggling quite a bit. I think if you can nip that in the bud, then suddenly you do have a very, very strong sort of roaming duelist on Human Tripwires. Over to Bonk, Jusu. As mentioned, you know, he's young, he's been fairly inconsistent. I think that now we are, once again, getting to the latter stages of this league. I think that for Jusu, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to try and not only deliver, but to surpass Devo here.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot of potential. You know, Devo might have been in the danger of, you know, going stale a bit. You know, when you're stuck in a specific skill or play style and a similar level of play for a long time, you start to lose your spark, your magic, right? And I think Jusu hasn't really gotten there yet. Ever since he's been playing, even in the tier 3, in the tier 3 leagues, whether that was with UCAM, you know, in the Rich.GG Opens, I'm sure you remember those. It always seems that he's going upwards in an upwards trajectory, and in the team he has right now with him, it's looking even better. You know, you've got the experience of Bonka, you've got Chihuahua also to guide. It's looking better for them. So, you know, looking into the future, projecting into it, it may be easier for them. But let's dive into a different discussion here, Kremer. Let's put the rosters aside a bit and see which maps these two teams are stronger with. You know, do you have any prediction coming into the veto here?
I will be very surprised if we don't see a Haven. Both teams, they've played it 3 times with relatively high success rates. With Haven going through, there's the potential we see Icebox again. We've seen Human Tripwires a bit impartial to using it in the past. If not, then maybe even a Breeze. But I think the guarantee here is Haven should be coming up, and if it isn't, I'm going to be very surprised.
Well, let's have a look then. Let's have a look what maps these teams are playing on. And to be fair, it could have quite a bit of an impact in the end result of this day, right? Talking about the importance of grabbing up this victory, both teams being on the same score, basically one of their last chances to try and grab up victories to get into the top 4 playoff spots. But what do you reckon of this one? Haven, Icebox, and Pearl as a decider.
Pearl's the interesting one for me. I think Icebox we're expecting to see. Both teams have played it before. Bonk with a bit of success. Haven, as mentioned, but it's both teams' main map. Pearl is the interesting one for me because Human Tripwires have played it once in the league, having lost it. Bonk played it once in the league, having lost it. So Pearl being the decider is going to be really interesting for me. Something makes me think we won't be seeing Pearl though. I think this is going to be a game of 2 bites.
Okay. We both predicted Bonk. Are you sticking by that now that you've seen the veto?
Yeah, I think I am. Human Tripwires having Icebox is going to give them a bit of comfort, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to beat Bonk. I'm not a big fan of
Yeah.
mid-season roster changes, and I think that Bonk are more than likely going to punish this, especially when they're on maps that they're familiar with.
Look, man, I like simple maths. You know, I like very simple maths. Bonk beat Vamonos. Vamonos beat Human Tripwires.
There you go.
And that's what happened on Icebox as well. So you even say that Icebox might be a winning case scenario for them. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, that might not be simple maths. That might be dumb maths, because sometimes in the world of Valorant that doesn't work, and there's something called anti-stratting that might come in the way. So yeah, let's see how that one works out. But yeah, we were talking about winning case scenarios. We were talking about Jusu being an influential player in the team. We talked about Devo underperforming, but I want to highlight some of the rest of the players in these teams and what they might bring to the table. I know we've seen some attempted control playstyle from the Human Tripwires, while Bonk like to let things loose sometimes.
They do, and I think that extra sort of wild side of Bonk is potentially going to catch Human Tripwires off guard. Bearing in mind that for Human Tripwires, because they were unable to, because they've not had enough time to adapt, it's only been a couple of days, couple of weeks of practice, I think that the unorthodox playstyles is going to be their Achilles heel. I think for Human Tripwires, the more regimented Bonk play, the better it is for them. Because, as you said, Human Tripwires, they are bloody good. Like, even if it does come down to taking straight aim duels and playing defaults, Human Tripwires have a great advantage. But the key thing for Bonk here is you've got two very young, very flashy duelists who can go and they can wreak havoc in the back lines with these unorthodox plays.
What are your thoughts on Kix? He's been a menace, hasn't he?
He has been a menace. Looking at the roster, he wasn't the guy I was expecting to play as well as he is, but I've been pleasantly surprised by him. And what's also quite good about Kix is it wasn't even so much he's had some good games. He's been consistently quite good. And I think now if Kix can maintain that for just the last couple of play days, it could actually really play to an advantage.
Yeah, no, I love Kix. I love him to bits. It seems there was a little bit of a technical delay, and thankfully we've got a very entertaining video to show you guys what the team comms look like for the teams that have been competing so far.
5 bullets left. He's gonna have to go for that reload instead. Picks up the Vandal.
Nice!
Holy! Important. That's
bro.
Nice, bro.
Nice.
Two side. One more side.
That is coming left side. Left side, Kimmy. Left side, Kimmy. Nice!
Leave you one. I'm healing. On me.
I'm on it, Kimmy.
One more.
Nice! Nice, Kimmy!
Nice, Kimmy. Nice, Kimmy.
What? Nille!
Makes it 1-on-1 against Chihuahua.
Nice!
Yes!
Insane, insane clutch.
Oh my god, Nille. Oh my god.
Nille, say your thing, say your thing, say your thing.
That's what we do.
Melly, let's walk right. Come.
Nice!
Let's go! This is how we play, yeah?
Yes, much better.
Relive,
Go. Let's go.
I can do this.
Nice done!
Let's go.
Animal, bro, let's go. Big round, bro, let's go.
Nice.
I'm gonna go for it.
Do it.
That bomb.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Nice boy. Nice boy.
What the?
All is fixed, all is well, and we're ready to get back into the matchup of Human Tripwires versus Bonk. I say get back into it, but we need to get started to get back into it. So yes, we're back to get in to the matchup. I got it right, Kramer, didn't I? Eventually.
But back to get in, yeah? Pretty much there. Some people say the English broadcast is a little bit less skilled than the other ones, but...
Oh, wow.
We're going to be... I'm sorry, Pablo, we love you really.
First cast of the year, man. We're still warming up. Still warming up. All right, into the game, though. We get to see the lineup. I do believe our first map is Haven. And we get some very interesting compositions here. We've got a Phoenix straight out of the bat here for Polvi.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still surprised we're seeing Astros on Haven as well. Phoenix, Astro, Killjoy on Human Tripwires. Surprisingly called Human Tripwires, we don't have a Cypher either. So definitely going for the unorthodox composition. Over towards Bonk, it's a little bit more meta heavy. The one thing I will mention though is that I'm really looking forward to seeing what Bonkar can do on this Sova and how he's going to match up against EPs.
Yeah, it feels like Human Tripwires understand that Polvi loves a duelist role, and getting him off it is an unwise decision. So I'm liking this, you know, that you do have flash components into this, and it's not like you can perma-use smokes to block them out. I feel like the curveball that Phoenix can provide is actually a good answer to that way of stopping a push. So let's see how that one works out. Obviously, Bonk are starting off on the defense, so Human Tripwires may get to show that straight away. But yeah, did you expect what were you seeing here, Krem?
Certainly not from Human Tripwires, that's for sure. I actually quite like double duelist on Haven. Phoenix is a little bit unorthodox, but you know what? Why not? Why not, Pavlos? Let's do unorthodox. Remember, it is pretty much at the do or die stage for a lot of these teams, so if there was a time to throw a Hail Mary, now would be it. Human Tripwires, early bid for a control towards B. It's very fast play into Chua here.
That's how it's actually not the first time Human Tripwires play with the Phoenix, second time around. Well, let's see if it works this time. Chihuahua first to get first blood. But they're all approaching from long, and they're looking to overpower them. Bonk getting most of the kills, and it's Devo remaining, but not for long, as Bonk get first blood.
I love that. Very, very swift reaction from Bonk there. The second they realise it's a fast push towards B, Chiwa, he gets a lot of information, both from getting that first pick and then hearing the audio of everyone else push up, then fall back. It emboldens the rest of the team to push up through a towards sewers and then round to flanking window. It's a big kerfuffle. They come out on top, Pavlos.
They do come out on top, indeed. Bonk 1-0. Human Tripwires now have to go back to the Sheriffs, and while Bonk upgrades all their weapons. They are on the defense after all, so I don't think they'll have to take any risks in the short end. Human Tripwires looking for damage. I saw the one-way attempt for the Omen there. I'm like, no, they patched that. It doesn't work anymore.
It's a bit cheeky,
and all the Omen mains can cry.
It's alright. Our solidarity is with you, brothers, as we see Human Tripwires. Again, a fairly slow start, Pavlos.
Yeah, very slow. Stanley does hold out in mid, see if there's any aggressive movement from Bonk, but none of that is really happening. The traversal towards this A site seems fairly clear. Bonk might even go for the retake. They've obviously left it open for a bit, thus expending the owl drone to clear it out is important, but it hasn't gathered any info. But they have the right idea, right? They're all here. They're all here looking to defend this, and Bonk is making that judge work. A couple of kills to fall in favor of Human Tripwires, make that 3. Becoming quite a damaging affair, but Polvi can't quite enter the A site with both of Bonk players on A.
I tell you what, 3 kills for what has been a Sheriff investment is well worth it. Take that for
Wait a
Pavlos.
second. There might be a chance for Polvi.
Seconds left.
Oh, it might as well be. A 1-on-1, and Polvi can heal up. Get the, oh no, he's going to spike it. Yeah, he's going to die from kicks, isn't he? Well, it was an expensive round.
Well worth it.
But still going in Bonk's favor.
Still well worth it. The fact that they were able to kill 4 players with just a couple of Sheriffs, that makes that the economic damage is going to have some huge repercussions in the following rounds. And I mean, Polvi, congrats to him. You said you wanted to see him on the duelist. Well, here he is on that Phoenix, and those final 2 kills were what really drove home to Bonk. They've got to respect Human Tripwires. They can't keep pushing into them, otherwise they could be in trouble. And of course, notice Pavlos, Bonka representing the wrong team with his tag as well.
Indeed. I mean, yeah. what can you do about it? And the fact that Bonk is the first 4 letters of his name as well. All right, well, guns now brought to the table for Human Tripwires. The damage caused Bonk to not have many to work with, so it should be a simple one. Unless Bonk can pull on HDW. But Chihuahua evading a few bullets here. Spike going down, and it looks like a 5-on-5 retake.
All things considered, same premise, right? Bonk only have to do damage here to make this round worth it.
So far, no damage found. Chihuahua was fairly easy to drop. And all of them line up together in that window. Jusu will be able to find one, maybe weapon to be recovered. Does have re-assistance from the back end, but the wallbangs will do it. Bonka wanting a little bit of more chaos in that garage. But it's Human Tripwires to win it with only 2 casualties.
I tell you what, it's a really clean round from Human Tripwires there. The one thing that I would criticize a little bit, and this is being nitpicky because it was a really good round, was Stanley getting a little bit over-aggressive in trying to take that fight on the other side of window. All things considered, though, extremely clean round for Human Tripwires. They find a gap in the defense, they punish it so quickly, and for Bonk, it was an attempt to do some damage, 2 kills. It's not the end of the world, but at 2-1, the rifles come out from both teams. This is where things get interesting, especially with Devo going for what looks like a very early Blade Storm.
Yeah. I mean, got all the kills. He's allowed.
Yeah, he's earned it, Pavlos.
He's earned it. For the first buy-on-buy round, this could mean a lot for the tempo. Stanley going for a lurk over in mid, and Devo first to drop. Seems like they may want to end up on B. This A site take is kind of to grab space and keep Bonka busy, keep the Bonk team kind of busy in that area. But other than that, Human Tripwires, they stay quiet.
I quite like how Bonk have been poisoning their defense. They've got like a 3-man hit squad that have been slowly marauding from that A to that B site. It means that if they are in the right position, instantly have a 3-man defense set up. If not, then they already have the foundations for a very fast retake, which is exactly what we may be seeing on this A site here, with Human Tripwires looking to play contact. 45 seconds left on the clock. They are a man down, but they are going to be able to get this spike down, which should level the playing field. Something to keep an eye on here as well is that Jusu is 1 away from a showstopper, something he may also look to bring out fairly early.
At least for Human Tripwires, the spike does go down. They don't lose a play in the process, but Bonk have got the numbers, so trading will be worth it for them. Difficult fortress to breach this A site. Though Polvi has both of his curveballs. Definitely be necessary, but Jusu starts hitting heads by killing off Eccles. Can they get anything more out of this one? Dropping 2 kills for Bonka. And now it's only Stanley against 4. Oh, they know where he is. Oh, he doubles up. Maybe there's a chance. Oh, what will this be? If he gets 1 versus 4 clutch, 10 bullets, diffuse halfway, but Kicks won't be sticking it. He turns his attention towards Stanley and picks up the round for Bonk.
Yeah, he picks up the round for Bonk, but that came at that was a laboured endeavour to say the least. Bonk, they seem to be in a position now where they keep sacrificing players when they really shouldn't be. We saw it in the second round when they kept trying to fight the Phoenix when they 1 by 1. We saw it again here, allowing Stanley to set himself up beautifully, and he was in a position where he could isolate those 1 versus 1s. Great stuff from Jusu as well, a 3k. More importantly, those paint shells he lobbed before he dropped out of heaven meant that there was no way for Stanley to actually swing and keep the rest of his team alive. He was forced into that clutch. 3-1 the scoreline though, and once again it's aggression from that early showstopper. Jusu instantly punishing Stanley. That's what you get for almost 1v4ing Guz. The rest of Human Tripwires, once again, set their gaze to this A site. They have a Cosmic Divider to complement this, but Bonka has a Hunter's Fury in response potentially to cancel some plants, or better still, to garner a bit of information come the retake.
Cosmic Divide definitely disabling the imminent threat of a fast crunch from Bonk. Stay quiet. Can't underestimate how important this is for both of these teams given their eco. They need this win to carry on tempo. Human Tripwires losing this, they might lose a big chunk of this half. Jusu drops, that's the first. Polvi retaliates. It's quick endeavor, they're both trading, but most of these fights are behind smokes. Eccles now is alone. And can he do what Stanley nearly did just moments ago? This time, Bonk won't be making the same mistakes. They'll retrieve a fairly simple take.
Something to mention as well from this is how scuffed the weapons were going into the next round. Going into that 5th round was for Bonk. There was Stingers, Spectres, a Judge was in the hands of some of these players. It's because of the economic damage Human Tripwires are doing, even in the rounds that they're losing, because they're taking down so many players with them. It means that Bonk are constantly having to reinvest. Winning a round and keeping 3 players left alive is actually a best case scenario for them. Human Tripwires, they're down to Stingers themselves. Sheriffs do come out, but it's the ult you got to keep an eye on here. We've got Sova about to get that Hunter's Fury 2 away from it. Over with Stanley, you have that lockdown available, but this is going to be countered fairly quickly by that from the shadows and that Hunter's Fury on both Bonkar and Cider.
Just goes to show to the character of Chihuahua, just maintaining the Cypher pick, even though Killjoy is meta. We do see a little bit of shenanigans going over at Garage. Now Cider requiring to hold onto his ground, but there's a lot thrown at him. Bullets through the smoke, Nano Swarm. Yeah, that's not looking healthy. At least the C site can now be taken over by the Tripwires. Aftershock moving them out of position, but as long as they keep on winning these trades, Jusu's definitely going to make it difficult for them. But these close angles are going to work out for the Judge. Human Tripwires win with a very unlikely bye.
Perfect stuff, and I love the utility usage there from both the Phoenix and from the Killjoy. The lockdown being used instantly forces the Breach to show where his position is, and then those flashes from the Phoenix meant that Cider wasn't able to help Bonka. It meant he was forced into that corner and then had to hide in his own smoke. Furthermore, once Juicy was actually committing to that fight, because of the swings that came from center site, it meant that he could have been isolated when he went for the high ground. Exactly what happened. Everyone hit their shots. Of Human Tripwires, it's the second round. They are still 4-2 down, and on the topic of players performing, let's talk about Juicy for a second, Pavlos, because in the pre-game, we said we wanted to see more from him. Well, he's currently 11-5.
Yeah, he's definitely delivering straight out of the bat, isn't he? Can he continue that? Sure, I'm sure. We've had a few unlikely rounds here, man. Human Tripwire struggling to hold on to the sites they've taken. Bonk really doing well with the retakes, but as soon as we see a small buy from the Tripwires, that's where things crumble. So, yeah, I'm looking to see things to stabilize here. See a little bit stronger control from Bonk. But, yeah, you did mention the ultimates a round ago, and they're looking really strong on that defense side.
The one thing that is going to work against them is only one player has head armor here. So these Phantoms are going to pack a punch on Human Tripwires. I think that the closer they're able to get to Bonk, the better off they're going to be able to be. Despite the fact there is a Stinger on Bonka, I don't think that matters all too much. For the time being, though, it is going to be a bit of a default for Human Tripwires, slightly listing over to mid-control.
Yeah, Bonk is going on a bit of an excursion. Out to seek out some info. Cider dropped in fairly deep. Now, they have seized a mid-control, but how long do you want to maintain it? A site, they've been very successful with retaking it. Therefore, happy to allow it to be taken over again by the Human Tripwires. And that's exactly what's going on. Maybe Human Tripwires this time around can maintain their composure, hold this site. Will they push even further? Will they make an adaptation here? Bonk are definitely ready for it. Got a lot of players waiting in that direction, but Devo seems to want to change things up. Rolling Thunder. Devo seems to not have been caught by this, and he might be the difference maker. Look at that behind the smoke. Hasn't seen anybody yet. He's throwing for the trigger discipline, and it seems to be working out. Only Nush just now appearing from the corner, and Stanley is now left to clutch it. They know where he is. Flashed into the corner. The spike hasn't even been planted. This is terrible for Human Tripwires.
30 seconds left.
And Bonk have got all the control in the world.
Absolutely, and Stanley, he may have to save it.
I got the spike.
May have to.
Placing swarm grenade.
He's indicated he's still in the area, still in the proximity. 14 seconds. Kicks is low, could be an easy pickup, but can't pick up Bonka, which was the gatekeeper in that instance. So Bonk, 5 rounds in the bag. Human Tripwires trailing behind with 2.
solid stuff so far. Remember, this is Human Tripwire's map pick as well. They wanted to be here. Something to mention is there was a big ult commitment there from Bonk. We did see a fair few ults used. Something I want to mention came from the breach. I was really happy with that Rolling Thunder being used before that spike went down, because it meant that Human Tripwires get hurt in the wallets, and it means they can't slap a fuse on the round. It means that Bonk can retake at their own pace. Granted, it was a pretty quick pace, but they were able to come to that decision at their own volition. Once again, control over towards A. This time, though, it looks like Bonk are going to attempt to fight for it, much rather than the retake setup we've seen them favor many a times over the course of this map.
Sneaky Jusu. No! He just revealed where he is! And I don't think we'll be ending up with the kill. Scratch that. No, the paint shells will do it. Okay. Well. They do seize A main control, but they've allowed the B site to be opened up, so Human Tripwise may be finding a plant. Something they didn't achieve the previous round. Polvy with the Sheriff in hand. Can't do a thing about the trade. Eccles! Wait a minute! What happened? I guess it doesn't matter, because Chewy's on the case, but holy hell!
We need that round from like 6 different perspectives with varying degrees of slow motion and cinematic music, because that was incredible. Jusu, with his second showstopper in 8 rounds, is able to kill 2 players instantly. Suddenly, we've got Eccles who comes out with that Phantom, getting a 4K spray down, while in the back line, Chip was shutting down the remaining players who were trying to get off the site. He then wins the 1v1, and somehow, Bonk still win that round.
Okay, Grandma, we need to see this. Okay, forget about this moment. Alright, this is the important one. They just line up for him. Look at this. Okay? Just spray down, 4 kills, 4 headshots.
I think I once had a dream of being that good. I woke up in like a cold sweat, realizing that if I ever was that good, people would be coming for me. That was an incredible... Wow! Yeah. And there's another Cosmic Divide available for that. I tell you what, that technical pause is Eccles needing a moment to go, what? excuse me.
Look, it's not a tactical pause. I think a lot of things broke that round.
Yeah.
Our brains, frankly.
Yeah, for one.
But yeah, imagine getting a 4K like that and still losing the round. That's a rough one. Okay. Well, let's reset. Let's reset entirely. I think Human Tripwires will want to reset Bonk's economy as well. They're getting close to that, but goodness me, so many ults were used that previous round. Yeah, you did mention the Cosmic Divide is being brought back. How much of an effect do you think it will have in their attack?
First time round, it did allow that plant to go down on that A site, and it was a round which they ended up winning. I think it was purely because they were able to get off that site and play to the 1v1s. That was enabled by the Cosmic Divide. How much impact it actually had in the duels afterwards? Very little, but it's the foundation, which is what they needed. You look over to how Bonk have got their ult set up as well. They've still got that Neural Theft, and they still have that from the shadows. So they're going to have a quick rotation, and they've got the Info Gather. Over to Human Tripwires with the Hunter's Fury as well. It's a little bit more aggressive. So I'm expecting potentially a faster round here. And judging by how they're set up, listing to this C site, against 3 players who are ready to run into them, Pavlos, this is going to be chaos.
Very much could be. Shells do deter them for just a little bit. Oh, 2 players just pushing forwards, and they end up with the first pick. So the aggression that Human Tripwires wanted to show is completely and utterly denied. And Bonk, just like that, with 2 picks, just fall back into safety.
Bonk now to be called to action, Pavlos.
Ooh. Another front being attacked. Polvy this time around takes quick care of it. So I mean, this may be a way into this round. Have seized control of B, but they need to be careful of both sides. There's now Chihuahua and Cider approaching from the right-hand side. They're looking to take a fight before they get the plant down, but that's costly because Chihuahua gets one scot-free. Paranoia draw out. Chihuahua's blinded by that as well, so they can't really run after it. But no space because Kix is pushed on the other side. Devo struggling to find ground to work with, and that's Bonk on 7.
Bonk have shown some incredible aggression, Pavlos. Absolutely incredible aggression, and it's namely this push onto C, right? You already had the ping from the help of the Sova, which allowed you to see that there were 2 players in the corner. You got your first kill off the back that you're just good at aiming. And then you have the Boombot and the Aftershocks, which guarantee that the second player has to swing out. The Jet's already dashed across, so you isolate another 1v1, and then you use your aim to take out the third player. all isolated incidents. You're running into a corridor where 3 players know you're coming, and somehow Bonk are able to turn that into 3 2v1s. Absolutely perfect from them. And for human tripwires, recovering from that is so damn difficult, because now, once again, the money isn't great. A lot of these players buying down to 0, and this force spike, they've got to make another garage push work.
And it doesn't start off well, does it? Cosmic Divide enabled, together with Hunter's Fury. At least that's the way they get a picks. Oh, and they actually win on all grounds at the same time. And instantly lose the advantage again. Cider trying to hold this ground, but he didn't really wait for his teammate there. Couldn't buy time for him either. So it's Jusu against the world. A 1-on-2. The spike only just being planted. Bit out of position. Epps could be picked off. Jusu can't be called to the occasion, and Human Tripwires finally grab a win.
It's a little bit shaky from both parties there, but Human Tripwires, they seem to have found a bit of a kink in the armor, Pavlos, with this push through garage. Twice now they've attempted it, twice now it's worked for them. Sure, this time it was a little bit more labored, but this time Bonk also had better weapons. The fact they're still able to convert it makes me think that this C site could potentially be the weak point of the Bonk defense. Human Tripwires, though, they don't want to punish. 2 rounds left of this half, and it looks like Human Tripwires are once again going to attempt an assault to this A site.
I'm still a bit curious on how Devo died to the aftershock there. It's a bit interesting. Nevertheless,
you could say it was shocking.
Oh, you're shocking, Chroma, sometimes. A site is what they're going for this time around, not leaving it as free. Chihuahua having his wires in position. Tell you what, Chihuahua being in this team suits him. Leaving his tripwires around. He's pretty much a human tripwire himself, with all the lurks he's brought out throughout the years, and Excel being one of the teams he's found most success in. But we're looking at a retake here, a 5 versus 5. The lockdown will look to deny them time. An aggressive position taken up by Polby. That's a pick, and now can use his ultimate. He goes even further. Juicy will deal with him, but still, they're buying a lot of time. Can they buy more? Devo draws out the blaze, and it works out. It looks like a 4th round may be on the cards here for Human Tripwires, and that's exactly what it is. Bonk make the call. They're falling back, dropping back, and saving their guns.
I quite like the call to save. It's very disciplined, and it also means that Cider here in the backline has the potential to go for a bit of a spray down pad loss.
Can he get anything? It seems like they're wary of it. Stanley gets the info, and he still dies.
Last round.
I think he's got money to spare. He should. Barely. He's got a teammate will drop him. So they're fine. 7-4. So 2 consecutive rounds here for Human Tripwires. They've got a chance to make it a 5th.
Absolutely. I don't know how good their defense is going to be in comparison to their attack. Bear in mind that with this double duelist setup, you've got to be forcing something aggressive. And for the time being, it seems like Human Tripwires have really struggled once they've lost this early pick. When they've gone through the contact plays, they've got to play the afterparts aggressive as well. Bonk seems to have read that quite nicely. The last round, though, great usage of the utility by Stanley to just force Bonk away from the site. They didn't even get a chance to try and get it set up for this retake. But how frequently can that happen, Pavlos?
Especially, you can't use your ultimates every single round, and pretty much every single ultimate was used that round for Human Tripwire, so not very repeatable.
Exactly, and on the topic of repeatable, for the first time we're seeing Bonk actually try some aggression with the Cypher over towards this A-long position.
See what Chihuahua can do. That's first. Oh, make that 3! 2 bullets required to get 3 kills, and he quadras up. Allows Bonk to get the last round of that half.
Absolutely perfect. And I mean, hey, you wanted to see what the lurking Chihuahua can do. That's what he can do. And what I really like, once again, is how Bonk are actually playing with their teammates here. Great usage of the Rolling Thunder from Kicks here. The second he realizes that Chihuahua's in a position where he can back off and not get hit by it, does just that. Rolling Thunder comes in. They clean up the final 2 players with it. 8-4 at the end of the half, and now Bonk move to their attack. The Human Tripwires, this is by all means recoverable. If they can get this pistol round, they are straight back into this game. And the strat they're looking to run is once again going to be this aggression over on A main. The same strategy that was run against them at the start of this series.
Yeah, to be fair, Human Tripwires historically have been strong on the defense on Haven. Not impossible. definitely keep the match in arm's length. At least they have Bonk on a leash. The question is, they yank it towards them with this pistol round win. Easing up to the left-hand side, Human Tripwires aggressing from the opposite side. Seems it's been telegraphed, they know exactly what's going on. Each team have got the information. Garage garnered over, Chihuahua will end up falling, but has the delay come in time? It seems it has, because the spike is going down and we're looking at a 4v5 for this retake.
I love the response from Bonkers. Once they realize they've lost control towards their own spawn, they instead move into Defender's spawn.
Yeah, and Human Tripwires moving up into C long. Only one player has been able to cross onto the side. That smoke is perfect, actually. It doesn't really allow Human Tripwires to go for an extra kill. So Stanley picks up the first, and now the kills may commence in the Nebula. All of them very low, but it's Human Tripwires to pick up the kills. And Kicks, yeah, he's not in a position to deny this news. He can try.
He certainly does try. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough. Human Tripwires were able to put themselves straight back into this game with a 5th round, and a very clean pistol round at that. Bonk now back to the drawing board. For me, the MVP of that round was absolutely Stanley. In fact, he was able to stay alive for so long in the back line, and then after staying alive in the back line for so long, he was then able to follow it up, actually get a kill from that lurking, what became the lurking position, and stay with the rest of the team come the actual retake. Great stuff from him. Human Tripwires now. What was that?
Might I add, the play there actually was genius because there was a nebula onto that C site. All 4 players were hiding in it.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels like Bonk there almost sort of got outmaneuvered.
Let's see if Human Tripwires can continue to do that. They're bringing in players like Eccles to make these calls. Is what they're all on about and what the hype is about for this team. Seems they'll be easily picking up the first 2, but they drop right after, meaning guns can be collected and Spike can go down.
This could be slightly worrying now. If Chihuahua was able to get this kill on the flank, things could actually get quite concerning for Human Tripwires here.
Yeah, down to Stanley, I think, to spot out Chihuahua, and yeah, that's what happened. So Jusu stranded here. They know where he is. Might be able to buy some time. Can he bring out the magic? Repositions. Damages himself with his nade. Stanley is there to retrieve him. And Human Tripwires get 2 consecutive rounds in the second half.
3 kills, it is a bit of economic damage, but it's really not the end of the world. HDW seems to be clawing their way straight back into this map. Bearing in mind as well, that was quite the heavy investment from Bonk. A lot of these players buying down to a 0, a couple of 100 here and there. They're down to the eco. Human Tripwires, they're just getting closer and closer to this scoreline. As Haven, remember, the most played map for both of these teams, at least this season, is suddenly turning into a bit of a bloodbath. And as they start going blow for blow, Bonk now may fall into the same trap that Human Tripwires did, which is, how do Bonk win on this attack? Human Tripwires have looked pretty formidable on the defense thus far. It's the same problems that Bonk had on their defense, which was playing retake on A. Garage control seemed to be a little bit shaky. It's the exact same from both teams. For Bonk, what was it that allowed them? What was it that lost them their rounds against Human Tripwires? For me, I think that garage control needs to be fought for a little bit more. But for Human Tripwires, something tells me that they may be anticipating that.
Yeah, to add to that, Bonk have to deal with the consequences of their lost force of the second round. So, yeah, quite a toughie, I'd say.
Absolutely.
Allowing Human Tripwires to close up that gap quicker than they should have. Yeah, sorry, I'm never a fan of a full spike on that second round when you lose it.
I understand it if you're down significantly and you desperately need to claw yourself back, but to do so when you're in actually quite a strong position feels like a needless risk. On the topic of sort of risks to be taken at the moment, Jusu having a consistently good game now, 20 and 10. The kind of next closest fragger to him is Polvi, who's only got 12 kills. Right now, Jusu is proving to be one of the miracle workers for Bonk. The question now is, can Bonka, can Snyder, can Chihuahua, can they start picking it up as well? Because once they do, then suddenly Bonka's going to look very damn good. You could say the same over to Human Tripwires once you start seeing the Sova really start coming into action. The same for Devo. Once both of them start landing their shots, suddenly this could be a really damn strong position to be in.
Sure. Seeing the young guns of Bonk doing quite a bit here. We do have a technical pause going on. As soon as we have... oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say, as soon as we have information, we'll relay it upon you. But
the information is the technical pause is over.
All right, let's see what the setup looks like. And this one, Bonk easing towards their left-hand side.
That they are now. Human Tripwires don't really have anyone set up to stop this either. A fast play here could be the winning formula. Stanley in a position that can rotate fairly quickly. The same to be said for Eccles, but do they attempt to cancel the plant?
Well, it's not impossible for Bonk to win this, given they've got Stingers in play and these close distances. That could be their playground. Yeah, talk of the devil. That's Cider, the first pick with that Stinger. They carry this onwards. Denying entry from Human Tripwires, separating Eccles from his teammate Polvi, but now they can rejoice. Polvi holding out with a Phantom. Closing up the gap again. Bonka, look at that aggression. Dropping guns left and right. This is actually getting dangerous. Human Tripwires, all three players coming in from that CT spawn site. Cider holding through, runs out of bullets. And now it's down to Chihuahua. He hits the shots with 1 bullet to spare, and Bonka win the round.
5 HP left on Chua as well. It is damn messy, but as you mentioned, the aggression from Bonk just caught Human Tripwires flat-footed. We saw that aggression there as almost a lurk from Cider. He goes through Garage. Once he knows that Stanley's going to be looking back towards the site, he gets that first pick, and then the rest of the team, they just keep the aggression. Once they know there are players on site, we saw Bonkard swing back site. It doesn't matter if you trade 1-for-1 when you have weak weapons. Your objective here is to do economic damage to Human Tripwires. If you win the round, awesome, but that wasn't your attempt from the start, as Human Tripwires now respond with a similar strategy as to the pistol round, with once again this aggression towards A.
Chihuahua gets out scot-free, doesn't he? Oh, Polvi was trying to stop him, but yeah, no, Chihuahua gets out scot-free, and he picks up 3. 1 for breakfast, 1 for lunch, and 1 for dinner. But eventually, that's nighty-night for him. Never puts him to sleep. 2 remaining for Human Tripwires, but I think the job's done. What? Okay, Devo, don't give me a heart attack. Stanley has a chance. We've seen him in clutch positions.
It's 1 away from the lockdown as well. That could be a huge difference maker here. Stanley desperately trying to find an angle to work with, but Kix is in such a strong position, Pavlos.
It's genius from Kix. Oh, but Stanley is even smarter. He out-IQ'd him. That's even a thing. Lockdown from Stanley. Oh, doesn't anticipate Cider to be that close that quickly. What an attempt, though. Human Tripwires nearly bring back an eco round.
And that was all down to Devo. Great round on his part. That little 2K there at long range with that Blade Storm, so much harder than it looks. And he just makes it look damn easy, Pavlos, on that note. And with that, Cider does eventually finish the job, but Stanley, that is some... He's got some brains in those head, Pavlos. 10-6 the scoreline. Bonk. We finally see a timeout, the first one of this game. I quite like the use of this timeout. Bearing in mind, you know Human Tripwires are starting to feel the heat a little bit. You know that they've gone for an investment. It is going to lower their money pretty much to 0 on a lot of these players. So now's the time you get the timeout. You leave them to stew. And having seen both the lockdown and the Blade Storm committed last round, means you know you have an ult advantage with that Neural Theft, with that From the Shadows. Bonkard's about to have his Hunter's Fury as well. This is a really strong position to be in, and Bonk wants Human Tripwires to know it.
All I have to say is that Devo's insane, but that's not normally someone check him PC.
That's not normally someone checking PC, is the extent of our analytical prowess, Pavlos, and you know what? I stand by that. As Human Tripwires left in a... we do see the operator come out, actually. So I was going to say, left sort of searching for potentially something to weaken Bonk, and I mean, hey, as we've just seen last round, Evo's hitting his shots, man. So having a operator may be the instruments to level the playing field here. Unfortunately, it's on the other side of the map. Bonk, they want to hit the safe site once again. Chua showed how easy it was to get these kills last round. He does so again now. Who's going to be there to stop him?
Aldrin definitely doing its job here, spotting out the movement. If Human Tripwires don't actually win this round, they might be losing this map, to be fair.
Yep, absolutely.
That would be Bonk on 11. And possibly 12. Feeling like human tripwires don't have money to work with if indeed they lose it. But aggression, followed by the run it back of Polvi. Drops quickly. His teammate left to the left-hand side. All going to be contacting in this position. No one's afraid to move forward. Shot darts hitting the mark on both occasions, leaving the human tripwires low. But with 40 seconds to spare, Bonk haven't pulled the trigger on the attack just yet.
Look how aggressive.
That 2 hours walking in. Paranoid by his own teammate. That can't be. Bonker and Kicks pick up the first 2 kills, and the site is theirs.
Oh, and they're going to know the flank's coming as well, Pavlos. This may be a save from Human Trip. It is. It's a save. I was going to mention, look how aggressive Devo was as well. Man, they couldn't go back to C. They couldn't go back to B. They had to hit that A site. And it looks like such a messy engagement. The utility damage does really stack up there, as we saw from those shock darts. And once it did stack up, there was no resolution for Human Tripwires. It was, they lose the first 2 players, and then that site's just ruled off limits. With an operator, sure, it's great for getting those first couple of picks, but for a retake, an operator ain't the weapon you want. And for Bonk, that'll be 11.
It is. It is indeed. And I think Human Tripwires realise the dire situation they were in. Just as we did. Well, yeah, no, this is a save. We've got to remain in the game. 4v3 retake on that A site.
Yep.
Not an easy feat. So they draw back to the drawing board. With Bonk having 2 rounds remaining to try and close this match out.
Look at the ults available for Bonk as well here. This is worrying, that's for sure. That Rolling Thunder, especially on Kicks, is going to be a real difference maker. And with Bonkar readily available with that Hunter's Fury, there's a very real chance here that they get these opening picks before they even see any of the members of Human Tripwires. And unfortunately for Devo, once again, he goes aggressive, but it's on the other side of the map.
Looking difficult for Human Tripwires considering this is their map pick. This box may not be looking that grand. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, that's going to give them 2 free picks. Bonker picks up both of them. Human Tripwires have left their hold over the C site. And this time, I don't think they can save. They have to go for this, right? Surely they can't give Bonk so many free rounds.
There's such little economy in the bank, though, Pavlos. You know, the Sova's got nothing. Stanley only 700 to his name. Leave has a little bit, but that's an operator you desperately want to hold on to. And look how disciplined Bonker being here. They just left the site completely. Yeah. They want nothing to do with this.
Human Tripwires just used the Hunter's Fury as well, and they found absolutely nothing. They needed that to work out. But now they're relying on the firepower of Devo, touching the spike yet again. Will he be sticking at Cloudburst? Will be concealing him for a little while, but not for the entire thing. He has to drop. Stanley, call to action. Catching the spike. Oh, that's the showstopper as well, thrown at him. They realize he's off it. That's it. That's the round. And Bonk secure a 12th round and put it in their bag.
I think it's looking quite worrying for Human Tripwires here. Remember, Pavlos, this was their map pick. Human Tripwires wanted to be here, and Bonk right now are looking pretty damn happy with themselves. I really like the use of this Hunter's Fury as in unison with the Rolling Thunder, bearing in mind that they knew that with an ult advantage, they could try and get these opening picks. They do so damn well. The utility usage from Bonk seems to have gotten better and better as this game has gone on. For Human Tripwires now, 6 rounds on the bounce, by all means doable. With this sort of buy, something a bit harder. With these ults, a bit harder as well. But the redeeming factor is you still have this operator on Devo.
He's got to work it, make it work, man. Criticism on him. Here, people that have criticism on him. Eccles is the first to drop. Tripwire is definitely having a rough time, not only in this game, but this this tournament. It's a definitely difficult world to be in. A standoff here for Epps, though. 2 players are lined up, but no one's daring to peek. They drop back, and Epps maybe missed an opportunity. Yeah, no longer in the range that Epps could easily kill them off. Human Tripwires with 2 deep in mid.
Take flight.
Falling off the rotate. Polvi, the first drop. Committed a freebie. But in the meantime, Chihuahuas discovered the C site is open, and that's exactly what Bonk are going for.
Absolutely. It seems to be a tug of war right now, and, well, Bonk Sure, they are going to be down to a 3v3, but look at the position they now have on the C site. Spike goes down. There isn't too much afterplant utility. It's mainly on Jusu, but that may still be enough, as both Bonkar and Chua, they actually hold position. I really like this.
All right, Human Tripwires, can they hold on? Rough world this is. Epps moving in. First to get a kill for his team. Can't double up though, Chihuahua holding it. The man to reveal the space, and now one picking up the kills, Devo. Again, can only defuse halfway, but now he's being tagged. Oh no, and he's now got to deal with Garage as well. Oh, wait a minute. That's a quick pick, and Chihuahua's low. But he hasn't defused it halfway. And Chihuahua knows exactly what is going on. To stick it, he shall. Chihuahua will beat this. This will be simple, and that's exactly what happens. Bonk ahead, 13-6, win off their opponents' map pick. And this series is going very well for them.
That was pretty damn good. I won't lie, Pavlos. I was really happy with Bonk's util usage there, and we see it all the way up to that final round where we see that Sova camera just constantly pinging the jet. Even when he's in his cloud burst, he's being pinged, and it meant that it's when you know where your opponents are, suddenly the game becomes much easier, especially when they also have to defuse a spike. And I mean, credit where credit is due to Devo. For a moment, he made that look pretty winnable, especially after that kill on to Jusu, but it's just not enough, Pavlos. And despite the heroics we saw from Stanley, this almost 1 versus 4 here, from Eccles, that actual 4K from him, it just wasn't enough.
It really wasn't. I think Bonk outplayed Human Tripwires quite extensively. The retakes were very strong on that attack, right? Yeah. It seemed insanely strong, unstoppable. The Human Tripwires really struggled to gain any wins from taking out sites, so the retake potential was massive, but even on the defense, they were always in control.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that for Human Tripwires going into Icebox, the same gaps are going to appear, I think, which is on Icebox, especially on that B site, your utility usage needs to be absolutely perfect. And I think that they're going to be really strained to try and match the usage that we saw and the mileage that we saw Bonk get from there. I think another round that springs to mind was when Bonka didn't even get kills, but it was 2 shock darts in 2 completely different places, both landed bang on their opponents. So you can look at the MVPs, Jusu and Devo. Doesn't surprise me at all. Both of them played pretty damn well. Jusu consistently, Devo with some very flashy plays indeed.
Yeah, remember the comparison we made prior to this match? It's the 2 MVPs of each side. And yeah, Devo couldn't quite do it consistently enough. Yeah, he had some flashy moments, and because of him, they did win a couple of rounds. It wasn't enough. Not in the fashion that the rest of Bonk were able to deliver. What else surprised you in regards to the performance from individuals this game?
I was really happy with Stanley, actually. I thought that Killjoys on Haven, for me, were a little bit hit and miss. Stanley did a really good job with claiming so much map control with just a little bit of utility, and his usages of the lockdown were actually pretty good in the grand scheme of things. There wasn't any usage where I went, okay, that probably wasn't needed. Even in that 1 versus 1, it was a really good call to actually use it. It forced the 1v1 out. It was lost by aim duel, not by utility usage. So Stanley really impressed me. Going on to Icebox, I want to see if he can keep that consistency, as he's already shown us that he's a really smart player.
Well, it's fair to say that Human Tripwires are up against the wall, but that's what Tripwires are meant for, to be up against walls. So let's see if they're used to this occasion and can bring things back. We'll be back after a very short break. it's fair to say that Bonk have bonked themselves to victory in that first map of this series. Haven was a one-sided affair. Yes, there was a bit of a fight in the first half, but second one was a completely different story. Now, it's time for the human Tripwise to bounce back. And the question is here, Kramer, can they?
There's a chance, right? Bear in mind they do have a high win rate on Icebox. They have played it twice, winning it both times. In terms of compositions, we usually see the difference being a Killjoy and a Sage come out instead of the Reyna and the Cypher, which you see from Bonk. I'm interested to see how that's going to match up, sort of going up against one another. Bear in mind, Bonk currently on the high from what was a fairly convincing victory over on Haven.
That is true. That is true. Bonk are feeling it, to say the least.
Yeah.
I think there are some issues, again, with human Tripwise with their coordination a little bit, right? It doesn't feel like everything is under lock and key in regards to doing things at the same time and finding the right, having the right pieces together, right? We didn't have many positions where some players weren't doubled up with somebody, right, for refrags. So that really cost them quite a few rounds. So whether that changes now on Icebox, obviously it's a different layout and one which they may be used to, but the fact that Haven didn't go their way is a worrying factor. Okay, what do you want to see differently in particular from human Tripwise? Because obviously there were quite a few things that were going wrong, but for you, what do you think is the main thing that needs to go their way for them to retrieve a victory now?
I think they were a little bit slow to react when it came to how Bonk were playing both the retake setup on A, and then when they found there was a gap in the defense over in Garish, they didn't really exploit it too hard. Also, human Tripwise went through that entire map without a timeout. They were looking to roll with the momentum even when it was against them. I'd much rather see them now going onto Icebox to make a more of a concerted effort to try and dictate the pace and sort of the narrative of the map.
Yeah, 100%. Also, I felt there were moments that the retakes were failing. I didn't quite see the adaptation coming quickly. Like you said, they weren't really quick to make these adaptations. Specifically, not really going too aggressive even further, taking more space out of the defensive side. Make it more difficult for them to set up for the retake. As people are out with their util, try and disrupt that. Disrupt the flow, get a few more picks, deny the utility that they would have had for the retake to begin with. There was a lot of that wasn't happening. Now the question is there someone to blame for that? Maybe it's the entire team. Maybe they just haven't thought about that. Maybe it's too difficult to think about so many things on the fly now that they're so new. You've got two new players like Polvi and Eccles brought in to try to make something work, but it's a lot of systems clashing, and I think that's what human Tripwise are having an issue with. Now, let's turn our attention over to Bonk, though, because yes, they had a standout performance against the human Tripwise here. I think there is much to be desired for them on Icebox as well. It's not exactly a perfect home for them.
No, it absolutely isn't. That being said, I think they do have a slight advantage when it comes to experience on Icebox. Bonk haven't played it as much, of course, this season. And something else to mention, of course, when it comes to who they've played it against, both of them have been against Vamanos. Very close games both ways. One went to overtime, the other was a 13-11. So I can't help but think that this may be a longer map, at least considerably longer than Haven was. And that's when stamina does come into play, especially with the new players on Bonk. Are they going to be used to these sort of high-intensive, potentially even longer series?
Yeah. And I think for Bonk, given the composition that they do play, it might feel a little bit more comfortable. I'm not sure what fan of composition you are with Icebox, because, we've seen it's all based around that stage, but everything that, is around it, what do you prefer?
I kind of prefer human Tripwise as comp going into this, purely because they play the Jet, they play the Reyna instead of the Jet. They have the Killjoy, of course, instead of the Cypher. And I think Killjoy has a little bit of, is a little bit better in afterpart scenarios. Furthermore, I think the Reyna does have a little bit of extra versatility when it comes to entering onto these sites.
But it's Chihuahua and Cypher, man. It's Chihuahua.
Yeah, but it is Chihuahua and Cypher, right? There's the counterpoint. But
to be fair, I didn't see too many lurks from him this game. There were a few, but it wasn't like the Haven matchup we know Chihuahua is known for. There are a lot of teams that have come into this tournament playing against Chihuahua and having at the back of their heads, right, we need a strat for Chihuahua. Have someone constantly looking behind because he's flanking, right? So maybe he's adapted to that. Maybe he said, all right, I've done this enough. They're wary of it. Keep them busy at doing that, and I'll just reinforce my team's strengths on the sides. But let's have a look at what these two teams have to offer in regards to the agents. Seems everything as we expected.
Yeah, nothing too unorthodox here, and I think the matchup I really want to see is Polvi versus Jusu. I think Polvi was a little bit quieter on the Phoenix than Jusu was, of course, on the Raze last map. How does Jusu convert that momentum going on to the Jets? Furthermore, how does Polvi try and recover the Phoenix by now moving on to the Reyna? And I think that there's going to be a fairly aggressive sort of opening 5 rounds for both these teams to try and figure out who's going to be leading the dance almost on Icebox.
Yeah, it's time for Polvi to shine. Quite frankly, this is the moment where everybody's waiting for. Was it actually worth it to bring him? I mean, there's a lot of belief in him. And there was a lot of belief in him switching roles, right? Going to that initiator. And it seemed like it was a good adaptation from it. It seemed like he actually had a good time transferring over his skills onto those sets of agents. But he's always going to be at home on a duelist. And I think now the trainer pick will get us an indication of what is to come. Devo on that stage, drawing back to a little bit of a more passive position. We'll no longer be seeing the duelist v duelist situation vs Devo and Jusu, but now we'll get to see it against Polvi. All right, can Human Tripwires get themselves a win and take us to a decider? Time will tell. This map will tell. Is Bonk on the attack and Human Tripwires on the defense?
That's right, it looks like Bonk are going to be setting their gaze over to this B site, the undefended site at that. However, with the probe of Stanley through Kitchen, it means he is going to get fairly early information, at least in terms of how Bonk are looking to make this attack. Human Tripwires, the aggression on A, means they know it's going to be a hit to this B site. The question now is how quickly do Bonk figure out that there is a very sizable flank coming their way?
I like that there's a poison cloud still on the B site. Definitely delays this push.
Yeah.
Keeps them wondering, is there someone here? Well, they are finding no contact whatsoever, and they're actually going for a very deep plant.
I love it. I think they've anticipated the aggression from the flank. It means that Eccles now is going to be under a bit of pressure.
Does end up losing a trade, but it seems that the replies are coming through from Human Tripwires in particular. 2v3. Epsilon site. That's the difficult part. Bonk need to approach from the same position with both of their players. They can't really afford trades. They need something to go their way, and Chihuahua has just brought it to a one-on-one. Stanley is low. This is doable. He's buying his time. He can hear the movement. Stanley? He's going for the peak. They're both low now. Who can find the headshot? It's Chihuahua to do it. And that's how you win the round for Bonk.
Bonk off to a very good start, and once again, I love how quick they are to react to how Human Tripwires have been playing these rounds. We saw it in Haven, we're seeing it again now. The second they see that B site's clear, it means it's probably going to be an A flank, so they go for a very deep plant. It allows them to actually dig in, get into these after plant positions before Human Tripwires are able to force out the engagements. Great stuff from them so far. They put themselves on the board. The question now is, how do Human Tripwires respond? Bear in mind, on Haven, they were very effective with these Sheriffs. Hopefully they can mimic that success now.
Standing ahead. It's highly unlikely, you know, you can't repeat the same madness twice. But let's give them a benefit of the doubt. Yeah, Bonk definitely illustrating why they had such a tremendously good game. Good map on Haven, out-reading their opponents, making sure every single time they get into the fight, they enter it favorably. Difficult thing to do for sure. Stanley spotted eventually taking out that drone, that pesky drone. Chihuahua no longer has his camera, but Human Tripwires seem to have a good enough read. 3 players holding out. I would imagine they would like more players to be here quicker. Oh, Stanley, he's got on a double. Bonka will be able to take him down, but the teammates of the Human Tripwires are here. A little bit forced out of the site, so Bonk will get the spike down. No, in an aggressive position. That means that Bonka will fall, and now we're on a 2-on-2. Eccles nearly walks on top of his opponent. But his death means that Epps is alone. If he gets a pick onto Cider, this is doable. But they're 2 very different positions, and Bonka made off to frag off against each other. Oh, nearly. And a very expensive round, but Bonk make it happen nonetheless.
Honestly, that round was well worth for Human Tripwires. We said on Haven, if you can get at least 2 kills, you've done your economic damage. 3 is good, 4 is brilliant, and I mean, look at this from Stanley. Just perfect. I said I wanted to see the consistency from him, and I mean, he does just that. A bit of a shaky one from Bonkar there. It's fairly slow to react to being shot at, but nonetheless, that'll be 2 for Bonk. They put themselves on the board. Bear in mind, they didn't invest all too heavily into that last round, so they can bring out the rifles in this round. and there's even the early resurrection available for kicks now. So things are going to get very spicy here on what is going to be a full buy from both teams in our third.
Juicy will be opening this round up fairly quickly. And I'm just looking at the lurk in mid, right? Eccles. So he's got a backstab brewing. Bonka is wary of it. The two IGLs come up against each other. But it's Bonka to rip up Eccles' head. And the rotation is actually called very quickly. They get the pick and go to the left-hand side.
Stanley, what can he hope to do here? He's in a one-and-done position here. And he's soon to be overwhelmed.
Oof, Juicy, again, hitting heads. What he knows to do best. The B site has been opened. It's hard to imagine that human tripwires have a way in. But Polvi, we know him for these moments. And it's just darn too difficult. That wall just gives them an unfortunate angle. They're just going to call the retreat. There's no way they're sticking around to see the end of this one. So Bonk, 3 consecutive rounds. And the third round without dropping a single player, that's impressive.
Yeah, not dropping a player on your third means it's going to work wonders for your economy. And they didn't even have to commit the resurrection as well. He's going to the next round, Jusu, moments away from bringing out a Blade Storm. You've got Chua as well, too, from his Neural Theft. Over on Human Tripwires, we are slowly going to see some ults come online. But the fact that Kix already has that resurrection available means that there's going to be that... it's just going to make these rounds even harder, especially for human tripwires now, who are going to struggle to invest around these Vandals and Phantoms that have been saved. Stanley's lockdown is something worth keeping an eye on this round, assuming he can get it online.
That Killjoy buff, man, it's just so difficult to take down with just mere utility. It's a scary one. You're right. Yeah, no, this is human tripwire's only way in this round. Unless Apps is able to frag out with that Vandal and Polvi as well. They've got ins, right? But Bonka, well, the Bonk team, I keep on calling it Bonka. It's so easy to do. Yeah, Bonk, sizable advantage. The B site looks to be where they're heading to. Tripwire is fairly passive in the meantime, though. They hold out in mid, and the defense won't be as quick. They're looking for a retake.
I actually quite like this position from Eccles as well. It's going to be very easy to get information. You can delay a plant, and he's going to do just that. Just allow the rest of human tripwires. Look how heavily they're stacked up on the other side of this Viper's wall. The second this goes down, it could be carnage, especially with such a forwarded position from Polvi here, who could potentially even catch Outsider, which removes all of that after-plant utility.
It's a really important tripwire, though, because he can't cross to either of the entries to the back end of the B site. So that's going to delay his... retaliation. So he can only just hold his line in case Bonk decide they want to retreat, but they're not going for that at all. They're just going to try and plant. They fake it out at first because a lot is thrown at them. They get the first kill. Polvi finally finds himself on the back end. Chihuahua is now down. Eccles tries to trade back out, but it's all down to the duelist of human tripwires. I think he's already made the call. He's backing out. A 1v3, highly unlikely.
Exactly, and you've already done your damage, right? You've removed 2 players. It's certainly not favourable, but if Polvi can get an exit or 2 here, that would be magical. Bonk, though, on a course to go 4-0 up, Pavlos.
It's a full commit. This is just for extra frags. Okay.
Worrying position, actually, for human tripwires here. The money isn't great. They are going to be able to invest this round. However, if this fails, Bonk are going to be really wielding that momentum. Blaze available for Jusu. They're 1 away from the Neural Theft on Chua. Over to human tripwires. Lockdown available, 1 from the Empress on Polvi. Polvi's liked his flanks so far, so an Empress would be great for him. He does, however, need to get one of these early kills to secure it.
Isolate them and kill them. Here.
Get another buy round coming out from both of these sides. Human tripwires, we need to see something stronger from them. A couple of unattested lurks. Bonk, quick advantages. See them as they start to push to this B site.
Bit of friendly fire.
Poison's off.
Tripwire set up towards yellow. One of them doesn't have the gun out, and that is costly because Juicy doubles up, make that a triple. And he might have an ace here. There's 2 players remaining. Give him the ace.
Oh, Pavlos, this is really worrying. This is a full buy, and Jusu just tears through it like it's nothing. Spike will go down, and Bonk it's only really been one or two players who have even made noise this round. You have the, of course, infamous flank of Chua, but it may not be needed.
And Stanley can't feel comfortable to expend the lockdown here. The snake bite can't even allow them to push wide. It has to be a short peek, which allows kicks to move in, but no. Stanley holds on. Still up against two, though. And there's a flank in the works. Doesn't even come down to that. Kick steals with it. And there you have it. Bonk unfolded so far. Not given human tripwise an inch. 5 consecutive rounds.
The saving grace for human tripwires right now is that they have an ult advantage. Devo one away from a resurrection as well. Does put them, at least ability-wise, in quite a strong position. But they still are yet to have the firepower to follow it up. And I mean, Jusu, if he can continue entries like that, then Bonk are in a marvelous position. That being said, though, a stinger has to come out on Bonkar here, surprisingly. Potentially looking to go for a faster play. As Bonk, why fix what isn't broken? Once again, list over to this B site. Chua once again on a bit of a roam, bit of a flank to try and figure out if he can catch out any rotating players. Human Tripwire's response has been aggression to mid. There is a Tripwire in place, however, the vision, the line of sight could be enough to catch out any rotations, forcing Bonk to commit to this B site, which already has 3 players stacked and ready to fight.
And in they go. Human Tripwire's positioned very aggressively. Stanley really trying to bench way more than he can handle. And gets crushed underneath the weight. Eccles holding close as well. That's an opportunity, but Juicer reads it and saves his teammate's life. And as easy as that, Bonk, looking like a well-oiled machine, will not allow Human Tripwires to gain any advantages.
I would love to see a timeout now from Human Tripwires. Nothing has really worked, and this is a trap they run on Haven, right? When they're down, they keep rolling with the momentum. Now's when we need that timeout. Oh, there we go. As they now try and figure out what can they do to potentially beat Bonk. And for me, one of the things I'm curious in is, are they going to start stacking this B site? Are we going to see some committed aggression through mid rather than just line of sight presence? Furthermore, how are they going to be able to beat Bonk in these afterplants? Bearing in mind, with only a Viper, their afterplant presence is significantly weaker than Human Tripwires, and with such a huge ult advantage for Human Tripwires, this is going to be a fairly messy round, dare I say it, with those who don't have an ult, all one away from bringing it online. Something's going to go fairly wild this round, and with Jusu looking like he wants to bring out the Blade Storm, that could be the first sign, so to say.
It could be. It's a rough world. I'm glad they have taken the time out eventually. It took them a while, not gonna lie. Maybe the call is to do it in the 3rd round. They left it a little bit too late, but there are still 6 more rounds in this half. Not impossible, but Human Tripwires have left this too long. You're right. Ultimates are there for them. But not only that, they've stacked towards the left-hand side. 4 players towards A. Only 1 left to fend for B.
Stanley alone on this B site, and that's slightly worrying. However, this time, Bonk aren't committing to this B site presence, which means we do a big kerfuffle in A main.
No! Eccles does get one, but it's traded after trade after trade. Eventually, Human Tripwires come out on top, but not for long because Sider's looking to pick up Stanley in mid. He does pick him up eventually. There is a Hunter's Fury after him, but that is friendly fire. Therefore, a second shot will not be fired. The spike is under control of the Human Tripwires, and Bonk can now put their power together to try and get themselves this victory.
The ults here aren't really going to favour either team as well. Polvi, unorthodox position. Can he be spotted? No, he won't. It's all on Bonkar. Finished off. Epps finishes the job. Human Tripwires, they put themselves on the board. The first round for them. Bonk now, how do they respond now that Human Tripwires have proven that they can fight back? Bearing in mind, the ults weren't really committed that round. There was a Hunter's Fury and a Neural Theft, but that's it. So there is still a huge arsenal to work with, and Jusu is going to bring out an Operator.
Finally, Human Tripwires get a win. I think that's what we need to take away from that one.
Yeah.
Taking a risk and it paying off. And as you said, there is potential for them to keep it going. Keep that momentum flowing. They definitely have the resources to do so. Definitely not afraid of taking any risks. Viper's Pit dropping out early. Aggressive positioning. Polvi ends up falling eventually. Epps, though, keeping his opponents at bay. Resurrection is available, therefore no trouble for Bonk. But it's definitely difficult to enter a site where a Viper's Pit has been laid down. So Bonk are double backing from this one.
The fact they're even able to get away as well means that they're in a pretty good position, bearing in mind already a man up. And this Viper's Pit means that, yes, you can't hit the safe site, but it also means that Eccles is now locked on the safe site. This rotation they're making through mid is something that Stanley's going to have to anticipate. His alarm bot may be the only early warning system they have, though.
True. If Bonk would have gone all the way around towards B...
They avoid it.
Yeah, but there is a turret right there. So they do know of the game plan right now. Time provided for a resurrection come through from Human Tripwire. Stanley loses his life. No lockdown available for this one. And the Viper's Pit,
30 seconds left.
the Fnatic Pit, as many have called it.
Doesn't quite land, I don't think. No, it doesn't. They have to fight through it.
Oh no! And now Human Tripwires have got a chance. Maybe an opening. Bonk haven't got the plant down yet, but they're just losing players left and right. They're not looking coordinated at all. Which means it's down to fire prowess. Can they get these kills? But Bonk are going to play this safely. Bonk are holding down the line here in Kitchen. Eccles pushes through though with 5 points to spare. Cider holds on for a little bit. It's a one-on-one and Eccles has only got 5 points of health.
There's a snakebite available as well.
But he really can't go through this. Surely not. Whoa! He gets it! No freaking way! Eccles saves the day and gives Human Tripwires their second round this map.
Oh, it's a hair's breadth, but that same position was committed by Chua over on Haven. He won around with only 5 HP left. Feels only fair that it happens the other way around. Human Tripwires with a second. Suddenly, Pavlos, we have a game on our hands, especially when you keep in mind how many ults were committed from both teams there. It's now down to how the actual firepower is going to come via aim. No ults available for Bonk. Human Tripwires, they still have that lockdown. A technical pause comes out.
Third tech pause of the day. All of them have been quite short, thankfully. So it's
we've not had
good.
particularly long pauses though.
No, not at all. All been quite easily handled. All right, now looking at everything all across the board, Bonk don't really have the ultimates to work with, and even though they do have the firepower, it's sort of expected after they've had so many streaks, well, such a big streak to begin with. Human Tripwires yet to have to use Stanley's lockdown. It feels like he dies very early on in rounds, to be fair. So not many opportunities he's had to actually use it on a retake.
It's also his role has very much been the first rotate. So if there's ever a site that gets hit, he's the one who's there. So having seen that now he has that lockdown, I'd like to see his role change a little bit and say Bonk would go to this B site rather than actually trying to fight and delay the plants. I would like to see Bonk potentially go and even be allowed to plant so they can use that lockdown in the after plants. Something else to mention though, Bonk, as brilliant as that was by Eccles, feels like Bonk lost that round because their Viper's Pit was used a little bit preemptively.
Yeah, true. They missed the mark on that one.
Yep.
Gave Bonk an opportunity, well, it gave Human Tripwires an opportunity to work through this. All right, let's see how this one works out. It's a tough one. It's a tough one for sure because, you know, Human Tripwires are behind in maps as well. Pearl could be the decider. We haven't seen much from both of these teams when it comes to those two maps. We haven't seen much at all. So quite of an unknown home ground. Well, quite of an unknown ground that we'd enter.
Absolutely. And I'm to stick by my prediction. I don't think we are seeing Pearl. I want to see how close Human Tripwires can take this, though. Bonk now, without ults, without that operator on Jusu, and over to Human Tripwires with that lockdown, there's a small advantage for them as they once again look to hit this B site.
seems that Bonk be approaching from the left side for now. Quick read from Human Tripwise. That's where they've struggled quite a bit, but it seems that they are in the know this time around. Oh,
That's
that
quick.
entry.
That's mighty quick. A Bonk once again. They just got a man up instantly.
They move even further, very reminiscent of the first round we saw. The wall is actually different to block off Snowman. Therefore, they need to take the fights coming in from mid. Cider eventually picking up the pick, so Human Tripwise were so lost in that fight. They had no idea where everybody was coming from, and Bonk take advantage of it.
That was ruthlessly quick, Pavlos. Once they actually committed after the entry, Jusu, that was an incredible entry. Cider and Kicks just instantly there on the follow-up. Beautiful stuff now. 7-2 in the lead. Human Tripwires. This is definitely a predicament, isn't it, Pavlos? With, well, they need at least 3, right, for the game to be winnable. They need at least 3. The fact that this is the same position I believe we saw on Haven as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. They did end up getting it to a 7-5. No, was it 8-4 at the end?
It was an 8-4
yeah, I believe it was
at the end of
8-4. Yeah.
Love this aggression as well. Instantly on the flank. Bonk do have the tripwires in place. They know they're against a fairly weak buy. And they're looking to, well, actually fully accelerate here. 4 players on the flank. How quickly do Bonk react?
Right here.
Well, seems that Bonk have turned their attention towards the push behind them. 2 players looking at it. Cider and Bonker do the job that was necessary, but don't anticipate that there's 2 more lying in wait. Never doing his job. Epps. The limited firepower he did withhold wasn't much he could have done. Human Tripwires are keeping it competitive. I like the adaptation from Bonk, though. Be adjusting to the back end. Eccles moving forward. Cider trading it. He can't afford just a trade. Devo, he must get way more than that. With not much health. Oh, that's it! No, there's an opportunity now. He can't even defuse it halfway, though, because he's being pressured. He knows where his opponent is coming from. One swings it! The ace from Devo! The clutch! And I'm not sure if he's got the time. It's going to be a close one for sure. And he's got it! The clutch for Devo! And Human Tripwires on a 3rd round.
Oh, what? It feels like everyone on Human Tripwires takes turns to have their moment of glory. And for Devo, there it is, on the sage, the battle sage Pavlos, with sub 10 HP, is able to win that one versus 2. Incredible stuff there, and a masterful ace. Look at this.
It's insane.
Left on, how much HP is he left on? 17 HP.
17 for the entirety of that fight.
I am slightly disappointed in Jusu as well.
Yeah,
I don't think he
he
shoots
backed
a
off.
single bullet at him there. Well, Human Tripwires now with an ult advantage, a full buy, an operator on the Reyna, and now I imagine, fairly agitated Bonk to worry about.
Oh, for sure. And Devo's like, I don't need a duelist to frag out. Very nicely done. Bonk will enter this A site this time around. Human Tripwires don't have the flank in the making like they did. Retakes haven't really been their thing. But with all these ultimates, maybe there's a chance. I'm actually surprised Hunter's Fury hasn't come out earlier, but the lockdown and the Viper's Pit dropped from both of these sides. Viper's Pit in retaliation as well. This is actually very aggressive onto the site. A lot of things going on.
Oh, they detain him as well. This is turning into a bit of a disaster for Bonk here.
And Eccles has found himself on site. He can start defusing. Pressure onto Bonk to start swinging. Can they find themselves a diffuser? Diffused halfway, and Human Tripwires have got the numbers. And they're not taking these fights anymore. This is great stuff from Human Tripwires. I'm not gonna lie, I got lost throughout that chaos.
All right, I'll break it down for you, Pavlos. So we saw the lockdown come out. I want to emphasize this. After the lockdown was used, did Cider commit the Viper's Pits. That was followed up by Eccles committing his own Viper's Pit on top of it to try and isolate Cider once that lockdown was committed. Through that, Epps tried to use his Hunter's Fury to catch out anyone who'd been forced to the back site from that lockdown to avoid it. He actually kills someone with that. After the lockdown goes through, Cider gets detained. He gets killed off by Eccles. At that point, there's no afterplant utility. Bonk have to man-fight the remaining players. The player who was flanking didn't have enough time because they were already on that site, already winning their aim duels. Human tripwires, yes, it's a big ult dump, but it's a perfect way to shut down what looked like quite a convincing round from Bonk.
The fact that you kept up with this... my brain is fried, quite frankly, from all of that. But autism OP. Let's just say that.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. It's a superpower. All right.
I'm not autistic, though.
Oh, what you told me you were? Never mind. Okay. You're in tripwires.
I'm after you casting duo if anyone's interested.
Retake apps dealing with the resurrection, and that's a clean retake from human tripwires.
Yo, MP, I know you're in. I know you've been watching this. Do you want to cast with me? I don't like this guy anymore. He's so toxic. Oh my god.
Oh,
Fuck. Oh, human tripwires. They recover the rounds so damn well. They make it 5
now. Now your brain is fried. All right,
Yeah.
let's jump into this game again. I think we've sidetracked quite a bit. It is halftime, and human tripwires have closed up the gap further than we would have anticipated. The retakes, I think they've heard to our prayers and are now actually making them work. They're actually more coordinated, and they're not letting singular players die off early to work off disadvantages.
Well, so far, let's see what Bonk can do with a... bear in mind, they lose this pistol round, human tripwires. They are straight back into this game. And this is where things get a little bit worrying, as Bonk, it was a great start, but human tripwires seem to have found their rhythm, found their rhyme. And, well, now for Bonk, they could be running out of time, Pavlos. As human tripwires set up for what looks like an A execution, Bonk, on the flip side, seem to have set their gaze back over towards this mid position.
Well, it seems that human tripwires have chosen the correct place to enter. A site was open, but now Bonk have responded quickly. With barely any info. Now they've spotted movement. 1 minute to spare. I wonder if human tripwires commit to this. Looks like they will. Ward dropping. A player on top of it. Olvi looking to gain ground, but a little bit too far out of his step here, and the rest of human tripwires are forced to fall back. There is movement from Eccles trying to catch off rotations, but looks like he may get cut off. No, he holds on. He holds on, and now allows his team to move into B.
Absolutely, that wall from the stage is perfect as well. Kix is going to have to either break this or take the scenic route back around, and so they are going to try and break it to stay hot on the heels of human tripwires, but they've already got to this B site. They're already committing to the plants.
Well, they denied the plant with a singular snake bite.
There's only 20 seconds left, Pavlos.
And the pressure is on. Another snake bite. Oh, what's she going to do now? They need to push forward. They take a lot of damage by pushing through those toxins, and Stanley is the only one alive and ends up falling. Bonk get themselves a pistol, a very needed pistol to maintain this lead.
Something I want to mention as well is, I'm not sure if you noted, when they were going through that mid flank, every player of human tripwires was around only half HP. So they were wounded, even though it was a 4 versus 4. So when they did take those fights, didn't need to be headshots from Bonk. And that's where those sheriffs packed a huge punch. And, well, with that, Bonk, they just clean up. 8-5, human tripwires, not going for the force bite, instead bringing out a couple of sheriffs here or there.
The sheriffs can pack a punch, but only when it's high, dude. Okay. Human tripwires. Yeah, they've taken up a lot of space here. Now vented kitchen. The Owl Drone will keep him a little bit busy. Bonk are definitely wary of it, and they're starting to chip him out. And the line is good for Bonk to not really lose a player either. Cider doesn't really need to go aggressive there, but does so nevertheless. And barely any damage taken at all from Bonk that one, and it's a clean one to get them on a 9th.
Something I quite like from Bonk is they don't invest too heavily into second rounds. I'm not sure if you saw there, Bonka, he only had a frenzy, and it meant that now going into the 15th, there's 2 Bulldogs in the mix, which means you do have that long-range presence. It's not as it's not as economic as their Haven second round buy, but they still have those rifles in the mix. Up against Phantoms, Vandals, no head armor on 3 of the players, which means that these Bulldogs cannot be underestimated. As Bonk go for what looks like a fairly aggressive push over to B now, with Jusu leading the way.
But they hold the position. It's not like they're really moving too far forward. Human tripwires are going to have to enter these treacherous waters carefully. Thankfully for them, got an owl drone. Cider baiting them out, making them feel safe that there's no one else around, but Jusu just makes his presence known and doubles up! Chihuahua won't be able to get out of that one alive, but still, Bonk with an advantage, even with lesser weaponry.
And that's, as you saw from the duel on Devo there, that's why, without that head armor, those Bulldogs can be so damn strong. Jusu gets the hell out of there. They're unable to retrieve the weapons, but the fact they are able to garner the man advantage, for me, is enough. 2-man split on either side here, listing retake over to A, but for Human Tripwires, with what looks like the commitment to this B site, with the Viper having and the Killjoy having to zone out these close angles, means there's no utility for the afterplan here.
30 seconds left.
There's such a map that really doesn't require that rifle advantage. Epps. Oh, he goes so aggressive, and it works out. The Bonk are now arrived. But the 2 players from the Bonk side are separated. They're not playing together at all. Shock dart well placed. Equilibrium. Spike. On default position. Bonker spots it, but hasn't spotted a player behind him. Stanley will be taking him back. And kicks. Put on the hot seat. Trying to mask his drop. But his position revealed. Picks up one. He's got a wall. Can he defuse it? It's going to be sprayed upon. He knows where his opponent is. He's going for the chase. He's going for the kill. He's so low. But Eccles wins it again with 4 points of health to spare. And Bonk won't be winning that one.
If you had been watching your Westerns, and if you were that bit quicker to pull the hammer back on that Sheriff, he'd have got that kill. But unfortunately, the pull-out time on the Sheriff is the longest of all pistols, which is why, actually, it is a fun tip for all of you. If you have loads of cash in one of your Valorant games, and you just buy a secondary because you have the money for it, that's why you get a Ghost, because it's the quickest secondary to pull out of all of them.
Well, there you go, Future Pros.
Yeah. There you go, Future Pros. There's my top tip for you. Jusu, his top tip is how to remove heads. He's about to demonstrate here. It
also
his
tells us how to run
demonstration
into
comes
a
in
wall.
2 parts.
The first one, how you don't. The second one, how you do. Let's see. I'm looking forward to the second one, not going to lie. All right, Bonk with a great read. They've always been good at these. It doesn't seem they're fancying a retake this time around. They want to hold it right here, right now. The gatekeepers of the A site. Only one left to be. That's Cider. Bonka moving forwards, putting pressure to Human Tripwires. Devo hurt substantially and can't feel comfortable to move onwards. There is a lot from Eccles in mid, but not too deep. So Human Tripwires haven't quite made the decision if they want to maintain this side of attack. Rotate over. Seems
so
they're
good
going for the
these
former.
shock darts as well.
Moving inwards. Still traded. They've heard the spike drop. They know where the attack is going on, but the rotation hasn't come in from Cider. Doesn't seem it was necessary, though, because his teammates are doing all of the work. Eccles, you've shown madness before, but I think this might be a little bit too difficult.
Poison's off.
Out of your weight class, for sure.
Never know. 13 seconds. Miracles can happen, Pavlos.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds, and ticking. They know he's close.
Poison's off.
And Bonk playing this to perfection. Not taking any risk at all. Kicks with a triple, and Bonk on double digits.
10-6. This is looking oddly like Haven, bearing in mind that right now Human Tripwires don't have money behind them. They are one away from that Viper's Pit on Eccles, but that's it in terms of ults to assist them as well. Really difficult position to be in right now, and for Bonk, I mean, their reactions have just been absolutely perfect. Their utility usage to delay, their utility usage to damage has been on point. And now as they go into the 17th, they're about to bring out the Blade Storm. They've already got the Resurrection available. Yes, Polvy's about to get his Empress, but with a Sheriff behind it, what good can it do?
Seems that Eccles is going for a little bit of a fake, throwing his Toxic Strain towards the B site. But Bonk, they're comfortable to hold this one out. Got better weapons, going for the mid play. Jusu quite far in. Human Trooper is eager to hold out this mid. I think they know there's some movement this way. Jusu no longer having the ability to dash away. Will be less riskier with his approach. But the movement indicates B is the way to go.
My ult's ready.
Jusu picks up the first pick. It should be straightforward from here on out.
Should be, right? Cider already set up for what I imagine is going to be some delaying utility here. Look how wounded every member of Human Tripwires is right now.
Bonka with a high ground. Doesn't expect the second one, but Sparta's his way down there. And yeah, it seems like Human Tripwires are lost this one. There is a bit of a backstab coming in from Stanley, but his footsteps were just too loud. And Epps, I love how safe Bonk are playing. Really not giving them an inch, are they?
No, absolutely not. 11-6, Human Tripwires. Weapons come out this round, right? There is a chance. There is a chance for them to be able to come back into this, but it's got to come in this round. Especially now they have ults to back up the rifles. Furthermore, Bonk are starting to get to a position where they can almost no respect Human Tripwires in terms of taking these engagements. And it feels like Human Tripwires, the timeout's well called. It's much needed at this point. This is where the comeback needs to start. Jusu and Kix having a great performance so far. It's not really being matched on Human Tripwires. Polvi having what has been both a quiet map has now become quite a quiet series.
Yeah, it's not looking great from them. And yeah, we had Devo stand out on the first half. The second one, not much of him, is there? Neither for Polvi. It's a rough one, actually. Human Tripwires not feeling comfortable, not feeling in it, seemingly have lost where they started. Side note, I would love a Penguin plushie.
You think the Riot Penguin plushies are going to sell brilliantly?
Yeah.
I actually think they would. The marketing idea.
Yeah, big time. I don't know how well the Tacti Bear has sold. I mean, it's been sold out in most of the stores.
It's a pretty
I wanted
good
to get
then.
one.
Yeah,
yeah. I've been put up to be notified when the next one is available. All right, let's see.
3 ults apiece.
And Jusu, operator in hand, make sure that Polvi's no more. So the bad game that Polvi's been having will continue to be the case. Drop away from the B site, no longer to be so aggressively placed now that they have the advantage. No need to risk too much. But Human Tripwires need to have something go their way sooner or later.
Side up, spots the aggression of the Viper. I don't quite think he's seen the spike, but I think assumptions could be made here, especially with the noise Human Tripwires are making, and I guess not making elsewhere on the map. The late utility in place, but it's the ults you really got to keep an eye on here.
And Bonk have got a plethora of them.
You should run.
Sorry, whichever the one out there will. Lockdown dropped. Picked by Devo. That's what they need. Antisturi. Oh, is that a pick? No, just a tag. But aggressive movement from Human Tripwires actually placed the wall, but Cider will be breaking it quickly. Devo denied the cross. Doubles up Cider. Triples up. Bonk are on the way to close this match out.
Perfect. Yo, Bonk, they go 12-6. 12-6 up. What on earth do you do now, as this is where Human Tripwires, everything they've attempted has just been shut down. It's the first round we see Juicy go aggressive with that operator, and he just plucks the duelist straight out of it. Now, more importantly, look at the money on Human Tripwires as well. It's so limited, Pavlos. It's a glass cannon Vandal on Polvi. Yes, there's an Empress to back it up, but you desperately need those kills and quickly, as they once again look to hit the safe site.
I feel like Polvi needs a crowd right now. Get a chant going. Trying to give him some more confidence. This is not his map at all. Inwards he goes. War is greeting him. Hunter's Fury. Oh, he doesn't check his left-hand side. Bonka deletes him. Now, can a refrag come through from Human Tripwise? Both been spotted underneath the Viper's Pit. Bonkar relays the call, but he goes aggressive nonetheless. He's in an opposition's Viper's Pit, and he's somehow still alive behind that wall. Oh, he's actually going to get a pick. Eccles will be able to trade it right back up. So Human Tripwise have got a chance here. They're on top on numbers. But talking about on top, Cider is right on top of them. Drops in front of Eccles' face and will end up dying. A little bit risky, and it just doesn't pay off for Bonk.
Well, they finally are able to restore some form of equilibrium, but 12-7 down. Human Tripwise, they need the miracle run to make it happen. Side up, one away from a Viper's Pit of his own. Chua still with that neural theft, Kick still with that resurrection. Devo has one of his own, but that's it for ults, and that's it for ults we're going to see for a while. Human Tripwires, there was a big commitment that round, and I don't know if they can mimic that success without those ultimate abilities. Aggression from Bonk. So trying to take some control in B main here, and it looks like they're going to run straight into Human Tripwires.
Seems like they need to take some space early. It's being traded, but Bonkar can't survive for too long if he's being circulated like that. Maybe a necessary risk being taken by them?
Potentially. I think they're trying to no-respect their way to a fast victory, but in doing so, it's going to make the game longer. As Kicks now can actually stay on this A site. This looks like a save from Bonk here. Human Tripwires, they'll make it 8. Bonk slowly being pushed back, but it's still it's a step in the right direction, Pavlos, but it's still a mountain to climb.
It's 4 rounds, not impossible. It's it's a waiting game to see if actually Human Tripwise have got what it takes. I'm not quite sure if it's actually Human Tripwise playing better, or if Bonk are just taking unnecessary risks. I think we've seen things like that the past couple of rounds, haven't we?
Yep, absolutely. I think if Bonk, to be disciplined, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout from Bonk, actually.
Yeah.
Just trying to delay it a bit, recuperate, sort of explain to everyone, okay, we've got to stop these early pushes, we've got to calm it down. And for Human Tripwires, even though they are down, they're not out. And without ults here, they're going to have even more emphasis on their aim, which is something you don't really want to challenge. The effectiveness of Bonk came from their util usage, something I would love to see here. As, well, investment comes out, but that Bonk economy, it's slowly getting leveled.
The longer you look into the abyss, the more you become one with it. Bonker need to keep their eye on the prize. Not look too long in the wrong direction. Stop making these little mistakes. Jusu, aggressive, dashes out, falls back. That's what he needs to do. Pick up that kill and try and close out this map. Human Tripwise, though, trailing, need to find an answer, and they need to find it quick.
Absolutely, and I think the response is going to be a really quick plant here, but will that be cancelled?
Let's see. Devo, committed. He's actually still alive. Yes, wall is broken, but Devo trying to make his way out of there. He's done it. Viper's Pit committed towards the other side of the map here for Bonk, so they won't be able to use it on this retake. Aldrone, committed early. Won't be able to lurk its way around yellow. Only spotting out Devo. Is that good enough? Human Tripwise on the back end with the players. Stanley making his way around from mid. He's looking for the lurk. It seems that Bonk are wary of it. They spent a player dedicated to try and look out for it. Slowly in they go. The Cloud Burst drops and Devo finds a perfect opportunity. Cider trying to bring his team back into the game, and it might be able to do so. Stanley finally make his ground known from the back end, but is he able to stop it? He is putting a lot of pressure onto them, but Kicks eventually kills them. But there is no time to defuse. It's going to be Human Tripwise to get yet another win and close this gap ever further.
So you're saying there's a chance. 3 rounds required, a hop, skip, and a jump to take us to overtime. Bearing in mind that the only metric we have, the yardstick for both these teams, has been their games against Vamanos, and, well, it was an overtime in a 13-11. So they are used to the longer games on Icebox here. Question is, can Human Tripwires get there? And even if they do, what will that say to Bonk's psyche? Bearing in mind that they're the ones who have had to, forego what would have had to have been kind of 5-6 rounds on the bounce to allow Human Tripwires to even see the lights of overtime.
Now Bonk stabilize. Hold back a little bit. Util towards mid to prohibit Human Tripwires taking up those positions. Aldrone expended early as well. Human Tripwires just hold this mid position and wait for a flank. Just wait for Bonk to give them a free win. But Bonk shall not giveth.
Oh god, what does he hope to do here? There is that tripwire in mid, so you are going to have that early information, but either wary of its position means that Bonka is going to have to choose his rotation wisely. Human tripwires looking to make a lunge for this A site.
Oh, but look at the collapse here for Bonk. They've got a perfect lineup of players to try and deal with this. Hunter Shuri looking to delay as well. Second shot coming through, but the push, the onslaught from Human Tripwires is incoming. Jusu! All it requires is a classic! He nearly picks up Stanley, but no. Holds on for a little bit longer. Human Tripwires still have hope, but it's a 2 versus 4. Double the amount of players. Oh, they don't have the spike anymore. They do not have the spike. Sage Wall blocking them from entry. Stanley can't get the pick on Bonka. It's down to Epps. And his teammates must have their heads in their hands. This is a rough one. He picks up the spike. Oh, he's not escaping Bonka's wrath. A knife to end off the series. 13-9. A close-off that puts Bonk in the driver's seat.
And a BM to end it as well, and knife kill. We rarely see those Pavlos, and it's a joyous occasion when we do. But I don't think, and I really don't think the members of Human Tripwires are going to see the serendipitous occasion after being, well, unfortunately 2-0'd by one of their 1-3 compatriots here. Bonk looking to make their return into the group stage, and they do so with a bang. Jusu, for me, easily the MVP. Incredible Haven, and an even better Icebox.
Insane performance, to say the least, from Bonk. The reads were great.
Yeah.
It looked like they were a single unit. There were moments where you thought they were one of the most well-oiled machines in the league. You know, it wasn't consistently the case, but there were moments of it. And considering in how early of a stage they are in this roster, in this roster's life, there's so much hope for them. Absolutely. And with the young players that they do have, even more hope.
It feels like what Human Tripwires have on Bonk is Human Tripwires have the potential for a single player to pop off and give us, you know, these 1v4s, these 5 HP 1v2s, these incredible, spectacular, flashy plays. But what Bonk have is they have the speed in which they react to executions, they have the utility usage, and they have the teamwork, which is what made Human Tripwires really struggle here.
And I think what we need to put credit to is Bonka's IGLing, because there were many mid-round adaptations that actually dictated this match, right? Many rotations where you got an aggressive move from Human Tripwires, instantly calling the collapse on mid, or instantly calling a wraparound from, you know, anywhere. You know, we had many times that these mid-round calls were the ones to save the day. But nevertheless, there was a lot of fragging going around. And we're able to see on the screen that Jusu did most of it.
I mean, Jusu absolutely did play out of his mind. Topic of KDs though, take a look at kicks, 2.7 KD, and with, you know, good 230 ACS, he also had an incredible second half especially. But Jusu just consistent all around, over 300 ACS, an incredible performance. Eccles as well, some flashy plays came out from him, some round-winning plays, some great clutches, but unfortunately Human Tripwires just didn't quite have the teamwork that Bonk were able to wield.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, a great performance from Bonk, and like we said at the start of this match, it definitely means that there's a high chance that they manage to, you know, break into the top 4, and I think that's what they're looking for. For Human Tripwires, on the other hand, it gets a bit more tough, doesn't it? Yeah, now that they're with 1 loss and with 4 losses and 1 win, it's not an easy way back up, because that means for you to get into the top 4, it needs to be okay for you to have a negative win-to-lose ratio.
Which means that you need to rely on some of the teams that also get into the top 4 to then lose in the right order for you to be able to come back. And when your dependency rests in someone else's hands, that's never a good feeling.
No, it never is. It really never is. And considering how highly competitive the field is, it's near impossible. Near impossible.
Near impossible. Not
props
impossible,
to Bonk for
near.
still being in the fight, though. Props to Bonk for still being in the fight. Because I think we were looking at them as one of the teams to make upsets, be a dark horse in this region, you know, take wins out of the strongest of teams, especially the ones that were mostly, you know, newly formed. And yeah, they've had a rough road so far. I reckon it just gets simple. But we don't have to wait for too long until we head into the next section of the show. We've got Jusu with us for an interview. Congrats, mate. It was an excellent win, excellent performance.
Hello, thanks a lot.
All right. I'm just going to start with the obvious here. You're obviously like one of the youngest players in the league, right? You and Kix haven't got too many years on your belt in regards to experience in this game with most of the other players that are going on this league. Is this daunting for you? Is this difficult to deal with, or don't you ever think about that?
No, honestly, you can't really take it that way. You just have to have fun. I think we both really enjoy playing Valorant in general, so we don't really feel much pressure. We just try to enjoy the moment and play the best we can play. It's the good part of being young. Not a lot of expectations on us, so we can just be out here and have fun. We have the old guys doing the hard work out there in the strats, and we just have to frag out and have fun, you know.
Well, on the topic of having fun, congratulations on what was quite a clean victory. This now means that you have the potential to make it to playoffs. Do you think you're going to be able to make that run? Do you think you're going to be able to get to playoffs?
I mean, we're going to win all our games. And I think for the others, I think it's in the hands of God, honestly. We just have to hope that we get a little bit of a chance. But we're going to try to do our best. Our goal is just to win all our games and just do the best we can. And what we can't control, we just let it be, honestly.
I love the confidence, mate. I love the confidence. All right, you did talk about you let the old guys, do all the homework. You just go and frag out. But I'd love to hear what's the dynamic like with the rest of the guys. How are you guys grouping together as a team? Are you becoming friends?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's always been a good part of Bonk. We always kind of become friends in this team. So yeah, honestly, I mean, of course, we have a bit of difference in ages, and some people come from EXO, some people come from Alliance. But we all get along and we all have fun, and like even in the losses we really stayed as a team, and we didn't put the blame on someone or anything. We're just keeping it like we're a team and that's it. So we have really good trust between each other, and it's a really good mood to play in, honestly.
Your next game in 2 days' time is going to be against Apex, currently top of the league. Do you think you're going to win it? If so, 2-0, 2-1, what are you thinking?
I think it's going to be a close game. It's going to be probably 2-1. I don't know for which side, but we hope it's our side. And I think it's going to be a really fun game. They have great players. They have our ex-teammate Keiko, and as ex-teammates, we have to beat him. We have to prove that he took the wrong choice. But it's going to be really fun, honestly, playing him. He's like a brother to us, so we just hope the best for that game, honestly.
All right, Jusu, thank you very much for joining. You're a lovely lad. Best of luck in the rest of your matches, and yeah, thanks for joining, man.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Oh, he signed up with a cam slap as well.
I know, that was impressive.
What a confident kid. What a humble one as well. He had an insane match today, and he backs it up with character.
Absolutely, and it's he's a humble guy as well, isn't he? I wish I was that good in interviews when I was his age. Yeah, really strong stuff, both in the server and out of the server. With that, Bonk 2-0 Human Tripwires. Their dreams of getting to playoffs are still alight. For Human Tripwires, it's not over yet. If the right teams lose in the right combination, they could still make it, but it's going to be a much harder road.
It really is. It's going to be a tough one. For Bonk, though... Welcome back to the Valorant Challengers League of Northern Europe Polaris. Now, that first match was a banger. Bonk was insane. But now it's time to look at a higher part of our group stage. Teams with better scores. 3-1 is their score together, and Focus and Le Petit Bouffon are the contenders.
Absolutely, this is going to be a banger of a match, Pavlos, and I think that something to mention is that for Focus, they've had, I would argue, harder games going into this. In fact, it's a harder game, frankly. Both of their opening matches have been against the teams that are currently bottom 3 of the league, with Le Petit Bouffon playing against Bonk, HSDR, which is one of the better teams there, Vamanos and Hukars, right? And of course, against Vamanos, Hukars, and Bonk, they had, especially Vamanos and Hukars, relatively easy time. Focus, once again, same story, except their easier games against HSD. And now for me, because they were able to do so well against HSD, their only loss being to Apex, currently rank 1, makes me think that Focus go into this, at least purely off of results against other teams, they go into this with a slight advantage.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That is a fair assessment. But let's look into the teams one by one, shall we? And let's jump into Focus.
Absolutely.
I think the team that has been around the longest from the rest of the teams in this league, when you look at the roster as a whole, and a team that can say that it's already had international success, right? It's beat Cloud9, for goodness sake. So it's basically said that Northern Europe is better than NA. So we love that. We love that.
We knew that. Something that is quite interesting for me, though, is the amount of talent on Focus. You see Yugi and you think, okay, right, you've got the experience. You know, you've got this extremely talented, very flashy player who's going to be able to sort of tear through anyone. But actually, it's your boy Lewis on the Sova almost takes that secondary duelist role, and all of a sudden, Focus have this real firepower behind them. Furthermore, this firepower isn't overextended, it isn't abused. They play so well as a team. Their ability to trade one another and get map control is some of the strongest in the league.
And there's reasons behind that as well.
Absolutely.
All of these players, well, not all of them, but most of them, prior to the roles they currently have, in the previous teams that they did, they were duelists.
Yeah,
absolutely. But at the same time, you go into it, and they have such a controlled playstyle, play so well with each other. It just makes you wonder, how? These guys make it look easy, and it's difficult to imagine a world where they wouldn't qualify to playoffs. I think everybody already considered that to be the case. Although, still, the fact that I haven't predicted Focus means that I still have questions around these guys. I feel like, okay, they're in danger of being figured out.
Yeah,
that's what I feel. And Le Petit Bouffon have now had more practice, so they might have a stronger chance, a bigger chance. But talk about Le Petit Bouffon. Let's jump into their roster as well, because basically all of them, apart from Lazar, have got some sort of VCT experience already.
Absolutely, and when referring to Lazar, he's been professional in many teams. You know, it's a really experienced team, especially with the likes of Link and Cray. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how that experience is going to transfer into a game against a very experienced team like Focus, who have been together a while. They've had the practice, they've had the reps, and they've got the results to show for it. Now, how do Le Petit Bouffon fare against them? We saw earlier in the interview with Link, he was talking about how it's going to be very easy to show no respect to a lot of the teams, and how he wants to be ultra aggressive and sort of flex your muscles a little bit when taking these fairly aggressive stances against these other teams. I don't know if that's going to work against Focus.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I really like how this roster's actually come together. You know, they've made their way all the way from Beacon. They've improved day by day. Their strat pool has increased. And, you know, now with the additions of, like, Matty, for example, their coach, they're looking stronger and stronger. But let's have a look what Matty has to say in an interview. Well, hello, Matty. Welcome to the broadcast. First off, I just want to ask you, how difficult is it to work with Brits, and how are you and Vong handling it?
I love it. I mean, having the pleasure to work with these guys, the communication, just because I would say that they're British, it's just perfect. So, and I think Vong also has an easy time with it.
I thought you were going to go for a meme answer there. You know, you had so many things to go into, but you took the wholesome route.
I would actually say I love. There's a lot of. I mean, I can't say everything on stream, but you know, there's a lot of swear words and stuff in British. That's great fun when we're playing and when there's action going on. So no, I love British people. Yep.
Well, I'm flat to hear that, frankly. But at the moment, you guys are currently 3-1 in the league, putting you second, with Apex being 4-0 being first. Do you think that for the rest of this league, you're going to be able to maintain that sort of top 3 position, or are you expecting to usurp Apex and take that rank 1 position? If so, how?
I mean, we need to win both games now, and then they need to lose to us in order for us to, I guess, take the first spot. I'm a believer of that we're gonna, win all 3 games. I feel like we're in a really good spot right now in the team, but we are going against like some hard opponents, and I mean, I would say especially Apex and Focus, but Human Tripwire is also like they got some really good players in there, so we need to win at least one of these games to qualify. So like we take every single one of them very seriously. So yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's a difficult league, it seems like, this year. But yeah, I've got another question here. You've obviously coached a lot of teams in the past, over the years. You've done quite a bit. So how does your current roster compare to the ones you've like worked with before? You know, what do you like about these boys?
Well, this is my first team really coaching. So
okay, right.
I used to be a player. I quit like a few months ago. So yeah, I wouldn't really say that I'd have anything to compare them to. I was a few weeks with Anotorsis in the East League, but that's about it. But they're really easy, I would say, like coaching. Like I know a lot of the guys, and yeah, it's a really good team, I would say, like to have an entry into coaching, because I know them, and Russ and I work really well together. He's the IGL, and yeah, it's just the kind of things that he needs help with is what I feel like I'm pretty good at, and vice versa. So yeah.
Going into the final question would be, unfortunately for you guys, you've been on the receiving end of one of the biggest upsets in the league so far. Of course, that game against HS Deer. Do you think you guys have recovered from that? And do you think that from that loss, do you think it's gone to your heads? Have you been able to sort of rest, recuperate, and has it affected you in any way?
Well, I would definitely say that after the loss, it hit a bit hard because it was such a close game, and I feel like we felt like it was very like some rounds that we threw really really hard, like anti-ecos and retakes we played really bad. So yeah, I mean, we definitely come back from it, and it's not in our head at all anymore. They're also a really good team, HSDR. They have like 5 good players, so it's not like we feel like it was a massive upset. They have a really good team, and we're new. Now we have a bit more practice, but back then we had like a week and a half of practice. So so yeah, I feel like we bounced back now, and yeah, it doesn't affect us anymore.
Well, fair enough. Thank you very much, Matty, and best of luck with your match up against Focus next. Yeah, wish you all the best. Well,
what a lovely guy.
Okay,
what a lovely guy.
Yeah, what a lovely man, right? A lot of insights were provided by Matty there. And I love the dynamic he's probably having with Russ, right? He says he's helping him with his IGLing duties, having like a second hand, and that's how he's approaching this new coach role for him. So that's really cool. Yeah, what did you grasp from this interview in particular?
Actually, having seen it, similar thing to what you've said, I'm expecting there to be a fair few timeouts, actually fairly early timeouts used by Le Petit Buffon, purely because if Russ is sort of working hand in hand with the coach, you're going to want that coach's input. So I'll be very surprised if we go a half without seeing a Le Petit Buffon a timeout, unless of course they're sort of going 10, 11-0 up. Against Focus, extremely unlikely. I'm expecting a fair few timeouts here.
Fair enough. But we know what's coming up next, right? We know we need to figure out what maps these teams are playing on.
My favorite part of the pre-match.
Okay, let's play Guess the Maps then.
Let's play Guess the Maps. Right, no way Le Petit Buffon are going to allow Pearl to go through. No way Focus allow Fracture to go through. Ascent, Haven, potentially Breeze. That's my thought process.
Ascent, Haven, potentially Breeze.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but not in that order. Potentially not in that order, but that's what I'm expecting.
It depends. It depends who you want to each team to pick. But let's see if you're right. Is it Ascent, Haven, and Breeze?
Ooh,
It
they
is.
let Pearl through. That's very surprising. That Pearl got allowed through. Le Petit Buffon picked Pearl, having never played it before, knowing Focus have played it 3 times, having only lost it once, and that was in a double overtime game, 16-14 to HSD. So
Which
that's
makes it
really
scary for Focus, though, because they don't have any info on it for Le Petit Buffon.
Granted, vice versa, Focus do have quite a bit of info on Breeze, of course. There was another overtime loss also to HSD on Breeze from Le Petit Buffon. So there's a bit of information to be garnered from the same team on both opening maps. The Ascent Decider kind of makes sense. Both teams have played it. Both teams have a fairly high win rate on it. So that part I'm okay with.
So if I grasp this correctly, Kremer, on your end, you believe that each team is probably going to win their own map pick and will probably be seeing a decider? Is that what you're thinking?
We're probably seeing 3 maps here, yeah.
Okay, so if Ascent is being played, who's taking it?
If Ascent gets played, that's a good question. I couldn't tell you until we see the first 2 maps.
Okay.
On paper, I want to say Focus, but that is a really, really tentative prediction. I'm actually quite surprised by this veto, I won't lie.
Okay, well, yeah, the Pearl does come in quite a surprise, and I think that's what Le Petit Buffon are going for, right? That's what they're looking at, and potentially we might be seeing some different compositions in there, which I'll be looking forward to. Obviously, Pearl being, one of the newest maps, the newest one if you don't count Lotus, which isn't in the pool yet. So yeah. It's going to be an exciting one. So let's jump into the agent select, why don't we, and see what we've got in store, what these players will be picking up for this matchup, because it could definitely be a surprise given that we're entering unknown grounds here for Le Petit Buffon.
Well, because we have no clue, what are we going to call them? LPB as a shorten it? Or are we going to do the full LPB? French pronunciation with the French accent?
We need to do a French pronunciation of the LPB.
Okay, well, for LPB, it's going to be almost a mirror matchup. We are seeing a Sage come out instead of a Killjoy, and as well as a Fade, which is going to be very interesting indeed. The Sova, of course, for your boy Lewis makes sense. While Sova can be a little bit unorthodox, it's not unorthodox if you have your boy Lewis because he's bloody good at it. For Le Petit Buffon, a little bit closer to the meta. For Focus, it looks like no changes to be made from composition. It's business as usual for them. Bear in mind, we are going onto a map which isn't their map pick, but it's a map that they've played a lot.
Yeah, it's a very meta comp for Le Petit Buffon in this one. And to be fair, I'm a fan of Fade more than Sova, but it's your boy Lewis. Man, if it's your boy Lewis, don't get Sova off of him.
Exactly, and you know what? For considering that your boy Lewis is there, I can't help but think that actually this is, Le Petit Buffon there, or LPP as they're going to be referring to them. They've said pretty frequently that they rely on that. They have very good aim. They know they have very good aim. They want to show zero respect to Focus against Jugi, against your boy Lewis, and even against Purpo in some elements. Will they be able to match that aim? And I would argue probably, which means this is going to be a fairly close game, a fairly, I imagine going to be a very contentious series. Let's get into it, Pavlos. Of course, on the defense, it's going to be Focus. On the attack, it'll be LPB with what looks like a list over to this B site for the pistol round.
And both teams fighting to gain a better spot into playoffs. 3-1 is their scoreline in this group stage. And I'm sure they'll want to make sure if Apex is going to be in that first place, who gets second, so they won't have to play against them in the first part of playoffs. Let's see how this one works out. Into the B site they go quickly. Fast movement. Sage Walk comes through. They're looking for the plant straight away, but they want access control over the backside. Lime is the first to get the pick. Spike hasn't gone down quite yet as they want to keep Lime busy, but this gives plenty of time for Focus to come in with rotations, and Popo is able to get a first pick for them as well.
On that flank as well, you got to really be careful here. Le Petit Buffon, they are trapped on this site for now, Pavlos.
But they're taking the aggression to their own hands, right? They're trying to make space of their own, and they're successful in doing so, but they do lose Luzza in the process. Your boy Lewis is struggling. He can't quite find the shots. Vong appears from the shadows, but they now know where both of the players are. It's looking difficult, but your boy Lewis comes back from not being able to hit his shots and taps 2 heads, giving him a triple, and Focus lands themselves first blood.
Well, we did say, the man from Wales, he sails down from heaven to get those final 2 kills, and as we said, Pavlos, he's the guy to watch out for. Yes, Jugi's good, and everyone knows Jugi's good, but your boy Lewis, he's like this gem. He's like this little rose in the thorn bushes, right, when it comes to sort of scary one-trick, oh, not even one-trick, but scary players who have a signature agent. And, well, for the Sova, I don't know anyone who's... There's a player in APAC called Tesseract who's known for his Sova, but in Europe, I think your boy Lewis might be the only one. He's an endangered species and must be protected. Yeah, but at a pro level. At a pro level.
Are you telling me he's not pro?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right at that. All right. LPP. I'm going to keep calling them Le Petit Bouffon. All right, you call them.
I'm not going to stop you, Pavlos. You get it's your French dosage for the day.
Cool. Merci. Montrez-vous. Après les B-side. All right. I'll stop. I promise.
There's some French viewers with their heads in their hands right now.
Yeah, they're saying, what is this guy on about? Lime. He's realised they're all after him here, and he's in a tough spot. They'll be picking them up out from the shadows. You can hear the boy Lewis come. They are finding them fairly easily. Luzza finding damage, and that's what they want. Fragment taking care of Russ. And Luzza would probably try and rip off a couple more heads. But Focus are not really wanting to take these fights. Understandably so. Luzza has already caused problems.
Shot
There you go.
Instantly panic.
Quick 1 and 2. Giving
Great
Focus
stuff.
the second round.
Absolutely, and losing 2 players on your anti-eco ain't the end of the world. I think 2 players is sort of the most you can lose with it still being a successful round. Le Petit Bouffon, they're not going to be too fast. Being able to shut down 2 players. Furthermore, they were also able to bring out their full buy this round. They know they're only against Spectres, so that's certainly going to help the confidence. This is the round that matters, though. We'll see what LBB can do now that they're on their.
I did not hear the difference there,
I do apologise, Pavlos. I'm really bad at a French accent. It's not my fault they named themselves a French phrase. As we see some aggression over to the long here. Unfortunately for Focus, the main list and the main body of the assault is actually going to be over to this A site, spearheaded by Luzza.
They haven't drawn the spike there just yet. It's only now heading towards it, now that they've cleared the site. Understandably so. Focus, leaving it fairly opened. Now the rotations will come in, quite prolonged. I don't expect Focus to be taking too many fights this early. They want to group up their forces. So the spike will be going down. As Focus rally up the troops, that's when the fight will commence.
Luzza's about to be in some serious danger here, actually slung by multiple players.
Oh. That link wall was insane. It picks up early players. And now Focus are left with only 2.
Damage here would be great. Bear in mind they've only got Spectre and a Sheriff to work with, but LPB seem to have made this very, very clean indeed.
Yeah, and it's only getting better for them. Line can only hope for a pick, but Vong is so darn accurate. Will not let that one slide. If we see Vong shoot like that for the rest of this game, I think Focus may be in trouble. Le Petit Bouffon find themselves on the board.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a 2-1 scoreline, and maybe we have a game on our hands, Powerfloss. And it's nice to see something a bit contentious from the start. In our previous game, it was very much one team's winning, the next team's winning. In this case, it's blow for blow. Operator, really early Operator comes out on Jugi. Your boy Lewis with a very fast Hunter's Fury. That's going to be met by the fast Nightfall available for Vong. LPB once again set up with a bit of information looking to be garnered over towards B long, but it's a default all things considered, with Focus going a little bit aggressive in A. That'll secure the ult orb, but that's all they were after.
It's a very standard start to Pearl, trying to grab that early control. A nice space from the attackers. But it does come to a cost of leaving Art unattended to. First response in that manner will be Kipset. And Art is the way the Petit Bouffon will find themselves in a fight. Star will drop. Spots them. Nebula dropped as well, but they're going to push forwards, heading onto the site. And Focus response in putting their 2 players into main, and they're being greeted by 2 other players from the attack. Cray will be able to find one, doubles up as well, and that's the A site taken for Le Petit Buffon. Lazar, though, he's not holding back. He wants to go in for more, and he's successful in finding another pick. Focus, all of a sudden, find themselves in a 2-player deficit, and looking on the outside in with no way forwards.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, Pavlos. Spike goes down. I think if Jugi can't get a kill and quick, it may be down to a save. Lime, the same option once this smoke goes down. Russ falls. Suddenly there's a chance, but we need this operator to ring true.
Yeah, but that'll pick. There's not a chance. And it's just too close distance. Wait, hold your breath for a second. Focus. Make it work.
Oh my!
Le Petit Buffon hand them this round on a silver platter, and Focus will gobble it up.
Do you remember that part where we were talking about how good Jugi is? Well, suddenly that seems to ring true. I also want to mention as well, that push from your boy Lewis into main, that was exactly, as in movement for movement, how they responded to that A split when they were up against HSDR. And so because of that, Le Petit Buffon was potentially able to anticipate it, and Cray being able to kill both players is what set up that round there. Great response from Focus, but with losing so many players, the economic damage is there. Purpo and Kipset both have to go down to Guardians. Over on Le Petit Buffon, a stinger comes out on Cray. Ults are starting to come online now. This is where we may see that spontaneous usage of that utility, something I love to see. Over in mid, Jugi ready to take the first fight he can. Flashed off the angle, almost leveled as well, but Purpo's there to recover.
Oh! Purpo playing anti-flash gets 2.
And gets away as
these
well.
are the micro plays that put Focus apart from others. You know, they've been set for a while, and they've been able to practice them to perfection.
Absolutely, and Le Petit Buffon seem to be halted in their tracks here. Just able to retrieve the spike, but Vong doesn't have too much information on A. Actually getting onto this site may be damn difficult, especially with both the Astra and Killjoy in position ready to stop them.
They need clean picks because they've left 2 players very low. But the deaths they have received have gone untraded. Cannot afford that to happen. And Focus have got a gist of what's going on. Look at the wrap around that they've got. 3 players hiding out onto the back end of the A site. And Yugi for a sec was lingering towards B as well. And as a Nebula drops, a pickup will come through for them. Yep. I think this is the end of this one. Le Petit Buffon will be definitely holding the stop sign up and seizing the push. Focus can be happy with what they have achieved. A microplay that just hands them the victory.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And they're even able to get a bit of information as to where Lazar may be hiding.
Left.
10 seconds on the clock. They may be trying to kill him even after time here, which would be catastrophic for LPB's LPB's economy here. Look at the shift coming up as well.
They're pushing. They want him. Oh, they don't check it. They don't check it. Oh dear me. Oh, Lazar! He gets a few kills. Okay. He does lose his teammate, which means they still cannot buy.
Which is sort of heartbreaking as well, when there's the timeouts we wanted to see as well. Perfect stuff from LPB in terms of timeout utilization. Let's see how their ult utilization is now, because with 4 available, a saved Vandal on Lazar, do they bring out these abilities as a way to try and level the playing field via the maybe the null command, especially with that Blade Storm? Over to Focus, they don't have as many ults available, but they are on the precipice of bringing out Yugi, Purpo, and Kipzet's abilities. For now, that Hunter's Fury on your boy Lewis and that lockdown on Lime still in their arsenal means that retakes are going to look pretty tasty for them. The other thing I'm interested to see from Focus here is, do they attempt that sort of set aggression that we saw last round with Purpo playing in the anti-flash position? It worked beautifully then. Will it work beautifully again now?
Yeah, it's a matter of if you repeat something too many times, will it be read, will it be expected, or, you know, it's fool me once, shame on you, shame on me, but, wait, yeah, shame on you, but fool me twice, shame on me. I got it, eventually. But let's see if Focus can still control the game after this pause. Le Petit Buffon obviously don't have a buy in them. Obviously got some aspects that can be a differential. Blades could come out from Lazar, for example. He's completely armored up. There are ultimates. I think he's got himself a Vandal. Not impossible. Yeah, that's the audio cue. Those are the blades. Potential for Le Petit Buffon.
it's a fairly quiet start as well. I think they're wary of the fact that Focus are going to try and isolate these players, especially with the weaker utility. Luzza losing the Blade Storm there momentarily from the suppression, and it's all to buy time here. LPB, outside of the players making noise on A, the main body of the attack seems to be in mid.
Luzza's a bit stranded here, and I think Lime knows where he's heading. The rest of Le Petit Buffon are moving into the position he's garnered. But this just doesn't make them any less stranded. They're just stranded together. You know where Kipset is, but Kipset delivers. Wall coming through. Purpo given an elevated position, but doesn't want it. Falls back. Kipset tries to hold on, but doesn't. Le Petit Buffon have gained site control, and they've gotten a pick as well. Purpo suppressed, has to fall back. With his teammates' help, they'll try and retake.
I mean, hey, Focus can do it with 2. How will they do it with 4? Nightfall committed. It's only going to hit 1 player, though, and that may actually alert LPB to the fact that a flank is entirely likely here.
Well, the lockdown does indicate at least where Lime will be coming from. That puts pressure onto Le Petit Buffon substantially. They've got a decision to make. Do they fall back or they push? They choose the latter. In they go. Link with the first pick. Yugi is able to avoid them. 1 player's detained. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. What can they do with this? Your boy Lewis delivering. Turning around onto the spike. Link and Cray deliver. It's all down to Lime. Can he fool them? He's off the spike now, has to get on it again, and that gives time for Le Petit Buffon to move in and grab the kill and take the round. All players die by the end of that round, but at least it goes to the way of Le Petit Buffon.
You're going to have to look at economic value here. So you reset Focus's economy, but on the flip side, your own economy takes a beating, and you have to commit 3 ults to the Endeavor. Now, Lime did commit the lockdown, but at the same time, you end up with 4 of your own ults available on Focus. Now, I would argue that was sort of economically just about a break-even point for LPB, even though they did win the round. But you look at their cash in the bank now, both teams with hardly anything. This is a must-win round now, and for Focus having the ult advantage, yes, they don't have the firepower advantage, but the ult advantage is something you're really going to have to keep an eye on.
I think they're just probably hitting themselves as well for losing that one. But I guess the ultimates were just a bit overwhelming. Taking the fight to the longest of lengths. Traded equally so far. Yuki barely able to get out of that seize. Gravity well falling by that position as well. Wouldn't have been pretty. Your boy Lewis left alone to die, and that was a Vandal, by the way. One of the 2 that Focus had. Now they can only rely onto the blades of Yugi and the gun of Purpo. There is a null command ready. Oh, but Yugi dies. Purpo has to do it alone. Oh dear, Nebula falls right in time. Has to run away. I'm afraid he's probably going to save that one, which would mean the end of this round. Maybe Lime will go in and cause some trouble, but I believe this round is all she wrote.
Yep, great stuff from LPB there, and a great vigilance to realize that if there's a Jet willing to fight you on long, even after you've lost the Astra, it's more than likely going to be an extra player there. They catch him off guard, they punish it beautifully, and now for Purpo, what's the response? Drops the odd bit of utility. He's going to try and at least pull a few players with him, but
yeah, I don't like
it's
this.
a heavy commitment.
Oh. Luzza dies, and they're like, I'm not going to pick this again, goodbye. Interesting. Okay, I guess they realize that 2 of them were there, and they just give them an extra Vandal.
Yeah, that Vandal will go straight onto
Focus
line.
are like, I'll take that, thank you.
Yeah. Granted, it's a silver lining for them, a round which actually looks really convincing for LPB, and it's going to be great at building momentum for them, and building that confidence. They've already said they want to show no respect in these games, and in winning rounds that quickly, that's exactly what happens.
It's looking clean from the Le Petit Buffon ever since they've started winning rounds, and that was 2 rounds ago. I know, but it's impressive.
It absolutely
considering
is.
how strong and controlled Focus have been since the start of the game.
Absolutely. Something I want to mention is your boy Lewis has had this Hunter's Fury for quite a while now, sort of 3 or 4 rounds. I'd have liked to have seen him use it quite early, just so once his kills actually catch back up, he gets almost an extra ult in the half. Through the smoke, Jugi unable to do much other than get LPB to duck, as they once again look to go for a fairly swift B site control.
It's very quick to push forwards. Cosmic Divide giving them space. They Maybe looking to push through it, but the wall not allowing it. I like the position from Link. He can potentially peek from a different elevated angle. The spike will be going down, and no one has fallen on either of the sides. Rotations are coming quick. Look at Focus. Look at the left-hand side of the map. They're coming in with a rotate 2 players strong. Cray is hiding away, though, and is looking to catch them off guard, given the opportunity. Hiding within the nebula while the rest of the team distracted. They're waiting for the backstab to commence, and your boy Lewis comes out on top. Vong will be picking up the pieces from that end, and the rest of Le Petit Buffon are holding on strong from the side. They know where Lime is coming from. This should be simple. But Lime, what can you do here? You know you're up against 2. You know where one of them are. They might be lining up for you, but Link has the bullets in time to delete him. And that means Le Petit Buffon are back on equal ground.
That's actually quite messy from Focus there. Yes, they didn't have too much weaponry to work with, but it's a laboured fight at the end there. Gets caught out, and with that, Le Petit Buffon, they're going to be able to not only equalise, but also set themselves up now for potentially taking the lead. They're still at an ult disadvantage, but for Focus now, Operator comes out on Juki. Didn't get much mileage last time. How's he going to be able to wield it up against Lazza? Bear in mind, Yugi did have that standout performance once he brought that Operator, but in the rounds afterwards, definitely quietened down. Thus far.
In movement coming out from Purpo here.
I like the
yeah, he's not in the right angle, is he? Oh, he is. He's fine, but does he check it? Oh, it's rough. It's rough from both of them, but it's Purpo to pick it up in the end. But Le Petit Buffon take that opportunity to move into that B site. Made it work the previous round, but now they're at a deficit in players from the get-go.
Bearing in mind, LPB's utility usage has been really damn strong. So even though this Hunter's Fury is going to buy a bit of, or as I say, buy a bit of space, Vong actually sacrifices himself for the plant there.
And Purpo needs to use that no command quickly before he's given a chance to be taken down. Yugi collects one, helps his teammate life. His teammate didn't know it, but his life was saved. 2 remaining Le Petit Buffon. Oh, Purple. Dice to his own fragment. This might not be the end of this round. They move forwards. Lazza holds on for a little bit. They know where he is. They can get on the spike, but it hasn't been hurt through the nebula, but it doesn't matter. When you're up against 3, when the odds are so far stacked up against you, there is no chance you're winning that one. So Focus are back in the lead.
I'd like to see what happened from Purpo's perspective there.
They look like us, but are they us?
I mean, he was 5 HP.
So many questions.
a bit of a fumble is going to cause him to have to reinvest going into this round. And actually, this is where, because these teams have been going blow for blow, see the butterfly effect from that as well. Neither team has money. So the follow-up from this is Purpo now probably not able to invest going into the next round. Also, very surprising actually from, I believe it was from Vong, to commit to the plant even after being hit by the Hunter's Fury. Because that Cosmic Divide still had a bit of time left on it. And it ends up meaning that, well, you end up going 2 players down into the after plant rather than 1. Ultra aggressive now from Yugi, especially having seen that suppression from the KO. Doesn't want to leave this position without at least firing a shot towards LBB, but no one wants to oblige him just yet.
Yeah, and as soon as your dash runs out, you can't be as confident to hold the same angle. But Yugi remains in place. Purpo ready to play anti-flash as well, with a flash of his own. Link swings by, flash comes through, and Purpo still is able to find the kill. Focus are on top. Le Petit Buffon trailing. Yugi telegraphing his teammates, his opponent's position. Relays the info over. Focus turn their attention towards main, but they lack the information on Cray. If there's anyone to do it, it has to be Cray, but no. Lazza takes charge in his own hands, delivers the site, and needs to find a way to help his teammate run over. They force Lime out of that, so now the push from Mark can come through and the spike can go down onto the A site.
3 versus 3 here, and the angles of, well, the lines of sight are suddenly disrupted by that Astra. Your boy Lewis taking his time with his flank. I think he's wary of having that extra player in art. And because of that, LPB, 20 seconds left on the clock, they're going to be able to get that plant. The Blade Storm already out on Lazza means that they can't be given too much respect here.
No, but Yugi playing alone with the operator in this position is difficult. You need to play it assisted. Lime eventually comes by to help out. Can't really leave an operator alone like that. So they've made the right call. Need to keep in mind that Lazza's got a flank in the making. Onto the side, who reads it first? Great distraction from the Recon Bolt. And Lime takes the chance to pick up that kill. Luzza turns the favor around, but it's a 2-on-2. Yuki misses a shot. The bait's missed by Luzza, but it's a classic shot to pick it up in the end. Oh my goodness, this is a close game, but it seems that Focus are the ones that are coming out on top.
It's laboured, that's for sure, Pavlos. It's certainly laboured, but nonetheless, Focus, they make it 6 in what is a relatively, up until that final kill, was relatively clean. Great user usage from your boy Lewis there, actually confirming the position with the Owl drone, and instead focuses on where the KO is once he sees the barrel of the Astra's gun. Confirms where the KO is, knows the KO is going to fall back. That allows his teammate to get aggressive and shut down that Astra. And then after that, they just play the numbers game. Great stuff from Focus. And for Le Petit Buffon, unfortunately, the money isn't there. Sheriffs come out, there's the odd Stinger, the odd Guardian on Luzza, and that Guardian is going to have to be the difference maker in these rounds. Especially when the only ult you have to work with is that Nightfall. They're one away from the no command on Russ, but no ult orbs seem to be in sight for him, especially with the aggression and focus towards A main.
I think the previous round was a clear indication of what we mean when we say Focus are much more rehearsed than the rest of the teams in this league right now. So in line with each other. Mid presence heavily taken over by Le Petit Buffon. Yugi, we will not be spotting anyone soon. Oh, okay. Luzza caught out in the depths of his opponent's position. And it hasn't really given them too much space.
No, it hasn't. However, it may telegram to LBB that actually the presence towards that back link means that Art's control is more than likely going to be left undefended. Your boy Lewis falls back to a quieter position. 30 seconds on the clock. LVB, they've got to commit to this site. They've got to commit to it quickly as well.
Yeah, not much time on the clock, but they're dealing with 3 players and all of them are well equipped. What comes through? Maybe they allow the plant, it's broken, so the cross is not permitted, at least not easily. Purpo delivering. Vong at least finds 1 through that chaos, but 1 has to be enough because Focus pick up the win, and they're pretty much quite far ahead now on the defense in Pearl.
That was a great round from Purpo as well. Beautiful crosshair placement, beautiful positioning from him as well. Knowing that there can't be a swing from the Sage on top of the wall, purely because it means that he doesn't have to worry about that extra angle. He can peek through that gap in the wall. He can take the fight with Rust. He can take the fight with Vong, not having to worry about that extra altitude that comes with those Sage walls and the swings from those Sage walls. Another operator over on Jugi. This time LPB won't be able to match it. However, they do have rifles and they are 1 away from that resurrection over on Link. For Focus, null command available, as is another lockdown, and with Jugi 1 away from a Blade Storm, Focus aren't exactly under-equipped now as they find themselves 7-4 in the lead. A really early Nightfall potentially prepped here as well.
Yeah, could be an obfuscation of their movement to begin with.
Only gets 1.
But it's enough to not allow him to hear any audio cues as they move on to Art, but they do switch their position to head into double doors. Still traded, but favorably for Le Petit Buffon. Can they move into the B site quick enough before the rotations come over? I think the answer is no, because look how fast Focus have made their way around towards B. And now they've left the A site open, but Le Petit Buffon have no clue.
Oh, it's all down to timing now.
It really is.
Buffon, they'll try and get this link control, but it's Lime who may be the one who's first to be tested.
He's slowed, so he can't really reposition favorably quick enough. Do they get the timing right? Sprays upon them, doubles up, and gets away! No freaking way! He's just turned the tide of this round entirely. Focus are showing who is boss right now, and Lime quadra kills his way through victory. Focus on 8 at halftime.
How on earth does he get away with that? Beautiful stuff from him to not only shut down those first 2 players, the second one we won't even talk about, just great vigilance, just hold down that mouse 1 button. But then those second 2 frags as well, he uses the fact that Jugi's caught out to his advantage to be able to punish that KO. You see how they're not turned to face him, and that means that they're fighting him 1 at a time. He punishes it beautifully. Focus, they go 8-4 up. Remember, this is LPB's map. They're the ones who want to be here.
Really do. Yeah. They picked it up based on the idea that Focus wouldn't know what to expect. Didn't matter, did it?
Exactly.
Maybe on the defense it will. Maybe. At least Lazar starts it off with a bang.
That was filthy. And Focus have been stopped. They've just been stopped dead in their tracks. They've
so
lost
filthy that Focus are just full of blood of their teammates' exploded head.
Yeah, they've lost their info gather. And so, well, they back off. They get out of there. One shot from Lazar has stopped an entire B push.
One shot is all it takes. No? Okay.
Well, I feel like they talk about the stopping power of 38 Magnum. I didn't think the stopping power was just 4 players.
Very true. Focus are turning their attention now towards the right-hand side, which, as we are witnessing, may not be the right choice. 4 players around. Lazar collecting prize after prize. They've walked in, they found their way in, but it's by no means safe. And little by little, they shall be taken down. That's a flawless start to the half for Le Petit Buffon.
That was hella clean by LBB there. And that all comes off the back of an incredible shot from Lazar. Now top fragging the server. And frankly, he earned it. What a shot from him. Look at this here. Just filthy. Oh my.
We get the zoom in as well. It's a long distance to be so accurate.
Yeah, thank you, production. That was... I felt something seeing that. Yeah. Horror, maybe. Excitement, probably. Regret for having... Oh, regret on Focus's behalf entirely. As, well, a couple of sheriffs have to come out now. Can they show LBB how it's done?
I definitely want to. I'm actually amazed that there's a couple of ghosts only for Le Petit Buffon. They haven't upgraded to a weapon to handle with the situation from Focus. They're confident in them, and for good reason. Vong, speak of him, he's done great things. Holding them back. They've gained a spike. They've slowed them down to not allow them to pick him up either. With the 2-player advantage, there's no need for them to play aggressive. They've pretty much secured this round.
That's Jude, you can do something despicable here. You never know.
Well, he's got a good angle, an off angle to try and make it happen. He gets one, but even though one shot is all it takes, one player is not all it takes when you're up against the 4. Le Petit Buffon with better guns. So the second round of the half is theirs. It's a great start for this comeback.
There you go. 8-6 in favour of Focus, but LBB are making their comeback. Out comes the few Vandals as well into the mix, which is going to give them that extra firepower. Something else to mention, though, is Vong's only down to a Sheriff. There are Stingers in the mix. Trying to fight at longer ranges is going to be difficult, especially up against Guardians and Vandals. On that note, though, no ults whatsoever. It seems to have split the last couple of kills fairly evenly, so we're not going to see anything spontaneous just yet. It's going to predominantly be down to aim.
And didn't seem that too much of it was involved in that trade. But Le Petit Buffon will take it, no matter the instance. The wall will be broken instantly. 2 rifles have been heard. Reinforcements called over to the B site for Le Petit Buffon. That gives a lot of openings for Focus to work with if they want to push in mid. Purpo has got a chance to lurk over. And timing for him is everything. If he wants to call his team into the A site, he needs a pick first. That's the important part. And the fact that Focus are just sitting outside of B, it's sort of what they're waiting for, Purpo to get in position to help them out.
Still being held by both teams. Look at this aggression from Purpo, but I think it's anticipated. This is great vigilance from Lazar. That's so smart.
And all that time wasting for Focus is for nothing now. It's for naught.
Yep.
30 seconds
Link
left.
spotted to the backside. Can Focus make anything out of this? Prowler right after them. Link still not yet engaged into the fight. Your boy Lewis keeps them occupied for a bit. But Vong comes in. Gives himself a triple this round. And Le Petit performed 3 consecutive rounds. They've just dealt with the first buy of Focus.
And they did so ruthlessly efficiently. which means that now they get those Vandals for free. Look at the cash now on Vong and on Luzza. You know, sort of 5.5k plus on what looks like 2 or 3 of their players. For Focus, there's nothing to work with here. They're desperately going to have to try and get some work done with these Sheriffs to save some momentum of any form. And even if they can't, they may be handing the leads to LPB here, especially if they can't redeem themselves for next buy.
Yeah, I think the timeout, the fact that it's come out so soon is probably the smartest decision they could have had. You don't want to get this, well, you know, get out of control too quickly, right? But it's not as if they can buy straight out of the bat after this timeout. There's gonna be a fill around in between where they'll only have potentially just a few Sheriffs.
Even with these Sheriffs, you've got to wonder, Pavlos, how are they going to mitigate the aggression of LPB? Because there was a beautiful set piece at the start of that round with that flash from Russ, allowing Luzza to just dive into a really deep angle towards that B main position, and they just got that pick, got out completely for free. And that was alongside the utility of the Astro, meaning no one could swing through mid-window. Great stuff from them. And how frequently can LPB get away with that before Focus start adapting?
I think, thankfully for Focus, is that they've had quite a gap between halves. You know, there was a 4-round differential, so some leeway to work with, if you will.
Yeah.
But even though they've won 3 consecutive ones, they're still behind in the grand scheme of things. And even if they pick this one up, which is very likely, still be at equal standing. And that's when Focus will have guns. So still far from over, very far from over. And this match that we thought would be a very close one is definitely promising, very promising, and well, definitely what we expected it to be. Bullets rain upon the attacking Focus players, seemingly unable to find anything through those smokes. The spike is being handed over to Lebedevy Perform, so yeah, no, this one isn't looking likely.
That's twice now, actually. Focus have lost a player, and the player in the front had the spike. Now the rest of the round is just spent trying to reclaim it. Sure, yeah, didn't have too much in terms of weaponry, but still, you don't want to spend your rounds trying to reclaim stuff. And, well, everyone's quickly cleaned up. There's the equalizer, 8-8 Pavlos.
Yeah, this round was just the janitor round, you know, a quick cleaning round, a cleaning session, a bit of a sweeping session, some mopping, and it's down and out as quickly as that. So now, Equilibrium, 8-8, where Focus have got another buy in the round, and ultimates are starting to appear.
Absolutely, Jiggy's going to bring out the Bladestorm instantly. Luzza with this Operator. Going to be a serious duel, actually, between Bladestorm and Operator. Something else to mention as well is with Vong now 2 away from a Nightfall. And he got some serious mileage from these Nightfalls, at least in the previous half. Look how aggressive Luzza's being over in main here. I think it's been anticipated by Focus, but do they have any way to move him?
I think Luzza is a very big win case scenario for Le Petit Buffon. Some of the players of that team haven't really been performing right. And you can clearly see that there's some heavy lifting involved. You can't really afford to lose that player early, or else your chances might have dwindled substantially. But Focus, if you look at the movement in from mid, it seems that they've got one goal in mind. Head towards the safe side.
Bring them down.
Or at least bait them into thinking it is.
Once again, the aggression, it's hardly stopped by Focus. They go a man down. Your boy Lewis. Once again, look at this forward position, but he's the first player with the spike. And this may be one of the pitfalls that Focus fall into here. That spike is almost consistently with the main party, the main attacking party. Russ now ready to stop him, spots him out. Information's all he needs. He backs off, relays that to the rest of the team. They get ready to encase this safe site.
Yeah. Still doable for Focus, very doable. They haven't gotten the plant down yet, and the time is definitely pressuring. Looking to push forwards. Fragment, delaying it even further. They're not comfortable, not at all. They're on the edge of their seats, trying to get this down. Le Petit Buffon coming in from all angles, trying to take over, and they'll be successful in doing so. For the first time this match, they've got the lead.
Absolutely, and they do so beautifully. I'm so impressed with the aggression of Vong there. He's having a great map, 20-9 Pavlos. To contextualize it, that's better than Juices was doing over the previous series. As well, LPB really is thankful for the fact that Vong is hitting his shots right now. Furthermore, his aggression has been perfect. We saw 2 kills over in A main there, both off the back of some great utility usage. Now with 1 round hanging in the balance, Focus, they've got a hero Vandal, but what good can Juki do with it?
That's a big question here. And I think we've now realized that this is less Le Petit Buffon picking up this map because they've got strats in the bag. It's more because they figured out how Focus play it and they know they can counter it. But so far, this round, they've lost Cray very early and they'll lose Link as well. That's 2 free guns into the hand of Focus. This round is definitely not over for them.
Look at the response in mid as well. Huge land grab from LBB here. Do they get spotted out? I don't think they do.
But there's a lurk from Lime that's definitely bound to catch them out eventually. It's all down to timing because Russ is juggling his attention towards mid as well. And down he goes. Lime picks him up quickly. So it's down to Vong and Lazza. Vong might be able to pick up the spike. And he's got it. It's doable. Lazza needs to pick it up. And he does. Cloudburst drop to his feet as if it's of his opponents. And he groups up with his teammate. It's now a 2v3. And they've got spike control.
They only need to hold this for 40 seconds as well. Look at the big rotation that has to be made by Focus here.
Lime walking in together with your boy Lewis. Vong to the left-hand side. Can he do it alone? Draws out his gun. If he trades it, it might be good. Lazza comes in as well. They've turned the tides around completely. You thought they were lost. Think again. Le Petit Buffon never give up. Popo, he's on his own trying to salvage this, and he might be able to do so because Lazza is down. And he might be able to pick up the spike. Swing off, 10 seconds. He's going for the chase. He's going for the kills. He should have gone for the spike plant, but it's now all too late. Vong just runs away, runs for the hills, and gives Le Petit Buffon the victory.
That was a disaster for Focus. Like an absolute categoric disaster. And it heartbreaking to see. Bearing in mind that is finally they get an opening in these rounds. Finally, they hold a man advantage, but they're just caught out in position. And once again, Pavlos, for what feels like the 3rd time now, they lose because the spike gets caught out in the wrong position. Focus. They have to head back to the drawing board here, especially that kill onto Vong. That should have been a dead set. It should have been a guarantee. But no. Le Petit Buffon. They extend their lead to 2. Full buyout from Focus. They get ready to hit this A site, but both Link and Russ are ready and waiting.
This must be so daunting for Focus. They've lost so many rounds in a row. They haven't won a single one on the attack yet. How difficult this must be for their pacing. And this is not the first time we've seen Focus struggle on the attack. On the defense, they look really clean, but on the attack, sometimes they just fall flat. And this is definitely one of those instances.
Jiggy now. Does he dare go through that smoke? He's already heard what Lazza can do. He's just seen his teammate fall. The Astra Gravity Well, maybe enticing him to do just that. As Lazza, he wants to re-aggress here, Pavlos. This is the no respect that LPB were talking about.
Oh, okay, maybe a chance for Yugi, but no, falls behind the Nebula. Okay, Focus has started to get pick up kills here. But Link says no, I shall not allow that, and the Lurk comes out on top. This is a very interesting dynamic of the game. I feel like both teams are trying to outsmart each other and they start to get confused. There's too much lurking going on. Some stabilization required. The Petit Buffon are in their opponents' heads. Russ resurrected. It's a 4v2. Yugi trying to create space for his teammate to plant.
10 seconds left.
Spike touched. Gravity Well is definitely going to get him out of position, and it does. And Yugi falls as well. Your boy Lewis's fate has been sealed. And the Petit Buffon are only 2 rounds away from closing out this map.
This is perfect stuff from LPB. They seem to have found the weakness in Focus, which is the lurks. They're being caught out. The lack of respect. It was just what they said going into this. And it's working beautifully. A flawless defensive round, a defensive half so far. And right now, Focus, they must be running out of options. They've already used their timeout, Pavlos. They used it 3 rounds in. No coach is going to be able to save you now. The ults might. 4 available for them. but you can't allow your round wins to be dependent on your ults because you just don't have them consistently enough.
No, absolutely not. But it has to be a way for them back in. They've had such a good control on the defense. Full flat like this, it does not seem like focus. Cosmic Divide comes through. Kray's going to play behind it. He's going to use it to his advantage, and he does. Purpo taken down, but of course, that is the KO ultimate. He can be brought right back to life. 5v5, the game is still on. Lockdown enabled, and that's what they'll try and use to buy time for them. Le Petit Bouffon have come in quickly, but Kray moves in along. A bit of a misplay, but Yugi repositions. Link delivers. Yugi closes up the gap and makes the judge work out. Vandal now collected. Now he's got bigger guns to use in his favor. But still, it's a 3v4, and Lazza doesn't connect this time around. Yugi is denying the space, and finally, Focus will be able to pick up a victory. Ace for Yugi, and a 9th round for Focus.
It's a beautiful ace at that. Very, very clean kills, all headshots, but how consistent is that? 3 ults had to be committed to getting that ace site and holding that ace site. Yes, Yugi did incredible, but that was aided by that Cosmic Divide, by the fact that he was able to get up close and personal to LPB and retrieve that Vandal. For LPB, a reinvestment is going to come in no problem. They've really not been losing players all too much, even in the rounds they've been winning. And another operator will reveal itself onto Lazza. Can Yugi match it? As once again, Focus go into this default, anticipating and expecting this aggression from the English side.
Well, the aggression that Le Petit Bouffon at least had at the start is no longer there. They've dropped back, respected their positioning. The only non-British player of the roster, Vong, making his Norwegian friends proud. Picking up a kill first, putting Le Petit Bouffon in the driver's seat in this round. The attack has been dwindled. Well, Vong is taking a little bit too long in these fights and is damaged up. At least he's got the assistance of Link if he requires it.
Absolutely. Through the smoke. Perfect flash as well, and Yugi's got to back off. LPB, the aggression, the control is perfect, Pavlos.
Yeah, but Kray, like, who does that? It's so dangerous, but they know where he is. Rush doesn't come in on time, and Lime delivers. Kray dies as well. Focus have got Le Petit Bouffon's number, and are ringing it over and over again. 2 rounds consecutively, they've made this ace site work. Le Petit Bouffon need marvels to get themselves out of this pickle. Slink moving forward. First kill collected, and they're up against a 3 now. It's a tough one, man. It's not easy. And the spike is planted right in front of Focus. There's a gravity well waiting to be used. Actually, I don't think there's any util left for Kipset. But there's but there's a star there, so they don't know that.
There's a save now. Link goes for some exits. He's good for the first. Can't quite find the second, and now maybe at the mercy of that spike going off. Jugi instead will be his killer. 10 to 11, Focus. They seem to be getting a bit of a second wind here, Pavlos, but has it come soon enough, or are we too late? LPB, another investment comes in, another operator appears on Lazza, and now the LPB timeout comes through.
Yeah.
I like this. I want to see some more control in mid from LPB. I think it's allowed their rotations to be a bit quicker, and also once they did have that mid control, it allowed them to rotate a bit more freely. So let's see if that changes going into the 22nd. Furthermore, I want to see an actual operator duel between Jugi and Lazza, because we're yet to see one, Pavlos.
That is true. That is true. But we're also seeing instances of why the non-Killjoy comp is weak on this A site, because every time Le Petit Bouffon spend an extra player to regress somewhere, they sort of leave another place open. And you don't really have the util of Killjoy or any Sentinel to let you know that that your opponent is taking up that space. And I feel like these past 2 rounds, the reason why they've lost them was because of that lack of info.
No, you're absolutely right. And for LPB here, what's the solution? What's to stop Focus from equalizing on this round? Bearing in mind that even if they do, LPB don't have much money. If they do lose this round, they could be in deep trouble.
Yeah, they can't afford for their streak to just be that, a streak that has come to an end. They need another one. They only need 2 rounds, but Focus are hot on their heels.
Something else to mention as well, the ult management. No command available for Russ. Cosmic Divide on Cray. The Blade Storm for Jugi, and the Hunter's Fury for your boy Lewis. Your boy Lewis having a fairly quiet game, all things considered. Considering how he's done in the last couple of series, this is a quiet game for him. I want to see if he can potentially redeem himself with some Hunter's Furies here.
Yeah. For this round in particular, Le Petit Buffon are wary of the mid movement. A couple of Prowlers sent over, one very frequently, and moving in towards double doors. Russ on anti-flash duties. Cray perhaps to play on that contact. Oh, it's a bit of a swing and a miss. Purpo delivers that one. Will they be able to shut him down? Looking for the kills. Link, that's accurate, but he can't double down. It's Purpo to take him down, but Cray comes in from behind. Maybe an opportunity. It's still a 3-on-3. Banana Swarm, maybe to give them more space to move into that B site. Luzza is the only one defending it. And Vong has a friend of Cray next to him. They start to move through. They know where Luzza is. They've smoked him off. They get the spike down. Cosmic Divide may give them a chance. Focus are actually going to play this close distance. Not really going to allow Le Petit Buffon to play the long distance angles. Line pushing forwards, but he's low.
Last player standing.
Vong deletes Purpo, and it's only Lime, and he's got a classic in hand. Everybody around him has got very little health to work with, but it's still Le Petit Buffon to come out on top.
That was so messy. Even in the afterplant there, they don't want to go to they don't want to risk crossing to back calls because of the presence of Luzza's operator. So instead, they're trying to take fights on players who are low HP, which they do so beautifully. The issue is, though, in the attempt to try and shut down Luzza as he backs off, there's no chance to reload, right? And so Focus is so busy forcing out fights that they put themselves into a worse and worse position until, well, they have that kerfuffle at the end with Lime not knowing where he can back off to, as Vong will finish them both off, and LBB will make it 12. 12 to 10. Focus now. Yes, there's a buy. Yes, there's ults to work with. The Blade Storm's going to come out on Jugi. But is that enough, Pavlos? Are we going to see LBB potentially beat Focus on what has been one of their strongest maps of the tournament?
We've definitely seen eco wins before. Thrifties, if you will. This is a full spike. I don't really put it under the eco category, but for it to come out victorious, it would have to be a thrifty. Le Petit Buffon not taking any chances. This time around, the area they've left unchecked is B long. They've left the Sage Wall there. If that's broken, that would indicate someone is there. Because no one has broken it yet, Link is free to help out Cray in double doors. But look at Focus. Look where they're heading. Heading to B long.
Link has to be real careful here. Timing's going to be everything. He has teammates to support him. And this retake may just be a retake through Link here.
Le Petit Buffon are already rotating.
So this is so smart. There's only 35 seconds left as well.
And Link isn't caught off by the KO dagger. In they go. Link delivers. One on top of him has gotten up into heaven. Link eventually falls down the Hunter's Fury, but Lizu has come back in time. Shorty in hand. Yugi delivers a knife to the head. But Yugi, now with control, is allowed his team to walk through. Vong delivers a coup de grace, and the rest of them will keep on going. No time to plant, but Line cannot pick up the pieces. Le Petit Buffon come out on top, 13 to 10 on their own map pick.
It's a very scrappy game, but that's exactly where LPB thrive. They thrive when they're forcing you to fight constantly. They thrive when they are making you get into bad positions to try and deal with what is unrelenting aggression. Absolutely perfect by them, and Focus, they just didn't know how to react when they had to move onto their own attack. Beautiful stuff from LPB. They win their map pick, and now we go to Breeze, a map which LPB have previously had some huge success on, whereas Focus have only been able to play it once against Bonk. Bonk able to garner 10 rounds against them.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough one for Le Petit Buffon to close out when it's 2-0. Given that how strong Focus have been, but if I would have asked you, Kramer, at the end of the first half, is Le Petit Buffon going to win this? You probably wouldn't have said yes, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Great stuff.
Anything is possible.
Absolutely, and I think this shows a bit of a fundamental flaw actually over on Focus, which is their attack really struggles, significantly so. And I think that LPB is exceedingly smart to both identify that and to then wield it against them in a veto.
Find the map where their weakness is most prevalent. That's what they've done. Done it to perfection. It's a tough one for Focus, really. They need to snap out of it. They're a team that is capable very much of performing a reverse sweep. I wouldn't call this series over. Far from it. This is the closest one we've had today, for sure. And I don't think that will stop from happening either. Breeze is... did I say Breeze?
Breeze is next, yeah.
Breeze is next. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Breeze will be an interesting one.
Yeah, that absolutely will be. I'm really looking forward to seeing how LPB are going to be able to perform, and if Luz is going to be able to keep the consistency with this operator, because it looked a bit even for a while, but Luz outclassed Jugi, especially with that operator. And as we take a look at the MVPs, you can't take away from Vong, right?
No.
27 kills, an incredible performance on the Fade.
Yeah, he's like, I know I've got 4 Brits on the team. Wouldn't it be funny if none of them are top fragging?
Yeah, but Lime made up for that on Focus being the only Brit. We got that UK
lost.
pride in there somewhere. That Union Jack flies high, Pavlos.
Look, the series isn't over yet. Obviously, there's a lot more to go through. Quite frankly, I'm impressed by Le Petit Buffon. I think both of the teams have got things that could be improved. Both of them have made mistakes, and both of the teams with the mistakes that they have can be exploited. And I think both of the teams will be looking now at the break to try and find them. Kreml, any final thoughts from this particular map as we head on to Breeze next?
I think that when LPB said that they were going to be doing their homework and preparing, they obviously weren't lying. A really well-prepped team going into Pearl. I can only imagine what Breeze is going to look like, and I can't help but think that if there's this level of preparation and anti-strat available for Focus on their map pick, Focus picking into Breeze may be something that LPB would have anticipated, and if so, what is Breeze going to turn into?
Breeze up next for Focus to try and square things up. Be there, be square. We'll be back in a bit.
Lovely. Right, back in a sec.
Okay, thank you, Fraser. And we're back for the second map of the series of Focus versus Le Petit Buffon as we enter Focus's home ground, Breeze. That first map was a fighter, right? It seemed like ever since Le Petit Buffon got onto that attack, got onto the defense, they could never get stopped. Focus did try to bounce back in the end, but just couldn't. Yeah.
You know, one day we're going to learn to do our intro without having remix muted. I do apologise.
All right,
sorry,
bro,
production. As you mentioned, Focus, it is going to be their it may be their map pick, but it's not their home ground. It's actually Le Petit Buffon's home ground. And so with Focus picking into it, potentially we're going to see some more anti-stratting, similar to what we saw LPB do against Focus over on Pearl. Now, Pearl was a scrappy map. That was a really scrappy map. Hopefully, going on to Breeze, there may be a little bit more structure to it. But on Pearl, we saw lurk after lurk. And as LPB was saying in their interviews, zero respect, right?
That is true. That is true. But Breeze is also one of those maps that won't be in the pool for long, right? The patch is right around the corner, where Lotus and Split will be brought back. So how much are teams practicing it? How much is it worth it to practice them? Yeah, assuming that this is a very important match for them and they've got a couple more matches in this patch to play. I'm sure some prep has gone into this, but you never really know, right? It's always on the on that edge if you want to look into the future, that is. But yeah, what are your thoughts? Are you going to miss Breeze?
Not really. It's not so much I'm going to miss Breeze. It's more I really like Split. So I'm happy to see this. I'm more than happy to see Split return. I'm a big Split advocate. So you know what? If it means losing Breeze, so be it.
Well, let's jump in and see the agents straight out of the bat. I'm scanning through. We still have a chamber. Hasn't everybody forgotten about this guy already? Apparently, Focus haven't.
All but Focus. Yeah, it looks like we're seeing. Nothing too unorthodox when it comes to agent select. No one seems to be breaking the norm, at least in terms of the trend their team has set already. You're right, Chamber is at a meta right now, so I'm really curious to see how the Chamber is going to match up. Bear in mind, with the Tour de Force and Yuki bringing out the Operator, you do end up with that long line of sight presence. Will Le Petit Buffon, with just Luzzer, be able to counteract that? Bearing in mind that Luzzer, with the Operator and the last map, did do considerably better than Yugi did. Is that a trend we're going to see going into Breeze? We're going to have to wait and see.
Indeed, we shall. Le Petit Buffon with a chance to get the series under lock and key with a 2-0 victory and find themselves in first place. Well, no, it would be second place still, but Focus wouldn't be tied with them. That's what I'm trying to say. Yep. Well, Focus, with this map win, they'll be taking it and forcing it to a decider. Take Breeze as much as you can, guys. Take it in as much as you can, because there won't be much of it coming the upcoming weeks. Le Petit Buffon with a chance. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Absolutely. Focus going into the pistol round look like they're listing over to this B site, a position which Le Petit Buffon have left relatively unguarded outside of the Cypher utility, instead making a push through Elbow.
Yeah, they move into the B site. No one is really inhabiting it. Le Petit Buffon were thinking this is going to be a retake round, but look how quickly all of them are here. They're already in mid, therefore a quick rotate over should allow them to get back onto the site. The Toxins will get extinguished quickly. Thus, onto the site, they will go Shock Dart and Snakebite. The Snakebite misses its mark, so Purple didn't quite get destroyed there, but he's still heavily damaged up. Wall comes up once again, denying the quick rotations, but look at Focus, very well lined up. First kill does go to the side of Le Petit Buffon as Vong picks it up, but it's still a 4v5. Can Focus deliver? Oh no, Russ puts bullets into two of them. Even though Lime will be holding on for a little bit longer, the bullets start to rain upon them. And now all of a sudden we're on a 1-on-1. And Cray doesn't have any health to work with. Your boy Lewis, this is your round to lose. And he makes sure triple kill is his. And Focus get themselves the first round of this map.
That's damn clean from Focus there, and for LPB, that was their round to win. However, Lime and your boy Lewis both win their aim duels significantly so. Considering how quickly the rest of Focus was shut down after they peaked, I'm very surprised that Lime was able to survive as long as he did. Beautiful pre-fire onto Link there. That was aided, of course, by a great recon dart from your boy Lewis. Beautiful stuff so far. for LBB now. Do they recover? Bearing in mind that we've seen them do miraculous things with Sheriffs before, especially Luzza. Now he has a Marshal. Let's see if he can mimic that success.
We'll be walking in. Slowly, but surely. Yeah, Breeze is one of those maps that you don't really stand the chance when you don't have the guns, right? It's not like Split or
Ascent
Pearl, perhaps, where you can find yourselves sneaky angles to work with.
Yeah, the longer line of sight means that the economic game is going to be such an important one. Great use of the Viper Wall from LBB, though, to really delay this attack onto this A site. Great. No one's going to oblige him with a peek just yet, and he may try and force one out here in a second.
Yeah, the interesting thing with that wall, we've seen it many times in pro play, but you need to cross through it 3 times to enter sight. Scratch that, 4 if you're starting on the end of chop. It does end up costing you quite a lot of time. They do enter the side though, but the time is down to 28 seconds, which means these Sheriffs can pack up a little bit of a heavier punch. Still, it is going to be a victorious affair for Focus in that trade. Could have been a chance for Liberty Buffon to come out on top, but no, Luzza is the only one surviving. And Focus is a type of team that isn't going to give any advantages easily. That means a Focus will get themselves a clean 2-0.
Very clean, actually, only losing 1 player, bearing in mind how close LBB were to that position. Great stuff from them. And now for Focus, they're going to have to go up against the Vandals. But in having that Vandal early on in the hands of Yugi, you've got the Guardian on your boy Lewis. You have that presence. And I think that for LBB, this is going to be... they can't risk underestimating this round.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Stay safe.
But now, this is where things get interesting, right? This is where Liberty Buffon start to get guns and can be a little bit competitive. Bit of a waltz in the park here for Luzza.
Through the wall there, Yuki gets pummeled down to 16 HP. Great little lineup from Vong there. Look at the aggression on Luzza. I love this. It's for info, doesn't quite pick up Yugi, but he will be able to get away.
And Focus actually traverse through mid quite frantically. The audio steps have definitely been heard and relayed from Russ. So they are aware of the presence. The way that Liberty Buffon respond is by spending the 2 players that were initially on the A side to rotate over, to have a look over that elbow position. Realize no further contact was found towards B. So they wrap around right back onto that A site quickly enough.
Yeah, Focus are taking their time with this as well. Looks like they're going to put their final destination over to this A site, but they've got 35 seconds left, no info to work with, and for Luzza at a point-blank angle, he could really do such a good job at buying time here. The Viper orbs are going to go out, the snake bites there for the closer angles. This is going to be a very hard position to clear.
Yeah, and I think the Owl Drone has just spotted out Luzza, so they're definitely going to pre-fire this. They can't really afford to drop so many weapons, given that the rest of them only have Sheriffs to work with. But with 15 seconds to spare, this could be a really good chance for Focus to get themselves that spike down. It only has gone down, but out into the open, Cray is able to pick up 1, runs out of bullets, and that's Focus left into Kipset's hands. Not many points of health to spare, but can he deliver? And there's 2 Liberty Buffon players approaching. Oh, just 1 bullet should do it anywhere on his body. They walk in, and Kipset has found himself the safety. No util remaining for him. That's a dink, but the Vandal will persevere, and Liberty Buffon get themselves a win.
If that was any other weapon, that became very doable for Focus, but Liberty Buffon, they're able to convert their full investment. They put themselves on the board. Losing 3 players, though, means that the next buy certainly isn't going to be too pretty from them. I doubt we'll see head armor on every single player. Once again, an early Hunter's Fury on your boy Lewis. Over to LPB, they are 1 away from the Seekers available for Russ. All things considered, fairly standard as of yet. Kipset did such a good job there, actually, to deal the damage he did. 2 kills, almost a third. Great stuff from him. That'll be Vandal versus
avoiding
Vandal.
a snake bite at the back of his feet.
Exactly, and that would have killed him. So, beautiful stuff from him. And for LPB, now it's going to be a quick bode for info gather. Not quite able to see anything just yet, but Jugi, he sees Luzza, which may be enough.
And that's Focus on the driver's seat this round. Ooh, Ooh, Russ, you sneaky man. But does he check his right? He does, but he doesn't quite succeed with a kill. Opportunity missed. He's probably hitting himself after that one.
It does have the info on 3 players, though. And so for Vong in mid, this may be his chance to sort of set up and try and equalize the player count, knowing he's due a peek from either Jugi or Purpo.
Well,
there are those trades.
They're successful in trading. They had 4 players looking at that direction. And it's amazing to me how confident Le Petit Buffon are in traversing these players so quickly, moving them across this map so fluidly.
Yeah, really fast rotations as well. And that is going to come back to bite them now, because Focus are going to be able to get a plant on this A site, thrusting us into the 3v3 retake. Something to keep an eye on, though, is Cray, one away from a Viper's Pit, could be used in a retake fashion if he is able to catch out one of these first players.
Wide angle from Kipset. Trying to catch someone off guard. Oh dear, Cray finds himself a corner. He's not dead just yet. It's a painful position to be in, and it's definitely going to delay his impact in this round. Oh, Vong, little did he know he could be shooting right now and killing them all, but no. It's just a trade. And Cray, with a telegraph position, can't do a thing. Camera out. He can't find anyone.
Ooh.
The Focus players just drop back and play the spike game. All of them are going to save.
It's a guaranteed round with the Hunter's Fury. Link has to back off, save the Vandal, knows full well that he's not going to be hunted, and well for Focus. That'll be 3-1 into the lead now. And you look at the money on LPB, it's not in a pretty spot. There's the potential for Luzza to maybe scramble a buy. Link could probably drop someone, but it's not how you want to be spending your 5th round investment, that's for sure. And it may just very well be an eco around this Vandal, despite the fact that LPB currently boast quite a significant ult advantage. That will soon be mitigated, though, with both Jugi and Purpo one away from their ultimate abilities, alongside the Hunter's Fury on your boy Lewis already up.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice.
Well, at least the game is becoming more interesting now that there are ultimates to be played with. We're definitely seeing the impact of the fragging abilities Focus so far. Even though Le Petit Buffon have had great reads, they've been losing players early, and it's ended up costing them at the latter stages of these rounds.
Bit of info being gathered in mid here. I think they are wary of Lime's positions. I actually quite like Yugi bringing out the early Blade Storm as well, trying to just get as much mileage from these abilities as he can, especially when he knows he's against opponents he could probably get away with an extra couple of seconds of engagement with. Let's Focus now set up for a hit over to the safe site. Cray, only a classic to stop them, but as we saw in our last series, the classic may be enough.
Toxins going up. Toxins failing.
Cray is nearby the action. They know where he is. It's a sad existence for the pistol players, this one. And Link isn't really on the right side of the map to actually help out. He's the guy with a gun. Maybe the pistol is what they need. A lot of damage. The spike hasn't gone down, and they've actually spent time to help out the players taking on these fights. Yeah, Yugi with the blades, Lime holding off the retates. Russ finds one, and with Purple low, it's not impossible. Well, they have both of the players' positions telegraphed. It's getting tougher as the seconds go by, and with Russ falling, yeah, this puts this round in the bin for Le Petit Buffon. But in the bag for Focus.
Stray Bullet is going to find Purpo, so it is the odd bit of damage power loss, but nothing too significant. Focus, they're doing a really good job right now at making sure they have these man advantages before the spike even goes down. It means they're constantly trying to trade one another. They're constantly hunting for any advantage they can garner. The first operator reveals itself. It's over on Luzza. Lime is going to bring out a tour de force to match it, though, as we go into the 6th, and I'm really interested to see how Link is going to use this Neural Theft, how Luzza's going to use this Blade Storm, both of which are going to come online this round, alongside Kipzet's Viper's Pit over on Focus.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bit of a more passive round for Focus this time around, though. Going ultra aggressive. No command use for Purpo. This buys space for his team to move in from mid. Nice little flash drive, helping them out. Seekers expended. Luzza, though, with the opener. No one is close by to Purpo to res him. Therefore, will be taking quite some time for his teammates to arrive to the location. This one's down and over. Yugi, well, Laza was out of position. Yugi doubles up, actually. All of a sudden, Focus are in the fight. Your boy Lewis joins in, and the A site is theirs. How did this crumble out of control so quickly? Ross and Link are the only two surviving players for Le Petit Buffon, and they have to do this fast.
Such a strong Viper's Wall as well to be able to cut out any rotation through Switch. Link desperately trying to find an opening here, but there's so much info gather available with your boy Lewis still up, and it's delayed this push significantly.
It seems that Focus are really finding comfort on this A site, no matter where they entry from. Le Petit Buffon struggling to keep control of it. Quite frankly, retake it. But this is their attempt. Russ with the opener. Turning their attention towards him. Now, Link knows exactly where Kipset is. There's no utility in Kipset's hands. But there's no time for Link to work with either. He had to defuse, but he could not. And that means Focus will keep things going.
Real strong stuff from Focus now. They seem to have got the ball rolling, and Le Petit Buffon, they need to find a way to respond. Right now, they seem to be, no matter what they attempt, there's a counter, there's a solution, and it's Focus's afterplants, which have been so strong for them. LPB, once again, this myriad of ults that they've been holding on to for quite a while now. Focus, they seem happy to use these abilities as they come online. Unfortunately for, well, for LPB, they just haven't had the circumstance to enable these abilities to come out. The Blade Storm will finally show itself on Laza. But what will we see in the next buy round when it comes to these Viper's Pits?
Yeah, they've got a choice to use them preemptively, but I think for Focus, this round isn't quite it, right? You know you're dealing up against pistols. No reason to overdo it. Maybe for a post-plant if things get a bit dry. But the mid-control seems to be what Focus are going for now. Le Petit Buffon, as always, happy to spend extra players in one direction if they've got a gist of what's going on. I don't think this is based upon a hunch. I think this is more of a risk taken preemptively. But it might have been the right call, given where Focus is heading.
Absolutely, and I think if they're able to get an early pick through Con here, this could actually turn into a walk into a trap.
Well, Laza is the one to find the opener, and Russ picks up the Guardian to make that work as well. They won't be able to pick up the weapons too quickly, but they know the spike has dropped, and they'll hold on for a little bit longer. Laza with the updraft, and with the blades will reign supreme. And, okay, Le Petit Buffon have actually made this work. And Kipset will start to move in from B main. I think they know where he is. Now they definitely know where he is. And there's nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Everybody will be collecting rifles right after the round ends. And there you have it. Le Petit Buffon find their way back into the game with a friend, with an eco no less.
Yeah, perfect stuff. And this is due to, well, they roll the dice, they gamble the stack. I love the Hunter's Fury from Vong as well. Once they realize that there are players in tunnel, he abuses that by just sending that Hunter's Fury through it to keep the attention divided between players. That allows Laza to take the high ground, take to the skies, and rain death from above. Focus. They do lose to the, well, they lose to the Thrifty, but how do they respond now? Vandals on every member, no operator in sight. Instead, a setup towards this B position.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury is actually very well placed. Link is in trouble. Damaged substantially. Still equalizing the scoreboard in regards to the trades, but Laza had to have hit that to keep this in reach. Operator, definitely not the most optimal weapon to retake this one with. And Cray will take a long time until it reaches the beat site.
Yeah, Laza maybe attempting a spam of some form, but unfortunately, he's more trying to pull the attention away from his teammate, who is going for a flank, but he's taking so long to reveal himself. Focus, via process of elimination, may figure out that it's got to be a flank at this point.
Well, Cray delivers. This is not impossible. But again, Laza only has an operator. He knows where Lime is. He's got to figure out where Yugi is. Snakebite to the right-hand side. Is it good enough? Spotting out Lime's head once again, but I don't think he quite spotted it fully. Laza touching the spike, putting pressure on them, but I think they've made the call to drop back and try to take spoils of war by getting a gun or two, but no. It is Cray to fall. It's Lime to get that kill. Both of them drop to the spike explosion, but it's their round nonetheless.
They are going to have to keep reinvesting, and I think that was the objective for LBB here, to keep pummeling that focus economy. If you look at them, their economy isn't in a good place right now, with Lime, Kipset, and Juki all struggling to invest going into the next round. However, Focus, 6 rounds on your attack, that's something to be pretty happy with, especially on Breeze. LPB, we finally see the timeout, but what's to come from this? Reinvestment does come from both teams. Guardians have to make an appearance for Focus. That Viper's Pit on Kipset is still available, and I really want to see how they try and use this, whether it be some fairly aggressive usage to try and get into these sites as quick as possible, or something they save for the afterplant.
With the timeout coming out as well, we've got to reassess their options. I wonder, Kremer, what is your thoughts around what really hasn't really been working for Liberty Perform? Because obviously, I haven't seen too much of an adaptation from them yet. They've been going for the same thing over and over again, but not in a way that they've repeated positions. It's just repeating the same response, making it easy to read, perhaps?
It feels like Focus's strength is coming from their afterplants, right? And so their objective is early round to drain the LPB utility, to get them to go for these big rotations before they've had to commit to a position. And for LPB, it feels like they're rotating either a bit too quickly, they're playing retake on sites that, well, let's be honest, retake positions don't really work when your opponents are emphasizing their afterplants. I'd much rather see an adaptation come in the form of LPB actually trying to make an exerted commitment to hold these sites, which is what we've seen them do on B, and on that eco, which is what worked out for them.
Yeah, and Focus actually have been prolonging these rounds quite a bit, sort of expecting Le Petit Bouffon to go aggressive. So when they do go for the sites, it's usually around that 10-20 second mark, and they still make it work. Impressive.
Look at that, Lazar. Look at this aggression in mid.
It works out when he gets away.
First. Perfect. And now he also knows that Focus are setting their gaze over to this A site. Instantly goes for the re-peek, and oh my!
And all of a sudden, the puzzle starts being fitted to place. Your boy Lewis, he's a dangerous man with a Guardian, but Cray says no more. Puts him to bed. Nighty Night Purpo goes as well. And Le Petit Bouffon find their way back on the scoreboard yet again. 3 rounds on the board for them, and 3 that differentiate themselves on their opponents.
On the topic of differentiation, I can't help but think that for Focus, their operator presence hasn't been the same as Lazar's. I think Lazar is a through and through sort of op wielder, whereas on Focus, especially on Jugi, he's great with a rifle, and his Bladestorm usage is perfect, and he'll bring out the operator if it's needed. Whereas on LPB, it feels like they're actively trying to get these snipers up on Lazar because they know of his effectiveness and his ability to get these really early advantages.
For sure. The only weakness they've had at that is that Lazar sometimes is the last player standing, or one of the last, meaning that his teammates have died and he has to retake with the op, which is never something you want to see. Focus gained the site with relative ease. This time around, they're with pistols. They've left the spike behind. I feel like that's a fumble.
This is a problem they had on Pearl.
So yeah, they've gained that space, but they need to lose it again to try and win the round. And that's not going to happen. All right, well, there was an opportunity for Focus to do more damage there, but I feel like this round is close to being over. Yugi will try and pick up a kill here. Maybe find a weapon to work with. Better than the Ghost. They don't know he's here, actually. So that's an operator dropped. Another kill for Yugi, and this round is worth it.
He's got a Bladestorm if he feels so inclined, but Russell makes sure that doesn't happen. Once again, that operator will be passed on to Lazar. Feels like the heirloom operator at this point, but even with the damage that's being done now, the ult management is something to really keep an eye on as we sort of enter the latter stages of this first half. This second wave of ults that we're going to see is really, really worth keeping an eye on. Bearing in mind, Kipset, we've not seen an aggressive Viper's Pit yet. I would love for that to change sort of coming into the end of this half. Furthermore, you look over to how LPB have got theirs positioned. They're about to get another Bladestorm on Lazar. They've already got their Seekers, and that neural theft on Link is going to be so important when it comes to figuring out how Focus are going to be throwing these fakes.
What would you say would be a good score for Le Petit Bouffon on this half? They've kept it fairly close.
7-5 would be alright. A 6-6 would be the dream at this point, right? But sort of giving the edge to focus, 7-5 would be great.
Fair enough. Well, they might even be able to equalize given that they've won this trade. Seekers to provide info that they're on the right-hand side of the map, given attention to Link. He needs to pay attention here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Doubles up and doesn't give Focus a chance. 5-6, and it looks like the bare minimum that you gave them, 7-5, is the bare minimum that they will be retrieving either way.
Yeah, absolutely. For Focus, that is a hell of a response actually that they're gonna have to deal with, because LPB, something seems to have clicked. Once they got that operator wheel running on Luzza, once Russ started hitting his shots, suddenly this is turning into quite a convincing half for them. Look at least a convincing recovery. 6-6 is on the horizon. Focus won from both the Tour de Force and the Hunter's Fury on both your boy Lewis and Line. Whereas for Le Petit Buffon, it's aggression. They seem to be back to their usual selves.
Luzza takes quite a lot of bullets to the head, but just because it was an exploded shell doesn't mean that he'll die. He does pick up one. He is going to be traded eventually. Vaughn to the back of the site. Needs to be wary because as Kip set in his own Viper's Pit, Petit Buffon have found control, have found a way how to deal with Focus. Get in their face is their tactic. It seems to be working. Your boy Lewis, though, on a 1-on-3. Being tagged also from the neural theft. There you have it. Vaughn, bullet to the head of your boy Lewis. And half-time score will be 6-6.
What a recovery, Pavlos. What a recovery.
Tremendous.
And it comes off the back. Honestly, Luzza was doing bits that sort of second stage of that first half. Even though he had a fairly quiet opening, once he got that operator, he didn't have spectacular multi-frags like Vong and Russ have been doing, but he was getting the first kill. And you only need the first to gain that momentum. And the fact that the scary part for me was how that final round started, which was aggression, which is LPB are going back to the no respect which they showed on Pearl. Now they move to the attack. Bear in mind, Focus, heavily defense-oriented team on Pearl. Will it be the same on Breeze? And will it be the same considering the 4-round spree that LPB have been able to acquire going into the pistol round?
Take flight.
That series able to find themselves success on their new side. So far, your boy Lewis spots out the movement. It's going to be an aggressive push here for the attackers. Le Petit Buffon we're finding themselves onto the B site. Let's see the response from Focus. Your boy Lewis on a double kill. It's not trade at all either. Focus finding the better end of these trades. Le Petit Buffon don't want to go down quietly either. Haven't gotten the spike down yet, which is important. Look at the wraparound. Yugi's behind them. I don't think they quite know of this just yet. Spike can't go down. Now, barely. Only just. It has Cray trying to find Yugi, and he's actually going to find him. Very nicely done. Equilibrium. But he's been damaged up substantially, which means he'll be an easy pickup. Luzza. Oh no, they're going down one by one. Link is the only one surviving. Repositions, out of the open, exposed to both of them, and Focus come out with a pistol.
That'll be the 7th, and that'll be them restoring the confidence that they'd lost going into the second half. More importantly, I actually quite like how your boy Lewis here, 2 quick kills, alright, then he's fought by the 3rd player. As Link swings, instantly dinks him.
Yeah.
Your boy Lewis, he is nasty good on these pistol rounds.
He's very good. Very, very good indeed. I'm just wondering here. Were Focus the team to win the previous pistol as well?
Yes, they were.
And they won the follow-up to go with it. Yeah. Winning both of them is definitely helping them out a bit, but it also goes to show that Le Petit Buffon have been most adept on their buy rounds. Can't really rely on them. Of course, that's on the Marshall. Wouldn't expect anything more, anything different to that. But they are lingering towards this right-hand side.
Your boy Lewis now. Was the back end of tunnel. Has to be fairly careful.
He's alone.
Oh, great flash as well. LVB do a great job actually not reacting to this. Link gets all the way to back site here.
Well, Russ definitely kept them busy for a little bit. But Link has got an opportunity for a free kill. He picks it up. As Laces has come, and now he can have information. Didn't quite pick up the Bulldog. He would have liked that. But can they keep up the success? Your boy Lewis finds himself one onto Link. Aggression. Purpo down. They're using their forces in numbers. They know they don't have the advantage in guns, so they might as well walk into this together. Can they trade favorably though? Snakebite to their feet. This is going to damage them, but they're being chased. Onto the site. Kipset throwing down a toxic screen to stop Luzza from being active on it, but Russ is all you need. Kipset. Does he know that Luzza's in that corner? He does indeed. And a very expensive round for Focus, but they get it in the bag nonetheless.
It feels like the damage had been done there for LPB. Getting a plant, killing 4 players for what is just a couple of sheriffs and a marshal. That's perfect. That's all you need. Focus, they limp into the next round, and going up against Vandals, what weaponry do they have to speak of? They've got that Bulldog on Kipset, but behind that, it's only going to be a couple of the odd judge, a couple of sheriffs. It's not a great position to be in at all, Pavlos.
No, it is not. It absolutely is not. Look, it's still early doors. I feel like this game will not get decided even from this victory. Whoever gets this win. I think for Focus, if they win it, they're clearly shown that this map is theirs. But Le Petit Buffon should win. I feel it's going to be difficult to do it cleanly, though. They've definitely struggled on that end.
Focus have been able to get to quite a forwarded position as well. So actually getting them out of this angle, hitting the safe site, is going to be really difficult, especially going up against the judge. Something which has been strong enough to shut down even the best of buys here. And Jugi, he doesn't want to shift at all.
Nah. Why should he? He's got a perfectly good position. Lime delivers. Don't tell me this is going to be an eco round.
Oh no. Lime is so low on HP. One.
Okay.
Craig
goes down.
Single bullet will finish the job.
They don't know that Yugi's there, though.
Yugi's ready.
That's free. It's so free. Again, a trade, but still expensive. They need to make sure those guns don't fall into their wrong hands. 40 seconds. I believe before this time. Not going to be rotating that quickly. They know that where the positions of their opponents are. They're just going to move in. They don't care. 28 seconds. Purpo down. What a clean shot by Link. That's why that guy is an EMEA champion. But still, the rest of them drop like flies. All of a sudden, Link is left without anybody on his comms.
I have retrieved the spike.
He's got to do it alone. 13 seconds. Spike goes down. Shock dart. Not so well placed. Can he isolate them? That's what he needs to do. Knows where your boy Lewis is. They've heard his footsteps. I'm certain of it. Recon. Shot. He's revealed his position. He cannot isolate them. Focus win. An anti-buy. Their bonus round.
I'm very surprised that Petit Buffon chose to still hit that ace site, having used the neural theft to extrapolate where 3 of the players are, knowing all 3 were on that ace site, and they chose to push into it anyway. That's pretty brave, Pavlos, I won't lie, and Focus, they punish it. They punish it really damn well.
They really do. It's impressive.
To work with.
It's really
Absolutely.
impressive. I'm also curious for Focus, for Le Petit Buffon there, right? I felt like they had the information on A. They could have easily rotated. But no, they just wanted to go into that A site, even though there were 3 players there. I know they were running out of time, but prior to that, oh well, I guess that's a decision to make another time. For the time being, Focus come out on top with 2 kills to nothing.
This is a weird position to be in. Purpo shutting down Link. It's all down to 2 very separated players. Cray, the Guardian would at least secure a Viper's Pit, as we're dying here. Dying it is. All on Russ, that operator revealed on Lime. 1 away from a tour de force as well means that you're guaranteed at least 2 rounds of being able to wield these. A shaky engagement.
Quite.
Boy Lewis.
Yeah, Russ
Finishes
hasn't
off
had
Russ.
the best of days today, has he? And I mean,
No.
even though it's scratch that, he's got a good score.
He is.
I was going to make the point that on the first map he wasn't doing all that much, but obviously as an IGL and the position he's been in, he hasn't been set up to do so.
timeout called, and now Luzza needs to find a way to deal with Lime. Bear in mind that he has to beat him twice, not once. To do it once against the Operator, then once against the Tour de Force, which will be next round. And then potentially even an Operator comes after that as well. So you're in a dire position if you're Luzza. But Luzza does have the skill to back it up. Over for the rest of Focus, Hunter's Fury available for your boy Lewis. You've got Yugi, who's 2 away from his Blade Storm. Over on LPB, you've got Luzza and Link, 2 from their abilities as well, with the Seekers on Russ and the Viper's Pit on Cray already ready to be used. I really want to see how this Viper's Pit gets wielded. Bearing in mind that Kipset didn't get any mileage from his Viper's Pits when he was on the attack previously.
I think Liberty Buffon are definitely having a hard time here. Matty on call for that timeout. I wonder if he's shared any words of wisdom that can help out this roster.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
A reminder, this is one of Matty's first jobs as a coach. Had a short stint with Anorthosis few weeks ago. Just for a few days to be fair, but this is his first big gig as a coach. So let's see if he's had any impact from that timeout. Lime, very aggressively positioned. Trailblazer will be spotting him, forcing him to rendezvous. Le Petit Buffon showing passivity, very similar to what we saw from Focus the previous half.
Oh, Lazar. Does he expect Lime? He doesn't.
The crosshair wasn't properly positioned.
And even then, Lime was just quicker. Focus. Looking, well, focused now, as they have an 8 assault to defend. There is the lurking Link in mid, but really proved to be the missing link if LBB once again lose in the afterplan.
Feels like this is probably one of the last opportunities for Le Petit Buffon to get back into this map. Otherwise, Focus are looking to be on the highway to closing this one out and taking us to a decider. Can they hold on? They've got the plant, they've got a Viper's Pit. Things are falling into place for them. There's contact in mid about to be played out. Link and Purpo about to have a standoff, and they really don't know it yet. Link comes out on top of it. Russ falling back into safety, but Vong moves out for a flank of himself. This is cool. This is really cool. Audio given out. Viper's Pit fall into the site. Cray trying to hold through, but he can't. Russ. Oh, he's been spotted, and he's been pre-fired onto the spike, putting pressure onto Vong to come in on time. They know where he's coming from, but can he stop the defusal from happening? Spraydown comes through, and he gets both of them! Le Petit Buffon are still in the fight!
Vong instantly falls as well afterwards, but that was enough. You stop the momentum, you hold on to at least some form of lead. At least the lead that Focus have is just 3 rounds, something manageable, something doable. And for LPB, this is worrying, actually, that they lost so many players, but at the end of the day, as long as they have the round, I don't think they care. Look at the money on LPB as well. Vandals come out, there's only head armor on 2 of the players, there's nothing left in the bank. Losing this round would set Focus up to hitting map points. Tour de Force comes out alongside the Operator. It's an expensive round for Focus, to say the least.
Previous round was a must-win. That doesn't negate that this round is also a must-win for Le Petit Buffon. Economically crippled at this point. They need a clean round to get back into the gist of things.
They've already got a really forwarded position from Lazar here, but I think it's expected. It is. Perfect, but Purpo swings the knife out.
It's so clean by Purpo! And the read from Focus is immaculate. They knew exactly what was going on. All 5 players are around to help out. Cray, he might be able to make this happen, though. Has he bought enough time and space for Vong to deliver? Snakebite at his feet. He's out into the open, forced to reposition. But Focus aren't taking the fights. They know they've got the numbers. They're not going to take the risk. Short dart, so well placed, Cray. He's thanking his lucky stars. It wasn't even closer. Or else he could have been a dead man. Spike touched. That caused Focus to move. They are inching forwards little by little. Oh, another shock dart. Kipset, he's so low. He's a gust of wind away from falling. Vong to lighten the load just a bit. But Cray still a lot to pull through. Oh, spotted as well. Annoyed at the recon, takes it down. But he needs to find the off angle here. He needs to surprise, but I feel they've got the read. They know, Cray, you're a dead man. Yugi protects his teammate with a swing. And Focus right back in charge.
It shows you that how important having someone who can wield an operator is. At least in a sort of game dictating way. Unfortunately for Lazar, as great as he was on Pearl, he just hasn't had enough opportunities to wield these operators on this on Breeze. And well, for Focus, because of the momentum, they've brought out many. Purpo, how do you get that second kill, Pavlos?
I don't think he was even aiming for it. I felt like it, at least. I don't know, man. Sorry, just caught me off guard.
It caught me off guard. Sheriffs have to come out, Focus.
2 ops.
Double op setup now, they just commit to it.
I mean, they're up against pistols. Are we going to see something aggressive?
May give a silver lining here, and he goes for the high ground. This is the first few shots, though. It's so messy by Kips that eventually he's punished for it. Jugi back sight. His position's known, but knowing where he is actually stopping him are very different matters.
Oh my goodness, Russ! That was through the smoke. And now Le Petit Buffon are right back into the fight, but Purpo, he's got a gun, and that's something that many of the Focus players, well, many of the Le Petit Buffon players do not have. And neither does Lazar. He doesn't even have his life. And that was a clean collapse onto the A site to help them gain themselves map point to take it to a decider.
12-7 now. Le Petit Buffon, they need 5 rounds on the bounce to take this to overtime. They've managed to do it before. They did so just moments ago on Pearl. But to do it now when your back's up against the wall is certainly going to be concerning. And I think the trend we found from both these teams is that their attack ain't great. As bear in mind, Ascent is going to be our decider, one of the more sort of evenly balanced maps when it comes to attack preference. That being a more defender-sided map. But before we look at Ascent, let's not rule LPB out just yet. This time, looking to head over to this B site with a Chamber aggressing in mid alongside the Jet. Focus, looking to be the ones to show no respect.
And Le Petit Buffon, you can tell they're troubled a bit. It's not comfortable at all. They at least trade out equally as they enter the site, but they need more than that. They need to shut down your boy Lewis. Your theft delivered. Your boy Lewis cannot stop fragging. A gatekeeper of this B site. Even shooting through walls to finish off his victims. Denied the ace, but Cray needs a miracle to come out alive from this one, but he does not. Focus, secure the 13th. Both teams winning out their own map picks. We're heading to a decider, Kremer. We're heading to Pearl.
We're going to be going to Pearl. You mean Ascent? And when we do go to
yeah, you're right.
When we do go to Ascent, Ravlos, I can't help but think that Le Petit Buffon may be in a bit of trouble. It feels like Focus, once they have that momentum, once they have that operator out on Jugi, once they have the consistency, they are so damn hard to stop. The worry that we have for Lazar was when he is able to consistently bring out operators, yes, he does well. Unfortunately, Le Petit Buffon didn't have any momentum. The crucial rounds weren't won, and it meant that they never had the economic standing to bring out these operators to consistently fight Jugi. When they did finally have an operator, they had to have killed Lime 3 times over before they actually reset any operator potential from them. Focus, a hell of a map, and well, that's going to be a third.
Yeah, and to be fair, at the end of that map, Focus, where on the defense, right? Where on the side that they're most comfortable on. And it showed, right? Le Petit Buffon was struggling. They couldn't really figure it all out. And the fact that they weren't able to close up the gap entirely at half-time, I think that's what hurt them the most. So, yeah, no, Focus look right back in the game, right back on track to try and close out this series. This is as close as we could have ever imagined.
Yeah, absolutely. And sort of going into this third, I really wonder what Focus's response is going to be in terms of keeping this momentum and sort of savouring the fact that they have just shut down LPB in quite significant fashion. Your boy Lewis and, of course, well, and of course Purpo having some huge standout performances. My worry now for Le Petit Buffon is, can the likes of Vong, can the likes of Russ maintain this consistency going into the next round? Or going into the next
questions. Yeah, big questions asked here. But looking at the fragging power, we saw Russ stand up, the IGL of Le Petit Buffon, doing a tremendous job. I think it was quite a comeback from what he did the previous map, but it wasn't quite enough to carry his team to victory because Focus had other things in mind. Yugi unstoppable really on the operator, and your boy Lewis clutching the hell out of his opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a hell of a wrap for Breeze. And I mean, your boy Lewis just delivered. Absolutely delivered. Now we go on to Ascent. It's a map where a Sova is welcomed. So I really want to see what your boy Lewis can do.
I'm also interested in if Le Petit Buffon can hold on, or Focus are able to draw it across the finishing line with a reverse sweep. We'll be finding out very, very shortly. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back soon.
Bonk, which was a mere, I think, about a week ago now, if that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I love Focus's attempt. It was like, yeah, your boy Lewis, mate, let's try Fade. She's meta, right? Let's give her a go. And your boy Lewis like, sure, I'll give it a go. Like, never mind, we like your Sova.
He gave it a try. He probably had to go into therapy afterwards. Like, the agent, it was so dark, and there were all these abilities that didn't tell me where the enemy were. And he wakes up in a cold sweat, and realizing the effect it's taking on him, Focus went, you know what? It's okay. Just stay on Sova. And here we are.
And here we are indeed. Le Petit Buffon on the defensive side. Focus on the attack. The last map of the day, and one to the side. Which of these two teams is taking the dub against each other? It is a single round robin, not a double. Therefore, no other chance to play against each other in this regular season, in the group stage of Stage 1 of this Challenger League. Vong doubles up early, putting Le Petit Buffon in charge now in the pistol.
Absolutely, and it's a lot of damage through that smoke as well. A great shock dart from Vong means that Focus, they've been stopped dead in their tracks. Purpo and Kipzet both tagged. Purpo almost mortally wounded, actually, with your boy Lewis, the full HP one, looking to lead the charge. Good for one, but without a teammate, what good can he hope to do here?
Your boy Lewis is clean on those pistols. Unfortunately, his team has already died, and his chances of unlocking this round is mere. Oh, if he would have gone for another shock dart, Cray would have died. And Vong is also very close to that as well, so I wouldn't call him out yet. I wouldn't call it too impossible, but he misses the shot on up against Link of his EMEA Victor a couple of times as well in 2021. But now, finding their way getting up the ranks of the Northern European Challengers League. Let's see if they can find those heights yet again. Le Petit Buffon with a pistol.
Yep, Stinger's come out, the odd Marshall. It seems to be business as usual, sort of going into this second round bye. We've not seen any ambitious second round force buys from either of these teams, and I think that all things considered, it was quite an ambitious push into the Omen smoke there. The thought process was there, unfortunately. Le Petit Buffon were ready for it. Potentially the signs of anti-strike already coming out here. As over to focus. Got a sheriffs to wheel now as they look to spread out around the map to potentially get the odd pick here or there.
Ooh. Painful for your boy Lewis, and that also finds a very deadly fate. The A site has been fairly opened up. You know, you've got Link stuck in wine, and they probably know of his position due to the dagger sent after him. But you know something that is very familiar with Focus? They've left the spike behind.
that they have. Returning to the domestic problems as Link point blank with Lime here. Doesn't risk going through the smoke. In fact, neither player does. But this spike isn't going to be able to reach this A site, unfortunately.
It's not. Russ is there to stop it.
One enemy remaining.
There you go. Lime finds a headshot, but that's all it is. The round is for Le Petit Buffon. 2-0.
Really good start, actually, from them. Only losing one player in the anti-eco. This is some serious strength from them, and it looks like they've been able to bounce back from the start they had over on Breeze, where it was a little bit lackluster. Now, Focus, out comes the Vandals on every single player. Your boy Lewis having a pretty good start means that we are going to see him just moments away from being able to bring out that Hunter's Fury, but that's it, really, in terms of ults on the horizon for Le Petit Buffon here. With that Vandal on Vong, he's going to be the main heavy hitter, with the rest of LPB essentially looking to tenderize the rest of his the opponents in preparation for receiving Vong.
Well, Dagger at least won't be spotting out anyone early in mid. Focus seem to be wanting to put that area under their control. If you notice, Le Petit Buffon will be trying to get closer contact positions, try and have an advantage, or at least mitigate the advantage their opponents do have with the guns that they hold. Just a bit of a land grab over in mid, but it seems that's all it is because they don't show any intention of taking it any further.
As it was all quiet for the time being, Focus being really fastidious and methodical right now as LPB. They seem to invite Focus to take their time with this. 40 seconds left. There's still a fair bit of utility available for LPB, actually, to try and stop and slow this attack.
This could be dangerous.
Absolutely.
Flashlight thrown, Paranoia. Ooh, that's a lot of utility expended with not too much to gain apart from, you know, killing time for Focus. But they do turn their attention towards the B site as they do enter. Purpo taking the role of holding out back the rotations, but it's Cray on the site alone that has to try and delay this. He instantly falls. Russ finds himself on site. He's looking to deny the plant. Can they do it? It's being attempted, and it seems that they will be getting it down. But Buffon were unable to find a kill.
Great round from Focus. They cut it down to the last moment, but really methodical stuff, actually. Making noise on short forces out the utility. They're then able to punish that by just going back up through mid, through market, onto that B site, where they're able to overwhelm the defense. Bearing in mind that the defense's only objective there was just to try and delay and, better still, even prevent that plant.
See if they can find any more kills out of that one. Yeah, okay. They can find something. Hey, that's a Vandal. Quite an upgrade. But I believe Lazar won't be able to survive this one, so he's saying goodbye, Crew World. So there's Link. Focus with their first round of this map.
Absolutely, and same fashion as LPB. It's clean. Only one player falling means that the economy is going to get quite the cash injection. But this is the round that matters, Pavlos. The full buy versus the full buy. Vandals on each team. And the ults now. The ones that come online and get used instantly are the ones I really want to keep an eye on here. Particularly that Hunter's Fury. Your boy Lewis has done such a good job at getting this Hunter's Fury within the first 5 rounds. I think he's been able to do that on every single half, on every single map. That's pretty damn impressive.
Shadows traveling.
It is.
Operator comes out on Lazar as well.
Focus tending towards the right-hand side of the map. And Link gets caught off early. Not exactly what you want for Liberty before. Russ doesn't stand a chance. Bit of an aggression there that doesn't pay off. Focus will freely take that A site entry.
LPB, time to save. Focus. That was a lightning fast round, and what's interesting is they didn't have to use too much utility. They'd use the sort of utility to catch out anyone trying to flank or anything like that, but once they got that first pick, charged in, got the second, that's the round, then and there. And I think actually LPB's reluctance to go for the retake here may cue in Focus to the fact that the operator's in play. Because in a 3 versus 5 with Vandals, it could, there's a chance it works out. But with that operator, you lose that flexibility in your retakes. And so LPB, they'll cling to their utility and their weaponry with that. Focus will equalize at 2-2. More importantly, though, your boy Lewis holds on to that Hunter's Fury, which means there is still time to see how he wields that, either in an afterplan or to try and get an early advantage.
So far, so good for Focus on the attack. We've criticized them in being unable to take the advantage, often stagnating. They've played this dried out. It's a playstyle very familiar to what FPX used to run. Maybe even Na'Vi at some point. The very slowed, methodical play and drawing out to the last second. And we've seen Focus fail many times. Maybe not in this match particular. There were instances that we did see it, but now it looks better for them. It's more decisive, and when they do make the commitments, it's cleaner. It's everybody's on the same page. It's making it very difficult for Liberty Buffon to deal with. And even though they do get a couple of kills early, it is Focus to find themselves the entry onto this site.
Some swift trades, though, down to the 2 versus 4. A position which both teams have won over the course of this series, but that spike is still in no man's land. That spike still needs to be retrieved. Your boy Lewis going to have to attempt something aggressive here, and I think he's wary of the fact that he's being held right now. Doesn't risk it at all. Instead, is going to wait for that spike to go down.
They are taking their time. Very smart from Liberty Buffon. The spike now will get planted. Recon enabled as well, but the dagger will be catching both of the attacking players. They know they are within the proximity.
Placing sentry.
Got to hold out on short. Kipset can't play it aggressively. Little by little, Liberty Buffon chip away these corners. Oh no! Ooh. Oh. That is rough, and Kipset, there's no chance he's winning that one. Not up against the 4 of Le Petit Buffon. And when you thought Focus started to gain control this match, Le Petit Buffon, they snatch it right out of their opponent's hands.
That's some brilliant util usage as well, actually. To be able to catch out both players there via util alone. You have that, you have the fragments from the KO, which forces your boy Lewis to make some noise, re-rotate, to be caught out by the spray, followed by Kipset, who's just constantly being pinged by that Sova. Great bit of teamwork there, and with that, LPB will take the lead. Take a look at the investment, though. Both teams with an operator now. Hunter's Fury still available for your boy Lewis, and Kipset's about to bring out his lockdown. Over to LPB. From the shadows available on Link, with Vong about to bring out the Sova ult as well. Once again, there seems to be a hit over towards A from Focus.
Ooh, that's aggressive from Link. I think they've heard it, but it doesn't matter because Link doubles up. No freaking way. Oh, I think I'm seeing Flex Ninja plays back when everybody was new to what Omen could do. And, well, there you go. That's one way for Liberty Buffon to gain an early advantage.
That should not have been allowed to happen as well. That Sova dart was around for way too long, and I mean, hey, Link punishes it beautifully. Kipset, he spots out Luzza, isn't quite going to be hit by the operator, but with his position telegrams to the rest of the team, Link's going to make the fast rotation. He'll actually cancel it now to try and bait Focus into a push onto this A site.
Well, Link doesn't really have too much support. A few seconds will pass until teammates will arrive, so if Focus want this, they need to go in quickly. Link repositions, though, really important reposition. That's going to catch them off guard. Focus have to push through. They've already walked in, and they know where they are. Lewis drops. Spike on the floor. Russ, gatekeeper off short. Yep, this is a Le Petit Buffon round. Focus will have to try and save that operator in the hands of Yugi.
Absolutely, and as he gets out of there, Le Petit Buffon, they make it 4. Now remember, this is the deciding map. Both teams have got experience on Ascent. Neither picked to be here. It was just left over. And, well, for Yugi, this operator not quite having the mileage that Luzzers has had thus far. A great round. A great bit of teamwork we've seen from both Vong and Link. how will Focus respond going into the 7th round? A 7th round which they should be able to buy into.
Seeing how much Focus rely on their defense, I wonder how much Le Petit Buffon can exploit their attack. You know, now that they are on the defense and Focus have had weakness many a times. Will we be seeing Le Petit Buffon gain a sizable lead? I feel like this is their only way to try and guarantee this victory.
Absolutely. It feels like, bear in mind, both teams, their weakest side has been their attack. And as we look sort of historically at their performance here, interestingly enough, Le Petit Buffon, their best half is their attack by quite a distance, which is sort of weird to see, especially when you have the likes of Pearl, the likes of Breeze, where both teams really struggled when it came to those attacking rounds.
Now, Focus will be taking some early mid control. That alarm bot in place, definitely show it. Standard from Le Petit Buffon, and very passively approached, holding out till any movement is illustrated from their opposing side. They do take down the alarm bot, but Lazza picks up an early pick into short, and it's not traded at all. So Le Petit Buffon, sure, very happy with that one.
Aldrin getting used over to mid. That falls into the 5 versus 4 here. An ult advantage for Focus, but not much else to work with here as they try and make their way through markets. Their position, I think, has been known as well. 35 seconds left once again. Russ falls. That should be the kickstart of the round here.
Kraid tried to conceal his position there by not shooting the Nano Swarm, but it doesn't even matter. Ends up falling nevertheless. B-site under the Focus control. By the time that Le Petit Buffon find themselves close to the B-site, Spike will already be planted. Vong needs to be careful of the left-hand side. Market inhabited by one. Lockdown available. Tries to take it down. Not quite able to get out of that one alive. And the lockdown not even destroyed.
Well, that's going to be a third for Focus. They strike back, Pavlos. It feels like we might finally have a close game when it comes to blow for blow, rather than on Breeze, where it felt like Focus, when they were consistently winning the crucial rounds, it meant there was no real way to follow it up. In this case, though, Link going to go for a few exits with this operator. Spots him out. There's, I believe, a bit of damage through the wall, but not enough to kill. It will, however, be enough to save for next round. A double operator setup for the defense. Certainly unorthodox, but it's something Focus were more than happy to attempt in our previous round.
Sure.
Something Link doesn't even want to. Switches back to the Vandal. Fair enough. 4-3. Focus still down. However, by all means not out here. With an ult advantage, the economy is looking pretty strong for both teams as well. I really want to see how these ults are going to fare now.
Mm-hmm. Given how mobile Focus have been in this particular game, where Lime and Yugi seem to be dashing or TPing in the same direction or moving together and taking up space, I think having a double op setter is kind of shooting yourself in the foot. So I think that was very smartly identified by Le Petit Buffon. But obviously, now that they're heading towards B main, this is an opportunity for Lazza to pick up a kill. But no, a dagger's thrown at him. He can't use his abilities. Has to hold it with a shorty. He's just so close to the action, but Vong ends up falling. Smoke coming through. When will we be able to use a dash? The answer is never. Bullet to the head. The rest of his teammates die, and the B site is open for Focus attack.
What a round from Purpo as well. 3 kills, just literally runs out. 1, 2, 3, swift as anything. Le Petit Buffon, bear in mind, they bought into that round. They bought into that round. And it's just mitigated like it's nothing. 2 Vandals will once again be saved, but Focus, that'll be an equalizer. And another almost spur on with their momentum.
It was impossible for Le Petit Buffon to just hold their ground onto a site. The retakes haven't been there either, because in every situation that they had to retake, they were at a disadvantage, right? Didn't have players. So Focus will be squaring things up. We'll be seeing 4 rounds across the board. And when we thought that Le Petit Buffon were required to gain a sizable lead on this defense to have a chance to win this game, Focus doesn't have any interest in allowing that.
Absolutely. Now for LPB, this is an interesting position because a timeout wouldn't be too bad a shout, actually. Bearing in mind that their weak point appears to be their weak point appears to be their market control. And with that, I think that Focus have done a very good job at getting through mid into market, then hitting this B site way in advance before LPB are in position with the rotations, or they know sort of numbers and positioning of Focus. I think if we see a more concerted attempt to fight for mid, they can cut out that option for Focus and shoehorn them into more one-dimensional forms of attack.
And when you say one-dimensional ways of attack, what exactly do you mean by that?
It would be attacks through B main, or when they're moving to A, it would be having to be loud when they go through tree, or furthermore, it would be having to fight for mid and potentially even lose, going 1-2 men down before they're even able to get to these sites.
Hmm.
For now, though, we go on to this next round. Let's see if there's going to be any solution for the LBB members having just called for this timeout. Lazar still with this operator. He's not been able to get too much mileage from it as of yet. Not so much by lack of targets, more lack of opportunity. So now finally we might get a chance to
Focus
what he can do. Yeah.
Yeah, they've basically been basing their game style out of picking out info early and wrapping around it. The moments that they do take the times that they just want to take the initiative and not really care about the positioning of their opposition, they end up losing. So the style seems to be working. This time around, spending quite a lot of time towards that A site. Look at the rotation already. 4 players on Heaven. Yugi's on site. He's buying space. Cray is able to find the first shot for his team, but it's also equally traded, leaving 3 per side, but Cray is underneath, yet to be contested. Oh, the Aldron spots him, but it doesn't even matter. So quick to his trigger. Tries to shoot on Purpo, reeling the information to the rest of his teammates. Still, Lazar was stranded in Heaven and ends up dying. Russ is now in the party. 40 seconds. Lewis shuts down Cray, but Russ takes himself into the fight and leaves the Chaos to be in a one-on-one standoff.
Russ now in this 1v1. Both players know of one another's positioning, and Russ will deliver the killing blow, Pavlos. 5-4 in favour of LPB. They're not going to hand the lead over to Focus just yet. Now for Focus, it looks like they have been on the receiving end of an LPB timeout, and better still, an LPB defense. Beautiful shots from Cray here. He should not have been allowed to survive for as long as he did.
Beautiful shot from Russ as well. All right, this is actually turning out to be a very, very close game. Desperation has been showing from both sides. And once desperation is on the cards, mistakes tend to happen. And a lot of randomness to the results are starting to pop up. Focus, for a team that is very controlled, they've let this game slip from their fingers, I feel. They don't quite have the pace under lock and key.
Absolutely. You look as to how Focus have been positioning as well. It's still our players in mid here. This push into B main seems a bit of a feign for the time being. Considering how quiet they've now gone. They might be trying to bait LPB into some form of aggression, but with Lazar not shifting, neither is Vong.
Yeah. And both of the smokes sent from both of the Omens were used as fakes.
Absolutely. Focus, they're going to need a kill. They're going to need one quickly if they want to try and get onto this B site.
Lazar with the opener. Does that mean they can guarantee the win? That was Yugi. That was the man responsible for taking up the early space and given the chance for Focus to move forwards. But Vong is in trouble. The Nano Swarm has to move back, which allows Focus to move forwards. That means Ross is alone. What can he do? How much can he trade? How long can he keep Focus back from planting? That's Russ. First pick comes his way. He might be able to double up here. Spraydon comes across, but Lazar and Vong are back on the case. Spike is dropped. And your boy Lewis isn't exactly close to it either. He has to force forwards. He has to try and get these kills. But with so many players alive, it's just impossible to do. They bet you perform. Find themselves on 6.
6-4 the scoreline now. Focus slipping a little bit, particularly when you take a look at the economy. It's not in a great position. We enter the penultimate round of this first half. If they end up losing this round, they go into the final round of this first half with very little money indeed, and that's going to become even harder to maintain momentum going into the second half. LPB in a very strong position right now, bearing in mind that Juki hasn't really been able to wield operators this game. In fact, currently going 0-6, really struggling to keep the momentum here, with an ult advantage also in favor of LPB right now.
Scanning ahead. Both of the teams seem to be constantly within range of a buy. Haven't really seen too many ecos, have we?
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, it's this mid control, but LPB seem wary of it this time, with Juki leading the charge.
Desperation. Very frank desperation. Shots through the wall there, but this time around, Focus seem to be turning their attention towards this A site. Laza was the man to find the first blood many times this half. Now with a depleted dash, he not be able to be that confident to aggress. Ooh. Quite a bait of movement there from Purpo.
Absolutely.
The real intentions of the team is head towards the B site, but Le Petit Buffon have a feel that it's A.
Yeah, Russ hasn't moved either, and they're trying to exploit
Oh, they use a lockdown as well.
Fast rotations, they do just that. Lockdown deployed. There is the rotation of Vong, but is it quick enough now?
Lime was on site. Oh, he had an ultimate and he used it. Okay, Le Petit Buffon still coming out on top with the kills. I have no idea how they managed to make that work.
Yeah.
Focus seem to have all the space in the world, and they just can't connect with these trades. And that's 7 in the bag for the Brits.
Really, really strong stuff, actually. And Focus, their thought process was there. The fact they would try to exploit the fact that LPB rotate very quickly, so they go for that fake over onto A. The lockdown gets committed from Cray, which actually almost is counterintuitive. Because the lockdown goes down, that actually emboldens LPB to go back and secure that B site. Vong gets there just in time, able to get the first and second frags, and then for Rust's backside, all he has to do is just delay. And yeah, by the time the hit actually lands on him, there's only about 10 seconds left. Even if he doesn't get the frag, he's bought enough time. Final round of this first half, Jugi on a Judge and a Blade Storm. There are Guardians in the mix. It's not a pretty buy for Focus, but they've been through worse. Vong goes aggressive, really trying to get this Hunter's Fury up, and he's going to be able to do just that. He'll leave Laza posted in this position, while the rest of Focus seem to stagnate once again over in mid.
I'm just still scratching my head. How do Le Petit Buffon not have an org yet? All of these players with VCT experience in one of the most competitive leagues. Challenger leagues of Europe, that is. It's a tough world, but they still are holding on for their own, doing a splendid job. Yugi moving in forwards. He's got his friends behind him. They've got his back. Talk about Jets on a mission. Also, Laza very, very deep onto that B mid position. He has fallen back to site, and it has allowed for Vong to try and spray upon his opponents, but he's not quite connecting in time, and Line picks him off. Laza to the back of it. Can he pick up one? He does! Shotty in hand, Laza! That is beautiful! That is magnificent! As clean as it could have come. And now Focus, with only 2 players, have to try and clutch this up. A 2v3. Yugi with a Judge, holding the closest of positions, while his teammate covers the back end. Le Petit Buffon still have Util. The dagger used. Catches out only one of them. Knowing that Yugi's nearby. Caught off guard. Yabulis with the first one. Yugi delivers! And now it's down to Link. A 1-on-2. Can he do it? He's got time. Can he draw them out of their positions? Looking to isolate. But Lewis finds the angle. And 7-5 will be the score at halftime. How on earth did Focus make that work?
They somehow recover it, Pavlos, and actually now they have recovered it. It doesn't look too bad, does it? It looks winnable. However, you need to remember, Focus, they prefer their defense. The Petit Bouffons, they prefer their attack. Let's see whose is stronger. Luzza, what a round from him here. Even though it's not enough to win, that is a hell of a performance. Your boy Lewis proving time and time again to be the hero of Focus there. And something to mention is that on Focus, they're not hitting very hard right now. Gipzet, Jugi, Lime, all on just 3 kills.
That's very true. That's very true. Definitely not seeing a lot of fragging potential from them. Look, we've seen Yugi and Lime actually go hand in hand with a lot of these pushes, right? We see a dash where we see a TP, and most of the time, neither of them find too much success, which is what Focus have relied on the attack. So for them to get 5 rounds on the attack, props to them. You know, when one of their major plans isn't working. So Leopard Bifon onto the B site. They seem to be isolating your boy Lewis. Won't be able to find any kill out of that one. So a free site take for the team on the attack.
Absolutely, and now for a 4-on-5 retake, bearing in mind that Lime is already tagged a little bit, as is Russ. It's not the greatest of positions to be in for Focus. However, winning this would be their ticket straight back into this game, and the ticket straight back to equalize as well.
Last game, the team that won both pistols and their follow-ups was Focus, and they were the ones to come to a success. Can Leopard Bifon do the same thing this time around? Yes, they can. It's clean. As clean as it could be, because it's a flawless one for them. 8-5. They found the second pistol this map.
Absolutely, and now as they go into the anti-eco, Focus is back to the drawing board. Outcome, a couple of sheriffs, the odd marshal. It's not what you want, especially when you're having to go up against a very confident Le Petit Bouffon. The fact they were able to actually get to that site without losing a player is impressive. The fact they were able to hold the site without losing a player, even more so. And look at this investment. It's 2 Vandals and then nothing else. You wanted to see what no respect looks like, Pavlos. That's it right there.
Fair. Yeah, you're right. They're showing that we've got faith in our boy Luzza and Link. At least all of them have got shields, which means they can withstand the long-distance headshot from a sheriff.
I'm sure stack as well.
Yeah, they are falling into it, aren't they? Well, they rotate. I think a weakness from Le Petit Bouffon, their previous maps, is their lack of rotations. But no, they make the right call and damage up your boy Lewis with all the shock darts.
Look at how every single member of Focus has been tagged in some capacity right now.
Yeah.
And as they all meet onto this A site, this could be really quite worrying for Focus, actually, or for Le Petit Bouffon, as this is a really fast flank.
Well, unfortunately for Purpo, nobody will be coming from his direction, so a pickup won't be going his way. They're all playing from hell. This is interesting. They've all backed up into that corner, and they'll be forcing the drop from Focus. Recon to be thrown. Spawning out at least one of them. This is going to be a bloodbath. I feel it.
Absolutely, we're moments away from a slaughter.
And here they go. It seems that Le Petit Bouffon are coming out on top with the kills. Yugi has found one at least for his team. Dropping Link with the Vandal. It's superior. They will be picking this up. They only drop a player. Le Petit Bouffon with 2 pistols and their follow-ups this game. They're looking in charge.
This is where things actually get quite scary for Le Petit Bouffon. Bear in mind as well that they're in a position now which has been... They wanted a no-respect focus. They do so. The fact they get away with it means that we're going to see it more consistently now. For Focus, this is how you lose your grip on games. This is how you lose that momentum, significantly so. Odin comes out on your boy Lewis, and I quite like this. If this works out, it could be their ticket back in to the map in terms of confidence. If it doesn't, though, then Le Petit Bouffon may be closing this out in quite a swift fashion.
Purpo drops quickly. And your boy Lewis is able to trade it right back up. A very interesting approach, a very fast one, very fast-paced indeed, and Yugi doesn't have time to find cover. Your boy Lewis to the back site. They found the spike. They know this is where the site will be taken down. Your boy Lewis! That's 4 kills, and he's even got a chance for a 5th. If the 5th one is a warbang, I swear, this game is cursed. But Link hasn't given up, right? It's obviously a 1-on-2. It's obviously doable.
The boy Lewis low on HP. That's Lime. He's the unknown. He's the missing link right now.
Yeah, everything seems to be lying on his shoulders. The timing. The moment he swings from that corner. Link. Oh, he's got the read, doesn't he? He saw the gun! Oh, shoots his gun as well. Pulls the trigger.
30 seconds left.
But no bullets connect. Reminder, your boy Lewis is low, but he's got the Odin. He can play around the walls all day he wants. As soon as he drops, he'll be heard. No paranoia. Dropping. The timing! It works out. 1-on-1. 30 points of health. Touches a spike. Lime to move out. Has to touch it again. When will Lime swing? Gets planted. As soon as he hears a sound, he will pop out of the shadows. And that's the perfect way to play it by Lime. They get themselves around, finally putting them on the board this half.
What was that from Lewis? That was incredible with that Odin. I thought after he lost his teammate, he was just going to get pressured and caught out. The fact that he's able to get 4 is unheard of here. Look at this. That second frag, fair enough. Look at this. That
ridiculous. The one against Vong was an accident.
That was. There is a deity smiling upon your boy Lewis right now, and why not? Gets another Odin. Might as well. Something to mention though, the economy for both teams isn't looking good. This is a must-win round now. If Le Petit Buffon can take it, they're setting themselves up for victory. If Focus take it, suddenly the comeback's on. And Focus, they go for some very heavy mid control.
Yeah, very proactive. Seems like Le Petit Buffon will be respecting it. Not really peaking so far, but can they use it to their advantage? Can they find the space that Focus have left open? Talk about unopened space. B has left fully exposed. Just a bit of util on that killjoy. Give the info away. And help on the call for rotations. Lime holding out a crucial position here, actually. Laza peeking through. Lime respects it. We're starting to see respect handed over from both of these teams. Link moving into the dark cover. Maybe to be anticipated from the defenders. They're becoming very sensitive. 1 kill and it could completely change the tide of this game. Focus, hold on. This paranoia has to be well placed. Laza, well-timed cloudburst because the flash was going to be the end of him. Russ gets up the first blood of this round. Purpo onto the site, unable to connect the pieces with the Guardian. Picks up one eventually, but is still trading favorably for Le Petit Buffon. They're all low, so the lesser weapons from Focus could do the trick. Utility drop by them. No command. No utility be used. Laza with the off angle, and it's Kipset now trying to deal with it up against the 3. He's in the fight. He's not going to give in. Recon showing his ground. Force the drop. Swing from 2 players, and it's Rush to put a bullet to the head. And it's Le Petit Buffon on double digits.
I'm actually so impressed by LPB right now. The fact that they're able to get onto that site. Vaughn currently is on 12 assists. He's really, really helping out the team beautifully, as is Russ with 10. I love the call to pop the no command, especially when you realise the round's suddenly getting quite close. And for Purpo, punished instantly as well. Great trades from LPB, and the minor utility usage is really what takes them through. All on Kipset, and you see the coordination. Swung by all 3 players at once. The player from under heaven was taking that fight as well. Focus, they call for a timeout, rightfully so. Pavlos, look at their money. There isn't any.
It's dire. It's getting to a troubling point for them where Le Petit Buffon seem to have control. We've seen Focus come back. We've seen them with pistols, how strong they can be. But this is a 4-round differential, potentially to become a 5-round differential. A daunting task ahead of them, but a task they have to be on its case. They have to be ready for it.
Absolutely.
A reminder, this is actually an important game. These 2 teams potentially are fighting for a second and maybe first spot in the league. And that definitely helps their chances when it comes to seeding in playoffs. Helps them get even further.
They're also fighting for guaranteed playoffs as well in winning this map.
Yeah.
So there is a lot to play for here. Your boy Lewis has a Hunter Fury readily available. Link, Prey, about to get their ults as well. As Yugi attempts some aggression, doesn't quite see anyone through B main. So the rest of LPB are listing over to this A site, the exact position in which Focus are going to potentially try and flash through this Omen smoke.
Oh, clean. And potentially a gun to be picked up, but no. It seems that Russ is guarding it with his life. While the rest of Liberty Poupon moving into that A site. Momentarily a one-sided smoke. Dropping.
Shadows traveling.
It feels like Liberty Buffon are on their way to walk into a trap. Oh, Purpo's going to take this aggressively, isn't he? Oh, doesn't pay off. They overstep their welcome, and Link takes them down.
Look over at mid as well now. Lazo going for a bit of a lurk. He's got Yugi to worry about. Here's the aggression of Yugi, but he's going to be able to get to this B site completely unperturbed.
Enemy remaining.
Ultimate serving as a bit of a fake. But the rest of the people of Liberty Buffon pick up all of the players' focus. Lose it, only drop a player on their opposing side. Russ is the only one to die. So four guns saved over. Economy building. And Focus trailing behind. But now, Kramer, now is the time where the buy comes through from Focus.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, it's come a little late. This is a this is a must-win round, Pavlos. If this doesn't work out, then Focus, they're out. They're on the precipice of being reset again. However, look how close they are to every single ult they have. They just need a little bit. They just need an inch so they can take a mile. And for LPB, ults are available, sure, but there's money in the bank. They can risk being over-aggressive here.
The matters are so thin that it could all be turned on its head as quickly as that. Knockdown enabled to try and give them the B sites. Smoke dropping. I assume spray downs will occur, but kind of happening. Smoke deteriorates from market. They're taking the fights, actually. And they're crossing over the crouching. Close to spawn. Marvelously done. Russ doubles up. And all of a sudden, Liberty Buffon are in clear control. Completely in the driver's seat. Focus trailing. They've been damaged. They've been hurt. And Cray has taken up a very aggressive post and will not allow a single defender pass. This is looking clean. This roster is looking better every match they play. Yes, they give a few kills to Yugi, but what matters is the fact that they find themselves on map and series points.
Absolutely, and now, more importantly, look at the money available for Focus. There's not much to work with at all. Silver lining, there's 4 ults to work with. But what good can that do, especially when you don't really have the firepower to follow it up? Blade Storm's going to come out on Yugi, 4 or 3 Guardians to work with, and that Bulldog up against the Vandals and Phantom on LPB. Furthermore, Luzza has a Blade Storm of his own. That probably won't be used. It's the Hunter's Fury on Vong that's going to be really worth keeping an eye on now, going into what could potentially be the final round.
Potentially. That's the key word that Focus need to hold on to. 4 ults. Yuki is showing his resilience with the blades. Oh, and maybe it's the blades to keep his team in the game.
Flash is going to mean that the alarm bot is going to hit the KO, which will delay this assault to the safe site. Won't stop it though, Pavlos.
The spike is leaning towards the left. But they haven't quite found an opening to feel comfortable to push. Missing out on Luzza, their key piece into these entries. The one they put a lot of reliance on. Well, the lockdown is expended. I wonder if Focus are going to rotate around to account for this. No, Liberty Buffon stick to the left-hand side.
Can't use that yet.
It actually looks like LPB are trying to fake Focus into thinking that they've gone back towards A, and it's worked beautifully. 3 players now on the safe site.
And by the time they will find out from A main, it may be all over. Oh, they do have from the shadows though. They're on the back end. Your boy Lewis doubles up with a Bulldog, and this might be the beginning of the end from this particular round. Can Focus square things up now? That's the big question everybody's going to be asking. They're still alive in the game. Can they take it all the way to OT?
There's a very good chance they can, Pavlos. They have the skill to do it, but there was a commitment of 3 ults that round, which means that it cannot be mimicked going into the 20th. For LBB, they only need to get lucky once. And that's the game. And bear in mind, they're good to the point where they may not even need that luck. Thus far, Focus, this has been the first round in a considerably long time have they been able to shut down a round convincingly. Operator comes out on Jugi. Not going to get a chance to be used in mid. Instead, LPB, once again, look to take a fight as they roam around this A position.
Yeah, Focus alluding to the idea that they've pushed out a bit from A main, but Link knows that that is not completely the case. Cray here acting as the lurk. Aldrin pushing all the way just outside of B main. Doesn't spot out any presence, which makes the call for the team to place a lot of the reliance onto the A site. This is where Lime is holding and he's waiting for his teammates to arrive, but what can he do until they do? It is Lazar to drop quickly, isolated from the site. The rest of the team couldn't follow up due to the fragment, and we're exactly where we are last round, 4v5.
Absolutely. LPB, they seem to have round to a bit of a halt here. Focus have regained their momentum. Cray now has to try and take a duel with Jugi. I mean,
not going to happen.
That's never going to happen. Jugi shuts it down. 30 seconds left. LPB.
30 seconds left.
Is there a world here where we see a save, especially if Vong can't get this opening?
Yeah, there could be. There really could be. There's not much money in the bank here for LBP. Vong picks up one, Link another. Is there a chance? Are they really entertaining this chance? The Killjoy is no more, therefore the utility onto the site is cleared.
Cover going out.
There is a chance, because the plant is now in their favor.
Things are about to become interesting here, Pavlos. The fragment's going to buy even more time as well.
Link, he's got a chance to push up towards Market. Oh, will we be able to find the kill? Ross doubles up, and Link finds the final piece.
Where did that come from?
Make it work. 2-1 in the map scoreline. 13-7 on Ascent. Wow.
Le Petit Buffon. They are built different, Pavlos, and I think in the talent predictions, only like 3 people predicted them to win.
Two. Me and MP.
2. Yeah, well, Pavlos, that was a well thought out prediction. LPB, they play out of their minds. What a performance, and what a way to end the round as well. Great stuff from them, and it felt like once they got their groove, sort of 3-4 rounds into the map, it looked like Focus really struggled to get that tempo back.
They did. They did. It was an interesting one. It really was. I definitely need to go back and watch this entire thing because the lines were very blurred, weren't they? The tempo was never fully under control of Le Petit Buffon. Even when Focus started to regain their composure, they themselves didn't fully feel in control. It was a very back and forth game, always teetering on the edge. But it was Le Petit Buffon that come out on top, and that's what matters, because on the scoreboard, they're the ones that are now securing that second place, at least for the time being.
Absolutely, and they zero-respected Focus. They did as they claimed, and they played out of their minds. Credit where credit is due to them. What a performance, Pavlos. And now as we look over to sort of what can be learned from this match, it's that for Le Petit Buffon, if you give them that momentum, you are not going to get it back.
Yeah, you're definitely not. You're definitely not. It's a crazy one, this one, man. I don't think we all knew coming into this matchup it would have been a close affair. I don't think anybody expected this type of competition, though. We knew it would have probably have to do with that final map. We knew that Ascent would have been the decider. But crazy how things turned out. Let's see who did it. When it comes to the frags, Russ. Not only does he IGL, but he can frag really, really well as well.
That he does, and that is a well-earned MVP. Well-earned MVP. He was not only was he great on Ascent, he was good. He was good on Breeze, and he was even better on Pearl. Great performance from him over the course of the series. well-earned MVP. Your boy Lewis, once again, also taking the MVP for Focus. Both players having a really good series. However, it's Russ to lead, not only lead his team to victory, but to lead them from the front.
Very true. Very true. And you know, Lazza started to pick up there. You know, it felt like a full team effort by the end of it. There were a lot of aspects that came into play. You know, it wasn't like, you know, there are some teams in this league that rely on, you know, the duelists doing a lot of the work or the sentinel lurks, but this was a well-rounded team, and they're slowly getting better and better. Like since the start, since we've seen them from Beacon, all the way to where they are today. After every match they've had here and at the Challengers League of Northern Europe, Polaris, they've improved day by day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I feel like the skill ceiling for them is still yet to be reached, and I don't think they're even close to it. So I'm looking forward for them to unlocking that potential.
Yep, absolutely. And I can't wait to see how they're going to do once they continue getting that practice in, once they continue being able to build upon the existing fundamentals. And bear in mind that they are no respecting a lot of these teams. What happens when they end up with set strategies, full set pieces, and they're able to work against the best of the best? This could be a very potent mix, Pavlos.
Yeah, it definitely can. It definitely can. I just hope an org picks them up. I just hope, right? There are quite a lot of teams in here that need to be picked up.
Isn't an org? What?
It's crazy, right? So many players that deserve it.
Org. Never mind.
There's so many players in this one that deserve it. All of them definitely do. Kremer, I do believe we'll have an interview with Russ right away.
With Russ.
So let's bring him over. Hello, Russ. Congrats on the victory. I wouldn't say you looked clean, but by the end of it, it looked good.
Thank you. Yeah, we did look very clean, I guess you can say. Towards the end, I just think we took over towards the end, so yeah, it was perfect.
Judging by how you